Dreamscape Lore presents Crow's Fortune, a fantasy LitRPG adventure written by Seth Ring, read for you by Ramon Diocampo. Chapter 1. Sliding the scrap of paper out of its tube, Matteo carefully unrolled it, pinning the curling edges to the table with his fingers. Whoever had sent the missive had awful handwriting, but he was still able to make out the complex code that told him which key to use in order to decrypt the message the note contained. Normally, that would mean flipping through the book of keys that sat on the table within easy reach. Instead, Matteo closed his eyes and began to sort through his mental library, quickly finding the appropriate key in his near-perfect memory. From there, it didn't take long to decrypt the message. Picking up the quill from its stand, he dipped it carefully in his inkpot and in neat letters wrote out the decrypted message. On the surface, it didn't seem to be anything significant. A report on the merchants of a nearby country. And by itself, it really wasn't that significant. Yet based on the messages that had been flowing into the tower over the last 2 weeks, Matteo could sense pressure building, adding to his growing suspicion that war was looming on the horizon, like a massive storm just waiting to break. "Anything interesting today?" Looking up, Matteo saw Leggy, one of the old watchers, part of the Darkwing feather assigned to this tower. "More of the same, really," Matteo said, re-wetting his quill as he finished the message, carefully blowing on his paper as he waited for the ink to dry. After a minute, Matteo reached for the book of keys, shooing Corvus, the spirit crow bound to him with an invisible chain, off of it, and flipped to the appropriate code. Sliding the encrypted message in between the pages, he shut the book and put it back in place. Other messages peeked out from the top of the book already, and there they would stay until Gorm, the leader of the feather, had a chance to check over them. It had been nearly 2 months since Matteo had first come to this tower, located in the mountains in the middle of nowhere on the eastern side of the Empire, and he had a feeling he wouldn't be staying much longer. In the last 2 months, Matteo had grown considerably, mostly in his knowledge of the codes used by the Darkwing to pass information back and forth. Leggy's appearance meant his shift was just about over, and so, standing, Matteo stretched, causing some of the iron wing crows perched in the rafters to shift. Matteo whistled a faint trill, calming the birds and allowing them to settle back down. The sun's first rays were barely peeking over the horizon, lighting the dark sky with a faint gray. Thick clouds shrouded the peaks around them, and visibility was low. Not that that mattered particularly for those who stayed in the tower. The iron-winged crows had an almost supernatural ability to find their way, and Matteo had come to realize they were much more reliable than humans when it came to passing along information. Grabbing his bow, which he had leaned against the wall, Matteo headed downstairs to get breakfast started. After cooking up some of the dried meat and toasting the hard bread they had available, Matteo wolfed down his food and then quietly left the tower. There wasn't much to do over the night shift, so he had spent most of his time practicing his archery. The result was that the makeshift archery range he had set up outside the tower was absolutely littered with arrows. He had managed to get 500 shots in, and now he had to pick up 500 arrows, examining each one for any cracks or chips before sliding it back into the large quiver he carried. By the time the sun finally won its war against the clouds and peeked through, Matteo had 5 large quivers of arrows, along with a dozen arrows that either needed to be repaired or scrapped. Moving them back to the storeroom, Matteo headed back into the kitchen, where he saw Gorm gnawing on a piece of hard bread. Gorm wasn't alone, however, and Matteo immediately recognized the man sitting at the table. Stepping forward, he saluted. "Hello, sir." Commander Telrin of the Darkwing looked over Matteo, his eyes squinting slightly behind his glasses as he examined the young man, eyeing his dark hair and eyes that showed a quick, lively spirit. Matteo was thin, but not scrawny, and there was a surprising amount of muscle packed into his wiry frame. Sporting a vaguely handsome face that had yet to mature and fill in, Matteo looked like any number of kids one might find on the streets of a nearby city. Yet, thanks to the intensive training he had undergone, he was anything but. Matteo stood in silence as Commander Telrin examined him, trying to keep his expression calm. He had been sent to the tower to learn the codes, to get a crash course in understanding how information was passed through the network of the Dark Wing. In preparation for whatever other training Commander Telrin had for him, he had been assigned to the Dark Wing for 2 years, though, in truth, Matteo was actually a member of the Hidden Wing, a specialist group made up of those who showed tremendous potential. Matteo and the other 2 members of his feather, Rose and Eric, had been recruited into this elusive group before being split up and sent to the 3 different official wings of the Iron Wing Army. Matteo had done as he was instructed and learned the codes and operating methods of the Dark Wing inside and out, his eidetic memory enabling him to not only memorize the codebooks, but also to memorize all of the information that came into the tower. Yet his stay in the tower had yielded far more than just that. Not only had Matteo managed to memorize everything, but he had also discovered a hollow, a magical place where the world's energy pooled. By absorbing it, he had carved a powerful totem onto his heart, a totem that would allow him to command beasts. He was hoping Commander Telrin couldn't see it, as only barbarians were supposed to be able to control beasts like this. "It seems your stay in the tower has treated you well." The commander's words jerked Matteo from his distraction, and he quickly bowed his head. "It has, sir. Gorm, Birch, and Leggy are excellent teachers, and I feel like I've learned a lot." "So the reports say. It seems you're naturally gifted when it comes to our line of work. I hope you don't mind if I test you." Picking up a scrap of paper that sat next to his plate, Commander Telrin held it up for Matteo to see. "Can you tell me what key you'd want to use for this?" "That's 107C, sir. Emirates Variation, page 107 and 332 in the Book of Keys." Glancing at the paper as if to confirm, Commander Telrin's eyebrows rose, a hint of surprise in his expression. "What about this one?" It only took a glance from Matteo's mind to recognize and recall the appropriate information. Pages 219 and 259, the Kellerman Code. "Well, it appears that reports about your memory were not overstated. Quite incredible. And is it true that you have the majority of the information in this tower memorized? Historical data about weather and geography and movement of people?" "It is, sir. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have." "No need," Commander Telrin said with a wave of his hand. Pushing his bench back from the table, he stood up. "Gather your things. We'll leave in 5 minutes." Rather stunned by the sudden change of events, Matteo rushed to his bunk, quickly packing up all of the things he possessed into his small bag. From under his bed he retrieved his quiver of arrows, and 4 minutes and 30 seconds after Commander Telrin had spoken, he was standing back downstairs, everything he owned in the world in hand. Seeing the approving gleam in Commander Telrin's eyes, Matteo bowed deeply to Gorham, Birch, and Leggy, who were all standing nearby to see him off. "Thank you for your instruction over the last few months."
"Our pleasure. It's enjoyable working with someone as smart as you," Gorham said. "I'm just depressed that now I'll have to work with Leggy here. He takes forever to solve the codes."
"You think you're sad about it? How do you think I feel?"
Leggy grumbled. Birch, as always, just grinned widely, showing his bare gums. The old man stepped forward and adjusted Matteo's uniform, his fingers brushing lightly over the feather Matteo still wore, tucked into his clothing. That feather had likely saved Matteo's life, and he had kept it, maintaining the habit of adding it to his outfit every time he changed, treating it as a sort of good luck totem. Following Commander Telrin out of the tower, Matteo saw the commander stop and was about to say something when he felt a hand fall on his shoulder. And then the world blurred as the two of them moved across the mountains at an unbelievable speed. The commander was clearly gold-ranked, and he moved so quickly that the world turned into a smear of colors. Matteo could vaguely feel his body being buffeted by wind, but the entire experience was so overwhelming that he soon fell into a daze. He couldn't tell what direction they were going, or whether they were even still in the mountains. Then, just as suddenly as the trip had begun, it was over, and Matteo found himself standing next to Commander Telrin in front of a massive, sprawling fortress made of black stone that rose imposingly in the center of a mountain pass. "Do you recognize where we are?" Commander Telrin asked, looking down at Matteo. With a faint frown, Matteo quickly scanned for any landmark that might give him a clue. Apart from the giant fortress in front of him, he couldn't see anything of particular note. "No, sir," he said, his forehead scrunched. "That's good," Commander Telrin said with a laugh. "If you did know where we were, I'd have to assume that our order has been compromised. This is Shadowkeep, the primary home base of Darkwing. The location is kept secret. Only those in the upper echelon of the wing are aware of its precise location. It's from here that we run all of the intelligence services and operations for the Empire. This is the seat of hidden knowledge, the bastion from which we work, to ensure the Emperor knows all. Come, follow me." As Commander Telrin made his way toward the gate, Matteo had to jog to keep up. For the briefest of moments, he felt as if he was once again walking beside Master Solomon. The thought caused a twinge of pain to race through Matteo's chest, but he shrugged it off and instead focused on what he was seeing in front of him. The massive black stone fortress had a wall nearly 40 feet high, with parapets and guard towers set 100 feet apart. The fortress stretched over an area of a square mile, and Matteo could see clouds of birds, all iron-winged crows, flying overhead. Unlike a normal fortress, there was no large gate, and instead Matteo caught sight of a few small openings. Of course, once they got close, those openings turned out to be fairly large, each boasting a massive metal door close to 10 feet tall and 6 feet wide. Commander Telrin walked up to one of the doors, a token flashing in his palm, and with a groan the door slid back into the wall, revealing a dark, cavernous opening. Walking into the passage after the commander, Matteo heard a grinding of metal sliding on stone as the massive door shut behind them with a clang, plunging everything into darkness. Of course, despite the fact that the passage was pitch black, Matteo didn't have much trouble seeing, thanks to Corvus, who sat on his shoulder. The ethereal bird produced a faint light only Matteo could see, allowing him just enough vision to make out shapes, though not many details. Commander Telrin strode forward into the darkness with confidence, taking 2 turns before holding up his token again, causing another door to slide to the side. Light flooded into the passage, making Matteo blink, and as he stepped out beyond the wall, he saw Shadowkeep before him. In the center of the fortress was a large citadel, heavily fortified and surrounded by tall towers. A deep, if rather narrow, moat surrounded the tower, and it appeared that the only way inside was across a bridge that connected the fortress's yard to the citadel's single gate. But while the citadel was the largest of the buildings, it certainly wasn't the only one. Looking around, Matteo counted at least 15 other buildings, most of them squat and sprawling. "As I said, Shadowkeep is the hub of the Darkwing's activities. Here you'll be receiving some more training. For the next 3 months, you'll be taught fieldcraft, instructed in how you're expected to work, and then, after those 3 months are up, you'll get your first deployment." As he spoke, Commander Telrin led Matteo toward the citadel, introducing the various buildings and their functions as they passed them. There were quite a few people in Shadowkeep, and almost all of them wore masks on their faces. There were simple black masks with a variety of red stripes on the cheek, fewer red masks with white stripes, and even fewer white masks with gold stripes. When they arrived at the bridge, Commander Telrin paused and retrieved a gold mask from his coat, placing it over his face. The Darkwing has ranks, denoted by the masks. Each rank is further subdivided into 3 sub-ranks. Shadow is the lowest, wearing the black mask. Shadows are divided into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank shadows. Once promoted, a shadow operative can gain the crimson rank, once again divided into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank operatives. Above them you have field commanders, identified by their white masks.
A first-ranked field commander controls a territory. A second-ranked has control over 3 or more territories. And a third-ranked field commander oversees an entire province. Above them, there are the battalion commanders. Reaching up, Commander Talrin pointed at his gold mask. We are each responsible for an entire nation, and collectively, we run the Dark Wing. You will, of course, start as a shadow. Come, let's get you your mask and assign you to someone to begin your training. Carefully filing everything he had heard away, Matteo followed the commander across the bridge and into the citadel, where, with the help of a rather dour-looking clerk, he was registered as a first-ranked shadow and handed a simple black mask with a single crimson stripe on it. Chapter 2. Getting out 2 tokens, similar to the one Commander Talrin had displayed, the clerk asked Matteo to drip a bit of blood onto each one. Though he was rather confused, Matteo complied, using his dagger to prick his finger and squeeze out a drop of blood. As soon as the blood touched each token, something miraculous happened. With a shimmer, the blood completely vanished. Taking one, the clerk pushed the other toward Matteo. "This is your token. Don't lose it. If you do, the amount of trouble you'll be in." He never finished his threat, and instead put the token he had taken away in a drawer as Matteo picked up the other one. "The 2 tokens are linked. If you die, this will inform us. If you get compromised, you can use this token to alert us. Simply smash it and we'll know. Of course, at that point you might as well be dead, so I suggest the former over the latter. This token's going to grant you access to any of our warded safe houses, at least the ones you're eligible to enter." Listening as the clerk continued to list the functions of the token, Matteo turned it over in his palm. It was circular, similar to the token he had been handed at the training camp. A scroll and a dagger were etched in one side, and on the other was the vague outline of a wing, with a single feather filled in great detail. Noticing that there were 8 other feathers that looked quite blurry, Matteo realized that this probably identified his rank. This was confirmed a moment later when the clerk pointed at the feathers. "This tells us that you're a Shadow Rank 1. As you are promoted, the feathers will grow clearer. Do you have any questions?" Thinking for a moment, Matteo shook his head, and the clerk pulled out a slip of paper, handing it over. "This will allow you to get all of your equipment at the armory." "Thank you, sir," Matteo said, bowing slightly. Taken aback by the polite gesture, the clerk bowed in return as Matteo followed Commander Talrin out of the office. They stopped in the hallway where, pasted on the wall, was a massive map showing the fortress in great detail. "I'll give you a minute," the commander said, gesturing to the map on the wall. "Memorize it." Though he actually only needed a dozen seconds to remember all the details, Matteo still carefully looked over the map for a full minute, ensuring he hadn't missed anything. Exactly a minute later, Commander Talrin walked back out of the citadel and stopped on the bridge. "Report first to the armory to get your gear, then head to the barracks. Your room has already been assigned. You'll just need to talk to the guard on duty. Training will begin tomorrow after breakfast. Go to the training grounds and someone will find you." With a slight nod, Commander Talrin abruptly vanished, leaving Matteo standing in the middle of the fortress alone. Carefully fixing the mask on his face, Matteo took stock of all of his things, and then began making his way toward the armory. Twice he paused, as if checking his directions, and then continued through the dense maze of buildings until he found a low-roofed building with a large chimney that bellowed black smoke into the air. Faintly, Matteo could hear the crash of a hammer against metal, the sound of a forge being worked. It came from the back of the armory, near the chimney, and as Matteo stepped in through the front door, he found himself alone in a large room, with stacks of equipment everywhere. Seeing a bell on the desk, he walked over and reached for it, only to be startled when a woman suddenly popped up from behind the counter, staring at him wide-eyed. "Who are you? What do you want?" she snapped. Realizing she had been sleeping from the bit of drool at the corner of her mouth, Matteo reached up and tapped his face, causing the woman's hand to rise. When she felt her bare cheek, her eyes widened, and she quickly dove down behind the desk, muttering curses under her breath. When she lifted her head again, a crimson mask with 2 white stripes on it was on her face.
Wordlessly, Matteo presented the paper he had been given by the clerk. "New trainee, huh? Where's the rest of your feather?" "Deployed elsewhere." "All right. Then I'll only be giving you gear for one, which means you have some choices to make." Still holding the paper, the woman walked out from behind the counter. "My name is Eris, code Bookworm 0. In the future, if you need gear, you'll have to put in a request for it, and you'll need that code in order to make sure it comes to me." "My name is Matteo." "Yeah, I can see from the paper," Eris said, waving it at Matteo. "You're still a trainee, so you don't have an official number yet. Here, you got a standard-issued bag, your choice of a weapon, which are on the wall over there, and 3 uniforms. What size are you?" For the next 45 minutes, Eris helped Matteo choose equipment, including 2 pairs of boots and 3 uniforms, which consisted of dark materials of mixed textures. The weapons he could choose from included daggers, short swords, crossbows, and short bows. Matteo was carrying a longbow and still had the hand crossbow he had stolen from the bandits in the mountains, as well as the silver sword he had retrieved from the bandit leader, or rather had been gifted after the Iron-Wing Crows had eaten the poor man alive. He also had the dagger he had brought with him from the training camp. After examining all of the gear he already had, Eris recommended that he swap out his dagger, exchanging it for a slightly longer blade of higher quality. Matteo also chose the smallest crossbow he could find, mainly so that he could get bolts that would fit into his hand crossbow. It wasn't a particularly powerful weapon, but it was good in a pinch and could be easily hidden, allowing its wielder to catch enemies off guard. Once he had selected everything, Eris gave him a large bag for all of it, and cheerfully bid him farewell. Hoisting the bag over his shoulder, Matteo turned and headed for the door. Just before he stepped out, he heard a faint snoring, and looking back over his shoulder, realized that Eris had laid down behind the desk once again. Standing for a moment on the stoop of the armory, Matteo recalled the map of the fortress, tracing out the path he would take to get to the barracks, which was his next stop. When he arrived, he saw a man lounging by the door. The guard must have noticed his pack filled to the brim with new stuff, because he jumped up and gestured for Matteo to come over. "Are you our new recruit? Somebody mentioned you'd be coming. The rooms on the left are open. You can take any of them. Top or bottom bunk, doesn't matter to us." Opening up the door for Matteo, the guard followed him in, chattering all the way. "You know, it's been pretty quiet around here. We don't have many people at the fortress at the moment, but you never know when that's going to change. Sometimes we get sudden influxes, so there's a very real chance that during your stay here, you'll find yourself having to bunk with somebody else. Hopefully that doesn't bother you. And if it does bother you, who cares? Not me. You'll just have to get over it. Like I said, you can take the top bunk or the bottom bunk. Both have their advantages. Both have their disadvantages, much like everything in life. Everything comes with advantages and disadvantages. Take this job, for example. The advantage is that it's not that hard. I don't have much to do and I can rest. The disadvantage is that it's rather boring. Not many people to talk to, and most of the time I just spend hanging around. But I guess it's better than being out there digging trenches. Soon my rotation will be done, and I'll be back out on the field, which I'm excited about. You know, I was pretty excited about my break, but then I got assigned here, and now I'm going a bit stir-crazy, you know? It didn't take Matteo long to realize the guard didn't even expect him to answer, so Matteo began unpacking his things, placing them in a small chest of drawers next to the bunk. He took the bottom bunk and only used the bottom 3 drawers, leaving the top 3 in case someone else was assigned to the same room. After prattling at him for almost an hour as Matteo carefully arranged everything to his liking, the guard finally heard someone else at the door and turned and left, leaving Matteo in blessed silence. That evening he stayed in his room, sorting through everything that had happened and that he had seen so far. That night he slept fitfully, and though he was unsure whether it was the uncomfortable bed or something else, he woke feeling rather groggy the next morning. Of course, his training wouldn't let him sleep in, and after getting up, changing and splashing some water on his face to wake himself up, he jogged over to the training ground. There he found nearly 100 people already exercising. They were running through one of the relatively simple training routines he had learned in the camp, and so he joined them, taking an open spot next to a rather burly black-masked man. The exercises weren't particularly strenuous, simply enough to get the blood flowing, and when he was done, Matteo found himself rather unsatisfied. Still, he didn't know what his day would consist of, so he decided to save his energy and walked over to the mess hall, where he got some breakfast. The food wasn't particularly good. In fact, it was considerably worse than everything he had eaten at the tower, and even marginally worse than the food he had been given in the training camp. Still, he wolfed it down, wanting to ensure he had plenty of stamina for whatever came next. After breakfast, he reported back to the training ground and stood in the corner, watching everyone train until a woman in a red mask with 3 white stripes on it sauntered over. "Janice, code Slayer 8, the woman said, saluting Matteo by tapping her closed fist on her chest above her heart. Returning the gesture, Matteo also bowed. "Matteo, I don't yet have a designation." "Welcome to Shadowkeep," Janice said, looking Matteo over. "You're younger than I thought you would be." "Yes, ma'am. I've only just come out of the training camp." "You're a trainee. Well, that explains why you don't have a designation yet. Here, I thought you were an official member who was being reassigned. Come with me. We've got a lot to cover today." Turning, Janice walked away with long strides, and Matteo hurried after her. 6'2" and well-built, Janice was clearly a warrior, and one of considerable skill based on the way her feet moved. This was a trick Rose had taught him, to observe his opponent's steps. The more confident they were, and the lighter they fell, the more skilled an opponent likely was. Janice left almost no tracks in the dirt, and each foot moved as if nothing in the world could stop it. Next to the training ground was a small area with a number of simple tables and benches. It was here that Janice had Matteo take a seat. "First, the most basic information. Do you know how the designations work?" "No, ma'am. I'm Crimson Rank 3, which is my rank in Darkwing. As a trainee, you are Shadow Rank 1. However, in addition to our ranks, we have our designations. These are the groups we are assigned to that complete specific tasks and hold certain responsibilities. While Darkwing is the information-gathering arm of the Ironwing Army, we are still soldiers and have to know how to fight. The Slayer group specializes in combat. When you're assigned a job, you'll also be given a designation and a number. However, designations come and go. They're names we use depending on the current need. The digit will change if your operation rank in your current mission changes." "Do you have any questions?" "Yes, ma'am. I recently spoke to Bookworm Zero over at the armory. Why does her coat have a 0 on the end of it?" "Eris is something of a special case," Janice said after a moment of hesitation. "There are some individuals who, for whatever reason, form solo feathers and are not assigned any companions. They hold the 0 designation. Now that you understand the codes, let's begin with the other information you're going to need. For the next 3 months, you've been assigned under my tutelage. You will get one-on-one training in fieldcraft, instruction on how our units operate out in the field. You will also be receiving weapons training and physical training. From what I read in your file, you seem to be rather adept with a bow. Is that the case?"
"I mean, I wouldn't call you adept."
Corvus cackled from Matteo's shoulder. Ignoring the bird, Matteo nodded his head. "The bow is my preferred weapon, ma'am." "It's not mine," Janice replied. "So I'll have another trainer handle your weapon training. I prefer spear, but I'm adept with blades as well, particularly short blades in close combat. As part of your training, you will also be expected to master the stealth arts. Your day will be split into a number of different sections. First, tactical training in the morning, followed by exercise and breakfast. The morning will be spent on combat, the afternoon on fieldcraft theory. Your evenings will be spent studying the Empire, its allies, and its enemies. Every 3 days, a test will be administered in each category, and your training will be adjusted accordingly. There are no prizes if you pass your tests, and no punishments if you fail. The goal is to simply learn as much as you possibly can. After 3 months, you'll be assigned a mission, and what you learn during this time will likely determine whether you succeed or fail. Success means being promoted. Failure usually means death. It's entirely up to you how rigorously you apply yourself over the next 3 months, but my recommendation is that you squeeze out every bit of potential you have, because once you're done here, even the smallest slip-up can mean torture and death." With those encouraging words, Janice stood up and gestured for Matteo to follow. "Come, I'll take you to the library and get you started. We're going to spend today getting familiar with the Empire." Chapter 3. The library was a large building, second only in size to the Citadel, and contained hundreds of thousands of books and scrolls and stacks of loose paper, all neatly categorized by subject. As soon as he stepped into the library, Matteo felt a familiar sense of comfort washing over him. Though significantly larger, the sight of the heavy wooden shelves packed with books and the odor of paper and ink brought a wave of nostalgia, reminding him of the years he had spent in Master Solomon's shop. Janice gave him a moment to adjust himself, likely imagining him overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information around him. A number of black-masked shadows staffed the library, responsible for organizing the tremendous volumes of information being added every day. One of the shadows helped Janice retrieve a short stack of books, and for the rest of the day she worked through them with Matteo, clearly trying to judge how quickly he could absorb the information. By the time dinner came, she closed the last book and spent a long, silent moment just staring at him. "Clearly, you don't need me to teach you anything regarding how to absorb information. From now on, you can just come and read. I'll give you a list of subjects to complete, and I'll test you on them afterwards. But it appears that I'm just slowing you down by trying to teach you." Not wanting to offend her, but also secretly agreeing, Matteo didn't agree or disagree, his eyes falling to the book he had just finished quoting from. Though Janice was clearly skilled as a scholar and quite meticulous in how she categorized information, Matteo had quickly realized that the training he had received under Master Solomon had been of a completely different league, placing him in a category that fell outside normal. Thanks to his eidetic memory, simply glancing at a page would allow him to remember its contents, and thanks to the mental frameworks Master Solomon had drilled into him, cataloging and organizing the information he read was simple. After that, it only took him a moment to dredge the information back up, and, more importantly, make connections between the disparate facts he had memorized, allowing him to produce novel insights not readily apparent at first blush. Rather pleased with himself, Matteo went to bed happy, only to discover the next morning that he was not nearly so gifted when it came to physical training or combat. The man Janice found to handle his bow training was a rather sloppy-looking shadow of the third rank, who called himself Joffrey, and spoke in a slow drawl that made it sound like he would fall asleep at any moment. Everything else about him was just as languid, and Matteo found himself rather doubtful until Joffrey picked up a bow. Though he still maintained his relaxed stance, Matteo felt as if a hidden blade had emerged, lurking just out of sight, waiting to stab into his flesh as soon as he wasn't paying attention. Shivering, he took a step back, causing Joffrey's eyes to flick toward him. Slowly pulling an arrow from the quiver at his feet, Joffrey nocked it and lifted his bow. "Archery," he said, "is as much art as it is technique. The goal for every archer is to internalize the technique until everything becomes natural. When that happens, you simply can't miss." As he finished speaking, his body, which had been facing the target downrange, suddenly turned and started to topple over. At the same time, Joffrey looked away as if gazing up into the sky. There was a loud twang, and Joffrey sprawled out on the ground. Picking himself up, he dusted himself off and gestured toward the target, where his arrow had sunk deep into the bullseye. "Firing your bow is done as much with your heart as with your hands or eyes. Once your heart learns to shoot a bow, then it doesn't matter." As he spoke, Joffrey's hand swept down toward the quiver, withdrawing 3 arrows clenched between his fingers. He darted to the side, knocking and loosing an arrow in one smooth motion, then tripped, stumbling further as the second arrow was loosed. Barely catching himself before he face-planted, he suddenly threw himself backward, flipping through the air as the last arrow flew from his bow. Matteo heard the crack of a splintering arrow, then a second, and then a third. Looking downrange, he saw only 1 arrow in the target, still in the center, with shards of the other arrows around it. Though firing from different positions and at different angles, every single one of the arrows had pierced the arrow in front of it, breaking it apart as it drove into the bullseye.
"You better pay attention to him, kid. I haven't seen anybody this good with a bow for, well, a long time.
Matteo didn't need Corvus's encouragement. What he had just witnessed may as well have been magic, and it was absolutely a skill Matteo wanted to learn. His excitement was somewhat dulled when, grinning behind his mask, Joffrey told him to fire 1,000 arrows. One after another, Matteo smoothly drew an arrow, shifted it into his stance, and loosed it at the target. Because he was firing so many arrows, he didn't bother trying to put them all into the bullseye, but instead formed a tight, spiraling pattern, intending to fill the entire target with arrows. It took approximately 300 arrows to fill a target, and after going through 3.5 targets, Matteo had only missed a handful of times. Joffrey didn't say a word, simply watching him as he fired over and over again. When Matteo had finished, Joffrey walked over and grabbed his hand, examining his fingers carefully.
"You must have some sort of skin-strengthening ability," Joffrey said, half stating the fact and half questioning.
When Matteo nodded, Joffrey chuckled.
"That's good. Here I thought I'd have to get you one. This, believe it or not, is the secret to being an unstoppable archer. After all, like with any weapon, the one who masters it is the one who practices more, and you can only practice more if your body can stand up to it. No matter how many calluses you build on your hand, at your rank you will eventually rub your fingers raw, and though you may think to yourself that it would get better as ranks go up, it's not true. As ranks go up, your bow will become more powerful. For example,"
holding out his bow for Matteo to take, Joffrey gestured, "try and draw that." Though it didn't look much different than his own bow, as soon as Matteo touched the bowstring he realized it was entirely impossible for him to shift. He could barely move it, causing it to vibrate slightly, but beyond that he found it simply impossible to pull.
"Of course, this means that as you get a stronger bow, it'll do a number on your fingers. Again, no matter how many calluses you build, eventually your skin will tear unless, of course, you have a skin-strengthening ability which provides the little bit of protection you need to ensure you can pull your bow forever. But that's good, because it means you'll be able to increase the number of arrows you fire. And that, my young friend, is the key."
Matteo very quickly discovered that relentless practice was the key to all of the skills he was going to learn. Janice taught him both stealth techniques and hand-to-hand combat. Joffrey drilled him incessantly on shooting arrows, and any moment of his day that wasn't spent sleeping or eating was jam-packed with reading as fast as he possibly could. Every 3 days, as Janice had mentioned, he would be tested on his progress, and his training adjusted accordingly. Things soon began to blur together, and Matteo lost track of how much time was passing. He was so focused that one morning, after waking up, doing his morning training and getting breakfast, he immediately walked over to the archery range, picked up his bow, and began mechanically firing shots. His mind was in a complete daze, filled with all of the information he had crammed into it the night before. And yet, despite the fact that he wasn't paying more than a fraction of attention to his bow, every single one of his arrows landed neatly in the bullseye.
"I told you he was good."
Joffrey's words shook Matteo from his daze, causing him to look over suddenly. His shift of attention should have thrown off his aim, but his body seemed to automatically compensate, and with a hiss, the arrow still sank into the bullseye. Standing next to Joffrey and Janice was Commander Telrin, and with a start, Matteo realized that the 3 months of his training had already passed. The commander nodded approvingly and gestured for Matteo to come over. Putting down the arrow he had already drawn from the quiver, Matteo slung his bow over his shoulder and jogged over, saluting the commander with a bow. "Your training's over," Commander Telrin said. "It's time for your first mission." Matteo had barely straightened when once again a hand fell on his shoulder and his vision blurred. In the next moment, he was standing outside the barracks, next to a rather surprised guard. "Go in and get your things. You have 5 minutes." Rushing inside, Matteo quickly packed up. 2 minutes later, he was standing outside next to the commander again.
"You're getting faster," Commander Telrin said with a chuckle.
"Sir, I haven't said goodbye or thanked Janice or Joffrey," Matteo said. But Commander Telrin just waved his hand.
"The only thanks they need is seeing you come back alive from your first mission. That will be affirmation enough that they did their jobs well. Come,
As the world came back into focus, Matteo felt like throwing up. These sudden, sharp movements were wreaking havoc on his stomach, but he gritted his teeth and kept his food down as Commander Telrin led him into a small room in the Citadel. There was a small table in the room with a single chair and a piece of paper lying face down in the center of the table. "Your orders. Normally, when you receive orders, you will be alone in the room. This is because not everyone's orders are always the same, especially on missions where multiple feathers are being deployed. In this case, because you're operating as a solo feather, you're being assigned to an existing feather. Tell me, what do you know about the nations that surround us, specifically to the east and north?" Closing his eyes for just a moment, Matteo replied calmly. "Directly east of the Empire are 3 nations that share a border and 1 nation in between them, whose border doesn't quite touch ours. Directly east is Treora, its capital Dawnhelm, ruled by King Barman III. Northeast, the other nation we share a border with is Norshire, ruled by Torben Wolfclaw from the capital city Freyfrost. To the southeast is Gratian, where King Alexar rules from the mountain fortress of Aberfil." "Excellent. Receive your orders." Feeling surprisingly nervous, Matteo sat at the table and picked up the piece of paper, glancing over it to memorize its contents before going back and reading it more carefully. The orders were simple. Pretend to be a merchant and join a caravan heading southeast into Gratian. There, in a border town, the merchant caravan was to establish themselves, creating a spy outpost. Once established, they were to wait for further orders. That was what the paper outlined, at least on the surface. Almost immediately, Matteo had realized that there was a second message encoded into the orders. While the orders said nothing of the real work that Dark Wing engaged in, likely to keep anyone from suspecting anything out of the ordinary should this paper fall into enemy hands, the encoded message gave a completely different set of instructions. In addition to setting up a spy outpost, Matteo was to discover the identity of an individual who had been selling military secrets to the Empire. So far, these sales had been done anonymously, but the Empire had reason to believe the spy was now in danger, as communication had been cut off, and they were interested in finding out why. The final goal was to rescue the spy, in exchange, of course, for all of the other secrets he might know. At the end of the hidden message was a simple command: tap the table 3 times. Realizing that this was his way to communicate that he had understood the message, Matteo carefully folded the piece of paper and tapped the table 3 times with his index finger as he slid his chair back and stood up. "I've received my orders, sir." "Good," Commander Telrin said. "I wish you luck." Turning, he strode out of the room as a man in a white mask entered, holding a potion. "Drink up, kid," the man said, handing the potion to Matteo. Unsure what this was, but knowing better than to ask, Matteo lifted his mask and drank the potion down. Almost immediately he felt a heavy wave of darkness intruding on his vision and thought he heard Corvus muttering something, although his mind was too hazy to grasp what it was. The next thing he knew, he felt a rocking motion, with the occasional sharp jostle, and slowly woke from his sleep.
"Finally awake, huh? That knocked you right out. You might want to figure out how to build some resistances against poisons."
Staring blearily at the crow, who was perched on the edge of the cart Matteo was currently laying in, Matteo tried to get his thoughts together. Just as quickly as it had come, the effect of the potion faded, and Matteo found strength returning to his limbs. A faint headache pounded in the back of his skull, but he ignored it as he sat up and looked around. One of the nice things about his root card, Heart of Iron, was that the recovery it granted was universal, meaning the headache would soon fade. Additionally, it had only grown stronger ever since he had linked Heart of Iron with his Iron Physique card. Matteo was quite looking forward to adding a third link, which would allow him to include 3 cards instead of 2 in the set. As it was, thanks to Corvus's Iron Tyrant ability Matteo had unlocked, all of Matteo's cards acted as a set, improving them from Iron-ranked to nearly Bronze-ranked. Of course, they wouldn't truly be Bronze-ranked cards until Matteo himself had ranked up, but he was hopeful that would happen soon, as the third link in his meditation technique was almost completely visualized. Despite the intensity of the training he had been going through, Matteo had not missed a single day of meditation, and he could feel himself inching ever closer to the next rank. Chapter 4. Had he had a stronger root card, Matteo believed he already would have ranked up, and had a sneaking suspicion that when he once again met with Rose and Eric, both of them would be quite a bit further along than he was. Still, given his starting position, Matteo was quite happy with how strong he had become.
"Awake, huh? Welcome back to the land of the living."
Hearing a jovial voice, Matteo saw a rather fat man twisted around on the front of the cart, looking back at him. A grim-faced woman sat next to him, and though she glanced over her shoulder at Matteo, she quickly turned her attention back to the road.
"My name is Torfel, and this is my partner, Kel."
Crawling forward on the cart until he could take the hand Torfel held out, Matteo shook it lightly. "Matteo."
"A genuine pleasure, Matteo. So, as I mentioned, Kel and I are partners. We've been working as merchants for the last 15 years, plying our trade in the Empire. We're originally from Gratian, however, and we're returning with the fortunes we've made to establish a trading house, using the connections we've made in the Empire to forge new routes for specialty goods. Our destination right now is Embervale, a small city at the edge of the mountains. How familiar are you with Gratian, specifically the border country?"
"Pretty familiar," Matteo said, wetting his lips with his tongue. "Half of the border runs along the mountain range, half is hills and plains, until the border reaches the sea. If I remember correctly, Embervale is on the far edge of the mountains, near the Ember Hills. Agricultural sheep are their chief industry. However, newly discovered mines in the mountains are opening up new opportunities." The longer Matteo spoke, the wider Torval's gaze became, and with a loud laugh he slapped Kel on the shoulder, causing her to grimace.
"Looks like we got ourselves a good one."
"Better than the last idiot," Kel said, her voice deep and harsh.
"It's true, Matteo. I won't hold it back from you. He nearly got us all killed. Thankfully, he took responsibility, accepting the heat so that we could escape. I know we're not supposed to talk about past missions, but rules are dead and people are living, at least for the moment. And since we want to stay that way, I think it's only fair that we establish some ground rules."
"First," Kel said, twisting to stare at Matteo, "if you create a lot of commotion, you're responsible for dealing with it yourself. Second, never, ever compromise another shadow. Third, stay invisible. The fewer people who know about you, the better." The harshness of Kel's words was balanced somewhat by Torval's wide smile.
"I'm sure you're going to do great. As long as you keep the rules in mind, we shouldn't have any problems. You're an orphan I picked up in the Empire, and since you've got no place to go, you've come with us under a 7-year indentureship. You'll be running errands and helping out in the shop. Any questions?"
Matteo had a lot of questions, but he figured that he'd have time to suss out the answers, so he shook his head. They were close to 50 miles from the border still, and as they drove the cart slowly across the terrain, Torval kept up a pleasant, if largely inconsequential stream of stories, telling Matteo all about the time they had spent in the Empire, the various cities they had been in, and hundreds of tiny anecdotes that altogether added up to quite the convincing backstory. Matteo dutifully remembered every single one, internalizing them as he tried to convince himself that he was, in fact, an orphan picked up by 2 kind shopkeepers. As Torval chattered on, Corvus began to grumble. And that night, when they set up camp, the crow finally couldn't keep it inside anymore.
"All this spy stuff is a waste of time, a waste of talent. They should have you fighting the barbarians in the north. What you need is good combat training, not this skulking about, scheming. Who do they think I am, rat? When the others hear of it, there'll be no end to the mockery."
His words were rather cryptic, but Matteo could put 2 and 2 together. Unfortunately, he wasn't the one in charge of his own destiny, and though he tried not to let it bother him, he couldn't help but feel that Corvus's words were right. Reaching up, he lightly touched the back of his neck, feeling the slave mark imprinted there. "Orsic, the mysterious man who had recruited him to Hidden Wing, had said there was a way to have it removed, and that by completing one of the Hidden Wing's impossible tasks, he'd be able to win his freedom once again. Matteo, though hopeful that such a day might come, wasn't content to wait. Instead, using his ability to connect to Corvus, Matteo asked his bird companion to walk around behind him and then bared his neck. It was odd, seeing himself in a third-person view, and there were a few false starts as Matteo got used to controlling his body while looking at himself from behind. It didn't take him more than a few seconds to memorize the basic shape of the slave seal, but he forced himself to study it more closely. Even when he began to feel his energy deplete, the spiritual power in his body drained by using remote viewing. When he finally gasped and his vision snapped back to normal, Matteo felt like collapsing. Instead, he carefully traced out the symbol he had memorized. Of course, he had no idea where to begin if he wanted to break it, but understanding was often the first step to any solution, and so he kept studying it until his exhaustion was too great, and he finally fell asleep. The next morning he was up early, helping to take down the tents and pack them away in the wagon while Torfel cooked and Cal dealt with the horses. Each day brought them closer to the border with Gratian, and since they traveled about 15 miles a day, it took them 4 days to arrive. On the morning of the 4th day, they finally caught sight of the outpost positioned along the road they were driving down. This marked the border of the two countries. They weren't the only ones looking to cross over. They joined a rather large group of travelers and other merchants, many of whom were bringing goods back from the Empire or bringing goods into Gratian to sell. It took almost 6 hours of slowly inching forward in the long line before it was finally their turn. A small group of guards stopped them, though most didn't look very interested when they saw that Torfel and Cal only had a single large cart. While 2 of the guards circled around the cart, looking it over to see if there was anything to be concerned about, a third greeted Torfel, who had jumped down from the seat at the front of the cart. "What brings you to Gratian?" the guard asked. Smiling widely, Torfel held out his hand for a shake, and Matteo caught a faint flash of silver. The guard, clearly used to such a thing, palmed the silver Torfel handed over and put it in his pocket in a smooth motion.
"My name's Torfel. I'm originally from Gratian, down in the southwest, a small village called Dorpus. My wife and I have made a living the past 15 years applying our skills in the Empire. We're looking to settle down, have a family, maybe establish a small shop. We're heading towards Embervale for the moment."
"Who is he?" the guard asked, looking past Torfel toward Matteo. Doing his best to look suitably nervous, Matteo flashed a smile and bobbed his head before looking down as Torfel chuckled and waved a hand.
"An orphan we picked up. He helps me out, running errands and watching the shop. When we shut down our last door, he had nowhere to go, so I decided to bring him along. Ah, our papers. Here."
Shoving his hand into his coat, Torfel pulled out a messy stack, but the guard, clearly not wanting to deal with him and eager to get to one of the larger caravans behind Torfel's small cart, took a step back.
"No need for that. Move along."
"Ah, thank you, sir. Thank you." Ponderously climbing back up into the seat of the car, Torfel continued to bow his head toward the guards as he drove away, looking quite like a chicken. After putting the outpost behind them, Torfel turned to Matteo and grinned.
"The trick is making sure your bribe is just barely worth their time. 3 silver coins is a good bit lower than a prosperous merchant would pay, which is why the guard just wanted us gone. There were more valuable people to fleece behind us."
"Will the guards not get in trouble for accepting bribes?" Matteo asked. "In the Empire, if a border guard accepts a bribe, death is the outcome." "Which is why, when you go to the Empire, you don't give bribes. You give gifts," Kel said, a faint sneer on her face.
Chuckling, Torfel nodded. "Every kingdom has a different culture. If you want to grease a palm in the Empire, it requires a lot more thought and a lot more gold. Not all of the nations around us are quite so security-minded, and most of the time you can get away with a little bit of silver. When we get to Embervale, the situation will be a little bit different, but you'll see how I handle it there."
It took more than a week to arrive at Embervale, in part because the terrain grew quite hilly, forcing them to stop and rest their horses more often than they had on the flat plains. The city was not particularly impressive. Set a few miles from the nearest mountain, among the steep hills it sat in a small vale, surrounded by a 10-foot wall, and hundreds of sheep pens where large flocks grazed. When they arrived at the gate, there were only 2 guards on duty, slowly checking people in. Their armor was old, made in a style that had fallen out of favor some 30 years previous, and Matteo spotted a bit of rust on one of the spear tips. When it was their turn to enter, Torfel jumped down from the cart and gave both guards a full gold piece, making little effort to hide his largesse.
"I wonder," he said as the guard stepped back. "We're looking to open a shop here in town. Who should I speak to about that?"
Exchanging glances, the guards seemed to come to the same idea, and one of them asked Torfel to pull his cart off to the side of the road, while the other guard headed into the nearby guard post. A few minutes later, a portly young man came running out, sweat still beading his brow as he stopped in front of Torfel. The young man turned out to be the guard captain, who had clearly gotten his position on the merit of being the mayor's grandson. Upon receiving Torfel's golden greeting, the captain was quite pleased and excitedly took them to his grandfather's house to meet with the mayor and discuss what shops might be suitable. Matteo watched closely, absorbing as much as he could from Torfel and Kel as he watched them negotiate their way into a shop located near the center of town, on one of the more prosperous streets. The shop was a relatively simple building, with a wide-open first floor that included a storage room and an upper floor divided into bedrooms and a kitchen. There was a small yard out back and a cellar. While it wasn't that big, especially compared to some of the other stores on the street, it sufficed for the 3 of them, and 2 days after they arrived, they moved in. The next week was filled with frantic activity as Matteo helped clean the shop from top to bottom, and then, once the shelves arrived, organized the goods Torfel had brought onto them. There were dozens of different things Torfel had brought from the Empire, all packed neatly into boxes that had been stacked in the cart. Most of them were specialty goods, and after the store was open, a slow but steady group of customers began showing up each day. The most popular item was a small bar of sweetened chocolate made in the Empire from cocoa beans, which only grew on an island off the western coast of the Empire. Chocolate wasn't a new thing by any stretch of the imagination, but it was rare to find it outside the Empire, which monopolized the cocoa trade. So, while expensive, the more affluent people in the city would often stop by to buy a small piece. When he watched the shop, most of Matteo's time was spent cutting small squares from the bar and serving hot tea alongside it. As they savored their squares of chocolate, the customers would walk around, looking through the other items and occasionally buying something. When he wasn't employed in the shop, Matteo spent his time running errands for Torfel, who was busy figuring out how to get involved in the new mine industry that was quietly growing. Eventually, Torfel settled on establishing a connection with a few of the mine supervisors, acting as a middleman to get them the best possible price with the local forges and taking a small commission. Though neither side needed him, Matteo was astonished at how easily Torfel managed to integrate himself with both sides. Of course, it probably had something to do with the fact that he seemed to have a steady supply of delicacies from the Empire, which he plied liberally. Once, after seeing Kel hand over a small box to a woman and her daughter who had stopped into the shop to look at decorations, Matteo couldn't conceal his curiosity anymore. "Her?" Kel asked. "She's Poorman's wife, the head supervisor for Kellock Mountain Mine. She likes coming in here, and she's having a tea party tomorrow. I gave her some specialty cakes. Remember, if you want to ingratiate yourself with someone, simply make the people around them feel exceptionally special. By giving his wife social status, we give him social status. We make his life at home easier and make him more amenable to our suggestions." Filing away the lesson, Matteo nodded as the doorbell rang and another nicely dressed woman entered the shop. Soon Matteo's days followed a steady rhythm. In the morning he exercised to keep his body fit. After breakfast he would run errands, taking care of any messages Torfel wanted to send. The afternoon was typically spent watching the shop, and in the evening he would meditate, grinding away at the third link in the chain that connected him to Corvus. Chapter 5. After 2 months, Matteo knew the city like the back of his hand. Better, in fact. Torfall's messages had given him an excuse to wander all over, and he made sure to never take the same path twice, allowing him to get a complete sense of the city. He transferred this knowledge onto a piece of paper, which he carefully hid under his mattress. Maps were items of exceptional value, considered military secrets of the highest order. Being caught with a map, especially one as detailed as Mateo's, was often grounds for execution. Still, Mateo had a feeling it might come in handy at some point, because while he could remember everything perfectly, others could not. Much of his attention was focused around the city's barracks and prison. This was where the Grecian army was stationed, and was where the spy was thought to be located. Occasionally, Mateo even had the chance to go to the barracks to present a small gift to one of the captains from Torfall, and he took advantage of it to wander around and get to know the patrol routes. Since Torfall was getting involved in the iron business, and since iron was considered a strategic resource, the military was quite interested in who was involved. And more than once Mateo found soldiers hanging out outside the shop, clearly watching to see who came in and out. On the surface, Embervale had hardly any military presence at all. There were 2 captains, who each led around 500 soldiers, along with a local city guard force of 250. Yet Mateo quickly realized that this was only on the surface. There were also 2 mercenary groups in the city, both 200 men strong, though most of the time their troops were out in the mountains or guarding caravans as they passed through the hills. The mines were also guarded, with a private force of close to 500 trained guards, and their equipment was considerably better than even the official gear the army wore. And then, of course, there were the secret soldiers, men who dressed in plain clothes, pretending to be workers in the city to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. Mateo first noticed them one day as he was walking in the southern side of Embervale to deliver a letter to a merchant Torfall had been negotiating with. Turning the corner, he brushed past a man with a square jaw and close-cropped hair. Since he had almost run into him, Mateo jerked to the side slightly, and then quickly smiled and bobbed his head, pretending as if he had been in a daze and not seen the man. With a grunt, the man continued, barely sparing him a glance, and had soon turned the corner. Mateo's mind raced as he quickly dredged up where he had seen the man before. In the northern side of the city, close to the mountains, were the forges, and Mateo had seen this same man outside of one of those forges. At the time, he had assumed the man was a blacksmith's apprentice, or one of the workers hired to move ingots around. But now, having seen him closer, Mateo knew that his first assessment had been wrong. The calluses on the man's hand that had lifted when Mateo almost ran into him were those of a swordsman. And from the way the man had subconsciously straightened his shoulders, it was clear he'd had military training. "Corvus, can you keep an eye out for me?" The spiritual crow flapped his wings, rising into the air as the chain between him and Mateo stretched. Mateo continued on his way, pretending as if nothing was different. A few minutes later, he heard Corvus's gravelly voice.
"He's turned around and is following you."
2 streets back, pausing at the corner of a street, Mateo looked around as if trying to figure out which direction he should go. He caught sight of another broad-shouldered man, dressed like a shopkeeper's assistant, stepping into one of the stores. Normally, that wouldn't have meant anything. But, just like the first man, this shopkeeper's assistant also had short hair, cut close to his skull, in the style of those who entered the Grecian military. "We're being watched."
"Well, what do you expect?"
Corvus said, continuing to turn in lazy wheels over Mateo's head.
"Your boss is sticking his nose into the iron business. If they didn't put a tail on you, I'd be shocked."
For the next month, Mateo made a point of going out more than normal, running all over the city on errands for Torfall and sometimes just exploring. While doing so, he compiled a detailed list of 15 individuals who tracked him and included a portrait of each of them, along with identifying characteristics and habits. When he handed the list over to Torfall and Kel one evening at dinner, the 2 of them were stunned, staring at the small pictures and details written out in a meticulous hand. Kel gave a short laugh, and then handed the sheet to Torfall.
15. I only spotted 5.
I spotted 7, Torfall replied with a frown.
Some of them rotate on and off, Mateo said, and there could be more, but these are the ones I've been able to spot.
How confident are you?
Torfall asked, frowning as his eyes traced over each of the portraits, as if engraving them into his memory. 100%?
And can you reproduce this sheet?
I can. When he was done looking at it, Torfel handed it back to Kel, who spent a few more minutes memorizing it, then lit the edge of the paper from the candle. Watching as it burned to ash, she smiled, a rare smile, and patted Matteo on the shoulder. "Good work, kid." Helping Kel clean up the plates, Torfel gestured with his chin at the ash on Kel's.
The one mistake was that it wasn't encoded. In order to send it back, you'll need to chop it into smaller pieces. One encoded message per person. Have you learned how to encode images yet?
They can encode images now. They're getting quite advanced.
I haven't, sir.
Cal can show you how. She's much better at it than I am. We'll send this information back to the Shadowkeep. I'm sure they'll be quite interested.
That night, instead of his normal meditation, Matteo sat with Kel as she carefully showed him how to transform an image into a line of text, which could then be encoded with a special set of cryptography, ensuring that the image could be reproduced more or less accurately on the other end. Of course, some of the detail would be lost, but it was close enough. "What about maps? Can we do the same thing for maps?" Matteo asked, carefully writing out some details in code to go along with the encoded image of the first agent he had spotted. "Sure, of course we can. In fact, that's typically how we pass maps, always encoded. That way, even if somebody manages to break the code, all they get is a bunch of gibberish, not realizing that gibberish actually is a map." Kel's response had been offhand, but a moment later she looked up from her work, her eyes fixed on Matteo. "Why do you ask? Do you have a map?" Not looking up, Matteo nodded and heard a sharp intake of breath. "Go get it. I'll call Torfel." A few minutes later, the three of them huddled together in Kel's room. The curtains had been drawn, and the single light source was a small, glowing rock that only cast light within a couple of feet. When he saw their preparations, Matteo realized just how serious a thing this was. Placing his large scroll of paper on the desk, he unrolled it, using an ink pot and a few books to hold down the edges. Groaning, Torfel clutched his forehead, his eyes tracing over the incredibly detailed streets. Seeing small numbers scattered around the map, Kel pointed at one of them and looked questioningly at Matteo. She nodded in satisfaction when he handed her a small notebook filled with notes. "And you did this all in the last month?" she asked. "Month and a half, but yes, I only finished about a week ago."
This is crazy," Torfel said. "If they catch us, there go our heads."
"But they're not going to catch us," Kel said. "After all, who would suspect a 15-year-old kid running around to be able to draw a military-grade map?"
"This is beyond military grade. This is a proper cartographer's map. Look at how accurate these lines are. You sure you're 15?
When he saw Matteo's nod, Torfel groaned again.
"Why do I suddenly feel so old? Okay, more importantly, do the commanders know you have this ability?"
"No," Matteo said. "And you know I'd be happy to keep it a secret, at least for now until I get my feet under me." "It's a good idea," Kel said, still tracing her finger over the map, then flipping to the appropriate page to read the notes. "The last thing you want is to get stuck on mapping missions. They're incredibly dangerous and have one of the highest capture rates." "So what do we do with this?" "As soon as we send it in, we're going to have a problem."
"Agreed," Torfel said, running his fingers over the map. "They'll know it wasn't me or you, Cal, which means Matteo here is the only one left."
"This is a captured map," Matteo said. "Wasn't there somebody feeding information to the Empire from inside the city?" Seeing Cal glance at him from the corner of her eyes, Matteo realized he had made a mistake and revealed too much, so he quickly tried to cover it up. "I feel like I'd read something about that in one of the reports. Headquarters won't see the original anyways, because we'll be encoding it to send it over, right? So we can just say it was pulled from the military."
"By doing that means you won't get credit. We'll get the credit," Torfel said.
"That's fine. I don't need the credit." Thinking it over, Torfel and Cal eventually agreed, and the three of them spent the rest of the night carefully copying down the map and transcribing it into code. Sending it across the border would require some tricky work, but since Torfel had a meeting with one of his suppliers the following week, They slipped the pages in among the thick contract he was carrying with him. That way, even if the soldiers decided to examine him, they'd find little more than legal gibberish, along with some actual gibberish. After the rather astounding demonstration of his abilities, both Torfel and Kel gave Matteo more free time. And once Torfel had headed off the following week, Kel gave Matteo a couple of days off. By this time, the city guard and the soldiers at the barrack were all used to seeing Matteo running around and paid little attention to him. Even the men who had been tracking him across the city had been called off. For the first time since he arrived, almost 2 months previous, Matteo found himself ignored. Of course, that just meant his real job could begin. As he strolled through the streets looking around, Corvus rode on his shoulder, invisible to everyone but Matteo.
"Have you figured out how you're going to find this spy?"
"Yes, or at least I have an idea," Matteo said. "But first, we'll need some friends."
"What sort of friends?"
"Friends who can get into places unseen." Turning down a dingy alleyway, Matteo found a heap of trash. Drawing back his foot, he kicked it, sending it scattering. Immediately there was a loud chittering as a dozen rats that had been hiding in the pile scattered. Darting after one of them, Matteo dove, his hands closing around the rat's body. Afraid of crushing it, he kept it in a loose grasp. But that meant it was able to scurry out of his hands, giving him a disdainful look over its shoulder as it rushed away to hide once more. Rolling over, Matteo rubbed the elbow he had bruised in his dive to the cobblestones.
"Not a bad idea," Corvus said, chuckling, "but the execution leaves something to be desired."
"Oh, be quiet," Matteo said. "It's not like you can help." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt Corvus bristle. The crow's feathers puffed up, and a dangerous look appeared in the crow spirit's glowing red eyes.
"Oh, can't I?"
With a flash of his wings, Corvus took off, shooting down into the alleyway, causing Matteo to stumble after him. There was a sharp squeak, and as Matteo rounded the corner, he saw a large rat cowering on the ground. Corvus had landed on top of it, his claw tightly gripped around the rat's neck. Stunned, Matteo stared at the rat, which was shivering in fright, its head pinned to the ground, and then at Corvus on top of it. "I stand corrected," Matteo said, crouching down. "Can you hold it there?" Instead, Corvus let out a soft caw, and the rat shivered even more. Flapping his wings, Corvus rode into the air, and Matteo thought for sure the rat would dart away. Yet instead it just pressed itself further down toward the ground, as if too terrified to move. It was then Matteo heard the silence, the utter and absolute silence that surrounded them. It was deeply unnerving, as the back alleys of Embervale, like any city, would always have the soft sounds of vermin or the muted noise from the street. Realizing it had something to do with Corvus, Matteo quickly focused, closing his eyes and letting his attention sink deep into his heart toward the route card branded on it. There, attached by a single link to the corner of his route card, was a complex totem carved into his very soul. It was brimming with energy, and though he had yet to actually try it, Matteo was certain he'd be able to carve the accompanying totem without any trouble. Reaching out, Matteo carefully touched the back of the rat and felt his spiritual energy surge. Sweat beaded his forehead as he slowly shaped his spiritual energy into a tiny totem that branded itself into the rat's soul. Twice he almost failed, losing control of the energy and causing it to run haywire. If he had, it would have killed the creature he was branding. But he had barely managed to keep himself together. When he had finished, he sat back on his heels, gasping for breath. Corvus, who had been hovering overhead the entire time, landed on his shoulder, peering down through narrowed eyes at the rat. Slowly, the rat stopped shivering and sat up, intelligence filling its eyes as it stared up at Matteo. Chapter 6. It was a strange feeling, being connected to another creature like this, different from his soul bond with Corvus. Instead, it was as if Matteo possessed a new limb, one he could flex at will. Holding out his hand, he saw the rat climb up into it and sensed it scampering up his arm, across his shoulder, and down his other arm until it was in his other palm. Closing his eyes, Matteo focused on his connection with the rat and felt something shift. An image emerged in his mind that grew clearer the more he concentrated on it. He saw himself from the rat's point of view, a dark-haired teenage boy, squatting, eyes closed, in the middle of an alleyway. He was startled to realize he couldn't see Corvus, and realized that the rat had been reacting to Corvus's presence, not his actual appearance. You need a name. What about Hamlin? The rat stared at him with glittering eyes, and Matteo took Hamlin's silence for agreement. He was pleased to see that, though the totem attached to his root card had dulled slightly, it appeared as if it would still allow him to form more connections. Having the rat jump down from his palm, Matteo ordered it to hide, and it was soon gone from view, slipping under a broken box and burrowing into some half-rotten vegetables that had been inside. Though Matteo couldn't see the rat, he could easily tell where it was. It felt like a small light shining at him. "It looks like I can get some more," Matteo said, "but let's start with one for now." The rest of the day was spent testing out his connection with the rat, and he soon realized that while it didn't matter how far away he was when it came to control, it was only when he was within 100 feet of the rat that he could see through its eyes directly. He also tested and discovered that he had no trouble understanding human conversation when taking over the rat's mind. Of course, the rat couldn't understand what it was hearing, but it picked up the sounds just fine, albeit a bit differently, as its range of hearing was much better than Matteo's. This was good enough for what he was hoping to do. After ordering the rat to climb into his bag, Matteo brought it back to the shop. Kel didn't ask where he'd been or what he'd been doing, and the two ate dinner in silence. Kel wasn't very talkative, which Matteo suspected likely had something to do with the last member of their feather, who appeared to have passed away recently. Matteo wasn't sure if Kel's distance was normal, something she did with everyone, or was particularly strong with him because Kel didn't want to get attached. Regardless, it suited Matteo just fine. After all, the chances of him working with Torfel and Kel in the long term were just about 0. That night, after meditating for a little while, Matteo waited until he thought Kel had probably gone to bed. Then he carefully opened his door and slipped out, carrying his shoes in his hand. He moved on silent feet through the hallway, avoiding the squeaky boards. At the stairs, he paused and peeked down them, making sure no one was downstairs in the store. Instead of climbing down the stairs themselves, as he was pretty sure they had been trapped to alert Kel someone was moving over them, Matteo climbed over the rail and carefully inched his way down. Though he could have dropped to the floor, that section of the floor had been trapped as well with squeaky boards. When he made it to the backyard, he put on his boots and hopped the wall, heading into a neighbor's yard. Hopping 2 more walls got him to the street, where Matteo stood for a moment, letting himself adjust to the chilly night air. He was dressed in dark clothing, and the different textures and layers helped him blend in, ensuring that his body wasn't simply a giant block of black. It took Matteo almost 2 hours to carefully make his way to the barracks, and once there he paused, watching to see the guard rotation. Over his weeks observing the barracks, he had realized that they had 3 different patrol routes, and they seemed to switch between them randomly. In fact, there was actually a pattern. It was just highly complex and didn't make particular sense if you weren't aware of it. There were 3 guards, and Matteo waited for the largest opening between them before slipping into the barracks yard. With Corvus keeping watch, it was easy to tell when the guards were on their way, and Matteo was able to stay hidden, avoiding the pools of light cast by the lanterns they held. In his bag, completely silent and still, was the large rat he had bound. His goal was the office, and when he got there, Matteo hid himself and let Hamlin out of the bag. Creeping out slowly, Hamlin looked around and darted for a pool of deep shadow at the corner of the building. Despite how dark it was, Hamlin's eyes could see perfectly fine, and it wasn't long before the rat spotted a way into the building. In his tests, Matteo had discovered that maintaining a connection with Hamlin took little to no effort, but he could only watch through the rat's eyes for about 20 minutes before he would become exhausted. That meant that while out on a mission, it would be very dangerous to do it for more than 10 minutes, as he needed to ensure his ability to escape, which meant reserving the majority of his energy. Of course, thanks to Heart of Iron, it only took him 5 to 10 minutes to regain the energy he had spent, allowing him to operate much longer, provided he could take breaks in between. He had also discovered that the most efficient way to use Hamlin was to simply give the rat a task. If he tried to control Hamlin directly, he found that the rat simply wouldn't think for itself. On the other hand, if he simply gave the rat an order, for example, to go into that building and hide, Hamlin was surprisingly adept. It didn't take long for Hamlin to find his way onto the windowsill and then to chew a small hole in the wire mesh and slip in through the window. Inside, he let out a small, triumphant squeak and looked around, looking for a place to hide. When Matteo saw Hamlin disappear into the building, he closed his eyes and a moment later saw the inside of the office. It looked fairly standard, with 3 desks, a number of bookshelves, and a table upon which rested a model of the nearby mountain range. This was the city's defensive map, and Matteo felt his heartbeat speed up. The spy he was looking for had been sharing secrets likely based on this map. Locations where troops were hidden, defensive positions, fallback plans, and things of that sort. While no one had directly said anything, it didn't take a genius to figure out that the main reason the Empire was so interested in extricating the spy was because of the looming war on the horizon. Of course, both the Empire and Gratian were pretending there was no war, that everything was fine and peaceful, but reading between the lines painted a different picture. Of course, it could just be that the Empire wanted to prepare for every eventuality, but Matteo had a sneaking suspicion that wasn't the case. Sending Hamlin scurrying across the floor to the table, Matteo was soon afforded an up-close view as Hamlin stood on his hind legs and looked down at the map. It was a bit challenging from so close, and Matteo would have much preferred a better aerial view, but after Hamlin had scurried around the table a couple of times, he felt like he had a good sense of the layout. Storing the information in his mind for later, Matteo set out to carry out his original task. He was fairly sure, based on the clues he had been given, that the spy in question was one of the 3 captains, or someone who worked directly under the captains who had access to their desks. He had racked his brain for an idea of how he was going to figure out which captain it was, and soon stumbled across a plan. Each captain, though they all dealt with troops in the city, had different roles, producing slight discrepancies among what they knew. Matteo's hope was that, by searching through each captain's desk, he would be able to use the information already handed over to the Empire to pin the spy. There was no guarantee it would work, of course, but Matteo didn't have any other options. Of the 3 captains, the one Matteo suspected the most was Captain Tiberius, as a fair amount of information about the iron mine had been leaked, and that was Tiberius's domain. The other 2 captains, Captains Verne and Captain Poulter, handled city security and the merchants, respectively. It was entirely possible, of course, that one of the other captains had been peeking at his comrades' desks in order to find information to sell, but Matteo figured he may as well start with Tiberius. Unfortunately, he soon ran into an insurmountable problem. All of the desks were locked, each drawer requiring a different key. The papers that sat on the desks were general information, reports dealing with supplies or memos about the various units under the captain's command, but nothing important enough to sell to the Empire. Though Hamlin was an outstanding skulker, the rat lacked the ability to pick locks, and so Matteo, realizing that almost an hour had passed since he had infiltrated, decided to withdraw. It didn't take Hamlin long to escape from the building, and soon the rat was back in Matteo's bag, and he was once again creeping out of the barracks. As far as first attempts went, it had gone well, but Matteo couldn't help but feel a little bit frustrated. To make matters worse, Corvus seemed rather smug.
"You know, I've always said, if you want a job done well, it's better to do it yourself."
"Have you always said that?" Matteo asked. "Are you sure you're not just jealous of Hamlin?"
"Jealous of Hamlin? Why would I be jealous of Hamlin?"
Corvus humphed and turned his head away, ruffling his feathers in agitation. That cheered Matteo up a good bit, and that night, after copying down all the information he had retrieved from the city model, he slept well. In truth, Corvus could have served a similar role to Hamlin, as Corvus had no problem flying through walls, and with considerable effort, Matteo could see through the bird spirit's eyes. Unfortunately, it took tremendously more effort, and Corvus couldn't venture more than 50 feet from Matteo, whereas Matteo could control Hamlin from a greater distance and view through his eyes within a 100-foot radius. The next morning, Matteo woke up, exercised, had breakfast, and then spent some time in his room, reviewing his options. "You know what I really need?" Matteo said, speaking to Corvus, who had perched on the other end of the table, watching Hamlin explore the room. "What I really need is the ability to control Hamlin from further away. Then I could potentially leave him in the office and wait for an opportune moment."
"That's easy," Corvus said. "All you have to do is finish ranking up to bronze."
With a depressed sigh, Matteo shook his head. "What do you think I've been trying to do? I'm making progress, but it's getting so slow."
"Then work harder, kid. Just work harder."
Suppressing his groan, Matteo got up from his chair and moved to his bed. He sat cross-legged, resting his hands on his knees, and began his meditation. For the next 2 days, until Torfel returned, Matteo spent as much time as he possibly could meditating. It was strange. He always felt as if he was just on the cusp of breaking through. Yet the link always seemed to have another detail for him to visualize. He didn't bother taking any more trips to the barracks, as he knew he didn't yet have a way to overcome the locks. Instead, he did as Corvus suggested, and worked harder on his meditation, trying to push himself into the bronze rank. Having delivered the map back to headquarters, Torfel was quite jovial upon his return, and slowly things around the shop began to get busier. Finding himself with less and less free time, Matteo used every moment he had to immerse himself in meditation, though he never forgot his primary mission, identifying the spy. His breakthrough came from an unexpected place. On a whim, he had used his Beastmaster totem to control a sparrow, and had sent it flying around to keep an eye on the shop. Noticing that the sparrow had parked itself on the roof, Matteo strengthened his connection with it, and a moment later was viewing the world through the eyes of a bird. Fluttering from the roof, he took a quick turn about the second story of the shop and realized that Kel's window was open. She was at the dresser, doing something, and on the table lay a number of pieces of paper she had been encoding. More from idle curiosity than anything else, Matteo directed his gaze toward the papers, his mind automatically decoding the complex cipher. With a sharp chirp, the bird jumped from the sill, half flying, half falling out of the window as Kel's hand brushed it from the window. Quickly cutting his connection to allow the bird to regain control of itself, Matteo opened his eyes.
"What'd you find, kid?"
"Kel is arranging a meeting with a spy down in the sewers. This is my opportunity."
"Looks like you're not the only one with private orders."
"I assumed I wouldn't be. You know, it's making what Captain Orsic said a lot more concrete. The Dark Wing really values information segmentation, never letting the right hand know what the left hand is doing. That makes this place dangerous. They've asked me to find out who the spy is, Cal, to arrange a meeting with the spy, and I'm sure Torfel has his own objectives as well. That way, if any of us are caught, we don't have the whole picture."
"Rather terrifying and necessary," Corvus said, hopping into Matteo's bed. "War is, first and foremost, a matter of information. The general who makes calculations
is the one who wins. I know."
"So, what are you going to do?"
"I'm going to make sure I've got eyes and ears everywhere," Matteo said. "Which means Hamlin's going to need some friends. We need to be able to cover the earth and the air."
"And down in the sewers, because I'm not going down there."
Chapter 7. While Matteo knew that Kel was going to be meeting with a spy to exchange information, there were no other details included in her report. This meant he not only needed to keep an eye out for the spy, but he had to keep an eye on Kel herself. Thankfully, she didn't often leave the store, which meant Matteo didn't have too much trouble keeping tabs on her. Over the next few days, he focused almost exclusively on expanding the number of beasts under his control, trying to pick different creatures who might be helpful. He added 2 more rats, as well as another bird, this one a small house wren, and finally a tomcat that tried to kill Hamlin while the rat was sneaking through an alleyway. By this point, Matteo was starting to feel the drain, and the totem linked to his root card was almost completely dull and was starting to show signs of cracking. Realizing that putting any more strain on it was inadvisable, Matteo turned his attention to understanding how to better use the creatures, becoming more familiar with swapping between them in preparation for the upcoming mission. Corvus seemed to grow more and more disgruntled with each creature Matteo brought under his control, and finally Matteo confronted the bird spirit about it. "You know, you seem like you have a real problem when I bind another creature. What's going on?"
"Problem? Why would I have a problem? They're just dumb vermin."
"Well, one of them's a cat."
"Like I said, vermin."
"See, it's clear you have a problem with them."
"I just don't understand why you choose such inferior species. Why not select iron-winged crows or other more powerful creatures that are both smarter and stronger? This just seems like a waste."
"Maybe if I was out in the wilds," Matteo said with a shrug, "but I haven't seen an iron-winged crow since I came to this city. They don't live around Embervale, so it might be sort of strange to see them here."
"I know," Corvus snapped, "but I still think you'd be better binding stronger creatures that could actually help you in a fight."
Corvus wasn't wrong, of course, and Matteo could sense the wisdom in the bird's words. "Look, I get it, and after we leave here I'll do that. Releasing the soul bonds isn't particularly difficult, but for now, I don't need animals that can fight. I need animals that'll go completely unnoticed." Grumbling something under his breath, Corvus nodded and lapsed into silence, conceding Matteo's point. For the next few days, Matteo stuck around the shop, his bonds deployed at the entrances and exits, watching to see if Cal tried to sneak out. Torfel seemed busier than usual, rushing here and there as he worked on some business deal. On the third night, Cal finally made her move. It was close to 2 a.m. when she slipped out of the store, a dark cloak wrapped around her as she quietly made her way through the streets. Matteo wasn't so arrogant as to think he'd be able to track her without her spotting him, but there was little way for her to notice the small bird flying overhead. Using the bird as a guide, Matteo followed after her, staying about 2 blocks back to ensure she'd have no idea she was being tailed. After winding her way through the city, Kel headed for the sewers on the west side of Embervale. For the most part, the sewer system in the city was entirely too small to move through, but there was a section of it that had been built with large pipes, and one of those pipes extended for almost the entire length of the city. Matteo knew this because he had sent Hamlin and his rat friends down into the sewers a few days before to try and get a good sense of where the exits were. There were 3 potential exits, and so to be certain he didn't miss the spy, Matteo sent a rat to each one, instructing them to hide and observe. Matteo brought Hamlin, the cat which he had named Tom, and the 2 birds with him. After creeping through the streets for an hour and a half, Cal finally made it to the entrance to the sewers and climbed down into the filthy water. Hiding at a distance, Matteo got Hamlin out of his bag and released the rat, sending him scampering down into the sewer system after Cal. Though Matteo couldn't see the entrance of the sewers from where he hid, they were close enough that he was able to see through Hamlin's eyes. The rat climbed down the wall to the entrance of the sewer, his body making a light thud as it jumped the last few feet. Pausing to look around, Hamlin froze when he saw Cal standing only a few feet away, staring straight at him with a narrowed gaze. For a moment, Matteo froze, his breath catching in his chest, afraid that he had been found out. Then Cal muttered something about stupid rats and turned to walk into the tunnel, clearly uninterested in Hamlin. Sitting up on his hind legs, the rat watched her go, and then, once she was almost out of sight, quietly crept after her, making sure to stick to the corners of the sewer system to avoid being spotted again. As Matteo watched, Cal strode through the sludge, soon arriving in a small room where dozens of pipes poured their disgusting liquid into a large pool. The excess water was drained off, heading down the wide tunnel toward the river, and a second passage that ran underneath the city extended from the opposite side of the room. Standing in the shadow of that tunnel was a figure in a cloak. As Cal approached, the figure took a step back, holding up a gloved hand.
"Don't come any closer."
The voice was gruff, clearly being intentionally disguised, and Cal stopped, lifting her hands to show they were empty. That didn't seem to reassure the spy, who took another step back, clearly wary. Matteo didn't particularly care about the actual exchange of information, and was much more concerned with the identity of the spy. So rather than having Hamlin continue to watch, he ordered the rat to slip into the water, swimming across to the other side of the passage. There, Hamlin scrambled up onto the small walkway that ran along either side of the flowing water and shook himself. The movement attracted the spy's attention, and Kel looked over as well. But Hamlin paid neither any attention and quickly scampered off into the darkness. Matteo was hoping Kel wouldn't recognize Hamlin as the same rat she had seen at the entrance of the tunnel, but even if she did, Hamlin now seemed to be heading away from them, deeper into the tunnel system, in what he hoped was a natural, ratish sort of way. Once out of sight, Matteo had Hamlin stop and wait for the exchange to be finished. He could vaguely hear the conversation happening between the two, and as curiosity struck him, Matteo had Hamlin sneak a bit closer.
"And I'm telling you, they're on to me. I can feel that somebody is watching, and if it's not you, then it's no doubt members of the secret police."
"We can take you in," Kel replied. "We can guarantee your safety."
"I doubt it."
The spy sounded defeated, but as if realizing he had been showing weakness, he straightened his shoulders and shook his head. Pulling out a sealed document tube, he placed it down on the ground.
"The information you want is there."
"Thank you," Kel said, pulling out a bag of coin. "Here's your payment." As she walked forward, the spy backed up, allowing Kel to place the bag down next to the tube and then retrieve the documents. She twisted the end off the tube and glanced inside, making sure there were papers there, and then, reattaching the tube, she bowed and retreated. "A pleasure doing business with you. If you have anything else to share, just send a signal, like you did before." All she got in response from the spy was a grunt, so Kel turned and left. The spy, waiting until she was gone, hurried forward to grab the bag of gold and then jogged back into the tunnel. Though he glanced over his shoulder more than once to make sure no one was following him, he never looked down and missed Hamlin, only 15 feet back, keeping pace. Matteo had already tracked the streets under which the sewage tunnel ran, and he was able to keep pace with Hamlin by walking quickly along the sewers. It wasn't long before the spy arrived at the first exit. Just as Matteo had assumed, the spy quickly climbed up the ladder and pushed open the grate, emerging onto street level. Rather than have Hamlin try to follow him, Matteo quickly swapped to the view of the rat he had left guarding that entrance. He then commanded the small creature to follow the spy from a distance. Clearly paranoid that he might be followed, the spy replaced the grate and hid nearby, watching and waiting to see if anyone came up after him. When no one did, he looked around and then jogged off, cutting through some back alleyways as he headed for the eastern side of town. Along the way, clearly intent on making his tracks as confusing as possible, the spy climbed up onto a building, working his way along the rooftops of 3 adjoining buildings. Though the rat couldn't follow him, the house wren Matteo had tamed had no trouble. Matteo began to have a new appreciation for just how dangerous beastmasters were. With only a few small creatures, he was able to tail the spy without ever getting close, making him wonder what else he might be able to do with a small army of beasts. After climbing down from the rooftop, the spy seemed to feel much more confident. But rather than return home, he once again headed down into the sewer, where Hamlin was waiting. This time, the spy moved quickly, jogging down the passage until he reached the 3rd exit, a set of stairs with a small bolted doorway. Though Hamlin wasn't able to follow him outside without being spotted, a 3rd rat was already waiting at that entrance, and Matteo had no trouble continuing to track him. Turning down a small street, the spy walked to a nondescript building and knocked. A moment later, the door opened up and a massive man stuck his head out, recoiling when he smelled the stench coming off of the spy. Still, rather than turn the spy away, the massive man gestured for him to come in, leaving Matteo at a bit of a loss. He was currently on the other side of the block, but not wanting to lose the spy, he hurried closer, sending his 2 birds to do a quick scan of the building to look for back entrances. Matteo's biggest fear was that there was some sort of secret tunnel leading out of the building to one of the other buildings nearby. Keeping his birds on constant patrol, Matteo sent out the tomcat to patrol the alleyways, looking for the back door. When he found it, he left the cat there and controlled one of his birds to fly down to land on the 2nd-story windowsill. There were curtains blocking the view, but he hopped around until he found a bit of a crack and looked inside. The room seemed to be entirely red, with thick red curtains, a red carpet, and pinkish wallpaper. A massive bed stood in the middle of the room, and though Matteo could only see a sliver of it, he quickly realized the building was a brothel. He double-checked the other windows, but couldn't see in any of them, and was forced to settle down to wait. Over the next 3 hours, 2 different patrons left, stumbling out into the night, one of them holding a bottle, the other wrapped in a rather feminine-looking scarf. Thankfully, he was quickly able to rule out both of them as the spy, thanks to the rat's strong sense of smell. Though the stench in the tunnel had been intense, rats had a rather unique ability to differentiate between a tremendous number of scents, and were as good or better than tracking dogs. All of the rats had picked up the spy's scent so far, so Matteo was confident that as long as the spy emerged from the brothel, they would be able to find him. One of the hardest parts of a job like this was the waiting, and as time dragged on, Matteo occupied himself with meditation, trusting Corvus to wake him when the spy emerged. It was close to 4 a.m. when the door opened and a man walked out. Almost immediately, Hamlin sat up, his eyes gleaming, and Matteo felt a faint nudge in his consciousness. Letting out a turbid breath, he saw through Hamlin's eyes a man walking down the street in the cool of the early morning. No longer wearing a cloak or smelling of sewage, the spy had changed into a military uniform, though his collar was askew and the top 2 buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned. He carried a bottle of alcohol with him, but didn't sway one bit, his footsteps steady as he walked toward the barracks. Calling the other 3 rats to himself, Matteo sent Hamlin and the 2 birds to watch the spy, hoping to get a good view of his face. After arriving at the corner where the street butted into the main boulevard, the spy finally lifted his head, affording one of the birds a good view. Matteo grabbed the opportunity, immediately recognizing Captain Vern, the commander of the city's defenses. Vern had a haggard look to his face and was clearly tired. That was what one would expect of someone who stayed all night at a brothel, but Matteo guessed there was more to it than that. Rather than continue to follow Vern, Matteo had Hamlin stick close and then retreated, heading back to the shop. When he got there, he hesitated, not wanting to accidentally alert Kel that he had been out. Of course, it was possible she already knew he wasn't present, but it seemed better to avoid raising any suspicions. So instead, Matteo waited for one of the morning breakfast stalls to open, and then stood in line to buy some breakfast. When he entered the store, close to 5:30 in the morning, the sun was already starting to rise, and the city was stirring. Torfel was already up, and his eyes gleamed when he caught sight of the food Matteo carried. Chapter 8. "Is Kel up?" Matteo asked, putting everything down on the table.
"No, not yet. At least I haven't seen her," Torfel said, grabbing his share of the food. "I'm sure she'll be down soon, though."
"Do you have anything for me this morning?" Thinking for a moment, Torfel shook his head.
"Nope, though this afternoon there might be a couple things to deliver."
Eating quickly, Matteo slipped upstairs and went into his room, looking around to make sure nothing was out of the ordinary before flopping in his bed. The activity that night had exhausted him, and sleep came quickly. When Matteo woke, the sun was high in the sky, and he judged it to be about 1 in the afternoon. Getting up, he splashed water on his face and got dressed before heading down to the shop for the afternoon shift. Kel greeted him, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary, so he put his worries that she was onto him out of his mind. Matteo was still trying to wrap his head around the way the Dark Wing operated. It seemed entirely counterproductive that he would hide his activity from Kel. Their missions weren't at cross purposes, at least as far as he understood. Her job seemed to be to communicate with the spy, arranging for meetings and gathering specific information. His was to figure out who the spy was and establish a plan for extracting the spy. What Torfel had been charged with, Matteo had no idea, but he was sure it was something completely different from what he and Cal had been ordered to do. Of course, having plausible deniability was important, and if one of them was caught, the other 2 missions wouldn't necessarily be compromised. At the same time, Matteo couldn't help but feel like it bred distrust between him and the others, creating a dissonance that only added to the difficulty of the mission. Still, regardless of his feelings on the matter, he wasn't the one who decided how the Dark Wing operated. And since he had been given his orders, he intended to carry them out to the best of his ability. Carrying his orders out meant spending time watching Vern from a distance, and over the next week Matteo put together a solid schedule of Vern's life. The captain spent most of his time at the barracks, working or talking with his soldiers. Vern had 3 lieutenants under him, 10 sergeants and 5 administrative support staff. When he wasn't at the barracks, he was either at the drill ground, training his men, or at his home, a small building that had a courtyard where he lived with his daughter and 2 servants. At first, everything seemed completely normal. However, Corvus challenged that idea one day as Matteo was complaining. Matteo was sitting at his table, his forehead furrowed as he compiled details on Captain Vern's life. So far, all he really had was the captain's schedule, along with a few pieces of information about the people the captain regularly came in contact with.
"You look frustrated," Corvus said, his wings fluttering as he landed on the table. "What's eating at you?"
I don't understand it," Matteo replied, staring down at the sheets of paper in front of him. "Why would the captain be a spy? My job is to figure out who he is and then coerce him to come to the Empire's side, but I can't very well just walk up and say, 'Hey, I know you're the spy,' at least not without him trying to kill me. If he was interested in going to the Empire's side, he already would have done that, through his connection with Cal. The fact that I'm being tasked with this job means there's something preventing him from making that shift."
"So what are you going to do about it?" Corvus asked.
"That's the problem. I'm not actually sure. How do I go about approaching him without immediately turning this into an antagonistic relationship?"
"Matteo, nobody ever said this couldn't be an antagonistic relationship. Now, he'd probably be more valuable if he came willingly, but the Empire only cares about results."
"I care about results too," Matteo said calmly, "and I want to do this properly. After all, he has a daughter, and while we could kidnap him and drag him to the Empire in chains, where's that going to leave her? Besides, it'll likely sour our relationship with any other spies if word spreads. I'd rather the opposite happen. If we can help him make a smooth transition he's happy about, any other spies who hear about it will be more likely to defect."
"In that case, you need to know how the man thinks. What do the 13 stratagems say?"
Closing his eyes, Matteo recalled the words imprinted into his mind, rapidly sorting through them until he found the line Corvus was referencing. "In understanding a man's beliefs and circumstances, you can understand his choices." You're saying I need to know what makes Captain Vern tick, what drives him to get up in the morning, and what he feels his circumstances are.
"Exactly. You know that he's the spy, and you know his schedule. Now, you need to understand who he is as a person, what he values, what he believes about the world, how he interprets the circumstances he's in. Only then will you be able to grasp why he makes the choices he does, and even better, you'll be able to predict what choices he's going to make. You need to know him better than he knows himself. If you can do that, he won't be able to escape from your palm."
Leaning back in his chair, Matteo looked up at the ceiling, thoughts churning through his mind as he tried to come up with a plan for exactly how he was going to get to know Captain Vern. Almost immediately, thoughts began to slot into place, and a smile spread across his lips. Watching him, Corvus's eyes gleamed.
"It looks like you have an idea."
"I do. A good one, I think." Jumping up from his chair, Matteo put away the notes he had written and headed downstairs to find Kel. She was at the counter, reviewing the previous day's sales, and when she saw Matteo, she gestured for him to come over. "Do you know what's going on with the Bessel family? It looks like they've purchased twice on credit." "Torfall approved that," Matteo said. "Apparently he has some deal he's working out with them for castings."
"We can't sell castings."
"I know. And when I asked him about it, he said the castings weren't for us. They were for somebody else. Honestly, I can't quite keep track of what he's doing."
"Nobody can,"
Kel said with a slight smile. "That's sort of the point." Glancing at the door to make sure no one was coming in, Matteo lowered his voice. "I wonder if you could help me out with something." As he spoke, he produced the small token that identified him as a member of Dark Wing, causing Kel's eyes to narrow slightly. "What do you need?" "As you know, I'm still in my training phase, not officially yet a member. As part of my training, I've been given a task, but I'm honestly stumped as to how to go about it, and I was wondering if you could give me some insight, or at least point me in the right direction." To Mateo's surprise, a smile appeared on Kell's normally stoic face.
"I was wondering when you would ask for help," Kell said, reaching for the pot of tea and pouring 2 cups.
Pushing one across the counter to Mateo, she lifted hers to her lips.
"What is it you need?"
"This is the situation I'm in," Mateo said after taking a drink and placing his cup down on the counter. "Detailing information about the military here in the city is easy enough. I have a good memory, so I was able to find all of the people who have been tracking me, as well as put together a map of the city's layout. Where I'm stumped, however, is with the captains. I feel like I need more details about them to understand them better, so that I can write a better report, but I don't know how I'm supposed to interact with them. I don't know anything about their histories, and it would seem awfully suspicious if I start asking around. If I want to put together a report on the captains, it seems like I'll be putting myself at risk. I don't even know where to start getting information."
"Why have you come to me instead of Torvald? He meets with the captains regularly."
"I understand, but he's sort of in the same position I am. I'm sure he'll be able to give me some information about the captains, but if he starts digging, they're going to get suspicious. You seem to have a really good network with a lot of the ladies in the city, especially those in the more affluent circles. Gossip runs rampant, and none of those ladies will think it out of the ordinary if the subject of their gossip happens to be the captains. I was wondering, is that a viable approach?"
"More than viable. It's the correct one," Kell said.
Pausing, she finished off her tea and nodded.
"I'd be happy to help. One of the most important things to understand is that while each of us may have our own mission, we are still a feather. We're still supposed to work together, which means asking for help when we need it. In most feathers, everyone assumes that the others are competent, and if you don't ask for assistance, no one will give it to you. At the same time, we're not in competition with each other, Mateo. We're all working together for the good of the Empire, and so, when we need assistance, asking is appropriate. In this case, you're thinking about this in the right way, though you should have come to me sooner. I'll see what I can do to get you information on the captains. What in particular are you looking for?"
"I'm really interested in knowing their history," Mateo said after thinking for a moment, "as well as rumors about them and anything that would give me insight into how they think, what their values are, things like that."
"Sure, give me a couple of days. I'll see what I can pull together. Now you can do me a favor. I have a whole pile of technical documents to encode, and it's an absolute pain because I constantly have to look through the book to figure out the different codes. Mind giving me a hand?"
"Happy to help," Mateo said with a smile. For the next 3 days, Mateo did little else but transcribe the technical documents Captain Verne had handed over. Most of them had to do with troop deployment and the equipment used in the mines. There were a number of machines Mateo had never seen or heard of before, and he quite enjoyed the process of familiarizing himself with them. It didn't take him very long to do the actual encoding, and what would have taken Kell 2 weeks was finished in only a couple of days. When he was done, Kell handed him another small stack of papers.
"There are 3 reports in there, Captain Polter, Captain Verne, and Captain Tiburus. Let me know if there's anything else you feel is missing."
"Thank you," Mateo said, bowing slightly. Kell just smiled and patted him on the shoulder before leaving him to read the reports. Mostly because he was interested, Mateo read all 3 of them thoroughly, though he spent the most time on Captain Verne's. As it turned out, Verne had a rather unfortunate history. He had originally been deployed on Gratian's western frontier, where he had been in charge of a border town. There he lived with his wife and daughter until a run-in with a corrupt noble ended in tragedy. Pretending to be bandits, the noble's private army attacked the town, and in the chaos, Captain Verne's wife had been killed. Over the years, he pieced together enough clues to present a solid accusation. However, the noble in question was a relative of the king, and the matter was swept under the rug. On the surface, those who participated in the raid had been punished, but Captain Verne was left bitter, feeling that justice had not been served. This was likely a major motivating factor for his willingness to trade information to the Empire. The most valuable piece of information in the report was a rumor that Captain Verne was under investigation. This coincided with what Mateo had heard from Verne's mouth when he was down in the tunnel with Cal, and it gave Mateo a good angle from which to proceed. His first order of business was deploying his spies to Vern's home to see if he could understand the dynamic there. Vern's daughter Tabitha was only 6, and she spent the majority of her time inside the walls of their little compound, playing by herself. There were 2 servants who lived with them. One was an elderly lady who took care of Tabitha, and the other was a middle-aged man with a military bearing who appeared to be a guard of some sort. Matteo used his house wren to spy on Tabitha, and the bored little girl soon noticed the bird hanging around. Thinking nothing of it, Tabitha began leaving out small treats, hoping to entice the wren closer. Matteo, feeling that the child's life was rather miserable, commanded the wren to keep her company. This delighted Tabitha, and she soon began to spend the majority of her time playing with the small bird, or watching as it flew around her yard. Matteo took the opportunity to pay close attention to the interactions between the girl and her father, and very quickly he began to notice something strange. During the daytime, the guard, a man named Persic, paid little to no attention to Tabitha, but whenever her father would arrive home, Persic would always be lurking nearby, never letting Tabitha and her father interact alone. Though Captain Vern tried to hide it, the animosity he clearly felt toward Persic was evident. Sensing a conspiracy, Matteo sent a rat to spy on Persic, and soon discovered the man would write a weekly report detailing the captain's actions. Noted in the report were things like how much time he spent at work, his interactions and conversations with his daughter, and Captain Vern's weekly trips to the brothel. It didn't take long for Matteo to understand that Persic wasn't there to guard the captain and his daughter, but instead was there to watch him, acting as a jailer of sorts. Matteo felt like he was slowly piecing together a picture of the captain's life, coming to understand what drove the man. Chapter 9. He also noticed that no matter where the captain went, he was constantly being observed. Of course, Matteo himself was one of those observers, but there were others as well. Members of his staff who wrote secret notes about the captain's decisions, the guard at his house who kept an eye on his daughter, and 3 men who tailed Captain Vern, often without even bothering to hide themselves. It was no wonder the captain felt as if he couldn't leave. He was completely hemmed in, surrounded by observers on all sides, which made it all the more clear that he was a wonderful target for defection. After all, despite the heavy vigilance surrounding him, he still found time to sneak away and deliver military secrets to the Empire, a clear indication of just how deep his anger against Gratian was. With the captain so closely watching, Matteo began the process of figuring out how he was going to help the captain escape. Of course, the captain didn't yet know he'd be leaving the city, and there was no doubt in Matteo's mind that he would refuse to leave if his daughter wasn't able to come along. But the task of helping an able-bodied soldier like the captain escape by himself, compared to taking a grown man and a 6-year-old child out of the city, were worlds apart. That didn't stop Matteo, however, who threw himself into the task of designing a foolproof escape plan with gusto. He found he quite enjoyed this sort of thing, and thanks to his excellent understanding of the city's layout, he soon came up with a solid plan. After running it by Corvus to make sure there were no major flaws, he destroyed the sheet of paper he had used to record the plan and swept the ashes into a bucket of water, which he then threw out in the yard, scattering the ashes in the grass. The first step in the plan, of course, was actually approaching Captain Vern in a way that wouldn't put him on his guard. This was easy enough, as Matteo used the house wren that had been playing with Tabitha to drop a small note on the captain's bed in his home. The note was simple, detailing some of what Matteo had noticed, and guaranteeing that if the captain was willing, both he and his daughter could be safely relocated to the Empire. Of course, Matteo didn't expect a response right away, which was good, because the captain gave no indication that he had seen or read the note. Matteo wasn't worried, however, as he had watched through the house wren's eyes as the captain had gone to bed and discovered the piece of paper on his pillow. Lighting a candle, the captain had read the message, his expression changing multiple times before he burned it and disposed of the ashes by swallowing them. The note must have stressed him out, however, because over the next few days Matteo noticed a subtle tension growing among the soldiers. He had been out near the barracks, getting something to eat, when he heard 2 sergeants talking in low voices nearby. Curious as to what they were talking about, Matteo quietly released Hamlin, who scampered under the sergeant's table, getting close enough for Matteo to hear what they were saying. Putting his head down and closing his eyes, he focused on Hamlin's senses, and was soon looking at two pairs of legs in his mind's eye and listening to their whispers.
"I know. Captain Vern went off. I've never heard him so mad, accusing Poulter of crowding in on his authority."
"And how did Captain Tiberius take it?"
"Well, you know him. He sided with Poulter. Captain Vern can't catch a break, it seems. Then again, his tongue certainly doesn't help him."
"It's true. But you know it's worse than quarreling captains."
"What do you mean?"
"Word on the street is that Captain Poulter is so mad he ordered his sergeants to come after us."
"What are they doing, starting a fight?"
"I don't know. But I certainly don't want to be caught in the middle of it."
"Unfortunately, I don't think we have a choice. You know how Captain Vern is. If we don't back him up, things will get really rough really fast."
"I know." Having finished their meal, the two sergeants stood up, paid, and left, and Matteo recalled Hamlin. As he felt the rat scampering up his leg onto his knee, Matteo lowered his hand under the table, letting the rat squeeze into his coat through his sleeve. "It seems like Captain Vern is under a lot of stress," Matteo said quietly, speaking to Corvus, who was perched on his shoulder.
"All the better for you. Maybe it's time to press a little bit harder."
Finishing his food, Matteo got up and headed back toward the store, stopping at one of the large markets. While he was there, he caught sight of a small crowd gathered around someone, and, curious, walked over. It was a merchant who regularly brought supplies over from the Empire, but rather than hawking his goods, it seemed that he was currently sharing some rumors. "I thought we were all at peace," one of the people in the crowd said, causing the merchant to let out a mirthless laugh.
"You can call it peace, but if that's the case, then I don't know why the Empire is fortifying Darrenfor."
Immediately, Matteo stilled, his eyes fixing themselves on the merchant as the man looked around with a self-satisfied grin, clearly happy with the attention he was receiving.
"Let me tell you, I went through Darrenfor 2 weeks ago. An extra wall has been built around the outside, almost as tall as the original, and there are trenches cut into the pass everywhere. The Empire is sparing no expense to fortify that place into an impenetrable bastion. It's clear that they're expecting a fight."
"I thought Darrenfor was an independent city," one of the members of the crowd said, echoing what Matteo wanted to say but was keeping in his heart.
The merchant smirked. "You can call it an independent city if you want. And from what I heard, the council's still there. But it looked to me like the Empire was running the show. The defense force of the city was barely in sight, but there were at least 2 battalions of Imperial soldiers camped out right behind the city. It was rather harrowing, leading my caravan through the middle of a military camp, wondering at any moment if my goods were going to be seized."
"Makes you wonder if they're expecting an attack."
"I don't think so," the merchant said, shaking his head. "I think they're getting ready to go on the offensive."
"I thought the Emperor had sworn off that," the man in the crowd said, looking around. 10 years ago he declared peace for the rest of his reign."
"Sure, but he's not the only one in the Imperial family. The Emperor might want peace, but all of his sons are power-hungry."
It didn't seem that the merchant had much more to say, and so soon the crowd departed. Approaching the merchant, Matteo looked over the goods displayed in his small shop, picking up a trinket. "I heard you talking about Darrenfor," he said. Much more interested in the story than in the trinket Matteo was holding, the merchant smiled and launched into his spiel again.
"I tell you what, I think we're in for some war, sooner rather than later. You know, I remember the war before the Great Peace 10 years ago. Brutal. It was brutal."
"You said that the council is still in charge of Darrenfor?" Unsure exactly how to ask after his master, Matteo finally scratched his head. "The Empire hasn't done anything to them, have they?"
"Not as far as I know," the merchant said, shrugging, "but it's not like I run in their circles."
As Matteo walked away, he found it a challenge to keep the conflicting feelings in his heart steady. Worry about what might have happened to his master, concern for Darrenfor, where he had spent the majority of his life, anger over his master's incomprehensible actions, and concern over what these rumors might mean for the future of the Empire, and more specifically, for his future. After all, Matteo was now part of the Imperial army. Whether he liked it or not, he was bound to them, quite literally, by the slave contract seared into his flesh. There was no question in his mind that if the Empire went to war, he would be dragged along. While he might not be fighting on the front line, being a member of the Dark Wing during times of conflict was an incredibly dangerous undertaking. Corvus didn't speak, but Matteo could feel a faint sense of satisfaction from the bird. It was no secret to him that Corvus relished war, and a vague memory of a bird whose feathers were made of countless weapons surfaced in Matteo's mind. With a slight shudder, he shook himself free from the terrifying illusion. When he got back to the shop, he found Torfel and Kell both talking about the rumors of war.
"Nothing we need to worry about," Torfel said with a shake of his head. "The Empire's attention seems to be focused in the east and north. It's the barbarians who should be worried. My guess is the Empire will re-establish its diplomatic ties with Gratian before launching an expedition to conquer the barbarians. Then again, I'm not privy to our glorious Emperor's thoughts."
Before Kell could respond, they heard the bell ring, and the door opened as a customer came in. Standing, Torfel walked over with a smile.
"Welcome to Torfel's Quality Goods. Is there anything I can help you with?"
Seeing how quickly Torfel had switched from serious to jovial, Matteo could only suppress his sigh as he headed to the back to begin preparing for dinner. That night, Matteo sent his second note to Vern, this one outlining the fact that rising tensions made Vern's position even less secure. Included in the note was a simple warning that people had been searching through Captain Vern's desk in his office, looking for incriminating evidence. Of course, Matteo left out that the person searching through Vern's desk wasn't a person at all, and was instead Hamlin, who he sent in through the window of the office at the barracks to carefully shift some of the papers on the top of the desk and to use a small piece of metal to put faint scratches around the keyhole, making it look like the locks had been picked. The next day, when Captain Vern emerged from his office, his eyes carried a haunted look, and he looked around with considerable suspicion. Judging that Captain Vern only needed a single push, Matteo approached Torfel to make a request, and then, dressing in his dark clothes and wrapping himself in a cloak, Matteo put his plan into action. Wearing his mask, he crept through the city, avoiding the patrols as he approached Captain Vern's house. The wall around the small yard was only 6 feet high, and it was simple enough for Matteo to climb. Behind Matteo was an alleyway, with buildings on the opposite side. In front of him was the house's small yard, with a back door to the building where the captain and his daughter lived. Rather than move into the house, however, Matteo readied his bow, his eyes coming to rest on the corner of the house. There, mostly hidden and remaining absolutely still, stood Persic, the guard responsible for watching the captain and his daughter. 6'3" and heavily muscled, Persic gave off a feeling of stability and strength, leading Matteo to assume he was a duelist. The real question was, what rank? Matteo had been able to find out little to no information, but now, as Persic stepped out of the shadow, his eyes fixed on Matteo. A dull silver with faint streaks of black shrouded Persic's arms, and Matteo breathed a silent sigh of relief. Had Persic been a bronze-ranked duelist, what followed would have been hard, if not impossible. But as it was, Matteo was now much more confident. For a long moment, Persic and Matteo simply stared at each other, one standing down in the yard, the other crouched on the top of the 6-foot wall. Seeing that Matteo didn't immediately flee when he revealed his iron-ranked power, Persic's expression grew grim, and his hand went to the sword at his side. That was Matteo's signal, and wordlessly, the fight began. Matteo started by drawing and firing an arrow. At only 15 feet, it was point-blank range, and Persic barely got his blade out in time to deflect the first shot. That left him open, however, to the second shot, which ripped through his leg, leaving a bloody gash on his thigh. Suppressing a grunt of pain, Persic launched himself forward, his sword hacking down at Matteo. As soon as he released his second shot, Matteo darted sideways, balancing as he ran along the wall, his body twisting around to unleash a third arrow at Persic's side. Missing with his first chop, Persic's sword took a chunk from the wall, but before he could pull his blade free, Matteo's arrow, aiming straight for his ribs, arrived. With a low shout, Persic wrenched himself sideways, deflecting the arrow with his arm. Seeing sparks as the arrow skipped off Persic's tricep, Matteo realized the guard was wearing some sort of armor underneath his clothing. Getting through it directly would be difficult, so Matteo changed tactics, jumping from one wall to the next. He loosed 3 shots in rapid succession, forcing Persic to take a step back. The first 2 targeted Persic's chest and head, while the third stabbed deep into the guard's other leg. Yet Persic, rather than slowing down, let out a low roar and suddenly accelerated, dull black energy shrouding his sword arm. This was Charge, one of the most common iron-ranked cards, and despite being wounded in both legs, Persic crossed the distance in an instant, hacking down at Matteo, forcing him to abandon his shot. Blocking with his bow, Matteo felt a spike of fear at the weight of his opponent's strike, but thankfully his bow was a masterwork, rendering it nearly indestructible. Under Persic's astonished gaze, his strike actually bounced off the bow. Before he could regain his guard, Matteo's hand emerged from under his cloak. There was a sharp twang as the hand crossbow fired at point-blank range. The bolt pierced straight through Persic's chainmail, tearing a hole open in his stomach and piercing his spine. With a grunt, Persic fell to the ground. A moment later, Matteo's dagger found his throat, ending his life. Chapter 10. Feeling slightly sick to his stomach, Matteo saw 3 cards materialize in front of him, 2 iron-ranked and 1 bronze. Grabbing all 3 of them, Matteo shoved them in his pocket, wiped his dagger on Persic's shirt, and stood up. The door opened, revealing Vern standing there, sword in hand. Unlike his now-dead guard, Captain Vern wasn't a duelist. When he saw Persic dead at Matteo's feet, his face paled and he drew back a step. "There's no time," Matteo said, trying to make his voice as gruff as possible. "We have to leave." As if on cue, there was a clip-clop from the alleyway, the sound of a horse's hooves on the cobblestones. "You either come with me, or—" Matteo gestured to Persic's dead body. "They'll kill you. I've taken care of the guard. Get your daughter and come quickly." As frightened as he was, Vern reacted instantly, running back into the house to grab his daughter and a small bag that had already been packed, just as Matteo had instructed in his last note. By the time Vern climbed over the wall, Matteo was standing on top of a cart filled with goods that Torval had dropped off in the alleyway behind the house. Gesturing to a hollow in between a couple of barrels, Matteo ordered Vern to hide himself and his daughter. Once they were down among the goods, he covered the space with a stack of boxes and a tarp. "We're heading out toward the mountains," he said in a whisper. "From there, we'll move to the border." Sitting in the driver's seat, Matteo took off his mask and hid it in his cloak, placing his bow and quiver in easy reach behind him. Clicking his tongue, he drove the cart forward, toward a small gate that led to the north. He had been fairly confident in his ability to eliminate Persic, as the guard hadn't given him any particularly powerful sense of danger, but what came next was going to be much more risky. Driving the cart through the streets, Matteo slowed as he approached the gate, looking around for the guards. He expected to see at least 4, and knew he would have to do some fast talking if he wanted to pass through the gate without a fight. However, the closer he got, the stranger everything seemed. The gate was quiet, much too quiet, and wasn't latched either. Rather than stop, he kept the horse going, and when he was only a dozen feet away, he saw the gate begin to open. By this time, Matteo was gripping his reins tightly, his body on edge as he tried to resist the urge to reach back for his bow.
"Relax, kid. It looks like you got a bit of help."
Matteo had no idea what Corvus was talking about until he saw a figure step out of the shadow near the gate. Though she was completely covered from head to toe in black, save for the crimson mask on her face, Matteo recognized Kel immediately. She held a long dagger in one hand, its blade blackened to avoid reflection, and Matteo's horse shied away from the crumpled body at her feet. She didn't say a word and simply saluted as Matteo gave her a nod and flicked the reins. Eager to get away from the smell of blood, the horse sped up, and as Matteo glanced over his shoulder, he saw a large figure dressed in similar black clothing with a crimson mask, closing the door behind him. Feeling rather foolish that he hadn't asked Torval and Kel for their help earlier, and incredibly grateful they had been willing to volunteer it without him even having to make the request, Matteo left Embervale, heading up the path toward the mine. Reaching back, he knocked on the barrels, signaling that it was safe for Vern and his daughter to emerge. As the captain moved the boxes aside so they could climb out, Matteo fixed his mask on his face. "We'll take the road for 2 hours, moving as quickly as we can. Once the horse is tied, we'll cut into the mountains. I've already arranged for a team to pick you up on the Empire side, but we'll have a 4-day trip to get there. All the supplies we need have been packed, but we'll be moving quick, which means minimal resting. This'll be a hard trek, but it'll be worth it." Tabitha was clearly frightened, but her father hugged her tight as he looked back toward the city disappearing into the darkness. They made better time than Matteo thought they would, and when they had reached the place where he wanted to get off, it had only been an hour and a half. Climbing down from the cart, he gathered all his gear and put together a second pack for the captain. Then, taking a moment, he stood next to the horse, closing his eyes and examining his Beastmaster totem. It was dull, and through it he could feel the animals he had a connection with. He had already cut the cat loose, and now he did the same with 3 of the rats, leaving only Hamlin, the original rat he had bound. Though it was slow, the totem began to brighten once again, and Matteo used a bit of the returning energy to carve another brand which he sent into the horse, taking control of it. That allowed him to give the horse a command to head all the way to the mine, which would ensure their tracks led in the wrong direction for as long as possible. After the horse had left, Matteo carefully erased any sign of their presence, and the 3 of them headed into the wilderness. Matteo was still wearing his thick cloak, but he couldn't hide his short height, and he knew from the curious looks Captain Verne was sending his way that the captain suspected something was off about him. Since there was nothing he could do about it, Matteo just ignored the issue and pressed ahead, maintaining a steady pace. It wasn't long before Tabitha started to fall behind, so the captain picked her up, carrying her and his pack. After another hour, Matteo offered to carry her, and he could tell the captain was starting to get tired. Captain Verne stubbornly shook his head and pressed on, but as the sun started to rise from the eastern horizon, causing the dark to give way to gray, Matteo insisted. "Look, we're going to be walking all day and only resting for a few hours this evening. You'll need all your strength, and I don't mind carrying her." Tabitha clearly disliked the idea just as much as her father, but Matteo was insistent, and she had soon climbed up on his back. Not trusting that she'd be able to hold on, Matteo lashed her body in place and carried his bag across his chest. Though that would make it difficult for him to fire his bow, his hope was that he wouldn't have to. With Captain Verne following close and speaking the occasional reassuring word to his daughter, Matteo led the way through the mountains again. Despite the fact that he was now carrying a child, in addition to the rest of his gear, Matteo didn't slow down, trusting in his heart of iron to keep him full of energy. They walked until lunchtime, before pausing to get food out of their packs. They didn't stand around to eat it, but pressed on to try and get as much distance between them and any pursuers as possible. Occasionally, Matteo would send out his birds, or ask Corvus to check for any sign of pursuit, and when they finally stumbled to a stop that evening, Matteo was quite happy there was no one behind them. He only had to take one look at the captain to realize the pace he had set wouldn't work. They traveled a considerable distance, but the terrain was only getting rougher, and it was obvious that Captain Verne, despite being a soldier, wouldn't be able to keep up. While Matteo had always known that the difference between a duelist and a regular mortal was significant, he hadn't realized just how significant it was. Of course, the difference between them was made even more drastic by his route card. Knowing that he'd have to adjust his plan, Matteo quickly set up camp and made a bed for Tabitha, who fell asleep almost instantly. He and Captain Verne shared a bit of food, and then the captain also fell asleep. Matteo, quite exhausted from the track, walked away from the camp and settled down next to a tree, where he began to meditate. He only managed an hour before exhaustion overtook him, and he fell asleep. It seemed as if no time had passed at all before the rattling of a chain jerked him from his slumber. Jumping to his feet, bow in hand, Matteo looked around, his mind taking a moment to catch up to his body.
"Good news and bad news, kid."
"What's the bad news?" Matteo asked.
"You've got enemies about 10 miles behind you, and they're closing in fast."
Wondering how Corvus knew of enemies so far away, Matteo frowned. "What's the good news?"
"It looks like they're on the wrong path. You switching to the higher mountain path seems to have thrown them off, but it looks like they have a tracker, so they'll figure it out eventually."
Gritting his teeth, Matteo went to rouse Captain Verne and Tabitha. Sitting up, the captain looked around with the same sort of disoriented stare Matteo had.
"What's going on?"
he asked. "We've got people tracking us. Let's get moving."
"A tracker? Oh, no."
"We'll deal with them if they catch up. Let's just focus on making sure they don't," Matteo said. Get your things, and let's get on the road." Despite how uncomfortable she was, Tabitha was silent as she climbed onto Mateo's back. Her father, groaning, pushed himself up from his bedroll, gathering the blankets and shoving them into his bag. As he lifted it to his back, he staggered slightly, his muscles aching terribly from the mad sprint they had undertaken the day before. Seeing Mateo calculating something, Captain Verne walked over, holding a walking stick he had picked up the day before. "How did they catch us so fast?" he asked. "Either they're high-ranked duelists, or, more likely, they didn't sleep, which means they're going to have to in the next 5 or 6 hours. Otherwise, by the time they catch us, they'll be so exhausted it won't matter. That means we have time to gain some ground. As long as we can stay ahead of them, we'll be able to widen the gap again. We're going to be playing a dangerous game of follow the leader. The question is, will they be able to catch up before we hit the border? Let's go." Noticing that Mateo hadn't picked up his bag, Captain Verne went to grab it, but Mateo shook his head. "Just leave it. It's better to travel light. In fact, anything other than food and your blanket should be dropped." Taking a moment to dig through his pack, the captain dumped most everything, and they soon began moving, much lighter after shedding most of their gear.
"Let it be a lesson, kid. When you're running, better not to pack so much. Not that you could have pushed much harder yesterday. By the time you stopped, the captain was about to die."
Carrying Tabitha, Mateo didn't have any energy to spare for speaking, so he proceeded in silence. Captain Verne was silent as well, simply plodding along as best he could as Mateo set an aggressive pace. His main concern was that the team chasing them would be entirely composed of duelists. While Mateo was confident in his ability to handle one, or even maybe two similarly ranked duelists, especially if he saw them coming, the thought of facing any more brought a hint of fear to him. Their best bet was to simply outpace the enemy, but as Captain Verne started to slow, Mateo realized that probably wasn't a possibility.
"Come on, kid, use your brain. You have an ability for this."
It took a moment for Mateo to realize what the voice was talking about, and then it struck him. A moment later, a dull silver light flashed around him. The light was mirrored on Captain Verne, who stumbled as his body suddenly sped up. Catching himself with his walking stick before he fell on his face, the captain blinked, and then stared at Mateo as energy surged through his limbs. "Stay within 10 feet of me, otherwise it won't work," Mateo said. Hurrying to catch up, Captain Verne moved with new vigor as he benefited from the effect of the Iru's resonance card. Though the increase in speed and strength didn't affect Mateo, and the effect was described as only marginal, it still allowed the captain to keep up. Mateo wasn't sure if that was because the effect was greater since the captain wasn't a duelist, or if there was something else at play. But regardless, Mateo was quite happy. Thanks to his iron physique and heart of iron cards, Mateo could travel all day and all night without needing to rest. But until Corvus had reminded him of Iru's resonance, he'd been genuinely concerned the captain simply wouldn't be able to keep up. Now, as they pressed forward, they moved swiftly, covering ground at a good rate. Mateo still had 3 cards in his pocket, 2 iron-ranked cards and 1 bronze rank. But without an appraiser, he had no way of knowing what they did, and wasn't going to take the risk slotting them to find out. They traveled all day, pushing late into the night, before finally, even with Iru's resonance, Captain Verne couldn't press on. In truth, Mateo was happy for the break as well, since using Iru's resonance required a constant expenditure of spiritual energy. And though his heart of iron allowed him to recover as he moved, it was still quite the drain. Thankfully, the evening wasn't too cold, and so, letting Tabitha wrap up in the blanket, Mateo and the captain spoke about what was to come. "We've got 1 more day until we hit the border. However, there's no guarantee they'll stop chasing us then. Based on where our enemy is, I'd say that they're going to catch up with us about midday tomorrow, which means we'll have a fight on our hands," Mateo said, his voice calm. "I'll do my best to keep you 2 safe, but you may have to travel the last 10 miles by yourself. The team waiting for you should be just on the other side of the border, and they'll escort you to safety."
"What about you?"
"I'll stop the pursuers and retreat once you're safe," Mateo replied. Captain Verne let out a long sigh.
"I hope it's worth it."
"Of course it's worth it," Mateo replied, his eyes narrowing. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it." Chapter 11. With a hollow chuckle, the captain shook his head and lay down to sleep. What Matteo hadn't mentioned was that the enemy was closing in faster than he had initially supposed. Though they had been on the wrong track, they had discovered the fact almost immediately, and even now were likely less than an hour behind. However, Matteo knew that Captain Vern wouldn't be able to rest if he knew that, and so, leaving the captain and his daughter to sleep in the midst of the woods, Matteo picked up his bow and vanished into the forest. Though it was dark, he moved swiftly, his feet sure as Corvus ranged overhead, keeping an eye out for the enemy. Coming to a bend in the road, where the tree line broke away on the side of the mountain, Matteo crouched and looked into the distance. There he stayed, waiting and watching for a few minutes, until he caught sight of faint movement in the distance. There was another spot on the path without tree cover, and he caught sight of 4 people jogging slowly along the road. From the way they moved, it was clear that they were just as exhausted as he was, but also clear that they were fiercely determined to catch up.
"There's a spot a quarter of a mile back, up from the road, a bunch of boulders. It's as good an ambush spot as any," Corvus said.
Rising to his feet, Matteo nodded his thanks and began jogging back along the road. He made good time, and as soon as he spotted the boulders, he couldn't help but grin. Only 100 feet from the road, they were perched on a small shelf, which would make it impossible for the enemy team to approach him directly. Furthermore, the boulders looked loose enough that they could probably be pushed down the hill in a pinch. They provided a clear line of sight to the road, with minimal cover for his opponents to hide behind. "How much time do you think I have?" Matteo asked.
"Maybe 40 minutes? 35 if they've sped up."
Jogging over to the spot where his opponents would be standing when he ambushed them, Matteo looked around. The biggest piece of cover was a log. Matteo walked over to it and crouched down behind it, examining his angles. Rather than try and push the giant log over, he stacked some rocks nearby and then carefully wedged his loaded hand crossbow inside, rigging up a thin tripwire that he hid with some leaves. He wasn't sure if the trap would work, but if it did, anyone throwing themselves behind the log had a high chance of getting a crossbow bolt in the face. With one trap set, Matteo carefully scattered anything else that could be used for cover, and then retreated up to the nest of boulders. As he laid out a dozen arrows to make them easy to grasp, he noticed his hand was shaking and paused, frowning at it. In truth, Matteo was ill-prepared for the coming fight, and he could only pray that his opponents were just as exhausted as he was. He estimated that he had about 10 minutes, so having done all he could, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. His constant expenditure of spiritual energy had pushed him past the breaking point, into an incredibly unstable but calm state, where his mind seemed to shake with every thought. As he breathed, doing his best to replenish his spiritual energy, he could feel himself fraying. Yet not knowing what other options he had, Matteo continued to breathe in and out. Corvus said nothing, simply keeping watch for the approaching enemy. Matteo had assumed his time would fly by, but instead, with every breath, the world around him seemed to slow, and he began to notice how hard it was to move. It felt like he was falling into quicksand, his lungs compressing with each breath, making it harder to get air. Then he heard it, the rattle of a chain and Corvus's voice.
"Matteo, they're here."
His hand went to his bow, which rested across his knees, his other hand naturally grasping an arrow. In a daze, Matteo rose to his knees, peeking between 2 boulders as he saw 4 exhausted men staggering up the road. Though he was alert, eyes open, Matteo forgot to stop his breathing, and as he let out a rattling breath, one of the men entered the ambush area. In a complete daze, Matteo pulled his bowstring, feeling as if he was trying to swim through quicksand. The man below took another step forward, and Matteo, who still had yet to breathe in, released the arrow, causing the world to shatter around him. An immense flood of power surged through him, filling his limbs, bringing clarity to his mind, and he realized the world hadn't shattered. What he was feeling was the barrier between the iron and bronze ranks breaking. In the same moment that Matteo broke through, his arrow flashed across the distance, burying itself just below the exhausted soldier's throat. Powered by the surge of energy that raced through Matteo, the arrow pierced clean through, its gleaming tip emerging from the soldier's back, and with a choking cry, he fell to the ground. The other soldiers reacted exactly as Matteo had predicted, scattering as they looked for cover. One, who was closest to the log, threw himself behind it, and Matteo heard a sharp twang and a scream of pain. He had already knocked another arrow. He was waiting as the soldier's head jerked up above the log, clutching the bolt that had pierced deep into his shoulder. Matteo's second shot hissed through the air, accurately striking the soldier's eye and killing him instantly. The last two soldiers, barely able to react to the deaths of their companions, had turned to flee, scrambling back along the road. They were moving fast enough that they'd soon leave Matteo's lethal range, so instead of firing, he scooped up a handful of arrows and jumped over the boulders, dropping 20 feet to the ground. He landed on the slope hard, but a quick roll allowed him to absorb the majority of the impact, and he was off like a shot, sprinting after his enemies. One of them glanced over his shoulder and slowed slightly when he didn't see Matteo, who was further up the mountain. For his efforts, he caught an arrow in the side of his throat and quickly collapsed to the ground as he grasped the gushing wound. Matteo ignored him, continuing to run at a full sprint across the side of the mountain as he drew his next shot. Unfortunately, the enemy soldier dove into the woods after hearing the cry of his companion, causing Matteo's arrow to miss. There was a crash of branches as the man forced himself down the slope, pushing through the thick brush, and Matteo changed his trajectory, beginning to move down the side of the mountain. By the time he got to the road, the sound had ceased, and Matteo, arrow drawn, peered into the underbrush. The only sound that alerted him to an attack was a whisper of a foot rubbing against some leaves. Jerking back, Matteo saw the man he had just chased down the mountain had doubled back and was now leaping toward him, sword drawn. Matteo's arrow caught the man in the chest, but it didn't stop his momentum, and with a great shout he brought his sword down, intending to cleave Matteo in half. Rather than try to block it, Matteo lunged forward, his bow turning to the side to parry the attack as his shoulder curled in. This was one of the defensive moves Rose had taught him, a shoulder charge intended to stun his opponent by knocking the air from his lungs. Instead, Matteo's shoulder slammed into the dull end of the arrow, driving it straight through his opponent's heart. With a shudder, the soldier sagged, and then fell to the side as Matteo instinctively reached for an arrow, only to find nothing. He had dropped the rest of the arrows at his feet, and for a few seconds he stood there at a loss.
"That was something else, kid," Corvus said, alighting on Matteo's shoulder.
The crow's voice stank of blood, and sounded to Matteo like the cry of a battle horn and the screams of dying men.
"You did well."
Though he wanted nothing more than to back up and maybe vomit into the bushes, Matteo forced himself to crouch and confirm the man in front of him was dead. When he saw an iron-ranked root card appear, along with another iron-ranked card, Matteo took them. The appearance of a root card was a clear indication the man wouldn't be getting back up, so Matteo grabbed the body and hauled it along with him as he returned to the man who had caught the arrow in the neck. He was dead as well, but Matteo had waited too long, and his cards had already returned to the earth. That meant Matteo was much too late for the other two, so he searched the two bodies, taking anything that was useful before throwing them in the woods. After searching the other two corpses, he disposed of them as well, retrieved his hand crossbow, and began traveling back to where Captain Vern was sleeping. As he jogged, Matteo marveled at the sheer amount of energy that raced through him. He had broken through to the bronze rank, and the result left him floored. As an iron-ranked duelist, he estimated that he had at least 5 times the amount of energy reserves as a normal person, along with at least twice the strength. In the bronze rank, his strength and speed seemed to have doubled again, making him 4 times stronger than the average man, despite the fact he was only 15 years old. His energy reserves, however, had gone up at least 10 times. Both a quantitative and qualitative improvement that made him feel like he could run forever.
"You think this is good? Just wait till you hit silver and gold rank," Corvus said with a cackle. "You won't even feel human anymore."
In truth, Matteo wasn't sure he felt human right now. The energy in his body felt like it wanted to burst free, creating a wild feeling in his heart. But he carefully tamped it down and began his visualization as he jogged along the road. Almost immediately he heard a slight clink, like the sound of a chain shifting, and the third link sprang into focus, bringing with it even greater clarity of mind. Within a few seconds, the fourth link was already starting to become clear as well, though the boost he had gained from entering the bronze rank soon faded. Still, now that he had a third link available, Matteo was tempted to link Iru's resonance, to make it part of the set with the other two cards he possessed. Deciding to hold off, as he didn't know when he would get other cards, Matteo examined his deck. Previously, thanks to the link between them, his Heart of Iron card and Iron Physique card each had a faint bronze glow to it, though it was still clearly in the iron rank. Now, however, even though both cards continued to have the words Iron Rank etched on them, they gave off a healthy bronze glow. The sight caused Matteo to stop, his jaw dropping. Wait, am I seeing this right? Cackling, Corvus fluffed his feathers proudly.
I told you my card was the best.
There's no way. Doesn't this mean... Matteo's words trailed off, and he was unable to even voice the thought that had struck him for fear he might be wrong. Corvus had no such qualms.
That's right. When you link the next card, it'll treat the set as silver. 4 links for gold and 5 links for platinum. Of course, you could also hold 3 more totems, and each one will need a link too. So, you'll have to decide which matters more.
Shaken by Corvus's words, Matteo stared at the glowing cards in a daze. And how many links are on the chain that connects us?
How many do you want there to be, kid?
Feeling a weight he hadn't even known he was carrying lift, Matteo took a deep breath. A flash of worry had appeared in his heart, and he wondered if carving a totem into his soul had meant he would never be able to link all his cards. Thankfully, Corvus' words eased his concern. He didn't speak, and simply continued jogging forward toward the camp where he had left Captain Vern and his daughter. He didn't have to speak. The weight of bearing an iron-ranked root card had lifted. Of course, Matteo didn't know whether or not his advancement speed would change, but in a way it didn't even matter. Even if he had the slowest growing power in the world, one day he would arrive standing at the very top of the world.
You just gotta survive until then, kid. You just have to survive.
Captain Vern was still asleep when Matteo returned, having only been gone for 2 hours. But as he stepped into the camp, he saw Tabitha's eyes peeking out from underneath the blanket, staring at him. Matteo flashed his friendliest smile, and then remembered too late that he still had his mask on. Seeing Tabitha quickly withdraw into the blankets, bumping her father, Matteo sighed as Captain Vern bolted upright, his hand grabbing for his sword, which was laid beside him. Matteo jerked his thumb over his shoulder. We don't have to worry about our pursuers anymore. I decided it was more efficient to simply eliminate them. Get as much rest as you can. We'll leave at first light. Without saying anything further, Matteo walked to a nearby tree and sat down between the roots, resting his bow across his knees as he began his habitual meditation. It was clear from the way he opened and closed his mouth that Captain Vern wanted to say something, but no words came out, and eventually he lay back down, pulling his daughter close, and fell asleep. Since they didn't need to rush anymore, Matteo had Tabitha walk, and they spent a full day hiking the last 10 miles. They had just crossed the border when a large group emerged from a stand of trees. Matteo saw 3 black-masked individuals, shadows from the Dark Wing. With them were 2 teams of powerfully built individuals wearing stylized tiger masks. One of the teams had masks with black stripes, while the other had masks with red stripes. Holding out his token, Matteo bowed. Temporary ID S1-0001. This was the code he had indicated he would use to identify himself with whoever the Dark Wing sent to retrieve the captain. After hearing the appropriate code in return, Matteo stepped aside and gestured to Captain Vern. He's all yours. Chapter 12. Members of the Dark Wing hurried forward to speak to the captain, while the crimson-masked leader of the Tiger Wing Feather walked up to Matteo.
You sure took your time. Should we expect pursuit?
No, sir. They've been taken care of.
Taken care of? By who?
Instead of replying, Matteo just patted his bow.
Ha! How many pursuers were there?
There were 4, Matteo said, pulling a pair of iron-ranked cards from his pocket. I only managed to recover 2 cards, though. Taking them, the leader of the Tiger Wing Feather let out a low whistle.
1 against 4 is pretty good odds, kid.
Hey, fresh meat. You should meet this kid. He might give you a run for your money.
Looking over, Matteo saw a young woman, lean and powerfully built, staring at him with bright eyes from behind her tiger mask. Her hair was in 2 tight braids that fell to the middle of her back, and she carried a sword at her hip and a bandolier of 6 daggers. Both hands were covered with gauntlets with slightly sharpened fingertips, and a pauldron, along with a cuirass, covered her shoulder and chest. The rest of her body was covered in leather armor, but she moved with a sort of feline grace as she walked up to Matteo. He recognized her instantly. But before he could say her name, she bumped her fists together and spoke.
Fresh Meat 15. A pleasure to meet you.
Recognizing the combination of names, Matteo responded with an elegant tilt of his upper body. Shadow 13.
The 2 of you should get to know each other,
the Tiger Wing commander said before leading the rest of his soldiers to where the Dark Wing Feather was talking to Vern.
Hello, Matteo.
Hello, Rose. From the way her hands fidgeted and she moved forward and then back, Matteo could tell Rose wanted to give him a hug, but was unsure if it was appropriate given the circumstances. Matteo didn't care, and stepping forward, he wrapped his arms around her. How have you been? How's the Tiger Wing? What have you been doing? Have you seen Eric? He could barely stop the gush of words coming out of his mouth, and it was only when he saw the twinkle in Rose's eyes and heard Corvus's hysterical laughter that he recalled himself. Feeling sheepish, he stopped spraying words at her as Rose giggled.
I'm doing great. The Tiger Wing's pretty brutal, but there's real camaraderie here. Every single member is incredibly strong, and I feel like I'm growing by leaps and bounds. Actually, I even hit bronze rank a couple months ago.
His eyes lighting up, Matteo reached in his pocket and pulled out 3 cards, the cards he had taken from Persic after slaying the guard. He shoved them into Rose's hands. Here, you should take these. I don't have any use for them, but they seem to be combat-related.
Where'd you get these?
I picked them up off somebody, Matteo said elusively, and then changed the subject. You should use them, and if you can't, trade them for a better card. Rose hesitated for a moment, and then took the cards, sliding them into the small bag she carried. Here, this is for you. Seeing her take out another card, this one wrapped in cloth, Matteo took it and unwrapped it. Unlike most cards, which appeared completely blank, this one had a faint etching visible on it.
I've already had it assessed, Rose said quietly. I don't want to offend you, but I know you said you had an iron-ranked root card.
Holding it up so he could see it better, Matteo saw the words iron-ranked etched onto it. The card was called Dulled Presence and granted the ability for the user to blend in with their environment, making them stand out less. Had Rose given him this card even a day before, Matteo wouldn't have been very excited. After all, an iron-ranked stealth card that only reduced his presence seemed practically worthless, and he could tell from the way she shoveled her feet that Rose thought so too. Given what he knew now, this card was worth a tremendous amount, and it was with genuine and heartfelt thanks that he pulled her into another hug. Rose, this is perfect. Thank you, this is exactly what I need. Startled by his enthusiastic response, Rose nodded.
Good. Well, I'm glad you can use it.
I'm sorry that the cards I gave you aren't assessed.
That's fine,
Rose said with a wave. Our battalion has multiple people who can do assessments, which means I can get them for free.
You two got close quick.
Looking up, Matteo saw the leader of the Tiger Wing Feathers walking over.
We're about to move out. Take care of yourself, kid.
Thank you, sir. You do the same.
I'll see you later, 13.
Stay safe, 15. Escorted by the 2 Tiger Wing Feathers, Vern and his daughters soon disappeared into the forest, and the 3 shadows from Darkwing approached Matteo.
Well done,
Captain Verne informed me that you handled the extraction yourself? Not completely, ma'am. I'm currently working with 2 others who cleared my path out of the city. We wouldn't have gotten out of Embervale without them. I'm planning on going back to ensure that they're safe. All right. Just don't get caught. There was a flutter in the air, and a large iron-winged crow flew down to land on the woman's arm. It cocked its head sideways as it hopped a few times while the woman removed the message tied to its leg. After reading over it, she tossed the bird back into the air and saluted Matteo. Your way back should be clear. The 2 agents you were working with are laying low for the moment and don't expect any trouble. But be cautious on your way back. Thank you, Matteo said, bowing in return. He waited until the 3 shadows had left before taking a deep breath and slotting the card Rose had given him. Since Corvus hadn't said a word about it, he could only assume it was worth keeping. The crow-spirit had been insistent that he ignore the other cards he had picked up, but this one clearly met the standard, in Corvus's opinion. Matteo felt that he was starting to understand why. Most iron-ranked cards had capped effects, which meant that they only did a very specific thing. Take, for example, the card Charge. When activated, it would send the user forward at a charging speed, but only 25 feet. That meant, however fast the individual could normally charge, that was how fast they would move. The main advantage of such a card was that it used no strength, and there was no indication that they were going to charge. Their body simply moved forward in whatever stance they were in. This allowed for a surprise effect, which is why it was a very popular card among warriors. At the same time, the wording of such a card meant that even if it were to rank up, becoming a bronze-ranked card or higher, the effect would largely remain the same, granting no additional benefit. On the other hand, the cards Matteo currently had were different. From Heart of Iron to Iron Physique, and now to Dull Presence, all 3 of the cards had an open-ended ability, allowing for them to grow in effect as Matteo ranked up. Already he could tell that the bronze-ranked effect of his Iron Physique had made his body exponentially tougher than it had been before. So tough that when he had tested drawing a blade across his skin the night before, he had barely left a scratch. Of course, a full-force stab would still cut him, but even when he had pierced through to cut a small gash on his arm, it had scabbed up within an hour and was completely gone by morning. Likewise, Heart of Iron had transformed into a bronze-ranked card, increasing the amount of recovery it gave him, and then further stacking again for each other iron-ranked card he possessed. With the 3 iron-ranked cards he possessed empowering his root card, it was as if Matteo possessed 4 copies of Heart of Iron, increasing his recovery ability to an absurd degree. Feeling Dull Presence slot into his free arm slot, Matteo didn't hesitate, immediately using his free link to connect it to his root card. There was a rattle as a black chain stretched out between them, binding the 2 together, and with a hum, Dull Presence began to glow, transformed into a bronze card. Immediately, all 3 of the linked cards began to glow with a faint silver outline, raising their strength to the peak of the bronze rank. Name, Matteo. Race, human. Status, slave. Rank, iron. Root, Heart of Iron. Iron, ++. Active, Iru's Resonance. Iron. Active, Dulled Presence. Iron, ++. Passive, Iron Physique. Iron, ++. Passive, minus. Links, 2. Heart of Iron. Iron. Increase your recovery ability for each other iron-ranked card slotted. Iru's Resonance. Iron. Each ally within 10 feet of you gains a marginal increase in strength and speed. Dulled Presence. Iron. You naturally blend in with your surroundings, making yourself harder to see. Iron Physique. Iron. Increase your body's toughness. Stunned by the qualitative improvement, Matteo activated Dulled Presence and felt as if the world around him grayed slightly. Of course, it was hard to know how effective it actually was, as there was no one around to test it on, but as Matteo turned and started into the forest, he could soon sense a subtle difference. Though it was incredibly faint, he felt as if he was moving through the world in an almost separate space, as if he had shifted to a different layer. As soon as the feeling appeared, it faded, and shaking his head, Matteo cancelled the ability, and the world brightened around him. At a swift jog, he began to head back toward Embervale, moving almost twice as fast as he had with Captain Vern and Tabitha. What had taken them 3 days at a punishing pace, Matteo covered in 2. He even found most of his gear, which had been kicked into the underbrush, and after throwing it over his shoulder, he continued on his way. Arriving in the afternoon of the second day, Matteo hid his cloak and mask in his bag and blended in with the crowd of people heading into the city. Up ahead of him, he saw a mercenary group returning to the city, having just finished an escort mission. Matteo activated Dull Presence, his body immediately fading into that same grayed-out state, and he walked forward, slipping past the people ahead of him in line to join the group of mercenaries. One of the mercenaries glanced in his direction, but just as Matteo braced himself, his eyes seemed to slide off, shifting to the person standing behind Matteo. Careful not to bump into anyone, Matteo walked along with the mercenaries until they got to the gate. There they were stopped by the guards, who looked over them. Clearly, Captain Vern's defection had been discovered, because rather than the normal guards, there were a few dozen soldiers, all of whom wore Captain Poulter's insignia. They appeared rather meticulous in their checks, though when they got to the mercenaries, they only examined the papers of the mercenary leader before doing a quick count. Once again, when the guard got to Matteo, his eyes skipped over him, and after confirming the number of mercenaries, he waved them all in. Stepping forward in between 2 of the mercenaries to keep himself hidden from the guards, Matteo walked in with them, passing effortlessly under the guards' noses. Of course, Matteo was certain that the only reason his ability worked so well on the guards was because they were mortals. Had they been duelists like him, possessing spiritual energy, he doubted his ability would work on them, or at least not nearly as well as it had. After they were through the gate, Matteo continued on down the street with the mercenaries before eventually splitting off and making his way back to the shop. When he arrived, he didn't immediately head in, and instead focused his mental energy, calling for Hamlin, who he had left in the backyard of the shop. It wasn't long before he saw a small gray figure dash across the street, causing a few of the passers-by to jump. Matteo was back in an alley on the other side of the street, and Hamlin soon joined him. The rat's eyes were brighter than ever, and as Matteo examined him, he realized that the brand in the rat's chest seemed to have been strengthened and was releasing a faint bronze glow.
"This right here is the reason I didn't make a big deal when you wanted to spend your effort on the Beastmaster totem."
"What do you mean?" Ruffling his feathers, Corvus pointed a wing down at Hamlin.
"Bonded beasts get a bit of their master's spiritual energy. Now that the bond is bronze, that energy will permeate the little guy's body and transform him, eventually raising him to the iron rank. Beasts will eventually grow to a rank below their masters, though at higher ranks it takes a lot more time and intentionality."
"Is that why Captain Orsic had so many iron-ranked wolves?"
"Part of the reason," Corvus said. "Regardless, when he does rank up, he might give you a bit of a surprise."
"Well, I'm looking forward to it," Matteo said. "Now I just need to find some iron-winged crows."
"That's right, and get rid of that horse you have. It's a waste of space."
Closing his eyes, Matteo focused on his Beastmaster totem and located the seal that connected him to the horse. It only took a few moments to cut off the flow of spiritual energy that nourished it, and it soon faded away. Immediately, Heart of Iron kicked in, and the dull totem began to refill once more. Quite pleased to have reconnected with Hamlin, Matteo tucked the rat away in his bag and walked across the street, carefully scanning for anyone who might be paying more attention than they should. As he stepped through the shop's front door, he saw Kell and Torfall at the front counter. Torfall greeted him with a wide smile, while Kell raised her eyebrows. Stepping into the shop, Matteo bowed low. "Thank you for your help, and thank you for letting me go."
"Of course. What else are teams for?"
Torfall said, his grin widening even further. "We're only disappointed you didn't let us know," Kell said. "If Torfall here hadn't put it together, we wouldn't have made it in time." "I meant to ask about that," Matteo said, walking up to the counter and putting his bag down on it. "If we're given a secret mission, how do we handle it? I thought I wasn't supposed to share that mission with anybody." Exchanging glances, Kell and Torfall both looked rather confused. "What do you mean, secret mission? You mean you got private instructions for this mission?"
Yes, I think that's what it is. They took me into a room by myself and gave me a piece of paper with coded instructions. Chapter 13. Sighing, Cal shook her head. Hidden tasks like that are only supposed to be given to C2 or higher, not shadows.
Clearly somebody thinks well of you, Torfel said, nodding in agreement. I'm honestly not sure how to advise you, though. Hidden tasks are supposed to be secret, and so you were right not to tell us. However, next time you'll want to make sure you have all your bases covered. Can I ask, by the way, what was your plan?
Reaching into his bag, Matteo pulled out a small vial that he placed on the counter. Poison.
Poison?
It'll knock out mortals within a few seconds of smelling it.
What about duelists?
Doesn't work on them. Spiritual energy neutralizes it. Without hesitating, Torfel popped the cap open and took a sniff.
Ah, that's potent.
Putting the cap back on, he set it on the counter and pushed it toward Matteo.
So, it turns out you didn't need our help after all. Where did you get such a powerful poison?
Cal asked. I made it. I read about the formula some time ago, but this was the first time I was going to use it, and I honestly don't know whether it would have worked. In retrospect, I should have tested it. My goal was to use this to knock the guards out. I actually have one for each of them, which was probably overkill, but I figured better safe than sorry. Exchanging glances, Cal and Torfel shook their heads. It seems we've done something useless, Cal said, and maybe brought more trouble to ourselves and to you. What do you mean? Matteo asked, sensing the grim note in Cal's voice. We've had an investigator poking around, someone from the military. They clearly suspect us, especially since you've been gone for such a long time. In fact, I'd assume they're going to be here soon, so it's probably better that you go into hiding. Torfel suddenly grinned and reached into his coat, pulling out a piece of paper barely the size of Matteo's hand.
Memorize this and then destroy it, he said.
Glancing down, Matteo saw that it was a detailed map of the sewers.
Turns out the sewers are more extensive than we thought. Since we have all been sharing our secret missions, I might as well tell you. My job was to build a safe house, a place we could move the spy and hide out ourselves if need be. You getting him out of the city invalidated that. Make sure nobody follows you to the safe house. That's where you should head now.
But what about you two? Why don't you come to the safe house? Matteo asked.
No need. Our identities are still useful, and so we're going to do our best to maintain them. They'll put us in jail for a little while, and eventually we'll get out. We'll just treat it as a bit of a vacation.
Both Torfel and Cal seemed entirely unconcerned that they were about to be thrown in jail. But before Matteo could argue, Cal reached across the counter and patted him on the shoulder. You need to go. The investigator's on his way. Not knowing what else to say, Matteo nodded. After burning the map, he slipped out the back, glancing over his shoulder in a daze when he heard the front doorbell jingle.
You should hide, kid. It looks like they have this place surrounded.
Matteo had just activated dulled presence when 4 soldiers jumped over the back fence. Ducking down behind some plants, Matteo shifted sideways silently, his figure naturally blending in with the world. It was curious, but he found that his card erased his presence completely, which had the added benefit that when he moved through the underbrush, the plants he brushed past barely moved, and if they did, it looked as if they were waving in a light breeze. Seeing the soldiers rush to the back door, Matteo waited a moment for them to pass him, and then, reaching up, grabbed the wall and hopped over. Thankfully, there were no other guards in the alleyway, and he hurried out to the street, joining the throngs of people. As he walked through them, Matteo could sense that strange feeling once again, as if he had simply stepped into a different, though parallel world, making him invisible to the people around him. It lasted until someone bumped into him, nearly dropping the box he was holding.
Hey, watch it.
Sorry, Matteo said, ducking his head and hoping the man hadn't seen his face. About to say something else, the man suddenly blinked and walked on, simply ignoring Matteo's presence. Rose sure gave me a treasure, Matteo muttered under his breath as he watched people walk by. As long as he remained still, people would simply walk around him, as if he were a rock splitting a stream. By the time Matteo had reached the closest entrance to the sewer, he was doubly convinced. The faint silver glow that ringed the bronze cards was a clear indication that all of his previously iron-ranked cards were operating as if they were silver, though their effect was suppressed by his bronze rank, meaning they could only produce a level of power slightly higher than normal bronze rank. The benefit, of course, was that because all of the cards were, in fact, iron-ranked, they produced no detrimental effect on his life force. Making his way down into the sewer, Matteo used Hamlin to check and see if anyone was around. When the rat didn't find anyone, Matteo crept down after him, pausing a moment at the bottom of the ladder to orient himself. The entrance to the safe house was hidden at a small dead-end offshoot, and after navigating his way there, Matteo found himself in front of a door with no discernible handle. Thinking for a moment, he held up his token, and there was a whisper of greased metal as the door slid open. Stepping inside, Matteo found himself in a completely dark passage. This had been on the map as well, along with the indications of 2 traps. The first was a tripwire at calf height that Matteo carefully stepped over, while the second was a pressure plate, activated only after one lifted their foot. Carefully bypassing it, Matteo came to the other end of the hall and opened a second door, finding himself in a spacious room, complete with beds, furniture, and shelves stocked with food. There were no windows, of course, but there were glow lights set in the wall at regular intervals, with covers hanging underneath them to allow the total amount of light in the room to be adjusted. There was a table in the center of the room, spread with a variety of familiar-looking code books, along with stacks of paper. There was also a perch, which confused Matteo for a moment until he heard a soft cawing and saw, from a hole in the center of the roof, an iron-wing crow flutter down. The bird landed on the perch, its head twisting to the side as it stared at Matteo. Hearing more wings fluttering and seeing another crow drop through the opening, Matteo let out a soft whistle. The sound echoed around the room, and immediately the birds relaxed, no longer holding their aggressive stance. Within about 60 seconds, the room was full of crows, all of whom examined Matteo with great interest, paying particular attention to the small feather he kept tucked in his clothing. The largest of the crows, a powerful-looking female with a scar next to her beak, plucked the feather from his coat, turning her head this way and that as she held it in her beak. Satisfied, she put it back and cawed, causing the rest of the crows to rush back into the opening, returning to wherever they had been. This was no doubt the watch post where the Empire's spies sent and received information, though how it was hidden Matteo honestly wasn't sure. Still, it would likely be his home for the next while, so Matteo took off his bag and tossed it onto one of the lower bunks. He could feel Hamlin's fear, and knew that the rat was terrified of the iron-wing crows. With good reason, too. If Matteo hadn't known the correct whistle, it's likely he would have been torn to pieces by the aggressive birds only moments after entering the room. Letting Hamlin continue to hide in the bag, Matteo walked over to the table, pulled out the chair, and sat down, ready to look over everything there to see if he could get a better sense of the current situation. There were 3 different stacks of papers on the desk. One detailed the economic situation of the city, with most of the information focusing on the mines, how much ore was being pulled out, where it was being processed, and where the processed ore was then sent. The second pile provided a snapshot of the city's defenses, including troop positions, leadership, and the state of supplies. Matteo immediately recognized most of this information as having come from him, obtained during his regular rounds. The third pile of information was what interested Matteo the most. It incorporated information from the surrounding area, likely gathered from other spies spread out across Gratian. There was a considerable amount of information about the state of the border, including troop locations and troop strength. The more Matteo read, the clearer it became to him that war wasn't just on the horizon. It was here. Though the Empire had not yet launched an attack, there was no reason to gather this sort of information unless they were planning for a fight. Of course, it was possible the Empire was just trying to make sure Gratian wasn't secretly amassing troops in order to launch an attack of their own. But from the way the defensive fortifications were detailed, Matteo had a strong suspicion that any attack would come from the much larger Empire. After reading through everything on the desk, Matteo sat back in his chair, his gaze unfocused as he thought through his next move. Currently, he was in an enemy city, and the other 2 members of his feather had been captured. They hoped to ride out the storm and be released, But Matteo couldn't count on that. Thanks to the new card Rose had given him, Matteo was fairly confident in being able to move around the city without being spotted or associated with Kel and Torfel. But wandering around on his own seemed like a good way to get into trouble. In an ideal situation, he'd be able to establish a new identity, pretending to be someone else while avoiding anyone who might know or remember him from his time at the shop. He also needed to keep the watch posts operating. If he didn't, Shadowkeep would undoubtedly assume the entire feather had been compromised and would take action accordingly. Organizing his thoughts, Matteo grabbed a piece of paper and his quill and wrote a quick missive detailing the situation and his current plan. After the ink dried, he wrapped it up and whistled. A large iron-wing crow dropped from the hole in the ceiling to land on the perch. Matteo carefully inserted his paper into a small capsule and clipped it to the crow's leg. After whistling again, the crow launched itself into the air, disappearing from view. How long it would take to receive a reply, Matteo had no idea, and it seemed best to him that, for the moment, he stayed out of sight. Getting up, he began to organize his things until he felt a presence in the room. Peeking over his shoulder, he saw that the large female crow, who seemed to be the leader, was standing on the table watching him. Looking around, Matteo spotted one of the most important pieces of equipment in every watchpost: the grub house. It looked like a large chest on 4 legs that kept it off the ground. Inside was an entire ecosystem for producing the grubs the iron-wing crows liked to eat. Checking that the grubs had enough food, Matteo extracted one and brought it over to the large female crow. When he opened his palm, her beak moved so quickly he barely saw it, accurately picking up the grub without even grazing his palm. Tossing her head back, she swallowed the grub down, clearly delighted. She seemed curious about Matteo, and he saw her eyes occasionally shifting to his bag, where Hamlin still hid.
"She should be your next bonded beast," Corvus said, examining the crow appreciatively. "It doesn't look like she has a bond already, but she's just about to break into the iron rank on her own, which means her potential is tremendous. Plus, she's clearly in charge of this murder, which means you'll get a lot more benefit than just a single crow."
Trusting that Corvus knew what he was talking about, Matteo took a seat and held out his hand to the crow, approaching her slowly. She seemed to know what he wanted because she lifted her head and stretched out her neck so he could scratch under her chin. Currently, Matteo only had 3 bonded beasts: Hamlin, who was hiding in his bag, and 2 birds. He had released the horse he had bonded, and both birds were off somewhere in the city, most likely still hanging around the shop. Taking a moment, he quietly erased the 2 bird bonds and immediately felt Heart of Iron kick in, restoring the power of his totem. He wasn't sure if other beastmasters were able to do something similar, but he had a sneaking suspicion that his ability to recharge his totem so quickly was unusual. The female crow seemed friendly enough and was enjoying his scratches, so Matteo carefully sculpted a bond and tried to apply it. For the first time, he felt a hint of resistance, as if the crow didn't want the bond. Before he could back off, however, Corvus clicked his beak, and a familiar pressure began emanating from him. The crow's eyes immediately snapped toward Corvus, though he still wasn't visible, and her wings spread wide as if facing a great enemy. He let out a low caw that sounded like the clashing of blades, and the female crow shuddered, quickly lying down on the table as if prostrating herself. The resistance Matteo felt vanished, and the totem took hold. As the female crow rose back to her feet, a faint red light flashed across her eyes, and she seemed incredibly excited. Hopping closer, she rubbed her beak and head against Matteo's outstretched hand. Chapter 14. "What did you do to her?" Matteo asked, glancing at Corvus.
"You don't have to worry, kid. It's not like we're forcing her. This is an opportunity for her as much as it is a benefit for you. As you grow, she will too. It's a deal no one of my bloodline would turn down."
There was an unmistakable pride in Corvus's voice, one that brooked no argument and left Matteo with nothing to say. The crow opened her beak and let out a loud caw. Immediately the air was filled with the sound of wings and the flutter of feathers as crows began to stream from the hole in the ceiling, quickly filling the room until they covered every available space, including the floor. There must have been over 100 of them, and for a moment the room was filled with a loud din. Then another screech cut through the noise, and all the crows fell silent, their eyes turning to the female crow perched on the table. She hopped up to Mateo's shoulder and cawed again, causing the crows to drop their heads. "What's she saying? What's she doing?" he asked Corvus quietly.
"She's telling them that you're the new boss, that she's under you now, and everyone else is under her. But if they stick with her, they'll get the chance to improve. She's just establishing the new pecking order."
The crows, after taking a good look at Mateo, began taking off, and soon the room was empty again, except for the large female crow, who was gazing at Mateo as if asking if he was impressed. He wasn't sure whether it was the totem that bonded them together, but he felt as if he could understand her to a certain extent, so he stroked her head. "Well done. You did a good job." With a quiet chirp, she pointed her wing toward the grub house, clearly indicating that if he really thought she did a good job, he should give her another grub. That made Mateo laugh, and he walked over to the grub house to retrieve another squirming delicacy. As he brought it back to the table, Mateo grabbed his bag from the bed. He could feel Hamlin trembling inside, but he put the bag on the table and ordered Hamlin to emerge. As soon as the rat poked its head out, the crow's eyes gleamed and her wings spread as she got ready to attack. Iron-winged crows were omnivores, though they preferred meat, and rats were one of their favorite foods. Hamlin, unable to disobey Mateo's command, could only tremble in place. "Hamlin is not food," Mateo said firmly, pointing to the rat. "You are not allowed to eat him, and none of your other crows are either, okay?" Slowly, the iron-winged crow's feathers deflated, and it was with some disappointment that she ate the grub instead of the rat. Hamlin seemed to have understood Mateo's command as well, because he perked up, sitting up on his hind legs as he stared at the much larger bird. Ignoring the staring contest between the two animals, Mateo scratched his chin. "You need a name," he said, speaking to the crow. "Something that reflects who you are. What about Queen of the Skies? I'll call you Queen for short." Whether or not Queen understood Mateo's words, she bobbed her head, perfectly willing to accept whatever name he gave. Mateo spent the rest of the evening getting to know Queen better. He could use the Watcher's whistles to communicate with her and the other crows, and he quickly found that she was able to communicate with him as well. The more Mateo interacted with Queen, the more surprised he was at just how intelligent she was. About halfway through the evening, her body suddenly released a wave of dull black energy streaked with silver, causing her feathers to stand up on end. She let out a loud caw, and there were answering cries from the ceiling where the other crows roosted. Immediately, Mateo felt the change in the brand that connected them. Queen had ranked up, entering the iron rank, just as Corvus had said she would. The faint crimson light in her eyes grew stronger, and she immediately began to look around with renewed interest, clearly making more connections. Not only had her strength improved, but it was clear her intellect had as well.
And this is exactly what makes Beastmasters, especially high-ranked Beastmasters, as dangerous as enemies.
Glancing over at Corvus, Mateo saw him walking around Queen, examining her carefully.
Imagine a gold-ranked Beastmaster with multiple silver-ranked beasts, each as intelligent as a human, but with the cunning of an animal. Each of those beasts in turn commands an army of bronze and iron-ranked animals, turning a single enemy warrior into an entire army in their own right. As long as you keep growing, and she does too, you'll be able to have an army of iron-winged crows at your command.
"What about Hamlin?" Mateo asked.
"What about him? He's just a rat."
Ignoring the disdain in Corvus's voice, Mateo reached over and patted Hamlin on the head, causing the rat to squeak happily. While both Queen and Hamlin were currently iron-ranked, they were still small animals and couldn't be compared to an iron-ranked human, at least when it came to a fight. Of course, they each had their own advantages as well. Hamlin was small and incredibly adept at hiding, making him perfect for infiltration. Queen could fly and was trained to send and retrieve messages. Even more importantly, both of them seemed to have the intellect somewhere between a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old, allowing them to clearly understand Mateo's words. Though Mateo's 2 allies had been locked up in jail, he now had 2 more, increasing his confidence considerably. For the next few days he laid low, staying in the safe house while sending Queen out to gather information. He had her pay particular attention to the guards and asked her to report back on how many patrols passed by the streets above him each night. The first night she reported back that 12 groups of soldiers had walked past, a triple increase in the number of patrols. Over the next few nights, however, that number fell, returning to normal levels. She also reported that the city gates, which had been closed, were now reopened, allowing for traffic in and out of the city. On the 3rd day, Mateo judged that it was safe for him to emerge, and leaving his bow and sword behind, he took a couple daggers and his hand crossbow and ventured out of the sewers to the streets above. Taking a moment to get used to the light, Mateo made sure dulled presence was activated and began slowly making his way toward the prison, paying careful attention to everything around him. All he knew from Kel's warning was that someone new had come into the city, taking control of the military forces, and was running things. That same person had arrested Kel and Torfel, along with a number of other people who had recently moved into the city. On the one hand, it was rather frustrating that Kel and Torfel had been imprisoned. On the other hand, it was good they were just part of a sweep, and that there were others being held as potential suspects, a clear indication that this new commander didn't actually know who the spies were, but was just covering their bases. Mateo slowed down as he got closer to the barracks, hoping no one would recognize him. When he arrived, the guards gave him no more than a glance, their eyes naturally shifting away from him as he stood on the corner of the street, occasionally glancing inside. For the most part, everything looked completely normal. And even after watching for half a day, Mateo hadn't discovered anything out of the ordinary. He did see Captain Poulter once, looking rather harassed as he hurried across the barracks yard toward the parade ground. It wasn't until evening when Mateo spotted the new commander, who had shaken everything up. As soon as he did, a thread of fear spiked through him, and he quickly stepped around the corner, his heart hammering in his chest. A moment later, he felt a faint pressure as the commander turned and looked in his direction, obviously able to sense his gaze. For a tense few minutes, Mateo hid completely out of sight, praying he wouldn't see a patrol walk around the corner. As his heart began to calm down, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had managed to slip away before being spotted. The commander, a tall knight with a chiseled jaw and blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, looked to only be in his early 20s, yet carried a dangerous air about him. He was clearly silver-ranked, and highly trained at that. Simply looking at him had triggered a sense of danger in Mateo's heart, and he knew that getting in a fight with the commander would be a death sentence. With the commander guarding the prison, the vague ideas Mateo had had about breaking out Kel and Torfel quickly evaporated, and Mateo realized he needed to come up with another plan. Of course, just because his new enemy was dangerous didn't mean Mateo was going to stop trying to gather information. He just would need to be less direct about it. As darkness fell over the city, Mateo headed for one of the more popular streets, entering a bar where he knew guards liked to hang out. Though he was only 15 and was still rather short, he did his best to give off a confident air. When he walked up to the bar, however, the bartender gave him a smirk. "What do you need?" "Ale," Mateo said, placing a silver piece on the bar. "And a recommendation." "Ale I can give you. We'll have to see about the recommendation." As Mateo watched, the bartender picked up a glass and filled it from the tap. The ale was dark and promised to be bitter, but Mateo took a sip, keeping his expression carefully neutral. That earned him a nod from the bartender, who picked up the silver and tapped it on the bar top, likely checking if it was real. "So, what kind of recommendation are you looking for?" The bar was dark, lit with a few lanterns that hung from the ceiling, casting dancing shadows across the room, and the hum of conversation filled the space, along with the clink of glasses and the occasional shout as someone grew excited. Glancing around the room, Mateo leaned on the bar and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "My boss is trying to get a handle on some of the, changes that have happened in the city. We just got back from the capital, and things seem a little bit tense. He had a deal with Captain Verne, but when he asked around, it seemed like something had happened. I'm really just looking for someone who can explain what's been going on in the city, because all we're hearing are rumors." The bartender, sensing an opportunity for some juicy gossip, leaned forward. "Captain Vern, you say? A dangerous person to be associating with? Word is he fled the city, turned traitor, and joined the Empire." A look of dismay flashed across Matteo's face, and he quickly picked up his glass, taking a sip of ale, as if to conceal the shift in his expression. That caused the bartender to chuckle. "I wouldn't go saying that name around here, kid. The new man to know is Commander Marcus Perel. They say he's a nobleman, worked his way up through the ranks by the sweat of his brow, but we all know how that goes. What's undeniable is that he's a sharp one, sharper than a blade, and willing to cut at a moment's notice. More than a few people have been bled out by him, and he's only been in the city a few days. Tell you what, if you're looking for a bit more insight, Jebed over there might be interested in another drink." Looking in the direction the bartender was pointing, Matteo saw an older man, dressed in a guard uniform, who was nursing an ale at the end of the bar. Nodding, Matteo quickly handed over another silver, and after the bartender poured the drink, he hopped down from his stool and walked over to where Jebed sat, a drink in each hand. "Who's this?" Jebed asked, his eyes narrowing as he took in Matteo's youthful face and the two drinks. "Evening, sir. The bartender mentioned you'd be a good conversation partner, and it looked like you were about to run out of lubrication."
"It's true. My throat does work better when I've got something to put in it," Jebed said, unceremoniously taking the ale from Matteo. "Conversation, you say? Anything in particular you're looking to learn about?"
"Not so much me, sir," Matteo said, climbing up onto the stool next to Jebed. "It's my master. He had an agreement with a certain former captain of the guard, but in coming back to the city has found things have changed. He's just looking to get a better handle on the situation. Maybe find out what sorts of things Commander Perel likes." Chuckling, Jebed shook his head and then took a long drink, finishing off his own ale. After wiping his lips with the back of his hand, he placed the now empty glass on the bar and picked up the ale Matteo had brought over. "Commander Perel doesn't seem to like anything or anyone," Jebed said. "So I'm sorry to tell you, but it looks like this master of yours is out of luck. And he's not the only one. Turns out a lot of people had a good relationship with Captain Vern. But what with Captain Vern's defection, most of them are on thin ice. After all, it's awfully suspicious to have had an arrangement with a man who turns out to be hoisting the flag for the other side." Frowning, Matteo took a drink. "Is Commander Perel really that hard to get along with? There's got to be something, right?"
"Well, you know, most people won't know this, but you just happen to come and talk to the right person," Jebed said, grinning at Matteo over the top of his ale. "Of course, as a loyal soldier of the kingdom, I can't just go spilling secrets about my superiors now, can I?" Matteo, picking up on the hint, placed his hand down on the bar top with a faint clink. When his hand moved, a stack of silver remained, visible for only a brief moment before Jebed casually put his hand on top of it and scooped it up. Chapter 15. "But, of course, between friends there are no secrets," Jebed said, weighing the coins in his hand before shoving them in his pocket. "Commander Perel is a hotshot, the next big thing in the Grecian army. From what I hear, his rise has been fast and rough. For everybody else, at least. He's made some enemies because of the way he does things. At the same time, he's brutally efficient. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite know when to stop, and so he's upset people. Powerful people. It's unlikely he'll be in the city long, but while he's here, he's certainly going to shake things up. That's what he's made a name for himself doing, after all. I'd expect in a couple of weeks things will start to die down, and we'll see Captain Poulter and Captain Tiberius back in charge. Of course, there's always a chance somebody else is deployed here to get a handle on things, but there's no way of knowing that until it actually happens. As for Perel, he's fiercely loyal to the kingdom and hates corruption." Jebed paused to take a drink, but Matteo caught the sly look in his eyes. Once again his hand lightly touched the bar top, shifting to reveal a flash of gold. The gleam in Jebed's eyes intensified, and putting his glass down, he turned toward Matteo and gestured for him to lean in. The truth is, Commander Perel only dislikes corruption that doesn't line his own pocket. Of course, he's particular about how it's done. It has to be hidden well enough that nobody's going to find out. But he's got a lifestyle to maintain, and, from what I hear, he lives rich. That money's got to come from somewhere, and it certainly doesn't come from a commander's salary. It doesn't come from his family either, despite the fact that he's a noble. So the question is, how's he getting it? My guess is that his aggressive shakedowns are just cover for him to build his own influence. After all, he's likely got his eyes on a title.
As Jebed leaned back, Matteo nodded, his expression grateful. He stood up, leaving the gold coin on the bar top and making sure to shield it with his body until Jebed grabbed it. The information he had just heard was incredibly valuable, but he had a strong suspicion he wasn't the only one who had heard it. Though the man in front of him looked as if he was a disgruntled old soldier, Matteo had noticed a couple of things that seemed incongruous. First, though Jebed was drinking liberally, his eyes lacked the haze of a drunkard, which likely meant the old soldier was a duelist. Why a duelist would be wearing an old sergeant's uniform, however, was strange, as typically duelists never held a rank below lieutenant in the Grecian army. The second was that the military coat Jebed wore was cut the wrong size, its sleeves slightly too short, which made Matteo think it wasn't actually his. Last, and most importantly, the boots Jebed wore were a style foreign to this area and were part of the uniform of the Grecian navy rather than its army. To the east, Grecian bordered the ocean, where the majority of its navy was stationed to defend against incursions from pirates and the Empire, which controlled the territory across the water. Commander Perel had been stationed on the coast prior to being deployed to Embervale, which made Jebed a likely candidate for one of the soldiers the commander had brought with him. Clearly the man was a plant, feeding information to those looking to get a read on Commander Perel. While it was always possible Matteo was wrong, he trusted his instincts, and his instincts were telling him that the commander was likely as meticulous as he was strong, making him a formidable foe that needed to be treated with the utmost care. Having gotten what he could, Matteo placed a couple more silver on the bar top and gestured to get the bartender's attention. "Buy my new friend a few more drinks," he said. "Just treat it as a thank you for all of the enlightening conversation."
"My pleasure. Come back any time,"
Jebed said, smiling widely as the bartender picked up the silver. After making his way out of the inn, Matteo activated dulled presence and moved across the street, slipping into the crowd of people gathered at the entrance of another bar. A moment later, the door opened and Jebed stepped out, his eyes scanning as he looked for Matteo, unaware that he was in turn being watched.
"You called it, kid. He's looking for you."
"Has he spotted me?"
"No."
Taking a risk, Matteo shifted his body, turning so his face was toward Jebed. But still the man looked past him blankly, and then, after a moment, turned and went back into the bar. After watching the door close behind him, Matteo slipped out of the crowd and jogged down the street, Corvus flying overhead. The fact that he couldn't spot me means he's iron-ranked or low bronze.
"What do you think of the commander?"
"I think that this commander is a piece of work," Matteo said. "There are two possibilities. First, he's actually corrupt and is using soldiers like Jebed to let people in the city know he's open to bribes. He presents a strong front, but is using the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. It's a good racket if it's true. He can roll into a city, scare everyone into submission with fierce, broad strokes, and then secretly take bribes on the side, ensuring that the people who have particular interests can keep their operations going. Then, because his presence is so disruptive, the military will move him somewhere else, using him as a sort of cudgel to keep people in line. That's the best-case scenario."
"And the other possibility?"
Matteo sighed, turning the corner. "The more dangerous, the worst scenario, is that he's not corrupt at all, and that he's using people like Jebed to ferret out those who would try and bribe him. Of course, there is an easy way to check. We just need to see what kind of lifestyle he lives. What does he buy? If he is, in fact, corrupt, we should see evidence of it in the way he dresses and the food he eats. How expensive is the wine, and, more importantly, does he accept gifts of wine that come from suspicious places?" Having achieved his objective for the night, Matteo returned to the sewers, and after making sure no one was around, crept into the safe house. There, he changed into something more comfortable and spent the evening going through the records that were stored. Among them were dozens of letters and notes that had been sent from various people in the city to Torfel. After careful consideration, Matteo picked one from the head of the Miners' Guild, a man named Jarvis Pemberton, who was known for his heavy-handed tactics and rather brutal treatment of the miners who worked under him. Placing the note Pemberton had written on the table, Matteo got out a clean sheet of paper, placed it over the note, and began to lightly trace the letters, trying to get used to the short, sharp strokes Pemberton used. After he had finished copying it once, he copied it again, and then a third time, each time trying to avoid slipping back into his own writing style. During his fieldcraft instruction at Shadowkeep, Matteo had been instructed in the basics of forgery, and he found it came naturally to him, as once he accurately replicated a style of writing, he could remember the motions perfectly. Of course, just as with martial arts, remembering the motion didn't mean he could actually do it. But with enough practice, he found his writing began to mirror that of the Miners' Guild leader. Just to be safe, he got out another clean sheet of paper and practiced again, this time changing some of the words. Little by little, he transformed the note, a few letters or a word at a time, until he was writing something completely different. Looking at the stack of 5 sheets of paper he had gone through, Matteo sighed and shook his head. It seemed like a waste of good paper to him, but he had a feeling that any slip-up could cause tremendous trouble, and he thought it better not to underestimate Commander Perel. Tearing off a strip of paper, Matteo wrote a short note in Pemberton's sharp writing, and then carefully compared it to the original note. Satisfied that it was virtually indistinguishable, Matteo set it to the side and retreated to his bed to meditate. The next day, just after lunch, he headed for an upscale wine shop, dressed in his best clothes, his hair combed to the side. Walking into the shop, he looked around nervously until he spotted the shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman who gave him a curious glance. Walking over, Matteo bowed deeply. "Hello, ma'am. I've been sent to get a bottle of your most expensive wine." Hearing the slight stammer in his voice, the woman smiled. "How much money were you given?" "I'm not sure, ma'am." Matteo straightened and rummaged around in his pocket, pulling out a bag stuffed with coins. He held it out respectfully, and taking it, the woman upended it into her palm, her eyes widening as a shower of golden coins fell out. 27, she said, after counting them silently. "That's the price for a bottle of summer gale. Wait here." Nodding, Matteo looked around as the woman walked into the back, soon emerging with a wooden box. She slid the front open to show the bottle of wine nestled among straw in the box. "This is summer gale. If it's a gift, I can wrap it up." "Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you." Smiling knowingly, though what she thought she knew was a mystery, the shopkeeper closed the box and wrapped it with ribbon, dripping a bit of wax to form a seal on the front and then stamping it with the store's insignia. "Here you go. Whoever gets that will be delighted." "Thank you, ma'am," Matteo said, holding the box tightly as he bowed again. Hurrying out of the store, Matteo waited until he was around the corner to drop the act. He activated dulled presence, and he joined the crowds, keeping his head down as he passed a group of guards. The next step, of course, was to figure out how to get the bottle to Commander Perel. Matteo had chosen meticulously, as summer gale was a well-known specialty of the Embervale Hills. This was the cheapest bottle, and was generally considered a good greeting gift. It wasn't so precious that someone would be hesitant to open it, but was just expensive enough that commoners and those in the lower classes couldn't afford it. Of course, Matteo wasn't about to take it into the barracks himself. So instead he found a man hanging outside of one of the local inns, and paid him a gold to take it in and give it to the commander. Parking himself across the street, Matteo watched as the man walked up to the guards and showed them the box.
"How much you want to bet he's just going to step inside and then come right back out, saying that the commander wouldn't accept it so that he can drink it himself?"
Corvus's cynical words made Matteo smile. It's pretty unlikely. He didn't seem like an idiot, so he'll know we're keeping track of the situation. Of course, it's entirely possible the commander just rejects it outright. We'll just have to wait and see. A few minutes later, the man Matteo had hired hurried back out of the barracks office, his hands empty. When he left the barracks grounds, he looked around, searching for Matteo so that he could inform him the task was done. But Matteo kept himself hidden, quietly retreating while commanding Queen to go and see what was going on. Thanks to his increase in rank, Matteo could now control his bonds from almost 1,000 feet away, and it was simple enough for him to have Queen perch on the roof of a nearby building, using her powerful eyesight to watch through the window to see what was going on inside the office. The commander sat at his desk, Matteo's gift next to him. After a few minutes, the commander got up, walked to a nearby cupboard, and returned with a wine glass, breaking open the bottle and pouring himself a glass. From the casual way he moved, it was clear his attention was still on the issue at hand, which was a good sign for Matteo. Though it wasn't conclusive proof, it provided enough of a hint. Commander Marcus Perel was used to quality wine, and more importantly, had no problem accepting gifts, even gifts from strangers. Though he wasn't exactly sure how he would use the information, Matteo was satisfied with his work for the day and retreated back to the safe house once again. The next thing he needed to do before he could finalize his plan was connect with Torfall and Kell, which meant figuring out a way to get a message into the prison. When Matteo arrived at the grate he normally used to head down into the sewers, he paused. The grate was located in an alleyway, behind a couple large stone buildings and a back courtyard that was never used. Now, however, there were 3 people standing nearby. All of them were dressed roughly, and they had weapons on their belts. They carried the dangerous look of local thugs, and Matteo felt his heart tighten. Of course, they all appeared to be mortals, and given his strength, he had absolute confidence in coming out on top if they were to get into a fight. The real problem was their presence at all. He was hoping that they were just using this as an out-of-the-way meeting spot, but that hope was dashed when he saw one of them lift the grate, holding it up so the other 2 could climb down the ladder into the sewers. One of Matteo's biggest concerns was that the other people would use the sewers as well, making it harder for him to hide in the safe house. While the safe house was quite safe, accessing it required moving through the tunnels, which Matteo didn't like. As he watched the last of the thugs climb down, Matteo closed his eyes, recalling the layout of the sewers. This was the closest entrance to the safe house, and while it would be possible for Matteo to go to one of the other entrances, he wasn't sure it would solve the problem. After all, the main line of the sewers was long and relatively straight, stretching from one end of the city to the other. There were a few small offshoots that gave access to the rest of the city, but for the most part, there was only the single passage, which meant that even if he went down through another entrance, he would likely run into the thugs regardless. Chapter 16. After thinking for a moment, he called for Queen, and soon felt her weight land on his shoulder. "Queen, how do you get to the safe house? How do you get to your nest?" Cocking her head to the side, Queen regarded Matteo for a moment, and then launched herself into the air, turning a quick circle around his head before shooting off. He followed her through the city, soon arriving in a neighborhood that looked perfectly normal. It was filled with 2-story stone houses, and seeing Queen land on the roof, Matteo looked for a way up. Though it was still daylight, there was no one in sight, so Matteo scaled the side of the building, using the rocky exterior for handholds, and hauled himself up on the roof. Compared to his days running the roofs in Darrenfor, this was much easier, as he was considerably stronger now than he had been then. As he stood up, Queen flew to a chimney, one of 3, and landed on the top of it, poking her head down into the hole and letting out a soft caw. Almost immediately there was an answering noise, and another crow emerged, flapping its wings as it landed next to her. Walking over, Matteo examined the 3 chimneys, and quickly realized that 2 of them were for the houses he was on top of. The 2 houses were back-to-back, sharing a common wall, and the 3rd chimney, which was slightly shorter than the other 2, making it invisible from the road below, ran down through the center of the wall, all the way into the sewers and the safe house where Matteo had been staying.
"Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to squeeze down there, kid. It's a little bit narrow."
Looking at the small hole, which was only half a foot in diameter, Matteo had to agree. The crows had no trouble squeezing in, but a person would find it impossible to fit. Unfortunately, that meant the only way down into the safe house was through the sewers, and he could only hope he didn't run into the thugs. Before heading down, Matteo stopped at an inn for dinner, and while he was there, struck up a conversation with a server, a young man in his 20s. Are you from around here? Mateo asked as the server put his food on the table. Yep, born and raised. Been here my whole life. So you probably know a bit about what's going on in the city, Mateo said. I arrived not too long ago, and I'm looking for someone to help me get a lay of the land. There's a couple silver in it for you if you're interested. Glancing around, the server saw the room was mostly empty, and nodded excitedly. Sure, I'd be happy to tell you about the city. Anything in particular you're looking for? Well, like I said, I'm relatively new. I'm curious, are there any people I should watch out for? Areas it's not really safe to go, gangs to avoid? As he spoke, Mateo slid a couple of silver pieces over to the young man, who picked them up excitedly. I mean, there are always gangs. And if we're talking about steering clear, I'd stay out of the guards' way. After all, they're pretty much the biggest gang. That's true in most cities, Mateo said, laughing. But apart from them, there are a few areas you'll want to steer clear of. The southeastern part of the city is pretty rough, but housing there is also cheap. The further north you go in the city, the richer things get, and the northwest side is probably the most expensive. I'd stay out of that area too. That's where the guards focus their patrols, and they're quite heavy-handed, especially if they don't feel like you belong. Noticing the young man grimace as he spoke, Mateo frowned. Sounds like you've had a run-in or two yourself. Pretty much everybody has, one time or another. But what can you do besides grin and bear it? Scratching his head, the young man thought for a moment. As for other groups to avoid, there are only a couple of gangs, really. Some groups of local riffraff and that. Oh, if you ever see somebody with a black snake tattoo with multiple heads, don't mess with them. They're trouble. Pure trouble. Is that a local gang? Not so much local, though there is a local branch here. They're called Black Snake, and for the most part they leave us alone. Citizens, I mean. Mostly smuggling, things like that. But the rumor is that they're not above murder and extortion, so it's best just not to get involved with them. Sounds like it. Do you know where they run? Like, are there specific areas they control? Oi, Francis, what are you doing? There are dishes to clean! Hearing a shout from the kitchen, the young man jumped to his feet and grinned at Mateo. Sorry, I've got to go, but welcome to the city. Keep your head down and you'll be fine. Though he didn't get a precise answer, Mateo had a feeling the men he had seen were likely members of Black Snake. Local city gangs rarely tended to be well armed, as carrying weapons was often considered a sign of direct opposition to the city guards. Professional criminal organizations, on the other hand, were an entirely different matter, and more often than not, had agreements with the guards that would allow both groups to operate without friction. Judging from the way the thugs who went down into the sewer were dressed and the quality of their weapons, Mateo thought it safe to assume they were members of Black Snake. After leaving the inn where he had dinner, Mateo walked through the streets, which were slowly emptying, heading for the sewers. Unless he wanted to spend the night somewhere in the city, he would simply have to risk it. And it was with extreme caution that he made his way down into the sewers from one of the other entrances. Keeping to the shadows, he crept through the main tunnel, paying careful attention to both the sounds he made and avoiding leaving any footprints. Lady Luck must have been smiling on him, because he made it to the safe house without seeing anyone. Before he went inside, he ordered Hamlin to keep watch, and then, using his token, opened the door. When he stepped into the safe house, he couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. Everything was still in place, and it was clear that no one had come in while he was gone, meaning his space was still safe. Guessing that Torfall probably had some information about Black Snake, Mateo went over to the file cabinet and began to search, soon finding a thick file detailing information about them. Though Torfall's main focus was on the military and economy of Embervale, he still paid attention to the local factions, and of all the gangs, Black Snake had the largest entry. The gang had appeared a couple of years ago, slowly building influence in the town while staying under the radar. 2 years ago, that had changed when they had come into conflict with another gang. There wasn't much to go on, but it appeared that a short, bloody night had passed, and the other gang vanished. A couple of its members folded into Black Snake's ranks. The leader of Black Snake was a man named Colby, known to be a duelist who favored a pair of boarding axes. Described as brutal and ruthless, Colby clearly wasn't someone to be underestimated. The gang had 2 lieutenants as well, Boats and Pearl. Sensing a bit of a theme, Matteo flipped through the information, looking for more insight into where Colby and his lieutenants were from. He guessed that they had come from the coast, but that information wasn't recorded, so he had to put it aside. Both Boats and Pearl were duelists as well, and the fact that the gang had 3 duelists made it the most powerful force after the various mercenary organizations. Blacksnake's primary business appeared to be smuggling, though how exactly they carried out their smuggling wasn't recorded either. Feeling like he still didn't have enough information, Matteo could only sigh and put the file aside. There simply wasn't enough to go on for him to know how best to handle Black Snake, and regardless, he had other things to focus on right now. The biggest was getting in touch with Torfel and Kel, along with sending information to Shadowkeep. Matteo spent a few minutes recording everything he had learned about Commander Perel, along with some of his own insights, and sent the information off in an encoded message. He spent the entirety of the next day meditating and exercising, wanting to keep himself in peak condition, and then as night fell, he snuck out of the safe house, after double-checking that the coast was clear with Hamlin, and headed up to street level. The night was chilly, and he kept his cloak pulled tightly around him as he made his way toward the prison. When he got close, Matteo slowed down and released Hamlin, sending the rat into the barracks while having Queen keep watch from overhead. Scurrying through a gap in the fence, Hamlin hid behind a small shrub as a group of soldiers sauntered by. They appeared to be heading out into the town, and were paying little attention to anything around them. After they had walked past, Hamlin scurried across the yard, moving quickly and quietly until he reached the wall of the prison. Sniffing around, Hamlin worked his way around the back of the building, where he found a window. Peeking around the corner, he saw a couple of prisoners laying on the hard floor, their bodies covered by thin blankets. Most of them seemed asleep, though one was shivering so strongly his teeth were rattling. Slipping down into the cell, Hamlin froze suddenly as one of the prisoners angrily turned over, kicking the shivering prisoner in his lower back. "Clench your teeth or something, but I can't sleep with all that noise. Hey, why'd you kick me?" Taking advantage of the brawl breaking out, Hamlin slipped out of the cell by squeezing under a gap in the heavy wooden door. He paused momentarily to sniff, and then was off like a shot, tracing Torfel's scent through the prison until he arrived at a small cell on the western side of the building. Listening, he didn't hear any movement inside, so Hamlin used his sharp claws to scamper up the door and peek in through the bars at the top. As soon as he stuck his head through, a large hand grabbed him and pulled him into the cell, and with a terrified shriek, Hamlin let go of the piece of paper he had clutched in his mouth. Torfel caught it between 2 fingers before it hit the floor, his eyes widening as he examined Hamlin closely. "When have there been rats?" Despite the fact that Hamlin was an iron-ranked creature, the rat hung limp in Torfel's grip, clearly aware that there was no way he'd be able to struggle free. Paying no attention to the rat who was playing dead, Torfel unfolded the note, reading over the simple code. Matteo's message was short, just that he was still free and had been communicating with Shadowkeep. He hadn't heard anything, but was starting to work on an angle to see about breaking Cal and Torfel out. A hint of a frown flickered across Torfel's face, and he shook his head, crouching. Torfel placed Hamlin on the ground. "Don't move," he said, unaware that Matteo was now watching through Hamlin's eyes. As if by magic, Torfel produced a small piece of charcoal with a sharpened tip and began writing a return message while Hamlin watched him. As far as Matteo could see, Torfel looked little the worse for wear. His clothing was a bit more rumpled, and there was some dirt on his cheek, as if it had been smudged there. Otherwise, Torfel looked no different than before, causing Matteo to realize that Torfel was likely a much higher-rank duelist than he had first thought. That made sense, given that Torfel and Kel were crimson-masked members of Dark Wing, but it also confused Matteo. If they were silver-ranked duelists, the prison simply wouldn't be able to hold them if they wanted to escape. Folding up the message, Torfel handed it back to Hamlin, who bit it gently. "Send that back." Holding the note between his teeth, Hamlin nodded and was gone in a flash. 20 minutes later, Matteo was holding the note in his hand, his forehead furrowed as he deciphered the code. "Don't bother trying to break us out. We're better off planted here. Keep your head down and don't make waves.
Just make sure the information you send to Shadowkeep is up to date.
It was obvious Torfall was hiding something, and the fact that he wouldn't share what rather annoyed Matteo. But it probably had something to do with a hidden task he had been assigned, so Matteo couldn't be too angry. Picking up Hamlin, Matteo slowly made his way back to the safe house, considering what he had learned. First, Torfall was a lot stronger than Matteo had originally assumed, and likely could break out of prison any time he wanted. The fact that he was staying in his cell meant he was probably trying to avoid attention. After all, what better place to hide than a prison? Of course, the fact that Commander Marcus Perel had thrown him in prison meant that there was even a chance Torfall was strong enough that the commander hadn't been able to sense it, which was a genuinely terrifying thought. Thinking back on it, Matteo realized he had never once seen Torfall display his rank. Instead, it had felt as if the jolly spy was just a normal person. The only other duelist who had given Matteo that impression was Captain Orsic of the Hidden Wing, which made it highly likely that Matteo had been traveling and working alongside a gold-ranked duelist without ever knowing. Even though Torfall and Cal were in prison, simply having them present in the city brought a sense of relief to Matteo, and he figured if things truly went bad, he'd still have a lifeline. Of course, being in prison, they likely wouldn't be able to assist with much, so Matteo decided it would be a good idea to keep them apprised of what was going on. Adding sending regular updates to his mental to-do list, Matteo moved the grate aside, and after double-checking that no one was in sight, climbed down into the sewer. The other thing he had learned, though this had yet to be confirmed, was that within a couple of months something would happen. Likely an invasion. Chapter 17. Whether it would be the Empire attacking or Gratian attacking, Matteo wasn't quite sure yet. But he couldn't imagine another reason for a gold-ranked duelist to be planted behind enemy lines. Hearing a squeak up ahead, Matteo froze and saw a rat run around the corner. Almost immediately after, the light of a torch reflecting off the wall announced someone's presence. On silent feet, Matteo began retreating. But then he heard a grate shift, and a moment later, a couple people climbed down into the sewers. Neatly trapped between two groups, Matteo froze. He didn't have many options, so he chose the one he thought best. Giving his mask to Hamlin, he commanded the rat to hide and pulled down his hood. Crouching, he rubbed his fingers along the dirty ground and patted a bit of grime onto his cheeks as the torch-carrying group rounded the corner. They saw him immediately. He heard a shout and the sound of steel as swords were pulled from their sheaths. Putting his hands up, Matteo cowered back against the wall, doing his best frightened impression. The other group, which had just climbed down the ladder, was comprised of the same 3 men Matteo had seen previously, and they were clearly here to meet the others. Hearing the shouts, they blocked Matteo's escape path, holding their swords in hand as the group holding the torches approached. At their front was a cold-faced woman, with dark black hair and an eye patch that covered her left eye. She wore heavy leather armor and carried a broadsword in one hand and a torch in the other. Matteo recognized her instantly as Pearl, one of the 2 iron-ranked lieutenants of Blacksnake. In the flickering light, he caught sight of the snake tattoo with 3 heads on her neck. She stopped a few feet away, just out of range, and her forehead furrowed as she stared at him.
"Who are you? What are you doing down here?"
Cowering back, Matteo looked at the men behind her and spoke quietly, as if afraid. "My name is Matteo. I was just looking for a place to hide." Frowning, she looked at the dark cloak wrapped around Matteo's shoulders, and then at the grime on his face.
"Hiding? From who?"
"The guards. I thought the sewers would be safe."
"The sewers are our territory," Pearl said. "No one else is allowed down here."
"Let's just kill him and go, boss," one of the men called out. "We're already late."
"Shut up! Close your mouth when I'm talking," Pearl snapped. Rather than bristle, the man quailed under Pearl's harsh gaze, which surprised Matteo and clearly showed the power dynamic. Her forehead furrowed. Pearl turned and looked at Matteo again, clearly undecided.
"You said you're looking to hide from the guards?
Why is that?" "They arrested the shopkeeper I worked for, threw him in jail. I ran, and they've been hunting me ever since."
"Hunting you, huh? Why?" Do you have something they want?
Seeing Pearl step closer, Matteo flinched backward and then pulled a small bag of coins from under his cloak. The shop's profits? I know where they're hidden.
That is valuable information, Pearl said.
Sheathing her sword, she gestured for one of the others to come forward and take the torch.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you stick with me? I can protect you from the guards, and in return, you and I can be friends.
As she spoke, she stepped forward and threw an arm over Matteo's shoulder, her grin widening as he flinched again. It would have been easy enough for Matteo to stick a knife in Pearl's ribs, and he was relatively confident he'd be able to kill the rest of the people in the sewer as well. But a sudden idea had struck him, and so he hesitantly nodded, following along as Pearl led the way out of the sewers and down the alleyway. As they approached the end of the alley, a door opened up, and they slipped into the building, putting down the bundles they were carrying. Doing a quick count to make sure everyone was there, Pearl ordered the door locked and pulled out a list, which she handed to another gang member.
Full inventory? Make sure everything's there. Last time we were missing a set of goblets, and Colby nearly had my head. This time, if anything's missing, it'll be the lot of view that I offer up.
Obviously inured to the threats, the gang member took the list and nodded, heading over to the packs to begin counting their goods, to make sure everything was there. Pearl and the others trooped down the hallway, emerging into a dimly lit bar. Matteo glanced at the door and found that it was locked, tight, barred from the inside. The windows were covered as well, revealing not even a hint of light. Other gang members sat at the tables or leaned on the bar where a fat cook was pouring drinks. When he stopped and looked around, Pearl grabbed him by the shirt and dragged him along as she walked over to a large man with a heavy beard.
Who's this brat?
His name's Matteo, looking for a place to lay low from the guards in exchange for his nest egg.
You sure it's worth the trouble? Wouldn't it be better to just off him and take the money?
Pearl glanced at Matteo and grinned when she saw his eyes were wide.
I mean, it would, except that he doesn't have the money on him. We need him alive long enough to retrieve it. And besides, I told him we'd be friends.
It's never stopped you from killing somebody before, Boats said with a loud laugh.
True, it hasn't.
She turned and looked at Matteo, who took a slight step back.
I'm sorry to say it, young man, but it sounds to me like Boats here is making a good point. It'd be much easier just to torture the location out of you and then dump your body back in the sewers where we found you. Can you come up with any reasons I shouldn't do that?
Hearing chuckles all around him, Matteo glanced around and then pulled his cloak aside slowly.
I'm good with a blade. I can help you. I can join your gang.
Seeing Boats motion with his hand, one of the gang members sitting next to Boats stood up.
That's a nice-looking sword. Why don't you let me take a look?
Taking another step back, Matteo looked at Pearl for help, but she just grinned and shrugged as the thug, smiling widely, took another step forward and reached for Matteo's shoulder, only to grasp empty air as Matteo shifted away, his hand going to his sword.
Oh, looks like we got a feisty one. What's the matter? Afraid to draw your blade?
Seeing Matteo look at her again, Pearl laughed.
You won't get in trouble if you kill him.
Though it wasn't clear who she was speaking to, both the thug and Matteo took it as permission. The man lunged forward, and Matteo drew his sword smoothly, flicking the point out so quickly that no one caught the strike. By the time anyone reacted, Matteo had taken 2 more steps back and was holding his sheath in one hand and his sword in the other, angled down toward the floor. A single drop of blood plopped from the gleaming tip to the wooden floorboard below as the thug desperately clutched at his throat, trying to stop the growing crimson line. He was unsuccessful, and a moment later he fell to the ground, blood dripping from the mortal wound. Boats had jumped up, his hands going to his sword, while Pearl did the same. Both of them stared in surprise at Matteo, and for a moment Matteo genuinely thought he was going to have to kill everyone in the room. Then he heard a harsh voice from behind him.
What's going on here?
Shifting so his back was against the bar, Matteo saw a heavily muscled, bald man with a ferocious scar on his face. He was standing in the doorway. 2 boarding axes were sheathed on his back, and Matteo didn't need an introduction to know he was looking at Colby, the leader of this branch of Black Snake. Of course, the massive four-headed snake tattoo on the side of Colby's face helped give it away.
He killed... Boats started to speak, but was cut off by Pearl. New member application. Passed smoothly, as you can see.
Stalking toward Matteo with the gait of someone who possessed supreme confidence in himself, Colby looked him up and down, his eyes eventually settling on the gleaming sword at Matteo's side. This was the blade he had taken from the bandit leader in the mountains, who had likely picked it up from a nobleman he had robbed. Though not masterwork, it was close, and was clearly expensive, the sort of blade a rich young man might be gifted. Seeing Colby's mind working, Matteo gently shook the blade and sheathed it before bowing his head.
"My name is Matteo. He hesitated for the briefest of moments, glancing at Pearl from the corner of his eyes. "I was looking for a place to lay low, and your lieutenant was kind enough to take me in." As he spoke, Matteo reached for his pouch and pulled a much larger bag of gold out of it. "I brought something for your troubles." Colby didn't reach for the bag that Matteo held out, and instead his lips curled up in a ferocious smile.
"Do you really think you can waltz in here with some pathetic excuse, kill one of my men, try to bribe me, and expect that I'll just turn a blind eye and let you join my gang?"
Thinking for a moment, Matteo nodded his head. "Yes?"
"Ha! Well, you're right,"
Colby said with a laugh, the pressure he was exerting fading away as he reached out and took the bag of gold Matteo had offered.
"That's exactly my kind of style. Keep it up, and you'll make a good addition to the team. Since Pearl brought you in, she can deal with you. Get yourself settled. We've got big business coming up."
Not even bothering to count the gold, Colby shoved it into his belt and walked over to where Boats and Pearl sat.
"How'd the last shipment go?"
he asked Pearl.
"Went fine. We're doing inventory now."
"Good. I've got news on a mark that I want to hit. Tomorrow night, we'll do some recon during the day and move out in force. There are a lot of guards, so we'll need the full team this time."
Without waiting for a response, Colby rapped on the table and walked out, seeing Pearl scowl and stand up to walk toward him. Matteo shifted his sword and turned toward the bar. She was clearly upset by the fact that he had been holding back on her, and as she opened her mouth to confront him on it, Matteo shook his head slightly.
"That's not the stash," he said, his voice quiet enough that only she could hear him. "There's a lot more." Her angry words died in her throat, and she blinked, processing what he was saying. When her brain had caught up, she patted him on the shoulder. "That's what I like to hear. Come on, I'll show you where you'll bunk, and then we'll get you marked." The gang had taken over.
An old inn was used to house their members while they ate down in the great room. The inn wasn't open to the public, and from the outside it was all boarded up, looking like a derelict old property, which helped keep their operations hidden. Matteo was assigned to the room of the man he had killed. While looking around, Pearl began searching through the dead man's belongings, picking up a few trinkets and shoving them in her pocket. "You want to pay attention to Boats? Craig was one of his favourite thugs, and since you're under me, you might find him causing trouble. If he does, just let me know. Of course, if it's any of Craig's friends who cause trouble, you'll have to deal with it yourself."
"Can I deal with it the same way?" Matteo asked, his voice calm.
"What do you mean? You mean cutting their throats?" Pearl asked, making a throat-slitting motion with her thumb. "I mean, if you have to, but that'll get you in trouble with Colby. So it's better just to bust their heads, or break an arm or two."
"Fine," Matteo replied, crossing his arms over his chest. "I can do that."
"Huh. You know, I'm beginning to think you were just pretending to be scared down in the sewers," Pearl said, her eyes narrowing as she stared at Matteo. "But I have to admit, I like this more confident you. I much prefer a dangerous man." Resisting the urge to inform her he was only 15, Matteo followed her out of the room and down to the basement, where he saw an old man sitting at a work desk, piled high with various concoctions. "This is Teller, our alchemist. He handles most of the concoctions we sell and does our tattoos." Looking up from his work, Teller stared at Matteo blankly and then glanced at Pearl. "What?" "He's also pretty hard of hearing," Pearl said, grinning at Matteo.
Tell her, this is Matteo. He's a new recruit. He needs a tattoo. Teller, an elderly man with a scraggly grey beard and hair that stood out at every conceivable angle, looked exactly as Matteo imagined an alchemist would, especially an alchemist who brewed forbidden potions. No recruit, huh? Why would anybody join this pathetic outfit? I don't know, but your life is your own, and you can do what you want, I guess. Come on, sit down. I have a lot of work to do, and not much time to spare. Looking at Pearl, who just gave him a wry smile and gestured to the empty stool, Matteo sat down. As Teller began to mix up a dark liquid, a few minutes passed, and then Pearl tapped Teller on the shoulder. Huh? What? Teller, you are going to tattoo him? This is Matteo, remember? He's a new member. From the look on Teller's face, Matteo could tell he had completely forgotten. It was only when he looked around and spotted the beaker he had set on the flame that he seemed to realize what he was doing. Oh, right, tattoo. Where is he? Here he is. All right, kid. Where did you want it? Chest, shoulder, arm, inside of your thigh? Where'd you like your tattoo? Just then, someone called for Pearl to let her know they had finished taking inventory, and leaving Matteo with Teller, she rushed off. As soon as she turned around, Teller lost the hazy look and grinned, revealing a mouthful of missing teeth. You don't actually want a tattoo, do you, kid? I can tell from your eyes. Will it be helpful? Matteo asked, intrigued by the sudden shift in Teller's tone. Chapter 18. Thinking for a moment, Teller laughed and shook his head. Helpful? No, not really. Even if you end up with a 5-headed snake, a snake is just a snake. Besides, if I slapped the black snake mark on you, something tells me there'd be trouble. Let me guess. Dark wing. As he spoke, Teller picked up the mixture off of the flame, staring at it as he swirled it around. Put your dagger away, kid. Killing me is going to do you no good. Slowly, Matteo withdrew the dagger that was only a fraction of an inch away from the old man's ribs as he continued speaking. Look, I might be hiding out with this pathetic gang of thugs at the moment, but I've been around for a long time. I've seen plenty of your kind. Can sniff them out a mile away. Though mainly it's 'cause you carry the stench of the Iron Wing crew. Stench, he says. You better get your dagger back out, kid. Unaware of the spirit bird currently glaring at him, Teller glanced at Matteo from the corner of his eyes. You and I, we can probably help each other out. I'm going to need a place to go after this group of rabble collapses. I help you, and in return, you do me a favor. I just want a recommendation once the Empire sweeps through. Matteo tried to keep his expression neutral, but something must have given it away because Teller let out a wheezing laugh. Oh, come on, kid. Everyone with half a brain knows what's going to happen. The Emperor only promised peace to give himself time to unify the Empire. Anyone who thought otherwise was a fool. And now the Empire's claws are slowly coming out. After all, why else would you be here? Look, this is what I can do. I can make it look like you have a tattoo. That's what this stuff is, anyways. You'll need a special potion to remove it, but I can provide that for you as well. Plus, I can help you out with whatever you need. Poisons, potions, doesn't matter. I can make them. In return, you just help me keep my head on my neck when the Empire's blade falls. The final decision is not up to me, Matteo said, not finding any reason to try and hide who he was. But I can put in a good word for you. I'll reach out to the network, let them know that we're working together, and see if I can get you immunity. Matteo had never considered someone might have the ability to literally sniff him out. But clearly the old alchemist had a powerfully developed nose, or maybe even a card that gave him a supernatural sense of smell. Regardless, since he had been discovered, and since Teller seemed as if he was willing to work with Matteo, it seemed prudent to make the connection.
Ha! That's what I'm talking about. So, where do you want this tattoo?
Thinking for a moment, Matteo rolled up his sleeve, revealing his left forearm. You can drop it here. The liquid was hot, and Teller painted it on with a small brush after trying in vain to pierce Matteo's skin with a needle. It was a quick process, and by the time Pearl returned, they had finished. Though when she looked down at his arm and saw a two-headed snake, Pearl clicked her tongue in annoyance.
It was supposed to be a single-headed snake, Teller. One head.
Bemused, Teller glanced at the tattoo, then at Pearl, and shrugged.
Whoops!
What's the difference between a one- and two-headed snake? Matteo asked.
Well, one of them has an extra head, Teller said unhelpfully.
Gesturing for him to follow, Pearl led Matteo out of the basement, leaving Teller to his devices.
It's a matter of rank. The majority of the members of Black Snake have one head. Those who have two are core members. Lieutenants have 3, and leaders have 4.
Are there snakes with more heads? Matteo asked. That earned him a sharp glance from Pearl, but all she saw was innocent curiosity on Matteo's face.
There are, but you don't have to worry about that. All you have to know is if you ever run into a 5-headed snake, you better pray they're in a good mood.
So, what do I do about my tattoo? Matteo asked, staring at the two-headed snake on his arm.
It just means you're directly under me, and that's fine, because that's what I was planning on doing with you anyways. You work for me now, so when I tell you to move, you move, and when I tell you to draw your sword, you draw your sword, and if I don't tell you to do anything, then just park your butt and stay still.
I thought I worked for Black Snake, Matteo said, stopping in the hall. Rolling her eyes, Pearl turned and patted him on the shoulder.
You do, idiot. You work for me, and we work for Colby, and Colby works for Black Snake. Is that clear enough for you?
Yeah, just want to make sure I know where I stand.
You know you're awfully dumb for someone who's so good-looking, Pearl said, shaking her head as she continued down the hall.
Matteo spent the majority of the day sleeping and getting to know the other members of the gang. There were 45 members in total, and only 6 were in the second rank, illustrating just how valuable a two-headed serpent tattoo was. The man Matteo had eliminated in order to get his position had been a core member as well, and after Boats complained that he was down a core member and that Pearl had 3, she ordered one of the other men who followed her to start following Boats. Both Boats and the man Pearl kicked over to him were unhappy with the arrangement, but before they could complain, Colby had come into the room and ordered everyone to shut up. Giving Matteo a brief nod when he saw him, Colby rapped his hand on the table for everyone's attention.
Like I said, we've got a mission, a big job. We're going to carry it out tonight.
Colby's voice echoed in the dimly lit room.
It's come to my attention that there is a warehouse of goods sitting near the centre of town. It's a pretty wide variety of stuff, but the majority is stuff the mine can use, in addition to a significant amount of raw ore. It's just sitting there, and I plan on taking all of it.
Do we know who it belongs to? Boats asked. A flash of annoyance flickered across Colby's face, but he still nodded.
Yeah, some fat merchant who's sitting in jail. I checked, and it sounds like he's going to be rotting in there for a long time. Might as well have been abandoned.
Does anybody else know about it? Pearl asked.
They sure do. 2 other gangs are keeping an eye on it, along with a mercenary force from a rival merchant. But we're going to walk in and take it, and if anybody puts up a fuss, well, that's what our axes are for.
Matteo tried to keep his expression neutral. It was very likely that the warehouse full of goods Colby was talking about were actually the goods Torfel had stocked up. About halfway through their stay, Torfel had rented a nearby warehouse to hold the various items he traded back and forth. Now that he was in jail, all the goods he had been collecting were just sitting there, a prime target for anyone bold enough to break in and steal them. Seeing that there were no more questions, Colby held up 2 fingers.
We'll split into 2 groups. The main assault group will be responsible for fighting and guarding. The second group will be pulling the goods out and putting them on the wagons. Who wants to be in which group?
We definitely want to fight, Pearl said, jumping to her feet.
Well, me too, Colby replied. So I guess that means boats, that you're going to be moving stuff. You can pick 5 people to help you.
Looking rather disgruntled, Boats nodded as Pearl shot him a triumphant look.
All right, that's settled. Let's go ahead and move out.
Taking the passage back to the alleyway, Colby led the way, with Pearl and Mateo following close behind. All of the other members of the gang stretched out behind them. But when they got out into the alleyway, almost everyone split up, moving in small groups of no more than 3 as they headed for the warehouse. The closer they got, the more certain it was this was the same warehouse where all of Torfall's goods were located. What this meant was that Mateo actually had a key. It wasn't on him, of course. He had left it back at the safe house. But that didn't stop Colby for a moment. Walking up to the door, he looked around, and then grabbed the lock and pulled, tearing it off the door. As he tossed it aside, there was a shout, and a group came running down the street toward the front of the warehouse.
Take them down,
Colby said, and Pearl pulled out her sword, calling for her men to join her. Mateo stayed toward the back, staying a few steps behind Pearl as he calmly drew his weapon, looking over the group running toward them. They all wore strips of red cloth tied around their left arms, marking them as the Flameseeker gang. Though not particularly large, the Flameseekers were more of a cult than a gang, and the regular run-of-the-mill gang members were considered quite dangerous, as they often used drugs to stimulate themselves before fights. Seeing the reddened eyes and flecks of spit on the Flameseekers' lips, Mateo knew they had already consumed their drugs. Pearl could tell as well, and she called out to everyone else, "Be careful, it looks like they're drugged." The first member of the Flameseekers to arrive launched himself at Pearl, swinging his sword like a madman, his eyes carrying a dazed look as he tried to hack her into pieces. She stepped back, blocking one of the wild strikes while letting the other slip past. And then, as the man drew back his sword, she stepped forward, her blade darting out to cut deep into his arm. He completely ignored the wound, his drug-addled mind making his body completely numb. With a growl, Pearl was forced to jump backward, nearly crashing into Mateo even as her enemy lunged forward. Mateo slipped past Pearl, moving in from the side, his sword sliding up at an angle underneath the man's arm to brush against the side of his neck. As the drugged fighter took another step forward, blood sprayed from his neck, and his body quickly lost strength, causing him to collapse to the ground. Giving Mateo a grim nod of thanks, Pearl, clearly embarrassed by how the fight had gone, launched herself forward and began hacking at the other members of the Flameseekers. The fight was fast and furious, neither side giving an inch. Mateo first felt his stomach churn, a mixture of anxious excitement causing him to feel jittery. And then, as the smell of blood permeated the air, Corvus's eyes grew red and his dark feathers began to glow with a bloody light that highlighted each one in sharp detail. Feeling his mind stabilizing, Mateo took a step forward, and then another, his sword rising. He was just about to throw himself into battle when he saw one of the other gang members go down, a leg wound causing him to drop. Above him, his enemy lifted an axe high, but before it could fall, Mateo was there, his sword slashing across the gang member's stomach. It was impossible for Mateo to avoid the blood, so he didn't, following up his slash with a punch that sent the dying Flameseeker tumbling backward. Though he was careful to control his strength, he still winced as he heard bones break. Before he could step back, another Flameseeker was on top of him, waving a club wildly. Mateo dodged, lifting his sword to block the second attack as he tried to decide whether he was going to retreat or not. Before he could come up with an answer, an axe flew from the side, burying itself in his opponent's head and flinging him to the floor. There was a rush of wind, and Colby stood over the body, wrenching his axe free.
"The key is to give no ground,"
he said, shaking the blood from his axe as he looked over the battlefield.
"By seizing ground, you seize momentum, and momentum is how we win fights." "The philosophy of a brute," Corvus said disdainfully, "but an effective strategy nonetheless."
Mateo didn't agree with Colby's words at all, but he had to begrudgingly admit that the strategy certainly worked for Colby, who took the battlefield by storm, tearing through the enemy with ease. By the time the 5th person fell to his axe, the others, as drug-addled as they were, grew fearful and turned and fled, shrieking into the night. There were over a dozen dead and half as many wounded laying on the ground. Colby paid them no attention and instead turned his attention to the other side of the street.
"Thanks for waiting,"
he said, hoisting his axes.
We're ready to keep you company now."
The sharp clump of boots, reminiscent of a military force, sounded as a group of 30 well-armored mercenaries made their way down the street.
"We waited because we were hoping they'd kill more of you," the mercenary said, "and because they're a pain to get tangled with."
"Doesn't look like they managed to kill any of us," Colby replied, glancing over his shoulder at the members of Black Snake who grouped together tightly behind him.
"Which means we outnumber you." "Not enough to matter. And besides, my men are each worth 5 of yours."
"That right?" Colby said, squinting at the mercenaries. "I think you're lying through your teeth."
"So how about this? You send out your best, we'll send out ours. No lieutenants or leaders, just a one-on-one fight between us and you. The losers go home. The winners get to enjoy the spoils."
The mercenary hesitated, his eyes drifting over the thugs behind Colby. Though he was a bronze-ranked duelist, just like Colby, and his mercenary group had 3 iron-ranked lieutenants, it would be almost impossible to get through the coming fight without casualties, and casualties were expensive. After a long moment of silence, he nodded. "Fine. No lieutenants, no leaders. The loser walks." Stepping back, he gestured, and a large mercenary stepped forward. At least 6'5", he carried a shield in one hand and a large mace in the other, his body covered head to toe in chainmail. All around Matteo, the gang members drew in sharp breaths, each desperately praying Colby wouldn't pick him. Instead, Colby turned and looked directly at Matteo.
"All right, new guy. It's time to see if you can live up to that double-headed snake of yours."
"Hey, wait!" Pearl began, but was cut off by Colby, who dismissed her with a wave while giving Matteo a savage grin.
"Well, what are you waiting for?"
Chapter 19. Feeling rather helpless, Matteo knew he wouldn't get out of the situation without a fight. He either fought the mercenary or would end up fighting Colby. With a resigned nod, he pushed his way through the crowd of gang members and emerged beside Colby, sword still in hand. Before walking out to face the mercenary, he paused next to Colby and asked the gang leader, "Any rules?"
"Yeah. If he's still twitching, you keep hitting. Remember, you want to seize the momentum."
"Got it." Matteo barely came up to the mercenary's chest, and his build was slight, more gangly than muscular. Still, the blade in his hand looked sharp, and there was something about the calmness of his movements that caused the mercenary to shrink a step back. When he realized he had given way, the mercenary grew embarrassed and pushed forward, lifting his mace as he charged with a roar. Matteo was about to jump back to avoid the swing when he felt Colby's eyes boring into his back, as if the gang leader was daring him to retreat. Instead, Matteo lunged forward, ducking close to the ground, his blade stabbing out at his opponent's foot. With a growl, the mercenary shifted to the side, bringing his shield down to try and ram it into Matteo's head. Matteo responded by twisting his body so he was face up and grabbing the edge of the shield. As his body continued to twist, the mercenary, already off balance, slipped and slammed into the ground with a bone-shaking thud, barely keeping a grip on his mace. Matteo straightened back up, and his sword darted down toward the mercenary's throat. With a shout, the mercenary captain started to step forward, but immediately stopped when he found himself facing the business end of Matteo's hand crossbow. With one mercenary at his feet and the mercenary captain frozen, Matteo tapped the side of the large mercenary's neck with the tip of his blade, and then sheathed his weapon, taking a step back and lowering the hand crossbow. The fight had taken less than 2 seconds, and it was only now that those watching realized it was over. The force with which Matteo had twisted the shield had dislocated his opponent's shoulder, and with a groan, the man rolled onto his back, letting go of his mace to clutch at his hurt arm.
"I thought this was a fight to the death,"
Colby said, his eyes narrowed as he stared at Matteo. Matteo slipped his hand crossbow back into its holster and gave the gang leader half a shrug. "Friends are better than enemies. Now they owe us one." That caused Colby to laugh, and he walked forward, patting Matteo on the shoulder as he passed him to face the mercenary captain.
"That's right. Now you owe us one.
Unless you're thinking of going back on our deal.
No, the captain said grimly, his eyes never leaving Matteo.
We'll withdraw. The place is yours.
If there were any other groups interested in the warehouse and the goods inside, they never appeared, and the rest of the night was spent emptying it out and moving the goods into storage areas controlled by Black Snake. More than once, Matteo caught members of the gang looking at him and whispering to each other, and even Pearl seemed rather strange. They finally finished when the sun was coming up, and they all trooped into the great room to have breakfast. Taking a seat next to Matteo, Pearl poked at her food a little bit and then looked at him.
What do you say we just forget about that stash of yours?
Amused, because the stash he had been thinking about was the same one they had just raided, Matteo nodded calmly. "That's fine," he said. Pearl would have had to have been a fool to not realize something strange was going on with Matteo. After all, the ease with which he had dealt with a mercenary, despite the man having both reach and weight advantage, was a clear indication that Matteo was no ordinary warrior. Though he had used no abilities, the only way a human could move that quickly was if they were a duelist. Matteo hadn't said anything, however, and Pearl was too embarrassed to ask. Colby, on the other hand, wasn't embarrassed at all, and he sat down on the other side of the table and stabbed his fork into his steak as he stared at Matteo.
"What rank are you?"
His question caused the room to fall silent, and Matteo didn't answer quickly, instead cutting a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth to chew. When he saw Colby's eyes narrow, he jerked his thumb toward Pearl and said, "All my cards are iron-ranked."
"Cards? More than one?" "More than two, I wager. Shame you're not bronze-ranked."
Watching as Colby started to eat, Matteo couldn't help but sneer in his mind. The gang leader clearly felt threatened, and Matteo guessed that if he had admitted to being bronze-ranked, he would have been attacked right away. Without even looking, he could tell that a group of the gang had arranged themselves behind him, no doubt intending to jump in as soon as Colby gave the command.
"Since you're a duelist, you'll be promoted to a lieutenant, the same rank as Boots and Pearl," Colby said after a few bites. "But since you're still learning the ropes, stick with Pearl for the moment."
"That's fine with me," Matteo said. "I'm here to keep my head down and not draw attention, so I'm happy to play behind the line. Just point me in the direction you need me."
"That's the kind of spirit I like to hear," Colby said. "Come on, eat up."
The gang got the rest of the day off, apart from the few unlucky members who had to spend the day cataloging all the things they had stolen. Matteo, after taking a nap, slipped away to the safe house. He had left Hamlin in the sewers, and the rat met him along with his mask at the entrance to the safe house. Slipping inside, Matteo quickly wrote down everything he had experienced and sent off an encrypted letter. He was about to pack up a few things and return to the gang when he saw that there was a letter waiting for him. Unrolling it, he read over it, decoding as he went. The message wasn't long, and simply instructed him to remain as he was, keeping the watch post hidden and continuing to report on the city's defenses. Calling for Queen, Matteo wrote a quick reply. By the time he had finished, Queen had flown down through the hole in the ceiling and was standing on the table. She had grown a bit bigger ever since she hit the iron rank, and she no longer fit comfortably on the perch. "Can you send this message as well? Ideally, I want them to arrive together. Also, let me know if there's a new message. You can send a crow to find me, or come yourself. That way I'll know when another message is returned." Bobbing her head to show she understood, Queen grabbed the message and took off. "I sure hope she actually understands me," Matteo muttered.
"She understands better than you think," Corvus said. "After all, she's one of my descendants."
"You know, I meant to ask you about that," Matteo said, standing up and going to gather his things. "You mentioned it before. Are you the ancestor of the Iron-Wing Crows or something?"
"They're one of my bloodline branches, yes," Corvus said. "You might think of me as the ancestor of all crows, but the Iron-Wing are particularly special to me. That's why I let that brat use them for his little army."
"Brat? What brat?"
"Come on, kid. You really didn't think you were the first Solomon to contract with me, did you? It was a long time ago, back before the Empire was an empire. Just a bunch of lawless states. At the time, my contractor, a Solomon like you, decided it would be a good idea to become a king. Waste of time, if you ask me. Better to spend our days burying our blades in our enemies' necks. But he had made some girl a promise, so the next thing I know, he's raising troops, forming a mercenary corps.
Corvus fell silent, lost in his memories for a moment.
I have to admit those days were fun, and I got my fair share of the battlefield. The Iron Wing Battalion that you're part of, it's the remnant of the original Iron Wing Mercenary Corps, the army that carved out the very first kingdom upon which this empire is based.
Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Matteo did a quick calculation in his head. Wait, wouldn't that have been over 1,000 years ago? Almost 2?
Yep. I was genuinely surprised to hear that the Iron Wing army had survived this long. But there you go. Almost 2,000 years of history, forever driving the kingdom forward and protecting the crown. Though, of course, now it looks like things have changed. The kings clearly weren't content just being a kingdom.
It doesn't seem like it. Leaving the safe house, Matteo crouched down to say goodbye to Hamlin, and then left the sewer, returning to Black Snake. A couple of the gang members, seeing him, quickly saluted and made way. Word had spread that Matteo was a duelist, causing the other gang members to treat him with supreme caution. After taking his things to his room, Matteo spent a little bit of time organizing his thoughts and meditating until, close to evening, someone knocked on his door. Jumping off his bed, Matteo picked up his sword and walked to the door. A rather nervous-looking gang member was waiting there.
"Colby would like to see you, sir," he said.
Nodding, Matteo shut the door behind him and followed the nervous gang member down the hall and down the stairs to where Colby was sitting in the great room. Though his eyes flickered to the sword, Colby didn't comment on it, and instead invited Matteo to sit down. Boats and Pearl were already there, and with all the gang's duelists present, the meeting got started.
"It's a simple deal," Colby said, looking between the lieutenants and Matteo. "Our main supplier is also the only person who can handle the volume of stuff we just took. I want to approach him about working out an arrangement. We can cut him a good deal, and hopefully he'll be willing to work with us."
"Isn't that risky?" Boats asked. "After all, it'll mean dodging the army." Seeing the confusion on Matteo's face, Colby grinned.
"Our main contact is the city quartermaster. He's responsible for both the raw iron taken out of the mine and the weapons that result from them. Unfortunately, things have been a little bit tenser lately. There's been a bit of a crackdown. Our friend is scared for his own skin, but unfortunately that means we've gotten stuck with a bunch of goods we owe, and he won't release them to us. Worse, we've already paid for most of it. Our friends to the south are getting pretty touchy. They want the goods they've paid for, and I, being a businessman, completely understand. Unfortunately, we're between a bit of a rock and a hard place, as the quartermaster doesn't want to let anything go."
"And is the goal to use the stock we pulled from the warehouse to replace his stock?" Matteo asked. "Why don't we just send it south?"
"We can't. It doesn't have the stamp."
Once again Matteo was lost, and it was Pearl who filled him in. "In order to pass through the checks, we need the items to be stamped with the official mark of the kingdom's forges."
"That's right," Colby said. "That forge mark is what lets us get past the inspections. Without it, our goods would be dead in the water. My hope is that the quartermaster will let us trade the goods we have for stamped goods."
"What about the money we already paid?" Pearl asked. "Wouldn't we be losing out?"
"Better to lose your shirt than your shirt and pants as well," Colby said with a shrug. "Besides, at this point, we might get stripped completely naked. We can't afford to wait much longer. Boats, I want you to stay here. You'll keep 35 men with you to guard the stock. Pearl, you, Matteo, and I, along with everyone else, will go pay the quartermaster a visit. Matteo, you keep yourself at the back of the group. Make sure you stay out of sight. That way, if they try to pull anything funny, we'll have an ace in the hole."
"Got it,"
We'll leave in an hour. Be ready to go.
With that, the meeting was over, and Matteo got up and headed downstairs to the basement. He found Teller there, still working on something. "I'm wondering if you have any healing potions," Matteo said when Teller finally looked over.
Healing potions? I've got some healing potions. How many do you need?
"Depends how much they are," Matteo said.
Normally I charge 10 gold for the weak healing potions, 50 gold for the moderate strength potions, 150 for the high-ranked potions, and 500 for the supreme. You can get a 10% discount.
"What's a supreme-ranked healing potion?" Matteo asked.
If you ever lose a limb, a supreme healing potion will grow it right back. Sure, at the cost of 10 years of your lifespan, Corvus scoffed. A supreme healing potion is the ultimate in life-saving tools,
Teller continued, clearly eager to sell one. "How effective are your weak healing potions?" Matteo asked, causing Teller's expression to crumble.
They can heal cuts and bruises, simple sword wounds like stabs, things like that, but it takes about 24 hours for them to work, maybe a little bit longer.
"I'll take 4 of those," Matteo said.
Oh, come on. That's almost enough to buy a moderate healing potion. That only takes 6 hours to work.
"Sure, but I can buy 5 lesser healing potions for the same price as 1 moderate." Of course, Matteo didn't need the healing potions at all. In fact, he suspected that his Heart of Iron root card would be just as effective as a lesser healing potion, except that it worked constantly. In truth, the only reason he was buying any healing potions in the first place was to give himself an excuse if he ever got wounded and the members of the gang realized his body was visibly healing in real time. This would provide cover. Despite his grumbles, Teller still produced the potions, and after handing over 40 gold coins, Matteo tucked the potions away. He was starting to run low on the emergency funds that had been kept in the safe house, and while he would be able to find money in an absolute pinch, he still went to talk to Pearl to ask her how to make a bit of extra coin. Chapter 20.
You'll have to volunteer for a task. Gang members get a stipend, so do we. Yours will probably be about the same as mine in boats. However, if you're looking for money above and beyond that, you can volunteer when a task comes up. That's why I typically run the sewer smuggling route. Whoever does it gets a bit of a bonus and ends up smelling like refuse for a week.
"I don't want to take your task, though," Matteo said. "Are there other things I can do?"
Oh, sure, but you'll have to talk to Colby, and I'd wait until after we go to meet with Epley. If the meeting doesn't go well, I have a feeling we're going to have a lot more jobs on our plate."
Matteo could feel the air of tension beginning to build as the time for the meeting approached, and when Colby emerged, he was wearing a set of chainmail armor with thick pauldrons and gauntlets. Seeing him all kitted out, Pearl swore under her breath and sprinted upstairs, emerging not long after, dressed in her thick leather armor. Matteo didn't have any armor, but he kept his sword at his side and tossed his cloak over his shoulders to help hide it. Once everyone was ready, Colby strode out of the great room, Pearl behind him and Matteo, along with the others trailing behind. Rather than walk through the streets of the city, the gang climbed down into the sewers, carefully picking their way over garbage and mud. They used the broad tunnel to cross over half of the city before taking an offshoot to climb back out to the surface. Taking a brief moment to orient himself as he emerged, Matteo realized they were in the northern part of the city. This area held most of the forges and raw goods processing facilities. The stink of tanners was in the air, and Matteo could hear the clink of hammers on metal, despite the fact that it was getting well into the evening. There were a few people out and about, but for the most part the streets were quiet. Colby left a couple of the gang members to guard the entrance to the sewer in case they needed to beat a hasty retreat. He took Matteo, Pearl, and 2 others as they walked along the street. Each of the gang members had donned a cloak with a symbol of a closed fist holding a bolt of lightning. Pearl had even given one of these cloaks to Matteo, and when he raised his eyebrows, she'd just grinned.
It's easier to walk around if we look like a mercenary company than a gang. The Thunderstruck mercenary group is fairly well known, but they don't typically operate in this area, so we can use them to run cover.
A closer look at the cloaks revealed that the symbol was clearly hand-stitched, but from a distance it looked official enough and would provide them with at least a bit of cover. After passing the forges, the stench of the tanners grew stronger, and Matteo began to see large racks of leather stretched tight as it dried. Unlike the others, he didn't grumble, and instead filed away everything he saw, in case it might be helpful in the future. The one nice thing about the intensity of the smell coming from the tanners' vats was that it masked the faint stench of the sewer they had picked up from walking through the underground tunnel.
The smell is so strong it'll cover just about anything, including blood.
It wasn't long before they arrived at a small gate, where Colby spoke to one of the guards who looked over their group. Eyes narrowed. Matteo didn't see any exchange of coins, but still the guard nodded and led them to a door set in the gate with a heavy bolt. Opening the bolt, the guard ushered them through, and they left the city. Matteo had assumed the quartermaster would be stationed inside the city, and seeing his confusion, Pearl leaned over.
His office is in the city, but he prefers not to meet inside the walls. This is one of the staging areas where goods are sent for inspection. Security at the mines is pretty tight, so they bring everything here to this way station, do their examinations, and then put together caravans to go up to the mines themselves.
Do they do the same for the goods coming back? Matteo asked.
Yeah, they do it for everything.
The way station was an old inn whose yards had been converted into a holding area for goods, and whose rooms had been taken over by the quartermaster and his men. When Matteo and the others walked into the large room, a soldier spoke to Colby in a quiet voice, and then gestured for them to follow, leading them to a back room. The room was a bit of a squeeze for all of them, and had a single table with 2 chairs. His expression looking rather ugly, Colby ordered the 2 gang members who had come with them to wait outside the room while he, Pearl, and Matteo entered. Taking a seat facing the door, Colby tapped on the table, as was his habit.
"Something about this I don't like," he said quietly. "Something's wrong."
Matteo had to agree. There was something about the way the soldiers had been looking at them that set his teeth on edge, and a vague feeling of disquiet shrouded him and the others.
"Maybe it's because of that new commander," Pearl suggested. "Maybe he's got everybody spooked."
"That could be it," Colby said. "Just stay on your toes."
They waited for a few minutes, and just as Colby was starting to get antsy, the door opened and the quartermaster entered, along with 2 powerfully built soldiers. Matteo was standing half a step behind Pearl, his head down and dulled presence activated so the quartermaster barely even glanced at him. Matteo's reason for caution was twofold. First, in case there was anything unsightly going on, he thought the element of surprise would be better. And second, this wasn't the first time he had seen the quartermaster. Though he doubted he would be recognized, as he had only seen the man from a distance when he came to visit Torfel at the shop a few months back. Still, on the off chance that the quartermaster had a fantastic memory, Matteo thought it better not to push his luck. Rising to his feet, Colby greeted the quartermaster warmly.
"Hello," said Epley. "How are you doing?"
With a rather disdainful grunt, Epley took his seat, not bothering to return Colby's greeting. Despite the irritation he must have felt, Colby simply smiled and sat back down.
"What is it that was so important that you had to meet?"
Epley asked, his eyes flicking from Colby to Pearl and then back, still missing Matteo.
"Well, sir, we're behind on our schedule, and I was hoping you could help me understand what's happened to the goods. We were supposed to have 3 deliveries in the last 2 weeks. Instead we've had 1, and that a full 2 weeks ago."
His gaze narrowing, Epley stared at the gang leader. "And is that somehow my problem?" Colby's smile grew a bit strained, but he still shook his head.
"We did have an agreement, sir, and I've got clients who are clamouring. They've already paid, as you well know, and the fact that the goods are being delayed without any sort of explanation puts a lot of pressure on me."
"Once again, I don't quite understand how that's my problem," Epley said with a smirk. "It sounds very much like an issue for you to deal with."
"You're right. It is an issue for me to deal with, sir," Colby said, losing his smile completely. "Maybe you don't know exactly who these clients are, but they certainly don't take kindly to their money being stolen."
His face growing red with anger, Epley leaned forward. "Are you accusing me of being a thief?"
"Not accusing anybody of anything," Colby replied. "I'm just laying out the situation like it is. We had a good thing going, and a bunch of big clients. Clients who do not take kindly to being disappointed. Clients who are more than willing to get involved and do the dirty work themselves. If you and I want to keep this good thing going, then we cannot afford to have delays like this."
Clicking his tongue in disgust, the quartermaster leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest as he glared at Colby. "And I don't think you understand the situation I'm in. You might have clients, but I have people to answer to as well. And currently, one of them is breathing down my neck. Tell me, Colby, are you really more frightened of your clients in other cities than of the sword that's hanging over your head?"
"You mean Commander Perel?"
"Of course I mean Commander Perel. He came in here and started auditing everything. So far, we've managed to remain undetected. But how much longer we can keep that up, I genuinely don't know. And as soon as he finds out what we've been doing, it's not just my head, but yours as well."
"So that puts us between a rock and a hard place," Colby said, "because I have it on good authority that if we don't deliver what we've promised, we'll have a group of very angry customers paying a visit, and I don't need to tell you how that's going to go."
The room fell silent as the two men stared at each other, each clearly unhappy. Finally, Epley stood up. "Fine, you'll get your goods, usual method, but I'll need a day to get everything together. And then you better pray that Commander Perel is reassigned soon, because otherwise—"
"I appreciate your help," Colby replied, standing up. "I'll make sure our customers know the situation and figure out a way to delay them. We just have to get through this, and then it'll be smooth sailing once more."
Whether Epley agreed or not, he just grunted and turned to stalk out of the room. Matteo waited until he was gone to deactivate dulled presence. Turning, Colby cursed under his breath, and then gestured for Pearl and Matteo to leave with him.
"Follow me,"
he commanded as they walked out to join the other two gang members who were waiting nervously outside.
"Come on, let's get back to the city."
As they left the way station and headed back toward the city, Matteo couldn't help but feel that things were off. There was something about the whole situation that set off warning bells in his head. It wasn't until they had arrived at the gate that he realized what it was. The layout of the soldiers at the way station hadn't been organized in a way that would allow them to guard against thieves. Instead, it seemed better suited for trapping. Though this could be explained by Epley's desire to protect himself in case things with Colby went sour, the fact that they hadn't made a move seemed odd. When Colby knocked on the gate, Matteo took a moment to close his eyes. He controlled Queen, who flew above them to examine the situation on the other side of the gate. She only spotted the two guards who had been stationed there when they left, but still Matteo couldn't shake his growing unease. A slot in the door opened, and seeing their cloaks with a Thunderstrike mercenary symbol, the guard drew the bolt and opened the door up a crack, gesturing for them to come through quickly. Slipping into the city, Matteo kept looking around. Pearl must have picked up on his nervousness because she tapped him on the shoulder. "Something the matter?" "I don't like this. Something's wrong," he replied.
"Let's get back to the base," Colby said, his voice grim.
They'd only taken a few steps when they heard the clatter of boots, causing Colby and Pearl to exchange ugly glances. Out of two nearby buildings, a large group of soldiers emerged, weapons drawn, clearly intending to surround them. Colby reacted instantly, throwing off his cloak and drawing his two axes. "Charge!" he bellowed and led the way forward. Matteo abandoned his cloak as well and chased after Pearl, with the two gang members following close behind. Seeing them start to run, there was a shout from the soldiers, who raced to block them. Since he was running out front, Colby was the first to slam into the line of soldiers, his axes blurring as he batted away spears. When he hit the shield line, his momentum sent the soldiers tumbling backward, and he raced through the gap, Pearl slipping through right behind him. Matteo had drawn his daggers, and seeing that the gap was beginning to close, he reversed his grip and struck out with the pommels, not wanting to kill anyone if he could help it. Already slightly off balance as they ran forward, the guards he struck went spinning to the side, widening the gap once more and letting Matteo and one of the gang members pass through. The last gang member wasn't so lucky, and a spear stretching out from the side stabbed into his thigh. He fell with a cry, but Colby didn't stop, continuing to rush forward even as the soldiers gave chase. Returning to the sewers wasn't an option, as there was nowhere to hide in the long, straight passage, and it would tip off the city guard that the gang had been using the sewers to move around. Instead, Colby raced down the street, and then turned into an alleyway. Pearl and Mateo were only a step behind him, but before the last gang member could make the turn, there was a sharp twang and a short scream. "They've got crossbows!" Pearl yelled. "Shut up and keep running. Keep your head down," Colby responded, practically snarling. Clearly, Epley, the quartermaster, had no desire to continue with the normal arrangements, though Mateo had his suspicions that this might not be his doing. He'd only gotten a glance at the soldiers, but to him they looked similar to Jebed, the soldier he had talked to at the bar about Commander Perel. If they were, in fact, the commander's personal soldiers, then the situation had just gotten a whole lot more complicated. Regardless, the first step was to lose them. But as he followed Pearl and Colby through the alleyways, Mateo realized that likely wasn't going to be possible. Queen wheeled overhead, and Corvus had taken to the air as well. Between the two of them, Mateo knew there were soldiers on the main streets, completely locking down the city. While he, Colby, and Pearl might be able to lose the soldiers chasing them, moving through the city was going to be practically impossible without running into patrolling soldiers. Chapter 21. Their only option was to make it down into the sewers, but between them and the nearest entrance was a veritable army. Despite the fact that Colby couldn't see the soldiers like Mateo could, he clearly suspected that they were there, and slowing to a jog, he swore quietly again. Slowing down to a walk, he stopped at a corner, peeking around it to check out the situation, and then jerked his head back, his face pale. "There are silver coats everywhere," he said to Pearl. "Give me a moment. Let me think." Her face pale, Pearl nodded and glanced at Mateo, who had a confused expression on his face. "Silver coats are soldiers?" "Oh, right, because of their armor. That makes sense." After thinking for a moment, Colby gestured for Mateo and Pearl to follow him. "Let's double back. There should be a side street we can take." Mateo, who had been tracking their progress, had mapped this area in the first month he had entered the city and knew exactly which street Colby was talking about. However, he also knew that there was currently close to 60 soldiers stationed along it. "I think it'd be better if we continued down 2 streets and then crossed the main road," he said. "I think we'd have less chance of running into enemies." Unfortunately, Colby had no interest in listening to him, and with a grunt turned and started walking back the way they had come. For a brief moment, Mateo considered just abandoning the man. After all, it was unlikely Colby and Pearl would survive the night, and he had a sneaking suspicion that Black Snake's activities in the city would be curtailed for a good while. It would be simple enough for him to slip away, thanks to his dulled presence skill, and if he went into hiding, he'd probably be able to escape the soldiers' searches as well. Before he could distance himself, Pearl grabbed his shoulder. "Come on," she said. "Let's follow the captain." Resisting the impulse to brush her hand off, Mateo reluctantly followed after Colby, keeping an eye on the situation ahead with growing frustration. He wasn't sure if it was a fluke or something else, but when they arrived at the side street Colby wanted to walk down, there were no guards in sight. To his credit, Colby paused, his eyes scanning up and down the deserted street, checking for ambushes. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to wait around, and so, after a quick check, he dashed across the street, intending to make it into an alleyway on the other side that would take them toward another of the sewer entrances. He was halfway across the street when a figure stepped out from the opposite alleyway, and Colby jumped back, his axes rising as a silver beam tore through the air, crashing into the ground at his feet. Had he continued forward, the beam would have caught him in the chest, and from the way it sliced through the stone, it likely would have torn through his armor with no resistance. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Commander Marcus Perel stepped out of the alleyway, his eyes fixed on Colby. "You must be the infamous leader of Black Snake." Colby, was it? Though Mateo had activated dulled presence, as soon as Commander Perel appeared, he saw the commander still glance at him, clearly able to see through his ability. Though Commander Perel's gaze didn't remain on Mateo long, it still sent a spike of fear through him. Clearly the commander possessed power a league above Mateo's, and as a faint silver glow shrouded the commander's sword, Mateo saw Colby shudder as well. A silver-ranked duelist was a terrifying opponent, and, according to conventional wisdom, could easily handle 10 bronze-ranked duelists without breaking a sweat.
Commander Perel was clearly no ordinary silver-ranked duelist, and Matteo had the distinct impression that if the commander wanted them dead, there would be nothing they could do to put up a fight. It was only now that he realized just how absurd it had been that Eric had managed to wound Captain Orsic during the recruitment test for the Iron Wing Battalion. Without actually facing off against a duelist of a higher rank in battle, it was hard to understand just how large the gap in strength was. But as Matteo stood frozen in the street alongside Pearl and Colby, he was forced to acknowledge the reality of that gap. Taking a step out of the alleyway and into the street, Commander Perel smiled, a cold and mirthless angle of his lips.
"I've heard much about you, mostly from the pathetic excuse for a quartermaster,"
Commander Perel said, his attention falling squarely on Colby. Finding himself able to breathe once again, Matteo reached out and tugged on Pearl's sleeve, shaking her from her paralysis. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do for Colby, who was frozen in place, large beads of sweat beginning to drip down his forehead as he faced Commander Perel's full attention.
"I'm assuming this whole thing was your idea. Skimming official goods and smuggling them out of the city while chalking up the difference in production to failures and scrap? It was clever. Much too clever for that idiot Epley. It actually took us a while to figure it out. The extra shift turned out to be the key. Who would have thought you'd be able to convince the workers to put in an extra half shift? Paid under the table, of course, but the goods they produced during that extra shift could be quietly sold off. Tell me, did I get it right? Or is there anything that I'm missing?"
Barely able to stand under the pressure Commander Perel was exerting, Colby shook his head, his teeth gritted tightly, clearly not trusting himself to speak.
"You know, it's impressive you can still stand. Most people at your rank would have collapsed by now. Then again, becoming a leader in Blacksnake is not an easy thing. This isn't the first time I've run into your organization, so I had a pretty good idea of how you'd operate. Now tell me, are you going to come in quietly, or will I be forced to spread your guts all over the street?"
Colby hesitated for a moment, his axes lowering slightly. But just when Matteo thought he would drop them, he heard Corvus' sharp warning.
"He's berserking. Get back."
Feeling his hair standing on end, Matteo jumped backward, the world slowing for a moment as he saw Colby's shoulders tense. A faint haze rose from them, and his armor groaned as his muscles began to swell. With a mad look in his eyes, Colby lifted his axes and let out a roar. Despite the pressure he was under, he lunged forward explosively, his axes hacking at Commander Perel, who lifted his sword to meet the attack. There was a clatter of boots as soldiers poured into the street, rushing toward Matteo and Pearl. About to fight back, Pearl felt Matteo grab her hand, and looking over, she saw he was shaking his head.
"Don't! There's no way we're getting out of this. We'll have a better chance if we don't fight back."
"But—" "No buts," Matteo said, his voice hard. "Stand down." Hearing a crash, they both looked over and saw Colby had been thrown to the ground, one of his axes clattering away. Yet despite his defeat, he was back on his feet in an instant, gripping his other axe with 2 hands as he rushed toward Commander Perel again.
"What is that?"
Pearl asked. "What's he doing?"
"Death warrior," Matteo said grimly. "He's taken some sort of medicine to stimulate his body, transforming him into a berserker. He'll keep killing until he's dead, or at least trying to." The signs were unmistakable, and Matteo, who had read extensively in Shadowkeep's library, was quite familiar with berserkers, loyal battlefield soldiers who would take medicine that would grant them explosive power at the cost of their rationality. A side effect of the medicine was an unquenchable desire for blood, and anyone who took berserker medicine would be forced to continue fighting until they died. Matteo never would have pegged Colby for a berserker. The man was much too calm, though he did have a slightly crazy edge to him.
"It's not what you're thinking," Corvus said. "He didn't take medicine. Rather, it looks like a restriction, some sort of seal placed inside of him. As soon as he faced impossible odds and the threat of capture, it triggered, forcefully activating the berserker state."
"Is it like the slave seal?" Matteo asked. Landing on Matteo's shoulder, Corvus nodded.
"It is, but much more dangerous, as it can trigger at any time. The slave seal will only trigger if you are within line of sight of someone who controls the master seal, though your slave seal can be used to track you. Berserker seals are nasty work, and they have always been outlawed. The fact a black snake is using them is bad news.
Once more Colby was thrown back to the street, his attack defeated by the commander who stepped forward, not wanting to give the mad duelist a chance to recover. Yet Colby, ignoring his wounds, let out a roar and scrambled sideways, dodging the commander's attack. Rather than go after the commander, Colby lunged toward a group of soldiers nearby, his axe hacking down on them with unstoppable momentum. None of the soldiers were duelists, and their faces paled as the attack ripped through the air. There was a sharp clang, and a hint of confusion flickered through Colby's bloodshot eyes as his axe was deflected. Staggering backward, Matteo, who had raced over to intercept the gang leader, tried to stabilize his footing, even as the soldiers scattered behind him. Colby, completely enraged, saw Matteo as nothing but a target, and his axe rose again, chopping down toward Matteo's head. Completely outclassed in strength, Matteo could only jump to the side. But Colby, as if expecting the dodge, lunged forward, striking out with his gauntleted fist. Though he tried to avoid it, the edge of the fist grazed Matteo's shoulder, and he felt his skin rip as the metal edge of the gauntlet tore through him. The residual force of the strike sent Matteo spinning to the ground, but he bounced up, avoiding a heavy stomp. Though he, like Colby, was in the bronze rank, the crazed gang leader was a much stronger fighter. Matteo's abilities were not directly suited for combat, and he was barely half Colby's size. Thankfully, his training had been excellent, and he was able to dodge 2 more strikes as he retreated across the street. By that time, Commander Perel had caught up, and with a shout, the commander sent a series of bright silver stabs toward Colby's back. All of them landed, cutting deep wounds in Colby's body. But the gang leader completely ignored them, abandoning his axe as he lunged toward Matteo, trying to get his hands around the young man. At the last moment, Matteo dropped to the ground, drawing his hand crossbow in one smooth motion and firing almost directly up. The bolt tore through the bottom of Colby's chin, piercing straight up into his brain. At the same time, Commander Perel's sword sliced through the side of Colby's neck, removing his head with a sharp snick. Blood gushed from the wound as Colby's body collapsed, Matteo scrambling out from under it, still holding his sword and empty crossbow. Blood covered his face, and he hurried to wipe it away with his sleeve, only to find himself facing the furious commander, whose sword had lifted into the air. Quickly dropping his weapons, Matteo knelt down, his hands raised in surrender. He prayed desperately that the commander wouldn't take his head like he had taken Colby's. Thankfully, Commander Perel wasn't as bloodthirsty as Colby had been, and after a moment he lowered his sword, flicking the blood from it before he sheathed it. Pearl was currently surrounded by 24 guards and could barely move without running into a spear tip. When a sword blow didn't land, Matteo risked looking up, an instinctive fear shrouding his mind as Commander Marcus Perel stared down at him. This wasn't the first time Matteo had felt this intense sense of danger before, but this was by far the most pronounced it had ever been. Still, he knew that the outcome of this situation relied on what happened in the next few moments. Unfortunately, he also knew that if he tried to seize the initiative, things wouldn't go well for him. Commander Perel was clearly a man who enjoyed being in charge, and if Matteo rushed to speak, he would likely cause a subtle offense. That meant Matteo could only keep his mouth shut, trying as hard as he could to keep his fear from showing on his face. The one thing he had going for him was that he had blocked Colby's attacks, allowing Commander Perel's soldiers to survive. Had the soldiers under Perel died, Matteo had no doubt everyone associated with the Black Snake gang would find their heads detached from their bodies, just as Colby had. As the silence dragged on, Matteo felt his clenched stomach relax slightly. Though the commander's face was inscrutable, it seemed that he was torn, unsure what to do with Matteo.
"Who are you?"
The question that fell from the commander's lips was exactly the opportunity Matteo had been waiting for, and he quickly rose to one knee, bowing his head. "My name is Matteo, sir. A lieutenant of the Black Snake gang." As he spoke, Matteo tore his left sleeve open, revealing the 2-headed snake mark.
"Shouldn't you have 3 snake heads if you're a lieutenant?" Commander Perel asked, his eyes narrowing.
"Normally, sir, yes, but our new leader only has 3 herself," Matteo said, gesturing toward Pearl.
"She's your leader? I thought the Berserker was your leader."
"Was, sir. Thankfully you freed us from his despotic rule."
"You've got a quick tongue on you. But aren't you a little bit young to be running with a gang?"
Trying to put on a sorrowful expression, Matteo dipped his head. "There are many choices we can make, sir, but life has a way of forcing what it wants."
"Spare me the pathetic act. Life might have forced you, but you'll still have to pay for your crimes. Tie him up."
The last phrase was directed at one of the nearby soldiers, who snapped a salute and stepped forward. Holding out his hands in front of him to show he wouldn't put up any resistance, Matteo called out to the commander, who had turned away. "Sir, I wonder if we might interest you in a mutually beneficial relationship, something that would help you and us, and resolve this whole situation positively."
Chapter 22.
"Shut your mouth," the soldier snapped, lifting his hand to strike Matteo. "Hold!"
The commander's word caused the soldier to freeze, his hand still lifted, and Matteo saw Commander Perel turn around, a curious gleam in his eyes.
"Mutually beneficial, huh? It seems to me that I have the upper hand in this arrangement. What could you possibly give me that would be more beneficial than bringing you in?"
"We can offer a couple of things, sir, two of which are only possible if you also grant us our freedom." Pausing, Matteo glanced at the soldiers around him, as if not wanting to speak in their presence. Walking back over to stand in front of Matteo, Commander Perel looked down at him, a curious gleam in his eyes.
"They're all my men and won't spill anything. In light of the fact that you saved some of them, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and tell me, what is it you can offer that I can't just take for myself?"
Lowering his hands to his knees, Matteo met Commander Perel's gaze as evenly as he could, though he could feel his body trembling under the full weight of the commander's attention. "Black Snake had an agreement with the quartermaster, sir, an agreement to sell excess goods. The profit margin on those goods is excellent, and with your sponsorship, we'd be able to not only continue, but expand those deals. We have other customers lined up, sir, and could substantially increase the profits, the majority of which would enter your pocket, sir."
"You want to bribe me? That's your attempt to get out of this situation?"
"No, sir, not a bribe," Matteo said, grimacing slightly as the pressure Commander Perel was putting on him rose.
"And what am I supposed to do when all of a sudden even more equipment goes missing? I'm already going to have to answer for everything you stole. Why on earth would I want to have even more disappear?"
"Because soon it won't matter, sir." The absolute certainty in Matteo's voice caused the commander, who was about to turn away, to pause.
"You're playing with fire, kid," Corvus said,
and then cackled.
"I like it." "What do you mean?"
"Sir, can your men really be trusted?"
"Of course they can,"
Commander Perel snapped. But despite his statement, he still waved his hand and had the soldiers withdraw to the other side of the street, leaving enough space around him and Matteo that no one could hear their conversation. "The Empire is going to be invading, sir, within the year. Once they do, this city will be one of the first in their path. Who's going to have the bandwidth to chase down a bunch of equipment that has gone missing in the midst of a war? At the most, by the time Gratian looks into it, they'll assume it was seized by the Empire." Matteo knew he was making a steep gamble, but he was also confident in his ability to read others. Commander Perel was an ambitious man. Matteo could see it in his body language, in the way he treated his subordinates, and it had been further reinforced by what he had heard from Jebed. Now, face to face with the commander, Matteo felt his intuition pushing him to double down. "Sir, one of the new clients I spoke of has direct ties to the Empire. It's a relationship that could be nurtured."
"You're asking me to betray my country, to become a traitor? How dare you?"
The pressure on Matteo abruptly surged, and he knew that this was the moment that would decide his life and his death. A bright gleam in his eyes, Matteo took a breath and plunged forward, staking everything. "Not a traitor, sir. The Empire's expansion is inevitable, and those who pave the way will rise with it. The Kingdom of Gratian suppresses those with talent to keep a corrupt monarch on the throne. The Empire will look kindly on all of those who help them. You can help ensure the war ends sooner, saving tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of lives. You won't be a traitor, sir. You'll be a hero. I know this because this was Black Snake's survival strategy." The last part Matteo had made up entirely.
He had no idea if Blacksnake was even aware of what was coming, but he knew that by subtly appealing to Commander Perel's sense of injustice and the man's deep ambition, there was a high chance he'd be able to win the commander over. With a smirk, the commander withdrew the pressure he had been applying to Matteo, causing Matteo to sag in relief.
You paint a pretty picture. But how do I know you're not going to turn around and betray me?
I'm willing to swear an oath, Matteo said quickly, only to find Commander Perel wasn't interested.
Oaths mean nothing. Action is all that matters. Fine, if things are as you say, then it really would benefit me to sponsor your little business. So long as the Empire knows that it's because of me they were able to sweep up the goods in this city, you can live. And the rest of your gang, too.
Not all of us, sir. But we'll deal with that internally, Matteo said, straightening up.
Ha! Now I believe you're being serious,
the commander said, gesturing for Matteo to stand.
Are you sure that Pearl over there is your leader?
Hearing the commander call Pearl by her first name, Matteo's heart clenched. It was clear that Commander Perel had a much better knowledge of Blacksnake than Matteo had realized. What else the commander knew he wasn't sure, but it was a good reminder to never underestimate his opponent. As the commander turned away, he spoke to Matteo over his shoulder.
I'll give you 3 days. In 3 days, report to the barracks to lay out how this is going to work.
A few minutes later, Pearl and Matteo were standing together in an empty street. Colby's cooled body laying stretched out on the cobblestones in a pool of congealed blood.
"What was that?" Pearl asked in a hushed voice, staring at Matteo. "What did you promise him?"
She had been too far away to hear the conversation between Matteo and Commander Perel, but had seen them talk long enough that she knew Matteo must have cut some sort of deal. Rubbing his forehead, Matteo took a moment to organize his thoughts before he answered. "Commander Perel has agreed to work with us, keeping the same arrangement with the quartermaster while expanding the amount of goods we're moving. I told him you're in charge of the gang."
"Me? There are a number of people who aren't going to like that. And how are we going to explain Colby?"
"We're not," Matteo said, his gaze growing ruthless. "We're not going to explain at all. They can either fall in line, or—" Making a slicing motion across his neck, Matteo began walking down the street, and, glancing at Colby's body one last time, Pearl hurried after him.
"What about boats? He's not going to like this at all."
"It's not a matter of liking," Matteo replied softly. "It's a matter of does he want to survive. Commander Perel is set to bring down the hammer on us, eliminating the entire gang. He clearly knows everything about Blacksnake. He knew who you were as well." Swallowing whatever words she was about to say, Pearl walked quietly alongside Matteo for a few minutes, then sighed.
"The leaders aren't going to like this?"
"Then we won't tell them. I need you to identify everyone in the gang who you think might rat us out, along with anyone who is fiercely loyal to Colby." "Does Boats fall into that camp?"
"No. I mean, he's loyal, but he cares about his life enough that he probably won't snitch."
"Good. We'll have to figure out a way to talk to him alone. Tell you what we'll do. We'll pretend the meeting went really well and that we are going to have an expanded number of smuggling trips. In a way, we are. It's just that the arrangement is with us instead of Colby. We'll mention that we have details to share and you can explain the situation to Boats. You'll have to do your best to convince him. Once he's on board, the two of you need to take care of anybody who is loyal to Colby."
"What about you? What are you doing?"
"I need to send some messages, get in touch with a few people. I have some connections that'll be able to help us. I promised the commander that we'd have an expanded list of clients, which reminds me, do you know how to get in touch with the clients we already have? The ones who are waiting for goods?"
"Yeah, I can handle that,"
Pearl said with a nod. As they talked, she lost some of her shakiness, quickly calming down as she adjusted to the new situation. Matteo kept a close eye on her, and when they reached the sewers, he paused. "Look, I know this whole situation has been thrown on its head, but if you play your cards right, it's not necessarily a bad thing. You could very well emerge from this with a considerable amount of authority and a powerful backer. Of course, it'll mean being a bit ruthless." That caused Pearl to laugh. With a wicked grin, she leaned forward until her face was only a few inches from Matteo's.
"Trust me, I don't have any problem being ruthless."
It was only after she finished speaking that she realized her words could be misconstrued as a threat toward Matteo himself, and her face paled as she quickly straightened up. "I mean—" "I know what you mean," Matteo interrupted, "and that's good. That's exactly what we need. You take care of Blacksnake, and I'll be back soon, after I've made contact with our new clients. What if they don't want to deal with us? Then we're all going to die, so let's pray for a different outcome." Nodding firmly, Pearl took a deep breath and climbed down the ladder, heading toward the base. Matteo waited for a few minutes, sending Corvus down into the sewer to double-check that Pearl had really gone, and then he climbed down the ladder himself, making his way to the hidden watch post. When the door had shut behind him, he felt a great sense of relief wash over him, and he sat down in one of the chairs, burying his head in his hands. He could feel his body trembling, adrenaline still coursing through him. Facing off against Commander Perel had been much harder than he let on, and now, as his body finally relaxed, he felt like he was going to be sick.
"Good job, kid," Corvus said, landing on the table. "You did well. It's not easy to face those more powerful than you so calmly, and as much as your strength is still rather pathetic, I have to admit, you have the mind of a Solomon."
Taking a moment to compose himself, Matteo sat up and ran through a few rounds of meditative breathing to calm himself down. Hopefully the Empire is interested in this deal.
"If they're smart, they will be. The opportunity to empty out your enemy's city by paying a bit of coin, there's no way the Empire will turn it down, not if they're truly ambitious. You're providing a perfect way for them to hollow out the enemy, but more than that, you're giving them access to a high-ranked official who will have a tremendous amount of knowledge they can exploit. The gear you're sending is of secondary importance. After all, there's nothing Gratian can produce that the Empire can't. No, the real value you're offering is the connection."
"You mean with Commander Perel?"
"That's exactly right. Remember that Commander Perel's position is that of a troubleshooter. He investigates corruption in the Empire, all for the sake of weeding it out, to prevent Gratian from growing weak. If the Empire can get their claws into him, they can ensure that things are bent in a way that will help them. Stroke of genius, kid. This whole thing is a stroke of genius."
"I sure hope so," Matteo muttered as he got out a piece of paper and began writing his report. Rather than sending it with one of the normal crows, Matteo gave the message to Queen and asked her to deliver it as fast as possible to the closest watchtower. Sensing the urgency in his voice, Queen nodded and took off, quickly rising above the buildings and then shooting into the distance, heading north toward the Empire. Matteo watched her go through their bond until she passed outside of his range. Then he took a few more moments to organize his thoughts and come up with a more comprehensive plan. Once he had a fair sense of what he'd be doing, Matteo wrote out 2 more messages, handed them off to Hamlin, and sent the rat to deliver them to Kell and Torfel, who were still locked up in Embervale prison. He hoped that what he was doing wouldn't disrupt their plans, but since he had no idea what they were actually hoping to accomplish by staying in prison, all he could do was proceed as best as he saw fit. With all of the messages sent off, Matteo slipped out of the watchpost, making sure the doors were closed tightly behind him, and headed for Blacksnake's hideout. When he got to the door, he could smell a faint hint of blood, and realized Pearl must have wasted no time. After knocking, there was no response, so he knocked again after testing the door and finding it locked. He was just considering breaking the door down when the slot slid aside and someone peeked through, their eyes lighting up when they saw him. The door swung open, and Matteo saw Boats, holding a blood-covered machete in his hand. Stepping past Boats, Matteo saw 2 bodies stretched out on the floor, massive wounds hacked in their necks. Feeling slightly sick to his stomach, Matteo kept his expression calm and walked through the hall into the great room, where he found Pearl, seated at the bar. Only 15 gang members were still alive, half of them wounded, and it was clear from the general state of disarray that a fierce fight had taken place. Noticing that 3 of the corpses had a faint blackish tint to their skin, Matteo's eyes narrowed. Were there more berserkers?
"Yes, 3 of Colby's men transformed into monsters and started killing everybody in sight. That's why there's so few of us left," Pearl said, her voice glum.
Better to eliminate the threats now than have someone who will stab us in the back in the future, Matteo said calmly. Chapter 23. Matteo joined Pearl at the bar. The cook was one of the gang members who had survived, and he quickly poured an ale and slid it across the bar for Matteo. "Is Teller still downstairs?" Matteo asked. Nearly choking on her drink, Pearl nodded. "Yes, I completely forgot about him. Hopefully he's not going to be upset about what happened to Colby." "You can leave him to me," Matteo said. "I'll go talk to him now." Leaving his drink untouched on the bar, Matteo walked down the stairs to the basement, where Teller was working on his potions, quietly humming to himself. When he saw Matteo standing there, he paused and flashed a silly grin. "You all done upstairs?" "For the moment," Matteo said. "You have anything that can get rid of the smell of blood?" "Oh, sure, I've got plenty of things, but I'm not sure the smell's going to be much better. You're better off just airing the place out." "What about something to get rid of bodies?" "Now that I can help with. Just pile them up over there and I'll take care of them." Though he wanted to ask what Teller was going to do with them, Matteo thought better of it and changed the subject to the reason he had actually come downstairs. "Colby's dead. We've had a bit of a change in situation, and we're going to be working with Commander Perel. Any issue with that?" "No? Why would I have an issue?" Teller asked, his forehead furrowing. "I didn't think you would. I just wanted to double-check. The plan right now is for the commander to cut a deal with the Empire. I've mentioned you as well. Hopefully the Empire will be interested. However, I do have something I'd like your help with. You mentioned being able to help me get rid of my temporary tattoo. Do you have a way to clear the others' tattoos as well? To erase any connection we have with Black Snake?" Thinking for a moment, Teller nodded. "I do. It's just a bit painful." "All right. I'll let everybody know to come down here." Picking up a potion from his desk, Teller walked over and gestured toward Matteo's arm. "Stretch out your arm, and I'll melt the thing off for you." Trusting that Teller meant the tattoo, and not his arm itself, Matteo rolled up his sleeve and stretched out his arm. The symbol Teller had painted on had dyed Matteo's skin, not coming off even when he scrubbed. But it only took a few drops of the liquid in Teller's bottle to cause the symbol to peel up, allowing Matteo to brush it away. With things at the base taken care of, Matteo talked with Pearl and Boats, coming up with a plan for how they would proceed. They had 3 days to sort everything out, and unfortunately, the first step was simply waiting until Matteo heard back from the Empire. Given such a drastic change in the structure of the gang, however, it was almost impossible to hide it from the other forces in the city. While Boats and Pearl worked on making sure the gang was stabilized, Matteo returned to the watchpost to wait for a reply. He spent his time meditating, trying to visualize the fourth link in the chain that connected him and Corvus until that evening, when he heard a flutter of wings and Queen dropped down through the hole in the ceiling, squawking proudly. Jumping up from the bed, Matteo hurried over and withdrew the note attached to her leg. "Proceed with Torfall." Just then, Matteo heard a soft sound and spun around, his hand going to the dagger at his waist as the door slid open and he saw Kel in the doorway. She cracked a grin at his surprised expression and walked in, the door sliding closed behind her. "Hey, kid. You look to be doing pretty well for yourself." "I'm surviving," Matteo said. "I got your message and had a chat with Torfall. We think it'd be best for him to be the main point of contact." Nodding, Matteo handed over the encrypted note, which Kel took and stared at blankly. Her eyes darted to the table and found the Book of Keys wasn't on it. "Matteo, I can't read this," she said with a sigh. "Not without the Book of Keys and the encryption books." Looking rather sheepish, Matteo grabbed the books from where he had stuffed them onto the shelf and brought them over to the table. "You can just tell me what it says. I'll double-check later." Arranging the books in their normal places, Matteo pointed at the note. "It says to proceed with Torfall." "Perfect. That's exactly what we were planning," Kel said. "Since Commander Perel probably isn't going to be stationed here much longer, we can send Torfall with him." Would the commander really allow a gold-ranked duelist from the Empire to shadow him?
Noticing the way Kel stilled and looked at him intently, Matteo wanted to hit himself. Clearly that was a secret he wasn't supposed to know, and by spilling it so casually he had undoubtedly caused suspicion to rise in Kel's mind. "How do you know that?" she asked. "I mean, I don't know that," Matteo said, shaking his head. "Well, at least until you just confirmed it was just a guess." "Huh. He must be losing his touch." To Matteo's surprise, Kel smiled as she spoke. "His power is supposed to let him hide his rank perfectly. So unless you say something, it's unlikely the commander will see him as anything but a mortal. I'm going to be in charge of arranging the smuggling routes, and will act as the merchant buying the goods. Can your gang handle moving them?" "Yes, I think so. If we don't have enough people, we'll recruit some more. There are plenty of people in the city who would love to earn some extra coin," Matteo said. "Good. Then in that case, I'm going to head out. Give me a day's head start, and then head over to talk to Commander Perel to arrange everything and tell him about Torfel. Got it?" Stepping around the table, Kel put her hand on Matteo's shoulder. "You're doing great, kid. Really well. When I first saw you, I had my doubts, but it's like you were born for this job. As long as you can stay alive, you might even be commander material. Just don't tell anybody I told you that." With those rather cryptic words, Kel squeezed Matteo's shoulder lightly and hurried out of the watchpost. Burying the warm feeling Kel's words had caused in him deep in his heart, Matteo moved on to the next stage of the plan. With the Empire on board, everything had just become a lot easier. But there was one last piece of the puzzle to fit in before he went and spoke to the commander. Heading back to the Black Snake hideout, Matteo found Pearl and Boats and asked them about recruiting more members, explaining that they would need close to 3 times the number they currently had in order to move the goods through the mountains to the north. While Boats wasn't sure where to get more men, Pearl seemed to be entirely confident she'd be able to, and took the majority of the gang with her, leaving Boats and Matteo with a few others at the hideout. After she had left, Matteo sat across from Boats and observed the man closely. "Are you okay with Pearl being the leader?" he asked, as his scrutiny made Boats uncomfortable.
"I am,"
Boats said with a sigh, rubbing his face.
"I know it's hard to believe, but I'd much rather be a lieutenant than the captain."
"Can I ask why?"
"Oh, easy," Boats said. "You see what happened to Colby? At the end of the day, the best place to be, the safest place to be, is in the middle. If you're at the bottom, nothing but arrow fodder. Standing at the top, you're the first target. No, I much prefer my position here, just far enough down the chain that I get to hang out and guard the base. Huh! Sounds rather cowardly when I say it like that, doesn't it?"
"I'd use the word prudent," Matteo said, "but I think you and Pearl make a good team. You're conservative, she's not. She's willing to take calculated risks, you're not. One of you is eager to grow things, the other wants stability. As long as the two of you can work together, I think you'll be just fine."
"You speak as if you're not going to be sticking around,"
Boats said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Who knows what the future holds?" Matteo responded with a shrug as he pushed back his chair. "I've got to go see Teller." Teller wasn't at his workstation, but Matteo found him in a small room nearby that had a bed and a dresser and a few pieces of clothing hung up in a closet that had no door. Leaning against the door jamb, Matteo watched as Teller carefully wrote in a notebook.
"Be with you in a moment,"
Teller said. "Take your time." After finishing up what he was writing, Teller closed the notebook and looked at Matteo.
"What can I do for you?"
"I need something that can slow down a silver-ranked duelist. It needs to be targeted, and I need to be able to apply it quickly in a fight."
"Huh? You want a poison?"
"Doesn't have to kill him, just needs to slow him down. Though death would be preferable."
"Ah, you want it targeted, so no gas."
"Right. We're talking about something that can give me an edge in a fight." Scratching his chin, Teller chuckled.
"An edge against a silver-ranked duelist. At least that's easier than killing a silver-ranked duelist. There aren't many poisons that powerful, and those that are almost impossible to make, as the material's so rare. But if you're just looking for something that can slow down his reaction time, I am assuming it's a he, since I only know one silver-ranked duelist in the city.
It is. It's the person you have in mind.
It's a dangerous game you play.
This is just insurance, Matteo said with a shrug as Teller got up from his bed.
It is always good to have a bit of insurance. Come on, let's see what we can whip up.
Following Teller over to his workstation, Matteo watched as the alchemist got out a heavy book and began leafing through the pages.
Silver rank, huh? One of the main problems in fighting against someone in the silver rank is that their spiritual energy is so thick. It can be used as a barrier of sorts to block toxins and the like, even after the toxin has entered their body. What about a venom? Something that could be applied to a wound?
Matteo shook his head. The likelihood of me being able to wound him is very low. Even my hand crossbow probably won't be able to get through.
The only other option is inhalation, which means we're talking about a powder. But you need something that acts fast, which makes it doubly dangerous, because if it works on him, it'll work on you too. So you'll have to be very careful how you apply it. Here we go, Teller said, tapping the page he had turned to. Spirit stripping powder. It's normally only good on those up to the bronze rank, but I happen to have some balloonfish extract, which we can use to increase the potency. Again, if it'll work on him, it'll work on you. So you need to be very careful in handling this stuff. The effect on anybody bronze rank or lower will be complete paralysis. The effect on somebody silver rank or higher will be numbing. But that's it. I wouldn't even expect them to stop moving.
Good enough, Matteo said. That's all I need.
All right. Well, in that case, give me a day or so.
Thank you, Teller, Matteo said with a bow.
It's all good, kid. You help me out, I help you out. Speaking of which, how are things going?
Good. We've established an arrangement. Our first shipment will be leaving within the week, as long as the conversation with Commander Perel goes well. You have the option of leaving with it, if you'd like.
Oh, that's faster than I thought.
In speaking to my superiors, they were quite interested in your abilities. After all, alchemists are fairly rare, especially alchemists who can deal with poisons.
Perfect. Come back and see me in a day, and I'll have this ready for you.
Leaving Teller to his work, Matteo spent the rest of the day meditating and preparing himself mentally for his meeting with Commander Perel. On the third day of his deadline, Matteo made his way alone to the barracks. When he arrived at the gate, the guards stopped him to ask him what business he had at the barracks. I have a meeting scheduled with Commander Perel, Matteo said, ignoring the odd look one of the guards was giving him. No doubt the man remembered him from when he had run around delivering notes for Torfall a few months earlier. Asking Matteo to wait, one of the guards jogged over to the office, and a few moments later emerged and gestured for Matteo to come over. Thanking the other guards, Matteo hurried over and was led into the office. This was his first time physically being in the building, though he had seen the inside plenty of times through Hamlin's eyes. The desks had been rearranged, with both Tiberius and Poulter's desks being pushed to the wall. Captain Vern's desk had been taken over by Commander Perel, and it now sat square in the center of the room, further confirming all of Matteo's suspicions about the commander.
"I wondered if you'd show up," Commander Perel said as Matteo stopped in front of the desk. "I trust that everything has been arranged satisfactorily."
"Yes, sir." Seeing Matteo looking at the others in the room, Commander Perel waved all of them out, and once the room was empty, Matteo bowed slightly again. "Everything has been arranged, sir. Our clients are eager to work with someone of your standing and promise nothing but the best. However, in order to facilitate this relationship, they've made a request."
"Oh? And what is that?"
"There's an individual currently imprisoned here who's qualified to act as their representative. They've given me a name, sir, but that's all I know. They said that if you're willing to free him, he can help you speak directly to them, potentially expanding the scope of your cooperation."
"Is that right? And you say he's imprisoned here, in Embervale?"
"Yes, sir." Chapter 24. Pulling out a small envelope, Matteo handed it over. Giving Matteo a long look, the commander picked up the envelope Matteo had placed down on his desk and flicked his finger.
causing a bit of silver energy to tear through it. With a casual flick, the commander pulled the folded letter free and opened it up, his eyes flicking back and forth as he read over it. Finding himself surprisingly nervous, Matteo tried to keep his hands from straying toward his belt, where he had hidden 3 small packages, each containing a bit of the powder Teller had made for him. There was always the possibility the commander would decide he didn't need Matteo once he had the letter, and if he did decide to attack, this powder was Matteo's best chance of making it out alive. The commander didn't seem to rate Matteo that highly, and after reading over the letter, he tossed it to the desk and nodded. "Fine. Let's get this Torfel out of prison and have a chat." Picking up a small bell from his desk, he rang it. The door quickly opened and a soldier rushed in. "There's a man in prison here, goes by the name Torfel, a merchant of some kind. I want to see him."
"Yes, sir."
After the soldier had rushed off, Commander Perel read the letter again, and then stood up. "Tell me, are you really a spy for the Empire?"
"No, sir, I'm not."
"Isn't that something a spy would say, though?" the commander said, amused by his own witticism. "They must start training you awfully young. You're barely a teenager."
15, sir.
15? Well, maybe you're not as young as I thought. You're a smart kid, though. I wonder if you'd be interested in following me. I'm sure I could negotiate with the Empire to have them place you by my side. I could use someone with a brain like yours."
Seeing that Commander Perel didn't believe his denial, Matteo could only sigh helplessly. "I'm sorry, sir. I really am not a spy for the Empire." That was only a half-truth. Matteo wasn't technically a full member of Darkwing, as he was still in his training period. At the same time, he had been acting as a full member for the last few months, ever since he'd been assigned to work with Torfel and Kell.
"Then it should be even easier, right?" Commander Perel said with a grin. "If you're not attached to the Empire as a spy, then it should be simple enough for you to pick up and come with me. I can offer you all sorts of benefits, and believe me when I say that being an inspector in Gratian's military is not my peak."
"Thank you for your kind intention, sir, but I'm not currently looking for employment." Seeing the look in the commander's eyes harden, Matteo bowed slightly, an apologetic look on his face, using the motion as cover to get his hands closer to his belt. Thankfully, before the situation could deteriorate, the door opened, and the soldier who had rushed off earlier entered, Torfel behind him. The commander spent a moment looking at Torfel up and down, as the rather rotund merchant kept a respectful smile on his face. Seeing the soldier about to leave, Matteo bowed again. "Shall I excuse myself, sir?" he asked the commander. "No, you should stay, as I am sure what we talk about will pertain to you." After the soldier had closed the door, Torfel, who still had chains binding his wrists, bowed.
"Hello, Commander Perel. My name is Torfel. I'm a merchant who specializes in quality goods imported from the Empire."
"Oh, are you? The letter our little friend here brought me suggests otherwise."
"Ah, so that's what this is about. May I see the letter, sir?"
Walking around the desk, the commander handed the letter to Torfel, and then took a seat on the desk, one leg swinging as he watched Torfel read over it.
"I see. It would appear that our future relationship will be based on another of my responsibilities,"
Torfel said smoothly, folding up the letter and handing it back to the commander.
"Allow me to try that introduction once again. My name is Torfel, Imperial Field Agent tasked with the infiltration of Gratian. According to the instructions passed down in that letter, I am to assist you in establishing and maintaining a connection with the Empire, remaining at your service until such a time as I am no longer needed. Should that be acceptable to you, you need only keep me by your side."
"What if I wanted to keep him, too?" Commander Perel said.
"I'm sorry." "Oh, you mean Matteo?" "I'm afraid, sir, that would be ill-advised."
"Ill-advised?"
The commander's forehead furrowed, his expression growing thunderous. "What do you mean, ill-advised?" Never losing his pleasant smile, Torfel glanced at Matteo.
"If you would, show him your neck."
Realizing what Torfel intended, Matteo pulled off his coat and his shirt underneath, revealing his rather scrawny chest. When he turned around, he heard Commander Perel's sharp intake of breath.
The slave mark, planted between Mateo's shoulder blades, was glaring, and the commander immediately lost interest. Had he been in possession of the control mark, he would have been fine taking Mateo in, but allowing someone to stay by his side who could be controlled by others was a risk that he simply couldn't take.
A shame. A real shame. Well, kid, if you ever earn your freedom and you're looking for someone to work under, look me up.
Though Mateo found it curious that Commander Perel didn't just ask for the command mark, with further reflection he realized that giving the commander the mark would allow Perel to control all of the slaves with the same mark, which the Empire would never agree to. Mateo put his clothes back on as Torfel and the commander began their negotiations. Mateo listened carefully, observing how each man phrased their requests and negotiated how things would proceed. When they finished, both seemed pleased, though they hid it well, pretending the other had gotten the better of the deal. Mateo's part was simple. He would act as the go-between between the commander and Blacksnake, ensuring that the goods were delivered to the Empire as arranged. Of course, Mateo knew that his responsibilities were more than that, but that had nothing to do with the commander. After all the arrangements were set, he returned to Blacksnake's headquarters, his responsibilities done for the moment. Now all there was to do was wait. As it turned out, Pearl's method for replenishing the gang's numbers was to simply walk around town to each of the other gangs who were a bit smaller and forcefully conscript them. Of course, most of the gangs were quite pleased to join, as they had long heard of Blacksnake's reputation. It was only when they arrived back at the hideout that they discovered Blacksnake's branch was no more. Instead, the leadership had changed. That led to some strong words, which Pearl handled in her usual forceful manner. Things looked like they were going to go downhill until Boat stepped in and explained the situation more thoroughly, informing the gang members that there was a contract that would pay exceptionally well if they could keep it. At the end of the day, benefits ruled everything in the underworld, and things quickly settled down. With their numbers bolstered to almost 60, keeping everyone in line was a difficult task, even for the two iron-ranked leaders. Thankfully, Cal seemed to have anticipated this, and 3 men showed up on the second day, boasting iron-ranked strength and informing Perel that they were there under orders to ensure everything ran smoothly. When Mateo had finished his meditation for the day and came downstairs, he found everything oddly quiet, much different from the raucous atmosphere that had existed the night before. He had been considering how to ensure that everyone stayed in line, but it quickly became apparent that a demonstration of might wasn't necessary. The 3 men carried a military bearing and saluted when they saw Mateo, further reinforcing his importance in Pearl's mind. Though they didn't directly admit it, Mateo could smell the scent of tiger wing on them, a suspicion that turned out to be true when, that evening, a letter arrived from Cal, informing Mateo that she was sending a tiger wing feather to assist. The leader of the wing was a man named Byron, and despite the fact that Mateo was an entire rank higher than him, he still gave off a faint sense of danger.
You know, it's sad, kid. Look at him. Look at those muscles. Look at the way he moves. True predator, that one. If only you had managed to end a tiger wing, that could be you, too. Instead, you get stuck learning all sorts of bad habits. That's okay. We'll beat them out of you eventually, Corvus commented. Actually, you should see if he would train you. If he did, you'd really benefit.
That's a great idea, actually, Mateo said, observing Byron a while longer.
Of course it is. All my ideas are good. You're just too thick to understand their value most of the time.
Ignoring Corvus's remarks, Mateo walked over to where Byron sat and pulled out a chair, gesturing for him to stay seated. "How are you doing, sir?"
"Can I help you with anything?"
Byron asked. "Yes, actually. I was wondering, if you had a little bit of free time, would you mind providing some training?"
"For you? Or for them?"
Byron asked, gesturing to the thugs spread out throughout the room. "Both, ideally, but me, if you can't train everyone."
"Can I ask why you wanted to ask me?"
Mateo couldn't very well tell Byron that the spirit crow chattering away in his ear wouldn't shut up about his need for more training, so instead he played the recruit card. "Well, sir, I'm still in my training period, and I was told that this is the time to learn as much as possible, because once I'm deployed for real, I won't have much time. And so I'm hoping to improve as much as possible. On top of that, well,
Matteo paused and looked down at his skinny body. I could probably use a little bit more muscle.
That's a good reason, kid. A good reason indeed. Sure, I can teach you. Though you'll have to excuse me. It might be a little bit rougher than you're used to.
Figuring nothing was rougher than the training he had received in the gorge when he first was thrown into the Iron Wing Battalion, Matteo just smiled. I'm sure I'll be fine. With a rather chilling smile, Byron pushed back his chair.
No time like the present, then. Let's get to it.
Matteo quickly came to regret his words as he spent the next 4 hours with Byron running through exercises and sparring. In Byron's own words, he wanted to get a good sense of Matteo's limits, and he pushed him until he had not only found them, but exceeded them. As scrawny as he was, Matteo's abilities lent themselves to being able to take tremendous punishment, and by the time the examination was over, Byron was nearly giddy with glee.
I don't know what kind of skills you're packing, but you are made for combat. Of course, your reaction time's pretty terrible. You hesitate way too much, probably because you're thinking about everything, and you're not very strong. Your agility leaves something to be desired, and it's clear you lack a fighter's instinct. But that's okay. All of that kind of stuff, it can be beaten into you. If you're still interested in learning, be here tomorrow, 6 a.m., and we'll get started. Of course, if you think this is going to be too much, then just don't show up. I won't hold it against you. For very long, at least. So exhausted he couldn't even groan, Matteo nodded and dragged himself away to try and recover. It took almost 45 minutes before he felt like he had enough strength to walk, and even then it was slow going. Corvus was quiet up until Matteo rolled into his bed, his body on fire from the intense punishment he had just put it through. I have to say, kid, your ability to take punishment is really impressive. Might be the best I've ever seen. Typically, I don't bind to weaklings like you. If I'm going to bind to somebody, I want them strong, fast. I want someone with killer instinct. You've got none of that.
So why did you bind with me? Matteo asked, forcing himself into an upright position. Corvus met his gaze, the crow's beady red eyes matching the intensity of Matteo's stare. I picked you because it was that or spend the next few thousand years caged. I picked you because regardless of your abilities, I'm confident in myself. Confident that I could turn you into someone who could dominate the world, no matter how pathetic your abilities turned out to be. But you've surprised me more than once. I'm happy your abilities haven't turned out to be pathetic at all. Corvus fell silent, and with a groan, Matteo started to lay down, carefully positioning his neck on his pillow to try and stop it from hurting. He didn't succeed, and all he could do was close his eyes, hoping to fall asleep. Mercifully, sleep came quickly, and overnight Matteo's recovery ability kicked in, healing up his body. The next morning, Matteo awoke with a start and found his mind quite clear. What time is it?
You've got half an hour. Don't worry. I wouldn't have let you oversleep.
Not sure whether to be thankful or depressed, Matteo got up from his bed, changed and stretched, and then jogged downstairs to meet with Byron, who was waiting for him. The warrior's eyes gleamed when he caught sight of Matteo, and he looked so excited that Matteo nearly turned around and went back upstairs. Striding over, Byron grabbed Matteo by the arm.
Come on, kid. We're burning time. Let's get to it.
To Matteo's surprise, they didn't do any physical exercise, and instead Byron had Matteo show him everything he knew about martial arts, from using weapons to hand-to-hand combat to footwork. The more Byron watched him, the stranger his expression became, until, after 3 hours of non-stop demonstration, he finally held up his hand.
You wouldn't happen to be related to that young trainee who just joined Tiger Wing, would you?
Fresh 15? You mean Rose? We were in the same feather as recruits.
Ha! I thought so. You move exactly like her. Well, not exactly. She's miles better than you, but it's like I'm looking at the male, scrawny, slower, weaker replica. You want to tell me about that?
Chapter 25. My memory's pretty good, Matteo said, unsure how else to respond.
Oh, so you're just copying what you see. Yes, that's why you're so stiff. That's why you hesitate, too, Byron said, scratching his chin. Well, that's good to know. It gives me a clear understanding of how we should proceed. That's it for today. Tomorrow I'll be up at 4, and we'll begin our training for real.
For some reason, his words sounded ominous to Matteo. But after spending the rest of the day working with Pearl and Boats to arrange for the first shipment of goods, Matteo went to bed early and was up the next day at 4, ready to go, when Byron emerged from his room. Following after the warrior, Matteo and Byron went to a nearby warehouse that had been converted into an underground fighting ring. This was one of Black Snake's businesses, though it hadn't been running ever since Colby had died. Though the stands were empty and the room dark, Byron simply walked to the center of the ring and gestured for Matteo to join him.
We'll start with swords, as they're the easiest.
I'm sorry, what are we doing? Matteo asked.
We're fighting, of course. You currently have enough theory jammed into your head that I don't need to teach you anymore. Really, all you need, apart from a bit of bulk, is for somebody to beat these techniques into your bones so they become second nature.
Ready? Not really, Matteo said, completely ignoring his words. Byron dashed forward, bringing his sword down at an angle with enough force to shatter stone. Startled, Matteo took a step back, lifting his sword to try and deflect the attack, only for Byron to match him step for step, advancing rapidly and forcing Matteo to block directly. The force slammed into him, throwing him backward, and though he avoided being cut, he couldn't avoid stumbling off balance. Byron immediately launched a second attack, shifting to the side and slashing toward Matteo's legs. Already off balance, Matteo instinctively moved his sword down to block, but then realized that doing so would leave him completely exposed. Instead, he lifted one foot and pushed off with the other, throwing himself back on the ground, intending to gain some distance, roll over, and get back to his feet. Instead, as soon as he hit the ground, Byron was on top of him, and Matteo found a blade at his throat.
Get up. Let's do it again.
As he crawled to his feet, Matteo could feel his face flushing with embarrassment. He was a full rank higher than Byron, and to have lost so badly was mortifying. Of course, he had excuses. After all, Byron was not only a full-grown adult, many times stronger than him, but was also highly trained and specialized in combat. Yet Byron gave him no time to exercise his excuses. He launched another attack, his sword hammering at Matteo's sides, each blow sending the boy staggering. Finally, growing angry, Matteo growled and pressed forward, trying to use one of his grappling techniques to unbalance Byron. For his effort, he earned a hard fist that plastered his lips into his teeth and sent him tumbling across the ground. Wincing, he started to push himself up and saw a boot coming for his side. Instinctively, knowing he wouldn't be able to dodge, he threw himself into the leg, hoping to minimize some of the damage, only to find the kick withdrawn, causing him to land hard on his shoulder.
Get up. Try again.
Hearing Byron's hard words, Matteo took a deep breath. He could tell that he wasn't suited for this sort of training, and he genuinely doubted he'd be able to learn anything this way. He learned best when the information could be catalogued first and slowly absorbed later. Before he could call it quits, however, Corvus's words rattled in his skull.
The only way you overcome your weakness is by grinding it away. The only way you transform is through pain. This is what Rose has gone through, and is still going through, but likely worse. If you don't want to be left behind, kid, you better get up.
The words he wanted to say died in Matteo's throat. He much preferred the training methods of the Dark Wing, though he knew that was only because he found them easy. Byron's method of teaching combat was simply brutal, but Matteo could only assume that it worked, since Corvus wanted him to persist with it. He wasn't as fast or as strong as many of the other kids in the gorge, but he had come out the other side at the front of the pack, almost entirely because he was simply willing to take more punishment than others. And as much as he hated to go back to that place, to embrace that mindset, he knew that if he wanted to keep growing, it was the only way.
What's the matter? Thinking of giving up?
Getting to his feet, Matteo shook his head. No, sir. Let's keep going.
Ha! That's the kind of gaze I like to see. Be careful, though. Here I come.
Matteo soon felt as if he had fallen into a blur. A sort of strange state where, as he went through his days, he was a completely detached observer watching someone else pilot his body. In part, it was due to the brutal pounding he took every day. Byron's method of teaching him combat was simple. Beat him until he couldn't stand anymore. And then, after dragging him back to his bed, where he was rubbed down with a smelly mixture of herbs, he would sleep until the next morning, when it was time to do it all over again. As the days dragged, Matteo began to wonder if he had made a genuine mistake. The only things that kept him from quitting was Corvus' constant needling and the knowledge he was growing. He saw two signs, both of which helped him maintain his sanity during the brutal training. The first was that it took longer every day for Byron to beat him senseless. Mostly that was because Matteo was getting much better at dodging. He had not only memorized the majority of Byron's attack patterns, but he was starting to internalize the defensive movements necessary to keep his opponents from being able to strike him. No longer did he have to think when a blow came for his side, or when Byron's blade flashed toward his neck. His body was beginning to react immediately, sensing the danger and shifting out of the way. The second reason was because Corvus had shown him that each day as he trained, the fourth link grew clearer and clearer, and the crimson chains that bound Corvus' abilities grew weaker. This realization caused Matteo to throw himself into the training with a fervency that caught Byron off guard. Matteo was pretty sure the warrior from Tiger Wing thought there was a screw loose in his head, because after taking care of everything he needed to each morning, Matteo didn't miss a single day of training. As the days turned into a week, and then two, Commander Perel and Torfall left the city. The commander had been reassigned, and he took Torfall with him, leaving behind some instructions regarding the next officer the military would be sending to fill Captain Vern's place. Torfall stopped by to see Matteo before he left, though he came after one of Byron's training sessions, and so Matteo wasn't in any shape to have a conversation. Instead, Torfall talked with Byron, and left a note for Matteo to read the following morning. When he woke up, Matteo saw the note sitting on the table and picked it up after he got dressed.
Matteo, it has been a pleasure watching you. You were assigned to us as part of your training, and I've already filled out the report for Shadowkeep. I would anticipate, if nothing else changes, that you'll be in Embervale from anywhere from a few more months to a year. Regardless, take this opportunity to learn as much as you can. Very few people have this sort of chance, so treasure it.
Looking at the word very, which was underlined, Matteo carefully folded the note up and held it over a match, his mind whirling as the paper transformed to ash. When Torfall talked about opportunities, the only one Matteo could think of was the fact that Byron was training him. Corvus, is there something unique about Byron?
I don't know. What do you think, kid?
I think it's strange that despite me being a higher rank than him, he can always anticipate my moves. I think it's strange that he only ever strikes with just enough force and can perfectly control the tempo of our fights, Matteo mused. Whatever he puts on my body after our training sessions are over, that's strange too. As he spoke, Matteo clenched his fist. It seemed that whatever Byron was applying to his body, it was being absorbed by his muscles, increasing his strength. Though it had only been 2 weeks, Matteo could feel the difference already.
I wondered when you'd notice, Corvus said. Let's just say that if you can stick this out, it'll be a huge boon. In another week, I'll teach you a way to make it even more impactful, though it'll also increase the amount of suffering. It's called the Iron Blood Mantra, and if you can stick it out, it will change your life forever.
Laughing lightly, Matteo shook his head. I think I might be going crazy, but hearing that just makes me more excited.
The line between great and crazy isn't so far apart, kid.
As things in the city slowly calmed down after Commander Perel's reassignment, Matteo's responsibilities were reduced as well. Kel was handling the smuggling of goods, helped by Pearl and Boats and the gang members they had recruited. The only thing Matteo was responsible for was operating the watch post, handling the messages that came in, and sending out intelligence as it was requested. He spent the rest of his time training with Byron, throwing himself into increasingly intense sparring matches that pushed him to his utmost limit. True to his word, the following week Corvus taught Matteo a simple mantra, instructing him to recite it as his body was absorbing the poultice Byron applied every evening. The first time Matteo tried it, chanting the words in his head, he felt an excruciating pain that caused his muscles to tremble wildly and immediately stopped.
Don't stop, kid. If you do, everything you've done up until that point will be wasted. You've got to make it all the way through the mantra. Your goal is to be able to say it 9 times before falling unconscious.
His body still shivering slightly, Matteo did his best to calm his breathing. Now that he knew what it was going to do, he found himself hesitant to start again. But he knew Corvus wouldn't do anything that would cause lasting harm to him, so he clenched his hands and began reciting once more, sending searing bolts of pain throughout his body. Ignoring the feeling to the best of his ability, Matteo continued to recite, trying to separate himself from the feeling. He made it almost all the way through the mantra before darkness claimed him, and when he woke the next morning, he found his body had been strengthened by another degree. Matteo's memory was tremendous, so much so that he felt if he closed his eyes, he could feel the pain that had racked him the night before. Yet more importantly, he could tell the difference between the increase in his strength after reciting the mantra and the increase in his strength when he hadn't. It was that knowledge that allowed him to try again after his next training session. This time he managed to make it through the entire mantra before he fell unconscious, missing Corvus' incredulous sigh. To Matteo, life became one big ball of hurt. His days were filled with the anticipation of pain while he worked on his reports, the arrival of pain as Byron's sword and fists slammed into his body, and the amplification of pain as he recited the mantra at night. Yet despite the intensity of all of it, Matteo found a sort of strange enjoyment. There were moments when he worried he might be becoming a masochist, but then he would push those worries aside and immerse himself in his training. In the second month, Corvus suggested he might want to try exercising each morning to speed up how quickly he gained muscle, so Matteo added a brutal workout routine to his day as well, exercising with such intensity that occasionally, when he joined Byron for a sparring session, he could hardly walk. Rather than going easy on him, Byron simply grinned and increased the intensity of the workouts, using the fact that Matteo had trouble dodging as an excuse to pummel him all the harder. Soon, days had lost all meaning, and even weeks seemed to flash by in a painful blink. And then one day, Matteo woke up and hopped out of bed to do his morning exercises and found Byron waiting in his room. His teacher had an odd expression on his face, and when Matteo bowed in greeting, Byron sighed. "Take a seat," he said, gesturing to the table. Confused, Matteo still complied, sitting down in his normal chair as Byron took a seat across from him. "Training's over. There's not much more I can do for you. Your body won't accept any more of the poultice, and it's been a couple weeks since you last improved." "What do you mean?" Matteo said, his forehead furrowing. "I feel like I'm getting better every day." "You are, but that's something that will happen normally as your body continues to grow. I've taken your training as far as I can. Any more would only harm you. It's been 6 months since we started, and the situation is starting to change. I'm being reassigned, and you'll get your orders soon." "Well, I appreciate your instructions, sir," Matteo said, standing up and bowing to Byron. His bow earned him a complicated look. "You know, it's a shame," Byron said as he got to his feet. Matteo never learned what specifically was a shame because Byron, after walking around the table and patting him on the shoulder, vanished. His body simply erased from Matteo's perception, leaving Matteo frozen in place, his mind whirling with possibilities. In order to try and settle his thoughts, Matteo threw himself into his exercise, knocking out a quick workout before bathing and getting changed. By the time he got back to his desk, there were 6 messages, one of which contained his new orders. "Open the northeastern gate at 2 o'clock tomorrow night." So, I guess it's happening.
"So it seems. Things are going to change quickly, kid. Best keep your head about you."
I mean, this is what I've been training for, right?
"You're going to try to do it yourself?"
"Not that strong yet," Matteo said with a laugh. "No, I'll go find some helpers." Chapter 26. In this case, the helpers Matteo had in mind were Pearl and Boats, both of whom were familiar with the various gates in and out of the city and the guards who manned them. The remains of the Black Snake Gang had renamed themselves the Viper Gang, and under Pearl they had grown into a behemoth in the city, controlling nearly the entirety of the underworld. They caused very little trouble, focusing almost exclusively on their smuggling operations, which earned them an uneasy peace with the city guard and the soldiers who operated in the area. Of course, the liberal bribes didn't hurt either. Pearl had taken up a rather unusual strategy, one that Matteo thought brilliant. Rather than trying to amass wealth, she spent almost everything the gang earned paying off countless guards and 2 of the 3 commanders. With Tiberius and Poulter both receiving kickbacks, they kept Commander Weberlin, the new officer assigned to Embervale after Commander Perel left, off her back. In return, she was able to move the majority of the weapons and armor, along with a tremendous amount of iron ore, out of the city and north to the Empire, who paid her generously for it. The gang used what little profit they did make to keep their foot soldiers happy, ensuring that all of the other gangs in the city learned about how wonderful it was to be a member of the Vipers. In one of his rare breaks, when Mateo had asked Pearl why she had chosen such a strategy, she had grinned and rubbed her index finger and thumb together. "It's an investment in the future. The smoother this goes for the Empire, the more valuable someone in my position is going to be. And it's not like we're going to be a gang forever." It took Mateo a moment to realize what Pearl was hinting at, but it was true. Though the Viper Gang was a criminal organization that was only under Gratian rule, the Empire knew everything about her and her gang's operation. And, as soon as they took over, it was foolish to think they would let her continue her operations. What she was doing now was in preparation for going legitimate, since she wouldn't have another choice once the Empire arrived. Mateo found Pearl sitting at a table in the gang's hideout, and when he took his seat across from her, he was surprised to notice the wary look in her eyes. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah, it's fine," she said, unconsciously shifting back in her seat. "The feeling you're giving off is just a little bit intense." Mateo had no idea what she was talking about, but as he glanced toward the bar, he caught a hint of his reflection in the glass. He realized that the expression on his face was rather intense. Realizing he had unconsciously been projecting some of his spiritual energy, Mateo did his best to rein it in, only to find he couldn't. That caused him to grow annoyed, which only caused the pressure to intensify, worsening the problem. So he quickly activated Dulled Presence, muting everything about him. He had discovered that Dulled Presence could be used in a number of different ways, including in combat. The discovery had been made after he, desperate to escape one of Byron's strikes, instinctively activated the ability, causing Byron's attack to miss after the warrior lost track of Mateo for a moment. Though the ultimate result had been Mateo being beaten senseless, just like every other training session, he had discovered that he could actually control how powerful the effect from Dulled Presence was. Now he used it just enough to take the edge off, allowing Pearl to relax. "Sorry about that," Mateo said. "Anyway, I was hoping you might be able to help me out with something." "Sure. What do you need?" "Do you know who's going to be at the northeastern gate tomorrow? Overnight, say around 2 in the morning? "Not off the top of my head, but I can look." Standing up, Pearl walked to the bar and retrieved a book, which she brought to the table, placing it down and retaking her seat. As she flipped through it, Mateo realized it held all of the patrols of the soldiers defending the city. "Unfortunately, it looks like it's none of our guys. Why, are you thinking of sending a special convoy out?" "No, I'm thinking of greeting some guests." Taking a sharp breath, Pearl started to get up from her seat and then quickly sat down. "You mean—" Mateo nodded. "It's time. Let's put a team together and we'll open the gate at 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. You're the only person I'm telling. Just tell everybody else we'll have a mission. They don't need to know what we're doing." "Got it?" At first, Pearl wanted to get the whole gang together, but considering they had grown to almost 250 members, Mateo didn't think that was a good idea. Such a large movement of people would cause too much concern. Instead, he selected 25 of the gang's strongest fighters and ordered them to be ready. They moved out in 5 groups of 5, taking different paths through the city until they arrived a few blocks from the gate. There they gathered up, and Mateo asked them to wait for his signal. Despite all of his recent training, Mateo couldn't help the nervousness that rose in him as he crept toward the gate. The northeastern gate was one of the 3 largest gates in the city, and there were 10 guards on shift, 2 of which were stationed on the wall above, while 4 were in each of the gatehouses located on either side of the gate. The changeover happened at 1 o'clock, so Mateo came at 1:15, wanting to make sure the gate was ready to open at 2. After scoping out the situation, Mateo decided to deal with the 2 on the top of the wall first, so he climbed to the roof of a nearby building, effortlessly scaling the side of the wall. From there, he was able to jump to the wall itself, landing silently, his eyes fixed on the 2 guards, both of whom were leaning on the parapet, chatting as they stared out into the darkness. Thankfully, the moon wasn't particularly bright, and often drifted behind clouds, casting a dark shadow over the earth. Working his way forward, Matteo kept his eyes wide and fixed on the two guards, freezing every time it looked like one might turn around. Seeing one of the guards shift, Matteo froze, keeping low until the moon once again went behind a cloud. As it grew dark, Matteo moved, swift as a shadow, across the wall, reaching the first guard. At the last second, just before he struck, the guard noticed something and jerked around, his eyes opening wide. Before he could shout, Matteo's elbows slammed into his solar plexus, knocking the wind from his lungs. As he collapsed, gasping, Matteo's fist slammed into the other guard, knocking him unconscious in a single blow. The guard, who was having trouble breathing, grabbed for the whistle at his belt. Though Matteo genuinely wasn't sure how he was planning on blowing it, he still knocked the guard out with a chop to his neck.
"Should have just killed him," Corvus said, landing on the parapet. "Now you've got to decide what to do with him. You can't leave him here, because otherwise they might wake up and raise the alarm."
"I don't want to kill unnecessarily."
"A weak mentality," Corvus said disdainfully.
Matteo ignored him, and, using the guards' cloaks, tied and gagged them. There was always the possibility that they would rouse, but he figured Pearl and her men would be here by then. Climbing down from the wall, Matteo took a slightly different approach with the two gatehouses, using Hamlin to sneak small vials into each of the rooms. As the liquid inside of them was exposed to the air, it transformed into a gas that quickly knocked out all of the guards, causing them to fall asleep where they were. Once Matteo was sure they were knocked out, he opened the doors to let the gas out and recapped the vials. Hamlin, having gotten a nose full of the gas, was weaving on his feet, clearly sleepy despite the fact that he was iron-ranked, so Matteo didn't have to worry that the guards would suddenly wake up. After inviting Pearl and her men in, they tied up the guards and waited for the appointed time. At 10 minutes till 2, there was still no sign of the Empire's army, so Matteo sent out Queen to do a bit of scouting. She quickly returned, looking rather excited, and informed him they were about to arrive. At precisely 2, Matteo had the gates opened, despite the fact that the army still hadn't been spotted. Less than a minute later, a flood of black-cloaked individuals rushed from the nearby forest, their feet making next to no noise on the ground, despite the fact that they were running full out. They wore a symbol that looked like a blood drop, and there were no marks on them. Behind them, not quite as quiet, came ranks of the tiger-masked Ironwing, with the occasional Darkwing feather mixed in. All told, Matteo counted almost 1,000 people, and while that was less than a quarter of the total number of soldiers stationed in Embervale, what was terrifying was that every single one of the members of the Iron Wing army were duelists. Matteo watched from the top of the gate, and hearing a faint whisper, turned around to find someone had appeared behind him. Seeing the golden mask, Matteo had no trouble determining who the figure was. Commander Telrin took off his golden mask and grinned at Matteo. "Well done. I've heard that everything has gone smoothly. Thanks to you." "Just doing my job, sir," Matteo said with a bow. "You can leave the rest to us. We'll be taking control of the city. The main army will arrive tomorrow. Your watch post will be taken over starting tonight. I'll send a team for you to escort. You can complete the handover procedure, gather your things, and meet me at the barracks office." "Yes, sir." There was a blur, and Commander Telrin vanished, leaving Matteo on the wall as the Ironwing soldiers began to silently spread throughout the city. From his position, Matteo could see the soldiers streaming into the city. He marveled at just how well-ordered they were. Each feather seemed to know exactly where to go, likely thanks to the map Matteo had made of the city and sent over months earlier.
"It's a sight to behold, huh? Makes your blood boil. Just wait till you see the Iron Wing operate on a battlefield."
It wasn't long before 3 figures in black masks jumped up on the wall, greeting Matteo. "Commander Telrin has sent us to take over the watch post," one of the figures said, saluting Matteo. Returning the salute, Matteo gestured for them to follow. He jumped down from the wall, making his way to the closest sewer entrance. He was unsurprised to find a tiger wing feather guarding it. After verifying his identity and the identity of the 3 shadows with him, the tiger wing soldier moved the grate aside and let them go down into the sewers. Matteo had already issued orders through Pearl for the Viper Gang to stay in and avoid wandering around the city, lest they come into conflict with the Empire's soldiers, so the path was clear. After explaining how to get inside the watch post and where the traps were located, Matteo brought them inside and began talking through all of the details of the recent mission, bringing them up to speed on all of the intelligence he had been gathering. While the leader of the Darkwing Feather listened intently, the other two members did a quick assessment of the watch post, making sure everything was in order before they took over. The transition took 2 hours, and when Matteo was done and headed back up above the surface after collecting his things, he found the city was still completely quiet. He had assumed there would be at least some fighting, and found it rather eerie as he walked along the dark streets. He saw the occasional tiger wing feather positioned at strategic points throughout the city, and twice was stopped and asked to verify his identity. Each time, he presented his dark wing token and informed them that he was the previous watcher for the city's watchpost. In both instances, revealing his identity earned him salutes, which he returned before hurrying on his way. When he arrived at the barracks, he saw signs of struggle, though everything was quiet now, and could smell the faint tang of blood in the air. Clearly, not all of the Gratian soldiers had been willing to go down without a fight, but just as clearly, they hadn't managed to put up much more than a token struggle. When Matteo knocked on the door of the office, Commander Talrin himself opened the door and gestured for Matteo to enter. Talrin wasn't wearing his mask, and instead had placed it casually on the desk. At the same time, a dozen black-masked individuals, along with 3 crimson-masked agents, were combing through every inch of the office, trying to find any information that might be deemed important. "Come and have a seat," Talrin said as he led Matteo to the desk, "and let's chat for a bit." Feeling slightly nervous, though he didn't know exactly why, Matteo placed his bag next to the chair and sat down as Commander Talrin walked around to the other side of the desk. "You know, when I first assigned you here, my goal was relatively simple. I intended for you to learn from Torfel and Kell, 2 of our best field agents. My goal was that you would get a firm foundation in spycraft. Imagine my surprise, then, when I get a report from Torfel barely a week in, saying there simply isn't anything that he can teach you. I didn't believe him, of course. After all, you're a little bit young to be a master spy, so I asked him to let you take the key position in the execution of this plan." Pausing for a moment, the commander accepted a piece of paper handed to him by one of the crimson-masked agents. After glancing over it, Talrin placed it down on the desk, his gaze returning to Matteo. "What preceded deviated considerably from our original plan, in part because we didn't think we'd be able to actually get the spy." Despite the fact that Matteo was wearing a mask, Commander Torfel must have picked up on his confusion, because he paused again and gestured for Matteo to ask his question. "I meant to ask about that, sir. It seems unlikely that Torfel and Cal, given their abilities, couldn't have unearthed the spy. Can I ask why you had me do it?" Chapter 27. "Sure, a fair enough question. The truth is that they were originally going to. Torfel and Kell are a team that has been working together for a long time, and as you mentioned, they are incredibly skilled. Originally, the intent was for them to carry through the mission and have you observe. But after receiving Torfel's report, I thought it a good test to see whether you would succeed or not. When you did, against all expectation, I decided to make some adjustments to this plan. To my surprise, despite the adjustments, you continued to perform practically perfectly." The edge that emerged from Commander Talrin's tone caused Matteo's heart to jump, but he carefully calmed it down, trying to keep his breathing even. If the commander noticed a sudden shift in emotion, he didn't say anything as he paused to accept another paper. This time, after looking it over, he shook his head and handed it back, and the crimson-masked agent nodded, peeked at Matteo from the corner of her eyes, and walked back and returned to the filing cabinet to continue searching. "Where was I? Oh, right, your performance. Typically, performance is evaluated on a feather-by-feather basis. However, we have a bit of a unique situation, which is what I want to talk to you about today. You've been with us for what, 16 months so far, if I'm doing the math correctly. 2 months at the Tower, 6 months at Shadowkeep, a total of 8 months here at Embervale. Yes, 16. That means you have approximately 8 months remaining before your training period is done. In truth, after reviewing your performance, I find myself at a bit of a loss. I'm not sure what training Darkwing can actually offer you. At this point you have the base, and it would be no problem, based on your current achievements, to simply pass you. However, we do believe in process.
and so I'm not willing to simply waive the last 8 months of your training. At the same time, I fully believe that excellence should be rewarded, and so I'd like to give you the option. The first option is that you can deploy to another mission field. The war in Gratian is just getting started. When news of Embervale falling spreads, the war will start in earnest. And if you're interested, as a cartographer, your other option is to return to Shadowkeep to continue your training. As soon as he heard the two options, Matteo knew which he would choose. While he didn't mind being deployed, he also had a very strong desire to return to the Shadowkeep library and continue studying the books it held. After hesitating for only a moment, he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Commander Telrin held up his hand. "Hold on a second. I think it's also important for you to have full context of what's coming, regardless of whether you're deployed or you go to Shadowkeep. In 7 months, you'll begin preparing for a special event. You'll be trained in etiquette and given a crash course on the politics of the Empire, at which point your feather will be reunited. You'll undergo joint training, and then you will be presented to the Emperor." As the commander's words faded, the room fell quiet, and Matteo noticed that everyone had stilled. A faint annoyance crossed the commander's face, and as he gazed around the room, the agents hurried to speed up their work. "It would seem," Commander Telrin said, still glancing around the room, "that the Emperor has decided it is time for his sons and daughters to venture out into the world to make something of themselves. His oldest is 22, his youngest 15, and over the next 10 years, all of them will be competing for the position of Crown Prince or Princess. There are 5 children in contention at the moment, though that could change at any time. You may also be wondering, what does that have to do with us? In reality, nothing much. But, in keeping with tradition, each of the Empire's armies nurture a team of soldiers who are assigned to one of the heirs and are responsible for keeping them safe. Your feather has been selected." It sounded like they were throwing him in the deep end. Matteo had to agree with Corvus' assessment. He had assumed that after reuniting with Rose and Eric, they would be sent out on special missions. In the back of his head, he hadn't forgotten Captain Orsick's words, that he would be called upon to do something impossible. Now, however, it seemed like his future was taking a turn, and he wasn't sure that he was very excited about becoming a glorified babysitter. Still, knowing that he'd have to guard a prince or princess in the future didn't change Matteo's decision in the present. "I'd like to go back to Shadowkeep, sir. Continue my training there." "An excellent choice," Commander Telrin said. "The superior of the two, if I'm honest. Very well. Once the situation here in Embervale is stabilized, which will likely happen within 2 days, I'll bring you back to the keep. In the meantime, help me organize these documents." When the city awoke the following morning, everything had changed. There was a bit of panic, but soon 2 of the city's commanders stepped out and assured the citizens that everything was in order. Of course, those who were paying attention knew this was a blatant lie, as the commanders were accompanied not by Gratian soldiers, but instead by mysterious, tiger-masked men and women whose very presence cowed the crowds. Rumors began to fly, and most of the citizens stayed hidden inside their homes, hoping everything would remain peaceful. Around noon, reports of a large army began to spread, and by dinner-time the army had arrived. 60,000 Imperial troops, led by a young man in his 20s with bright red hair and blazing green eyes, dressed in pitch-black armor and riding a massive white horse. He presented an imposing picture as he rode through the streets with an honor guard of knights dressed in gold armor. As the Imperial troops spread throughout the city, the leaders of the city were called together to meet with the commander of the Imperial army, and Commander Telrin brought Matteo along to observe. The meeting was held in the city's Grand Hall, an imposing structure with soaring ceilings and a wide marble floor. All of the benches which normally ringed the room had been removed, and a platform had been set up with the mayor's chair set on it. As they entered the room, Matteo saw that it was already filled with men and women who nervously chatted as they waited for the meeting to start. No one had any idea how the Empire had managed to take them over without a single sound, and all of the prominent citizens couldn't help but fear for themselves and their wealth. Once everyone was gathered, the doors at the back of the hall opened, and the Imperial commander strode out, his bright eyes sweeping the room. "That is Junius Servius Kell, first Prince of the Empire," Commander Telrin said in a voice only Matteo could hear. He's been serving as commander of the Imperial Legions for the last 2 years, and this is his first major campaign."
The prince coolly surveyed the room, and then sat down in the chair on the platform, his royal guard arranging themselves around him. Lifting his hand for quiet, Junius waited until all noise had ceased before he spoke in a rich, carrying voice.
"I'm sure that many of you have been thrown off by what has just happened, so allow me to set the record straight, dispel any rumors or concerns you might have. My name is Junius Kell, Prince of the Empire. Under orders of His Imperial Majesty Attius Julius Kell, I will be leading the charge to expand the borders of the Empire to the south. Word of this war has already been proclaimed, a delegation sent to your king. Unfortunately for you, the delegation has yet to be seen. Your king delayed the meeting for multiple weeks, but we in the Empire have no time for fools. When your king is finally willing to meet, the articles of war will be presented. But until then, we will simply continue our fight. However, in light of the foolishness of your ruler, the Empire has no desire to punish the people for their ruler's mistakes, and so we have elected to conquer as much land as we can in a bloodless fashion. Embervale is the first city to bow before the might of the Empire, and I'm sure others will follow. I'm equally sure that you, fine citizens of Embervale, will not do anything so foolish as to stand in the way of our war efforts. Though we wish for nothing but peace, any resistance to our rule, or any action that keeps us from being able to carry out our imperial mandate, will be met with swift and bloody retribution."
Letting his words sink in, Junius slowly smiled, causing the intense pressure he was giving off to ease.
"But I'm sure none of you are thinking of doing anything of the sort. In fact, I'm confident we can work together, and that in being added to the Empire, Embervale will do nothing but thrive. In the Empire, we believe in the sanctity of law. We believe that peace is best, and I have no doubt that under Imperial rule each one of you will grow and thrive. If you have any questions or concerns, you may direct them to the field office. For the moment, we will be setting up a temporary government here in this building. Cases will be tried according to Imperial military law. But if you have any direct concerns, I'm willing to hear them. Simply speak to the steward, and he'll arrange an audience."
Having said what he wanted to, Junius stood up, looked around the room one last time, and left, leaving utter silence in his wake, followed by complete pandemonium as everyone rushed the steward, hoping to set up an audience with the prince. As he followed after Commander Telrin to leave the building, Matteo couldn't help but glance over his shoulder toward the door where the prince had disappeared.
"Is that your first time seeing an Imperial?" Catching up to Commander Telrin, Matteo nodded.
"It is."
"And what do you think? Is he as impressive as you imagined he would be?"
"More impressive in some ways," Matteo said quietly. He clearly is used to command. His words were clear, succinct, and held great persuasive power.
"It's true. Then again, he's been trained for it his entire life," the commander said, scratching his chin.
Matteo felt as if he caught a note of bitterness in the commander's voice, but before he could ask about it, Commander Telrin changed the subject.
"Do you have any interest in meeting the prince? After all, you might be assigned as one of his guards."
Without hesitating, Matteo shook his head. "No, sir."
"And can I ask why not?"
Hesitating for a moment, Matteo peeked at the commander and found Telrin had stopped and was staring down at Matteo, a curious expression on his face. "Better to be unknown until it can't be helped, sir. Getting involved in the struggle for imperial power early won't be helpful. If I'm eventually assigned to the first prince, so be it. I'll get to know him then. But if I'm assigned to another prince or princess, then being on the first prince's radar won't do me any good."
"And there it is again," Commander Telrin said, shaking his head. "Wisdom beyond your years. Such a waste."
This was the second time someone had said something similar. First, it had been Byron, whose last words to Matteo had been that it was a shame. Now the commander seemed to carry a hint of regret. Matteo had a sneaking suspicion both were speaking of the same thing, and he wondered if it was because he was going to be assigned to the imperial family.
"No use thinking about it too hard, kid," Corvus said, shifting on Matteo's shoulder.
Corvus was right, of course. Matteo simply didn't have enough information to go on, and he sincerely doubted the commander was going to enlighten him any further. Seeing Commander Telrin had begun walking again, Matteo hurried to catch up. When they arrived back at the office, they were surprised to find people had gotten there before them. and when they saw the golden armor of the guards standing outside, Commander Telrin swore quietly under his breath. "Sorry, kid. Seems like your desire to dodge the prince is going to be thwarted." Though he was tempted to suggest they could just turn and go the other direction, Matteo followed Commander Telrin to the door and entered the office. There they found the prince with 3 of his golden-armored guards locked in a fierce, though muted standoff with the 3 crimson-masked agents. Neither side was speaking, but Matteo realized at a glance what was going on. The members of Darkwing had arranged themselves around the commander's desk, clearly protecting the pile of papers that sat on it, while the prince and his guards were standing in front of them. "Ah, Commander Telrin, there you are. I came to see you, but you weren't there." "Of course I wasn't, Your Majesty. I was watching your speech at City Hall." Though the commander spoke with a placid expression, Matteo could hear the barbs in Telrin's voice. Considering Junius knew what Commander Telrin looked like, and the commander had made no effort to hide himself in the crowd, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that the prince had seen Telrin in the hall and had been well aware that no one was in the office. Despite being called out, Junius just smiled. "Well, I appreciate your support. You know, I was hoping to meet and reward the individual who enabled the capture of Embervale. I heard that it was thanks primarily due to some of your agents who opened the gate for us and subdued the guards." "Unfortunately, Your Majesty, as much as I would love to introduce you, the members of the Feather that were stationed here have already pushed forward, and we anticipate their excellent work as this campaign continues. The leader of the group is Agent Torfel, who I've mentioned to you before. He's currently working with one of the high-ranked Gratian commanders to ensure we can repeat this process in other cities." Junius' gaze narrowed slightly, and his eyes flicked to Matteo, who was standing behind the commander. For a moment Matteo thought the prince might say something, but instead Junius simply waved his hand, as if dismissing the whole thing. "A shame they can't be recognized for their work." Chapter 28. "Such is the fate of the Darkwing, Your Highness. We serve the Empire for its glory, not for our own." "Serve the Empire for its glory and not for our own, huh? An admirable statement, one I wish my other retainers were able to articulate and live out as well. No matter, I'll speak to my father and make sure the Darkwing is recognized, and trust that you will in turn reward those who have done well." "Of course, Your Highness. We always recognize our agent's excellent work." The prince, turning to glance back at the table and the piles of paper it held, clearly had other things on his mind, so Commander Telrin turned and gestured for Matteo to leave, and Matteo soon found himself outside of the office with nothing to do. Rather than wander around, he returned to the barracks, to the bed he had been assigned, and sat down to meditate, taking the chance to sort through everything he had learned. Sensing his heaviness, Corvus stood in front of him, opening his wings. "What's on your mind, kid? It seems like something's troubling you." "It's Master Solomon," Matteo said, his voice quiet. "I still have no idea what's going on in Darrenfor. I have no idea what Master Solomon's up to, and no idea whether or not he's okay. That prince must be the one Master Solomon was speaking of, the one who wishes to expand the Empire."
"So, why don't you find out? I mean, you're going to be sitting on the single largest information collection hub in the Empire. I'm sure you can look up information about Darrenfor."
"I know. I should have done it last time I was there, but I think I was too afraid." After settling his spirit, Matteo spent some time wandering around the city, observing the Imperial troops as they took control. The majority of the troops stayed outside the city, and those who came in were clearly disciplined. There was very little violence, and thanks to Pearl's arrangements, the remaining gangs in the city were cleaned out, leaving the Viper Gang as the only underworld force. Of course, on the surface, they had transitioned to a completely legitimate business, acting as middlemen between the weapons sellers and the Empire. In reality, Pearl was clearly planning on continuing her life of crime with Boat's support, as well as the support of Darkwing. Matteo hadn't gotten a chance to say goodbye, and though he spied on the gang from a distance, he didn't want to get involved any more than he already was, so he kept his distance. It was 2 days before Commander Telrin finally came to find him, and together with a number of other individuals from Darkwing, including the 3 crimson-masked agents who had been guarding the office, they made their way to Shadowkeep. Matteo had assumed that, like every other time he had gone to and from Shadowkeep, Commander Telrin would transport him directly. Instead, they took an overland route, moving swiftly through the mountains until they reached the border of the Empire. From there, it was a 3-week journey, heading deep into the dense mountain range that formed the Empire's eastern border. Matteo had never heard of there being anyone in these mountains, but they ran across a surprising number of villages, all of which seemed familiar with them. Eventually, Commander Telrin led the way into a hidden valley, and there, in the distance, Matteo saw the sprawling fortress headquarters of Darkwing. Shadowkeep. Donning their masks as they made it to the entrance, they showed their tokens and entered the fortress. The fact that they hadn't tried to hide the location of the fortress was a clear indication that as far as Commander Telrin was concerned, Matteo was now a full member of Darkwing, and that was further reflected in the way Matteo's tasks were assigned. Though he was given free rein of the library, just as before, and resumed his training, he was also ordered to work as an archivist, a group responsible for cataloging the tremendous amount of information that rolled in through Shadowkeep. Not everything the spy network landed ended up in Shadowkeep, but the vast majority of it did, filed away carefully in case it needed to be referenced later. Matteo enjoyed the work immensely, as it allowed him to use his brain to its fullest. A week into his work, he summoned his courage and looked up what information Darkwing possessed on Darrenfor. It was no surprise that there was a watch post in the city, and Matteo spent an evening reading through the reports that had been sent in over the last few years, his expression growing heavier with each one. According to the latest reports, Darrenfor was currently under a state of martial law, completely taken over by the Eastern Legion under the Lord of the East, Duke Argen. The change had been gradual, starting 2.5 years earlier when Adjudicator Vurs had discovered a rebellious element in the city and called upon the Eastern Legion to crush it. Though the reports were carefully worded, the agent in charge clearly didn't believe that the group Adjudicator Vurs found was truly rebellious, but things had moved swiftly, and the inciting incident was quickly forgotten as people adjusted to the new normal. Though he paid careful attention as he read through the reports, hoping to find out what had happened to Master Solomon, the only piece of information Matteo was able to find was that the council that once ruled the city had been disbanded by the martial law order, and the councillors had been sent to their houses under guard. The soldiers assigned to them were, on the surface, there for the councillors' protection, but reading between the lines, it was clearly house arrest. Unfortunately, that was the only information Matteo could dig up, reinforcing his desire to go back to Darrenfor to look around for himself. With a heavy heart, he put all the reports back and headed to bed, his mind restless. Over the next few days, Matteo threw himself into his training, doing his best to give himself no extra time to worry about what had happened to his master, and slowly he calmed back down. Matteo's days were busy, and his nights were spent meditating and chanting the strengthening mantra that Corvus had taught him. In what felt like no time at all, 6 months had passed, and Matteo had reached the end of his training. He only realized it had been that long when Captain Telrin appeared before him once again and wordlessly handed him an envelope before vanishing in a blur. Opening up the envelope, Matteo saw it was a summons, informing him that he had passed his testing period and would be instated as a full member of Darkwing the following day. "It feels a bit unreal, you know," Matteo said, tossing the note onto the nightstand next to his bed.
"Unreal that you're finally done with your training. I mean, you've been at it long enough, and I don't believe for a second that you've lost track of the days."
"Well, no, I can't do that," Matteo said, scratching his head. "It just feels unreal that this is finally over, that I'm going to be meeting up with the others."
"Assuming they're still alive."
Corvus cackled.
"I mean, that girl Rose is probably alive, but I wouldn't be surprised if that thin kid had eaten it."
"You mean Eric? There's no way. Of all of us, I think Eric is the most likely to survive. That kid was a survival expert, even before we got thrown into the camp."
"We'll see."
Sitting down on his bed, Matteo looked at his hands, clenching his fingers a few times. Really, I'm just worried I won't have grown as much as them. What if I meet them and they've gotten really good? I mean, sure, I've improved a lot, but my combat has barely improved."
"You'll be fine, kid. Just keep working at it. You'll get there eventually."
Corvus's words made Matteo pause, his eyes narrowing as he turned to look at the bird spirit. Normally, if he said something negative about himself, Corvus agreed, and if he didn't say something negative about himself, Corvus would. The bird had been mocking his weakness for years now, so to hear him say something else made Matteo suspicious. He had been trying as hard as he could to shore up his weaknesses, and ever since he had realized he lacked talent for combat, he had been working especially hard to get better. His 6 months of training with Byron and Embervale had been brutal, but he had pushed through. At the beginning, he had been beaten within an inch of his life every time they sparred, and by the end, it was little better. He could occasionally manage to avoid one of Byron's hits, but then he'd simply be pummeled into the ground even harder afterward. He had hoped that all of that training would somehow have translated into improvement. Yet upon coming to the Darkwing headquarters, he had begun training with Joffrey and Janice once more. Though his archery seemed to be steadily improving, his other combat skills weren't, as Janice continued to thrash him in every single training session. If it hadn't been for the fact that he simply didn't have any other option, Matteo would have quit long ago. As it was, despite the fact that he had improved physically, he found himself no closer to being able to defend against her attacks. Worse, whenever he complained to Corvus, the bird just grunted and ignored him. The one saving grace of becoming a full member of Darkwing and being reassigned with his feather was that he wouldn't have to suffer the pure embarrassment of being beaten up every day. The only place he had truly seen progress was in his meditation. 2 months ago, Matteo had finally managed to recite Corvus's mantra a full 9 times before falling unconscious, and he had even managed to recite it a 10th time a few weeks later. Now he practiced reciting the mantra 11 times, using it as a means of falling asleep each night. Despite the intense pain it brought to his body, Matteo had seen clear results. His physique had filled out, his muscles growing to meet his broad shoulders, and he had gained nearly 5 inches as well, transforming him from a scrawny teenager into a lean but muscular young man. His muscles were dense and contained tremendous explosive force, giving him considerably more strength than his body would otherwise suggest. Under Corvus's guidance, Matteo had tailored his workout routines to ensure that his body didn't bulk up too much, to avoid impacting his mobility. Still, despite his physical improvements, Matteo was depressed that he always found himself on the losing end of his sparring sessions. In some ways, it made him look forward to his sessions with Joffrey all the more, and Matteo had developed something of a reputation for being a whiz with a bow and arrow. Though he still practiced every day, Joffrey had reduced their sessions to once a week and left Matteo to practice on his own the majority of the time. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Matteo concentrated, pulling up his status sheet. In the last 6 months, he had also made tremendous progress on his 4th link, and had a feeling that at any moment it would materialize fully. He was excited to see what happened when it did, as it would mean he'd be able to link his 4th card, Iru's Resonance. Corvus had insisted that this was a card Matteo needed, and though Matteo trusted the spirit bird, he still wasn't sure exactly why. In quantity, the ability was tremendous. After all, multiple copies of Iru's Resonance could stack on top of each other, but a single copy seemed rather ineffective. Then again, Corvus seemed to know exactly what he was doing, so Matteo decided to withhold his judgment until after he had managed to link the card. Directing his attention across the chain that connected him to Corvus, Matteo examined the 4 cards he had yet to unlock. Ever since he had begun practicing the mantra, the chains on one of the cards had begun to wither, slowly growing weaker and weaker, while the chains on the other 3 cards grew stronger. Now the chain was so weak that it seemed like a breath would be able to snap it, and Matteo could tell that the time had come for him to unlock the chain once and for all. Calming his heart, Matteo took a deep breath, focused his energy, and struck out, intending to shatter the chain in one swift blow. There was a sharp, cracking sound, and the faint remnants of the crimson chain melted away, thickening the 3 remaining chains. There was a flash of light, and the card spun, releasing a dull glow Matteo had come to recognize as an iron-ranked card. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel some disappointment, but by now he knew better than to expect to receive anything but an iron-ranked card. As the card solidified, revealing its ability, he saw a faint image of a sword held aloft. Unbreakable hold. Iron. Your weapon cannot be broken. Whatever Matteo had imagined he might get as a card, it certainly wasn't this, and for a long moment he simply stared at the words in front of him. So far he had unlocked 2 abilities from Corvus. The first, Iron Tyrant, was mind-bogglingly powerful, an iron-ranked card that transcended understanding. This second card, on the other hand, seemed pathetic in comparison. Hearing Corvus cackle, Matteo groaned and rubbed his forehead. "Oh, come on, what even is this?"
"This, kid, is you not being able to recognize greatness."
Flopping back on his bed after dismissing the windows, Matteo sighed. I honestly don't know what I was expecting, but I certainly didn't expect it to be so mundane.
Mundane? You think having an unbreakable weapon is mundane? Listen, kid, that's just because your vision is too narrow. Come on, get up. I want to show you something.
Grumbling under his breath, Matteo swung his feet off the bed, shoved them into his boots, and morosely followed Corvus out of his room and down the hall, ending up at one of the training rooms scattered around the keep.
Go, pick up a weapon. Not a metal one, a wooden one.
Scanning the wall where all of the wooden weapons were stacked, Matteo walked over and reached for a sword.
Not that one,
Corvus said, shaking his head. Hesitating, Matteo reached for a spear, but Corvus shook his head again.
No, not that one either. Pick up the round one.
Chapter 29. It took a moment for Matteo to realize that Corvus was pointing with his wing at a shield. "I thought you wanted me to pick up a weapon."
"What do you think that is, kid?"
For a long moment, Matteo stared at the wooden shield, and then, slowly, picked it up. As soon as he did, he felt a strange sort of connection with it, as if spirit energy was running through his body into the shield and then back again, causing it to become part of him.
Until you let go of it, that shield will stay in one piece. Same is true for a sword, an axe, a spear, a rock, a stick, or anything else you pick up. You ever seen somebody kill a man with a quill? Because I have.
"The 12th stratagem," Matteo said quietly, staring at the shield in his hands. "The most dangerous man on the battlefield is the man who stays alive."
See? Now you're getting it. That's exactly right. Any weapon you hold will not be broken until you're dead. Tell me, still think it's lame?
Matteo didn't respond for a moment, lost in his thoughts, and Corvus remained silent on his shoulder until Matteo put down the shield and began walking back to his room.
What sort of scheme do you have in mind, kid?
Scheme? What makes you think I have a scheme?
Because I know that look. That's the look of someone who thinks he's figured out a loophole.
Well, I was just wondering, how literal is this card's ability? I mean, does it count for all my weapons? Does it count for my words? What if I was commanding a unit of soldiers? Could they be counted as my weapon? Realizing Corvus was staring at him with a strange look, Matteo laughed and waved his hand. I mean, clearly I'm not powerful enough to do that now, but it makes you wonder, if I was the commander of a large army, wouldn't all of the soldiers under me be considered my weapon?
You'll have to wait until you're a commander to find out, Corvus said, his voice gruff.
Seeing Corvus shaking his feathers unconsciously, Matteo could tell that Corvus found this line of thinking exciting. But the truth was, he was quite far from being able to do anything of the sort. Passive cards, like Unbreakable Hold, still required energy, though only minute traces of it. But if he ever fell into a state where his energy was completely depleted, they would stop working as well, which meant that while Unbreakable Hold would drastically increase his defenses, it didn't make him invulnerable. What was becoming clear was that all of Corvus's abilities were aimed at dominating the battlefield. Matteo found this a bit frustrating, considering he had joined Dark Wing rather than the more combat-focused Tiger Wing. Then again, Matteo was about to be assigned to one of the Imperial children to assist them in competing for the throne. This would undoubtedly require him to fight, both on the battlefield and against assassins. Lost in thought, Matteo returned to his room and resumed his meditation. Eventually, he practiced his mantra and collapsed into unconsciousness on his bed. When Matteo reported to the administrative office the next day, Commander Telrin was there with 2 other gold-masked commanders. In total, the Darkwing Battalion had 5 gold-masked commanders. To see 3 of them in one place produced a tremendous sense of pressure. As it turned out, the other two commanders were simply there to meet Matteo. After they looked him over for a few minutes, they left him with Commander Telrin. "We'll be traveling. Did you bring all your things?" "Yes, sir. They're in my bag." "Good. Hold on tight." Commander Telrin's hand gripped Matteo's shoulder, and Matteo felt the familiar sensation of the world blurring as it passed by at tremendous speed. He found himself better able to make sense of the blurs as they passed, though he still couldn't see anything clearly. After an unknown amount of time, everything snapped back into focus. "We'll rest here for tonight," Commander Telrin said, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. "Tomorrow, we'll be in the Imperial City." There was no talk of setting up camp. The commander simply sat down underneath a tree and began to meditate, so Matteo did the same. The next morning, before first light, they began to travel once more. By evening, they were standing outside of the largest city Matteo had ever seen in his life. He had heard that the Imperial City was the largest city in the world, and he could well believe it as he stood on a small bluff overlooking it. Commander Telrin gave him a moment to soak in the view before walking down the path. As Matteo hurried after him, he tried to estimate just how big the city was.
"It's grown since the last time I saw it, that's for sure," Corvus said. "It used to be a regular city about the size of Embervale, but it's clearly gotten a lot bigger, and it looks like the palace has gone through a couple renovations as well."
The entire city was surrounded by a gigantic wall, over 150 feet high and sheer as a cliff. There was a huge gate that looked like an entire fortress in its own right, through which massive streams of people moved. It appeared to be one of 4 such gates set equidistant around the perimeter of the city. In the center of the Imperial City stood the Emperor's Palace, as large as a mountain and gleaming in a soft rose-tinged white, with specks that danced in the sunlight. Surrounding the palace were numerous districts of tall buildings, including the Imperial College, the School of War, and the Magister's Academy. All 3 were like cities in their own right, including everything students needed to live and study. Further out were millions of homes and businesses, spread over what Matteo knew was close to 50 square miles. He imagined that, for a mortal, it would be possible to live an entire life in the Imperial City without seeing even close to all of it. The throngs of people coming in and out of the city were intense, and Matteo followed Commander Telrin closely. Both were wearing their masks, and as soon as the citizens spotted them, a path quickly formed, allowing them to walk directly up to the soldiers manning the gate. Commander Telrin produced his token, which one of the guards took respectfully. The guard disappeared for a few minutes before he returned with a captain.
"Greetings, Commander. Welcome to the Imperial City. If you'll follow me."
What impressed Matteo the most was that even though there were close to 200,000 people in eyesight, everything ran in an orderly and meticulous manner. It was clear the Empire prided itself on maintaining order, and the citizens had been well trained. There was no shoving or even yelling, and those waiting to enter the city simply waited their turn. The guards were focused and on task, and Matteo saw none of the usual bribery that he had learned to expect in Gratian. Of course, that didn't mean there weren't underhanded things going on. As they entered the city, Matteo saw 2 different groups of soldiers examining merchant carts. One of the groups was executing a swift but thorough search of a set of carts, while the other group was clearly simply taking a cursory glance. Considering how highly trained the Empire's soldiers were, it seemed obvious to Matteo, and most everyone else, that something was being overlooked. Yet no one said a word, and Matteo heard no complaints, even from the merchant whose carts were being rigorously examined. Following the captain, they walked through the crowds and entered the gate itself. Just as Matteo had suspected, each gate was really a series of 3 gates, separated by 2 large courtyards where thousands of soldiers were currently stationed. The gates themselves were massive affairs, timbers close to 4 feet thick, bound with studded iron. Though they were currently propped open, Matteo could only imagine how hard they'd be to get through if they were closed. Each also had multiple portcullises that could be dropped at a moment's notice, with bars at least 6 inches in diameter. Yet despite how impressive the gates were, Matteo couldn't help but wonder if they'd be able to stand up to a single strike from a gold-ranked duelist. Corvus must have sensed his line of thinking, because the crow shook his head.
Looks impressive, but in an actual war, the only defense is duelists more powerful than your opponent. Gates like this will stop any number of mortals, but a well-trained team of silver-ranked duelists could carve their way through the gates in an hour, maybe less.
What about gold-ranked? Matteo asked.
10 minutes at most.
After passing through the gates, they entered the city itself, a gigantic, sprawling sea of buildings and people. With the captain's help, they secured an official carriage marked with the Empire's seal, and Matteo watched as it navigated onto a special portion of the road, kept clear for the official carriages. At the driver's command, the horses started off, and Matteo watched out the window as the Imperial city passed by. Commander Telrin was silent, as usual, and simply closed his eyes, his arms crossed over his chest. Matteo wasn't sure if he was resting or thinking, but either way, he didn't bother him. Outside of the carriage, Matteo saw a fantastic mix of people. There were merchants dressed in thick clothing with slight embellishments, the working class with their torn and dirty work clothes, nobles dressed in expensive silks and satins. There were soldiers, all wearing variations on the official imperial uniform, along with mercenaries who wore more eclectic, colorful armor. Matteo even caught sight of some of the foreign races, most of whom hailed from the islands over the sea. Tall men and women who towered above normal humans, slim, blonde-haired people with elven features, even a group of lycanthropes who had human faces but the ears of wolves and bushy tails that extended from their tailbones. Seeing how they mixed into the crowds, earning hardly a glance from the others passing by, Matteo was impressed. He also caught sight of numerous barbarians dressed in their tribal clothing, their faces heavily tattooed and their hair braided with feathers. Matteo was so absorbed in soaking in the sights that he only realized they had arrived at their destination when the door opened and Commander Telrin stepped down from the carriage. In front of them was what looked like a massive temple with giant columns that rose almost 50 feet into the air. There were 3 feathers on duty, guarding the front of the temple. One from Darkwing, another from Tigerwing, and the third from Bloodwing, who all bowed when they saw Commander Telrin's golden mask. The crimson-masked Darkwing agent stepped forward to speak to Commander Telrin. As the other straightened, he said, "Sir, the other commanders have already arrived and are waiting for you in the atrium." Commander Telrin acknowledged the words with a nod and walked up the steps into the temple, Matteo following close behind. The stairs were broad, and as they entered the temple, Matteo saw a massive statue in the center of the open atrium. A gigantic, lifelike crow stared down at those who entered the temple. Its feet were perched on a skull that lay on the ground, and on the handle of a long dagger that had stabbed into the side of the skull. Its wings were half open, as if it were about to caw, or maybe take flight. As soon as he saw it, Matteo was struck with a sense of familiarity, and couldn't help but glance at his shoulder, where Corvus was resting.
"Well, that's new," Corvus said, launching himself into the air and flying up to land on the crow's beak. "They did a pretty good job, don't you think?"
Matteo had no time to pay attention to Corvus's boastings, as before him stood 4 people. 2 of them he recognized as the commanders of Tigerwing and Bloodwing, who had taken Rose and Eric respectively, though they both wore golden masks, similar to Commander Telrin's. More important, of course, were the 2 people standing next to them. Seeing Rose and Eric again, Matteo could hardly contain the smile that stretched across his face, and was thankful he was wearing a mask so he didn't accidentally embarrass himself.
"Took you long enough."
"What was the hold-up?" the massive commander from the Tigerwing said, his voice a loud rumble.
"Unlike some people, Pavel, we were coming from the edge of the Empire," Commander Telrin said, clearly not in the mood to joke around.
"Enough. Some of us have pressing matters to attend to. Let's get this done."
The one who spoke up was the Bloodwing commander, whose golden blood-drop mask hid a frosty expression. Matteo knew her name was Lissa, and she was considered one of the best assassins the Empire possessed. Without waiting for the others to respond, she turned and walked around the statue, heading for a pair of double doors at the back of the room. Exchanging glances with Rose and Eric, Matteo followed the commanders and soon found himself walking side by side with his 2 friends. As much as he wanted to ask them how they were, find out what they had been doing,
He figured there'd be time enough for that later, and it didn't seem that it would fit the solemn air that shrouded the group. The double doors opened in front of them, and they proceeded into a long hallway set with alcoves every few feet. In each alcove was a mask made of pure gold, or at least the remains of one. Underneath each mask was a weapon, a scroll, or some other object. Most of them looked ancient, and more than a few held no item at all. Flying down and landing on Mateo's shoulder, Corvus looked from side to side, and Mateo could feel the crow's spirit growing heavier, fiercer, as if, with each mask they passed, the bird's anger grew. Before Mateo could ask Corvus about the masks, the commander stopped and turned to face Mateo, Rose, and Eric. "Typically, we don't hold the welcoming ceremony here," Commander Telrin said, "but exceptional times call for exceptional measures. The three of you have been trained by our very best, and you will form what is known as a mixed feather. Your first task will be incredibly complex, and potentially the only task you are ever assigned during your lives. As you know, we collectively serve the Iron Wing Army, a branch of the Imperial military trained for special tasks, for tasks other forces cannot hope to achieve. Darkwing holds the world's secrets. Bloodwing controls life and death, and Tigerwing carries invincibility. Ever since this empire was founded, the Iron Wing Army has served at the behest of the Emperor, commanded independently from the rest of the Imperial legions. We are a force unto ourselves, and where the Iron Wing stretches, all tremble in fear." Chapter 30. Mateo could feel his heartbeat beginning to speed up as Commander Telrin's voice echoed in the hallway. He found himself involuntarily glancing at the broken and shattered masks that lined each side, and from the way his friends fidgeted, he could tell that the speech was influencing them as well. For generations, the Iron Wing Army has remained absolutely neutral, never joining the struggle for the throne. Instead, we shed our blood, we broke our masks in service of the Empire, guarding against enemies from without and from within. The golden masks you see in this hall each represent a commander and countless of our brethren who poured themselves out for the sake of the Empire. This is what you, as members of the Iron Wing Army, are called to do. Yet times change. The Emperor has called upon us to break tradition, and we, as always, answer his call. There are 4 imperial armies, each led by a duke, the northern, eastern, southern, and western lords. As is tradition, the lords will be granted a ward from among the princes and princesses who wish to fight for the throne. However, as you all know, there are 5 imperial children, and so the 5th prince will become ward of the imperial chancellor and be granted a guard from among our ranks. You will be that guard. Now step forward and receive the baptism of blood. Be reborn, transformed into soldiers without equal." The 3 commanders stepped aside, and Mateo saw that the hallway, which he had thought continued for some distance, ended at a set of stairs, which dropped down into a pool of blood-red liquid. The sight of it caused Mateo's heart to palpitate, though whether it was with fear or excitement he genuinely wasn't sure. Sensing the hesitation in his friends, Mateo took a deep breath and stepped forward, choosing to be the first to enter.
"Don't worry, kid. You're better prepared for this than anyone else."
In a daze, Mateo walked forward, stopping when he reached the stairs. "Enter a slave," Commander Telrin whispered from behind him. "Enter a slave, and emerge a warrior." Knowing he couldn't hesitate any longer, Mateo stepped down into the thick liquid, which rippled as his boot plunged into it. At this point there was no going back, so Mateo stepped down with his other foot, walking down the steps until he was waist-high in the pool. To his surprise, there were still more steps, and he realized that if he continued, he'd quickly be submerged.
"You gotta get your head under for it to work, kid."
Trusting Corvus knew what he was talking about, Mateo continued down the steps, the thick liquid soon reaching his chest, and then his chin. Taking a deep breath, he plunged down further, his body soon completely immersed. Almost immediately he felt a piercing pain tear through the back of his neck as the slave mark triggered. Yet compared to the intense pain Matteo suffered every night when he recited the Iron Blood mantra, this was nothing. Gritting his teeth, Matteo took another step down, and then another, and yet another. With each step, more of his body began to throb. But Matteo still didn't stop, pushing forward until every inch of him was being stabbed by needles. He felt as if he had descended at least 20 steps, but his mind was in too much of a haze to know. And soon the air in his lungs was no longer sufficient, and he could feel his chest beginning to constrict.
"Not yet."
Corvus' words stopped him from kicking to the surface, and instead he took another step, nearly stumbling when he realized it wasn't a step down, but instead was a step up. Even in his hazy state, Matteo knew what he had to do, and so one step at a time, he began climbing again. Yet it seemed that no matter how he climbed, he didn't reach the surface. Soon he could feel his vision growing dim as the viscous crimson liquid began to force itself into his mouth and nose. Just before he went unconscious, he felt a light nudge in his back, pushing him forward, and he heard a faint voice saying, "Good job, kid." A moment later, Matteo's head broke the surface, and he felt a hand grab the back of his soaked shirt. The next thing he knew, he was standing in the middle of an ancient battlefield. The earth was so drenched in blood it had turned black under his feet, and corpses of dead soldiers piled all around him. The sky was dark on one side and grey on the other, with a faint glimmer of golden light peeking over the horizon. Thick clouds raced overhead, as if blown by a giant wind. But when Matteo looked closer, he realized they weren't clouds at all, but instead massive flocks of iron-wing crows. As he looked around, he saw a man sitting on the largest pile of corpses. He held no weapons in hand and wore a broken suit of armor. A shattered golden mask that appeared barely held together covered his face, and as Matteo watched, he stretched out his hand, calling into the night, "Corvus!" Wind stirred the battlefield, sending dirt and dust flying, and a thunderous sound rang out as a crow dropped from the sky above like a bolt of lightning, landing on the man's outstretched wrist. As the crow glanced at Matteo, the world seemed to pale, and Matteo felt his blood freeze in his body. Standing up, the man hopped down from the pile of bodies, casually grabbing a sword that had been sticking out of one of the corpses. Examining it as he walked over to Matteo, he shook his hand, and the weapon shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. With a sigh, the man tossed the hilt aside. "So you're the one, huh? It's about time." Matteo had no idea what was going on, but he saw the crow nod, a familiar glint in its eye as it stretched its wings and took off, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Reaching up to his face, the warrior in the broken armor gripped his golden mask. "It'll come to you piece by piece. You don't need to worry about that. Just remember, the most terrifying man on the battlefield is the one who survives," Matteo finished. "Ha! I see you've started learning already. Here, a small gift from me to you. May it serve you as well as it served me." The man pulled the mask from his face, yet somehow it still blocked Matteo's vision, and all he saw was a gleaming red eye as the man pressed the golden mask onto Matteo's face. Ice-cold pressure slammed into Matteo, piercing through his brain, branding itself upon his mind, and with a gasp, Matteo woke up. The room he was in was bright, lit with glow lights, and he was currently laying in a bed. His clothing was dry, but it was his uniform, which meant that either someone had used some sort of power to dry it off, or a considerable amount of time had passed since he had been dunked in the blood pool. He heard a few voices from outside the room, and slowly sitting up, he caught sight of 2 other beds, both of which looked as if they had been slept in. Seeing his boots on the ground next to the bed, Matteo slowly moved as he put them on. He couldn't detect any issues with his body, and, if anything, he felt stronger than ever. But he also had no idea what had happened to him, and didn't want to take any risks until he figured it out. Seeking a moment to reorient himself, Matteo focused on his heart, where his root card lay, and saw a window pop up, informing him he had unlocked another link. Sure enough, as soon as he tried to visualize the chain that connected him and Corvus, he realized there were 5 links that were exceptionally clear.
Stunned, he checked his status, and sure enough saw the number 5. Whatever the ceremony he had just undergone had been supposed to do, it had allowed him to not only unlock the 4th link, but the 5th as well. Before he could explore the changes further, the door creaked open, and Matteo saw Rose poke her head around the door.
"You're up. I thought I heard something."
Throwing the door open, Rose rushed in, Eric following at a more measured pace behind her. This wasn't the first time Matteo had seen Rose since they initially split up, but their previous interaction had only been a few minutes in length, and hadn't given Matteo time to properly appreciate the changes Rose had undergone. Standing up from the bed, he was surprised to find that despite her gain in height, he still stood a few inches taller than her. Compared to the chubby 13-year-old she had been when first thrown into the gorge, Rose had transformed completely into a beautiful young woman with an athletic build and a fierce pressure that radiated from her eyes. Her every movement was graceful and controlled, and Matteo could feel a faint sense of danger from her body as she got close. Whatever she had been through in her 2 years of training, it had transformed her into a tempered blade, grinding away all of the excess that had weighed her down before. Eric, on the other hand, was exactly the opposite. His face was much chubbier than Matteo remembered, and what Matteo had assumed was muscle packed onto his body turned out to be pudge. Eric carried an easy smile on his face, his eyes holding a faint cheerfulness, and thrusting out his hand for a handshake, he pulled Matteo in and gave him a hug.
"Man, it's good to see you. You would not believe what I've been through the last 2 years."
"I think it's safe to say we've probably all been through a lot,"
Rose said, grinning at Matteo's stunned expression as he took in all of the changes to Eric. There was no hint of Eric's former wariness, no sign of the street kid with a cynical outlook on life, but that only set off warning bells in Matteo's head. As a former street kid himself, he knew full well that those tendencies, those drives that allowed a child to survive in harsh environments, never vanished. If he couldn't see them in Eric's body language or expression, then it just meant they had been buried deep in Eric's soul. Stepping back to get a good look at Eric, Matteo couldn't stop the smile that rose to his lips. Though he looked harmless, as if he wouldn't hurt a fly, Eric currently had at least 3 knives on him, as well as a garrote and 2 metal awls. Clearly, Eric hadn't changed at all, at least inwardly. Outwardly, he looked like a happy young man with a sunny disposition who had never missed a meal in his life. But Matteo had no doubt he had been forged into a lethal weapon.
"Come on," Eric said. "The commanders are waiting down the hall. Let's go see what they want and then catch up. I feel like we have so much to talk about."
Still adjusting to this new personality, Matteo patted Eric on the shoulder and led the way out of the room.
"I said it before and I say it again, kid. You picked up 2 good ones. Keep them close. But you know, I've changed my mind. I thought Rose was the more impressive of the 2.
Corvus fell silent, but he didn't need to finish his thought for Matteo to know exactly what he was talking about. Eric had transformed completely, and what was strangest of all was that Matteo couldn't sense any hint of danger from him. That meant one of 2 things. Either Eric would be entirely incapable of hurting Matteo, or, and this was much more likely, he was so good at hiding his strength that even Matteo's impressive senses couldn't pick up any hint of it. The hallway was connected to a large waiting room, where the 3 commanders stood, talking quietly together. Hearing Matteo and the others enter the room, they turned, all 3 of them fixing their gazes on Matteo. To his surprise, he felt none of the normal pressure that he should have, and instead was able to return their gazes calmly. Stopping in front of them, he bowed as a greeting, and then straightened up, remaining silent as he waited for them to speak. "Congratulations. You've undergone the baptism of blood. Typically, only those who reach the 2nd stage of our organization undergo the baptism of blood, but the 3 of you have clearly demonstrated capabilities far beyond those in the lower ranks. This also reflects the Iron Wing's belief in you. Now, before we proceed, let's see the results of your baptism." Stepping forward, Commander Lissa, the Bloodwing commander, spoke to Eric in her cold voice. "Show your feathers." Although Matteo didn't understand what the commander was referring to, he watched as Eric immediately unbuttoned his shirt and shrugged it off his shoulders, turning to reveal the slave mark between his shoulder blades. As soon as Matteo saw it, his heart clenched. What had once been a simple slave mark
had transformed into an incredibly complex symbol he had never seen before. Stretching from the symbol were two crimson lines that appeared as stylized wings. Below them were two brightly colored feathers that appeared in the shape of a drop of blood. "Congratulations, young man. You have joined one of the most elite forces in the Empire," Telrin said.
"One of? You mean the most elite," Commander Lissa said with a snort.
"Highly debatable," Commander Pavel retorted. "Come on, girl. No need to be shy. Let's see yours."
Turning away from the group, Rose undid her shirt and revealed her back as well. It bore the same complex symbol, with two crimson lines extending from it like wings. But where Eric's feathers had been in the shape of a blood drop, Rose's appeared to be pouncing tigers.
"Ah, look at that. A perfect manifestation."
Seeing that all of the commanders had looked at Matteo, Rose quickly pulled up her shirt, a faint blush on her cheek. Since it was his turn, Matteo turned around and pulled his shirt up over his head, revealing his broad back. He expected a similar response from the commanders, but instead was met with absolute silence.
"Put your shirt back on, Matteo,"
Commander Telrin said after a long moment had passed. When Matteo turned around, he saw the three commanders looking helplessly at each other. Since none of the commanders seemed in the mood to talk, Matteo held up his hand.
"Sir, do you mind if I ask what's going on? I'm a little bit lost."
Chapter 31. Reaching up to rub his temple, Commander Telrin nodded. "What the three of you have just experienced is one of the secrets of the Iron Wing Army, called the Baptism of Blood. You may not know this, but the original Iron Wing Army was a slave force. Slaves who became mercenaries and then ultimately became the greatest soldiers in the world, establishing a kingdom that was eventually transformed into an empire extending to our current borders today. The Baptism of Blood is a means of transforming the slave mark into something else, an enchantment that will help improve your abilities. Typically, by being around those who carry the same mark, you'll find your abilities marginally improved. By being around those who bear different marks, you'll find yourself with an even more significant improvement. The more people gathered who bear the mark of the Iron Wing Army, the stronger the effect."
"But it's not just that," Commander Pavel said, his brow furrowing. "The clearer the mark manifests, the stronger you become. The mark has 3 stages: the mark itself, the mark and the wings, and then finally, the mark, the wings, and the symbol. Perfectly formed marks, like yours, grant the greatest degree of shared power. As for your—"
"Now, I'm sure the three of you have much catching up to do," Commander Telrin interrupted, shooting the Tiger Wing commander a sharp look. "We'll leave you to it. Feel free to explore the temple or the city outside. In a month, you'll be taking up your assignment, guarding the 5th Prince. Until then, stay out of trouble." Sharing some sort of unspoken signal, the 3 commanders bowed and vanished, leaving Matteo, Rose, and Eric alone in the waiting room.
"Why do I get the feeling they were running away?"
Rose said, her brow furrowing as she stared at the door. "Oh, they were definitely running away," Eric said with a laugh.
"Hold on, guys, what's on my back?"
Matteo asked, craning his head to try and see over his shoulder. "Why do you ask?" Eric's innocent expression couldn't fool Matteo for a moment, because clearly there's something strange on my back. Chuckling, Rose patted Matteo on the shoulder. "Come on, there's a mirror in the room. You can look there." Walking back to the room, Eric sat on the bed as Rose rummaged through her stuff and pulled out a small hand mirror, which she gave to Matteo. Slipping his shirt off, Matteo stood in front of a large mirror on the bathroom door and then positioned the small mirror so he could see his reflection. There, stretched across his back, in a blackish gray, the color of iron, was the symbol. The same symbol the others had. Yet its color wasn't the only thing strange about it. Around the symbol was what looked like a complex crow tattoo, wings outstretched, beak extended. The more Matteo looked at it, the more bizarre it seemed, until he felt it might suddenly jump from his back, transforming into a living and breathing crow. He was reminded of the crow he had seen in his vision after nearly drowning in the blood pool.
Though he hadn't noticed it at the time, its feathers seemed to have been made up of a similar pattern as the tattoo on his back, leading him to wonder if there was a connection between them. Though he wanted to ask Corvus what was going on with the tattoo, Matteo also didn't want to appear crazy in front of his friends, so he just shook his head and handed the mirror back to Rose. "Who knows what's going on?" he said, causing Eric to laugh.
"Well, I certainly don't," Eric said. "But what's been going on with you guys? I'm assuming you've been living the last year or two in absolute comfort, lounging around and eating bonbons."
"What's a bonbon?" Rose asked. "Little candy, delicacy here in the Imperial City," Matteo replied. "But as nice as that would have been, no, there have been no bonbons for me. I've been assigned a couple different information-gathering posts, one in the Eastern Mountains, then in Embervale, in Gratian, and then the last at Shadowkeep, the Darkwing headquarters."
"Yeah? Sounds like some exciting times. What about you, Rose?"
"Mostly training, honestly. Doing some hunts, sent on a couple of missions, including one where we picked up a spy from Gratian. Other than that, just more training."
"Huh. That sounds surprisingly like the last 2 years for me. A little bit of training, a couple of missions. Seems like we all had it pretty easy."
Looking at one another, all three of them suddenly burst out laughing. If Rose and Eric had undergone training anything like his, they had undoubtedly suffered. But surprisingly, none of them felt the need to complain about it. After all, they had made it through, and more importantly, they were back together. Matteo had genuinely wondered whether the bond created in the training camp would survive 2 years apart, but he was surprised to find that rather than having faded, it only seemed to have grown stronger. Of course, it had grown more brittle as well, and it was up to him as the leader to reinforce it going forward. "We've been given the run of the temple," he said, "and given permission to go out into the Imperial City. What do you think? Should we look around? Maybe get something to eat?"
"Food would be great," Eric said. "I'm literally starving."
"But then after that, I want to spar," Rose said, slamming her fist into her palm. "Both of you look like you've picked up a few tricks, and I want to see them." Putting on a panicked expression, Eric turned and whispered rather loudly to Matteo, "It looks like she's become a battle fanatic." "She always was," Matteo said with a shrug. "She just was shy about it before." "Not anymore," Rose said as she opened the door. "Come on, let's go find food. I'm getting hungry too." As he got up, Matteo saw his bag wiggle and saw Hamlin poke his head out. Eric noticed him too and gave Matteo a strange look. "Is that a rat?" "Yeah, a friend I made a year or so ago. He's been hanging out with me." Walking back into the room, Rose crouched down and extended a finger toward Hamlin, who sniffed it curiously.
"He is so cute."
After playing with Hamlin for a bit, the three of them remembered they were hungry, and leaving the rat in the room, they headed out. It took them a little while to figure out how to get out of the temple, and when they walked out the door, they found themselves emerging from a building connected to the main temple complex. There were soldiers everywhere, all masked, and they paid little attention to Matteo, Rose, and Eric. Finding himself subconsciously reaching for his mask, Matteo suddenly froze. "Hey, where's my mask?" he asked, turning to his friends. Eric responded with a shrug.
"They took them away, said we don't need them anymore. Since we're going to be representatives of the Iron Wing Army, we're not under any of the branches."
"Ugh, this whole thing is so confusing," Rose muttered. "There are all sorts of ancient secrets, weird tattoos. Nobody wants to tell us anything. It's honestly kind of annoying." "Very annoying," Matteo said. "Let's go complain about it over some noodles or something." Together they wandered out of the temple complex and headed into the city itself. The Iron Wing Temple was one of the many complexes ringing the palace, and Matteo and his friends had to walk a few blocks before they started to see the more residential areas. The streets were laid out in ever-widening circles, with spokes running between them. They found a small restaurant on a quiet street about 6 blocks away from the temple. It didn't look too busy. They were just about to go in when Rose grabbed them. "We don't have any money. I mean, I don't have any money. Do you guys have any money?" Freezing, Matteo checked his pockets, remembering he had left his coin purse in his bag, which was back at the temple.
"I've got money," Eric said with a grin, pulling a small bag from his pocket.
Noticing silver and green flowers embroidered on it, Matteo's eyes narrowed. "Whose money pouch is that?" he asked.
"Some nobleman. He seemed like a bad guy.
so I didn't feel bad.
Wait, do you mean you just lifted that? On the way here?
Rose asked, staring at Eric incredulously. Yes, Matteo said, massaging his forehead. Do you remember when we brushed past the nobleman and his 2 servants 3 streets ago on the corner? He looked like he was in a hurry. And his 2 servants looked miserable, Eric added. Let's see what we got. Opening up the pouch, Eric upended it, and 3 gold coins and 2 small gems fell into his hand. Ooh, look at these firestones. Each one is worth 10 gold coins, he told Rose with a grin. Here, each of you take one of these firestones, and I'll keep the coins. After all, I can always find more. As much as he didn't approve of stealing from random people, Matteo had to admit that the nobleman's servants had looked absolutely miserable. So he put the matter out of his mind, and the 3 of them walked into the restaurant, settling down at a small table in the corner. Though Eric showed no signs of tension, Matteo still noticed that he picked the spot where he had the greatest field of view and was the least exposed. Meanwhile, Rose moved through the room like she had no enemies in the world, not because everyone liked her, but because she had absolute confidence in her own abilities. She moved with a sort of casual grace that spoke of an iron will and an undefeatable mentality. Matteo, on the other hand, simply scanned the room, assessed that there were no threats, and sat down calmly. As they waited for their food, Eric began regaling them with tales of his adventures of the last 2 years, subtly dropping all sorts of information about the Imperial City and the areas around it. It appeared that the majority of his time had been spent working directly under a series of bloodwing feathers, at first observing them on their missions, and then leading some of his own. Though he never specified exactly what the point of each mission was, both Matteo and Rose knew that the bloodwing didn't move unless there was someone to kill. How many missions did you go on? Matteo finally asked, during a pause when Eric was taking a drink. Let's see. 85? Nah, closer to 100. Exchanging a glance with Rose, Matteo couldn't help but be impressed. Eric had clearly cut his teeth through pure practical experience, and though Eric told his stories with a sort of flippant ease, downplaying the difficulty of them, Matteo could read between the lines and knew that his friend must have come close to death too many times to count over the last 2 years. Rose could sense it as well, and after the waiter had delivered their food and the boys had started eating, she picked up her fork and began to speak of her time. The first thing you do when you become a Tiger Wing trainee is get dropped in the Black Forest, into Tiger Valley. Isn't the Black Forest crawling with dire beasts? Eric said, speaking around his full mouth. You must have spent a lot of time hiding. Can't hide, Rose said, poking at her meal. They dunk you in tiger blood before they send you in. Matteo's fork halted halfway to his mouth. He could just imagine Rose covered in blood and literally thrown to the beasts. Yet here she sat, appearing unharmed and completely composed. If you can survive for 2 months, then they'll take you out, begin to train you, teach you how to capitalize on the death of your fear. That seems like a terrible way to get rid of fear, Eric said with a disgusted look. If they did that to me, I'm pretty sure I'd be peeing my pants every time a leaf rustled. It's the same principle Bloodwing follows, Rose said, putting a bite of food in her mouth and chewing slowly. You killed your fear of death. I killed my fear of fear. A dark look flashed across Eric's face for a moment, but he quickly controlled his expression and turned to look at Matteo. What about you, Matteo? What did you kill? I mean, I killed some people, Matteo said, and I got beat up a lot, but honestly, it sounds like both of you had it way worse than me. I spent most of my time studying. For a moment, both Rose and Eric stared at Matteo, a strange look in their eyes, causing his cheeks to flush. Darkwing deals in information. So while I did have some field experience with a spy team, for the most part, all I did was memorize the encryption books and a lot of information about the Empire and about our enemies. That's pretty much it. What do you think, Rose? Do you believe him? Eric asked, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Matteo. Of course I don't, Rose said with a scoff. He's grown at least 7 inches and put on 40 pounds of pure muscle. And he doesn't have that skittish look in his eyes anymore, Eric said, leaning forward. There was a flash of silver in his hand, and a knife appeared, stabbed into the table in between them. Doesn't even flinch in the face of danger. I flinch plenty, Matteo said quietly, reaching out to pull out the knife. I'm just not worried that you're going to harm me. Accepting the knife Matteo handed him, Eric laughed. "So what really happened? Let me guess. They threw you in a pit with a bunch of killers, forced you to fight your way out."
"I think he was hunted," Rose said, her expression serious. "He has the looks of someone who's learned to be a predator."
"Come on, guys, stop messing around," Matteo said in exasperation. "I'm telling you, the only thing that happened to me was that I studied a lot and I got beat up a lot, and I worked as a spy for a while. That's really it."
"Matteo, that does not explain how you're bronze rank, just like us," Eric said, his eyes narrowing. "I thought you had an iron-ranked root card."
Seeing his friend's hard expression, Matteo suddenly realized what was going on. Both Eric and Rose had higher-ranked root cards than Matteo did, which meant their ability to advance should have been much better than his. Yet he had reached the bronze rank just as quickly as they had. Or at least so it appeared. "I do have an iron-ranked root card, but I also happen to have a set, which means I progress faster than I normally would. I'd estimate that I'm about where someone with a bronze rank root card would be. Though I managed to make it to bronze, my progress towards silver is really slow. Though when I checked it, it seemed like that baptism had pushed me along a good bit. Did you guys experience that?" Chapter 32.
"I did,"
Rose said. "I'm probably 10% closer to silver rank than I was before."
"Same,"
Eric said, nodding. "Makes me curious what the effect of the symbol is going to be now that it's unlocked."
"Why don't we go test it out?"
Rose said, pushing her plate away. "I think it's time to do some sparring." With a reluctant grin, Matteo nodded. "Fine, but you have to promise you won't beat us up too bad." After paying for their meal using one of the firestones, they headed back to the temple, retracing their path through the city. The guards at the temple gate checked their tokens to gain entry. After that, they wandered around for a while until they found a training yard where they could do some sparring. While Matteo loosened up, Eric wandered over to see what the weapon options were, and Rose planted herself in the center of the yard.
"All right, boys," she said, putting her hands behind her back. "Which one of you wants to show me what you've learned?"
"Eric," said Matteo, exactly the same time that Eric pointed back at him. "Matteo."
"Come on, don't be cowards," Rose barked, the spitting image of Commander Pavel.
Rolling his eyes, Matteo walked out to face her, bouncing up and down a couple of times as he took his stance. "Believe it or not, the weapon I've trained with the most is a bow," he said, "but I've done some hand-to-hand combat and weapon training as well." Here he paused, his forehead furrowing. "Though come to think of it, they didn't teach me any actual combat techniques."
"Well, then let me show you some of mine,"
Rose said, and suddenly leapt forward, springing through the air in a flash. Though she started moving straight forward, somehow she twisted her body around, her heel lashing out toward Matteo's temple. He responded by ducking forward and stepping inside her range, his palm slamming into her thigh to push her off balance. As soon as his hand touched her leg, her weight shifted, wrapping her leg around his arm and spinning her body rapidly. As she rotated, she landed on her feet and stared in surprise at Matteo, who had somehow escaped her hold and retreated out of her range. "Ooh, you're a slippery one," Rose said, excitement dancing in her eyes. "Let's try again." This time, as she dashed forward, she didn't leap into the air. Instead, she attacked from the ground, her fist flying toward Matteo's face. Once again, he slipped away from it, only to find a knee slamming toward his side. This time, Rose was caught off guard, as he didn't block at all, simply taking the blow with a grunt and driving his elbow into her chest. Both of them staggered backward, Rose rubbing her sternum where Matteo's elbow had slammed into her, and Matteo flexing his ribs where her knee had struck. She had no quip for him this time, and instead just launched another attack, trying to kick him. Matteo responded by twisting away and launching a low kick of his own, catching her follow-up kick before it could gain momentum. Immediately closing the distance, he threw a punch, only to find his wrist grabbed. Though he tried to escape again, her fingers were like steel bands, and the next thing he knew, he found himself on his back in the dirt, Rose looming over him. Instead of scrambling away, he rolled into her, hitting her with enough force to send her tumbling down while deflecting her punch off his shoulder, gritting his teeth to avoid groaning in pain from the force of her blow. Matteo tried to grapple Rose, but a moment later remembered why it was such a bad idea. When he found himself pinned, his arm twisted up in hers and his neck in a chokehold. Gagging slightly as he tapped on her leg, he rolled over after she let him go and pushed himself to his feet. Ugh, it's the same thing after 2 years. Depressing, you know. You did much better this time, Rose said, jumping to her feet. Were you trained by the Tiger Wing?
Bloodwing, it looks like, too, Eric said. Half of those movements you did, designed to be done with hidden blades. That elbow?
As he spoke, Eric twisted his wrist, and an awl poked out of his sleeve at his elbow.
You hit somebody with this, and they're not going to be getting back up.
I did train with someone from the Tiger Wing, Matteo said. His name was Byron. Her eyes widening, Rose let out a low whistle. You trained with Ironclaw? I mean, maybe? He just called himself Byron. Ironclaw Byron is one of the Tiger Wing commanders. Frowning, Matteo shook his head. He definitely had a red mask, not a gold one.
That doesn't mean anything, Eric said, rolling his eyes. The commanders run around without masks all the time. What's to prevent them from sticking a different mask on their face? Speaking of which, who else trained you? Because you sure know a lot of Bloodwing techniques for someone who's only spent the last 2 years studying.
I'm not sure. She was an agent at the Darkwing headquarters. Her name was Janice. Scratching his chin, Eric shrugged.
No idea who that is, but clearly she must have been trained in Bloodwing techniques.
Which you can show me more of in a moment, Rose said, right after me and Eric spar.
Ah, come on, do we have to? Eric said. My techniques aren't for sparring. They're for killing.
Raising an eyebrow, Rose stomped forward, her foot sinking 3 inches into the ground as her fingers extended like claws, causing the air around them to tremble. Though she was bare-handed, Matteo could imagine her fingers tearing metal apart. And you think mine aren't? Just show me what you got. Not frightened at all, Eric chuckled and walked forward, closing the distance between him and Rose.
Fine, but don't blame me if I prick that ego of yours.
Don't worry, you won't. Eric and Rose launched their attack simultaneously, moving so quickly Matteo's eyes almost weren't able to keep up. Rose attacked with a clawing motion, Eric by darting forward and stabbing toward Rose's kidney. Both sidestepped at the last moment, shifting around each other, almost trading positions as they attacked again and again. Watching as their attacks came within inches of maiming one another, Matteo felt his heart clench.
That's the one thing you lack, kid, Corvus said, that killer instinct, and unless you find it, you'll always be second tier when it comes to fights.
As much as he hated to admit it, Matteo knew Corvus was right. In his fight against Rose, he had never actually unleashed an attack meant to hurt her. Rather, he had been sparring, trying to execute the techniques without carrying the intent to carry them through all the way. Eric and Rose, on the other hand, committed themselves to their attacks as if their lives depended on them. The fight in front of him grew faster and fiercer until both Eric and Rose sprang back, their gazes fierce as they stared at one another. Eric was clutching his chest, where one of Rose's fierce punches had landed, and she clutched her arm, which had a long red line from the tip of Eric's blade. About to step forward, Matteo stopped as both of their gazes shifted toward him. It was clear that if he stepped forward, entering their space, they would attack him as well. Then the moment passed, and both Eric and Rose relaxed. "All right, Matteo, your turn again," Rose said with a grin. "Let's see if we can coax a bit more of that training out of you." "This isn't going to end, is it?" Matteo said to Eric. As they traded places, grinning, Eric shook his head. "Nope, not until one of us figures out how to beat her." "I mean, honestly, I think that would just make it worse," Matteo replied as he squared up against Rose. "It would definitely make it worse," Rose said confidently. After the intense pressure of the last 2.5 years of training, Matteo found himself enjoying his carefree days with his friends to the utmost. Of course, the challenges of the future still loomed large, but Matteo, Rose, and Eric paid no attention to them. The future was for the future to worry about. Their only concern was where to eat and when to practice, though it seemed as if Rose bullied the boys whenever they went to the training ground. In truth, they were all getting to know each other's strengths and weaknesses. In between sparring sessions, they would often walk around the city, and Eric would introduce them to various places. This included the 3 major schools and the various guilds and mercenary halls. Each of the armies had their own training ground, and Matteo and his friend would often go to the Iron Wing training ground to watch the soldiers drill. The days crept quietly past, and Matteo felt as if he was becoming more and more familiar with the Imperial City. As for Eric and Rose, he felt as if he had never been separated from them in the first place, and he found they settled back into the same simple arrangement they'd had before. Matters of fighting were left to Rose. Anything having to do with finding information was under Eric's purview, while Matteo was responsible for assessing situations and making decisions. At first, Matteo had been worried that, given how different their experiences were, they would chafe against that arrangement. But to his surprise, both Eric and Rose seemed utterly relieved to be able to leave decisions to him. When unable to contain his curiosity, he asked them about it. Eric looked at him like he was an idiot. "Do you know how complicated decisions are? Do you know how many different things there are to keep track of? Matteo, my brain doesn't work like yours. If you pointed me at somebody and said, 'That person needs to die,' great, that I can do. If you tell me I need to sneak into a building without being seen, no problem, easy. If you tell me that there are 15 different potential options, all with pros and cons, and I have to pick the best one, forget it. I'd rather try and assassinate a king any day of the week." "I mean, I feel the same, obviously," Rose said. "I can't keep up with your calculations, but so far they always seem to be right. So why change a good thing? I just like hitting stuff." Though she smiled when she said it, Matteo was only half convinced that Rose was joking. Both of his friends were smart, and occasionally he wondered if they were simply deferring to him so he didn't feel so bad about the fact that he wasn't as skilled as either of them. But regardless, they seemed to look to him as the leader of the group, so he was determined to fulfill that responsibility. As their days of freedom came to an end, the three of them began to get more serious about their training. Rose began assigning particular drills to help Matteo and Eric shore up their weaknesses, while Matteo began gathering information from the Darkwing network and briefed the others on the Fifth Prince's situation. Isaac Cassius Kell, the fifth prince of the Empire, was born to the now-deceased Second Empress Emilia Barrow Kell. She was the daughter of the Imperial Chancellor, Lord Raythor Barrow, who is now the fifth prince's guardian. "Well, that's complicated," Eric said, rubbing his forehead. "It's actually not. It's probably the simplest relationship in the Imperial Palace," Matteo said with a laugh. "The others are much more complicated. Prince Isaac is the youngest of the heirs. He's 15 this year." "Hey, that makes me older than him," Eric said, looking at Matteo. "You too, right?" "Yes," Matteo nodded. "I'm 16 now." "So he's the same age as me," Rose said, "but he's in line to be emperor. Life sure isn't fair." Nodding, Matteo held up the paper he was looking at. "He's second in line, in fact." "Wait, shouldn't he be fifth in line?" Eric asked. "The way the succession goes is empresses first, concubines second. And so, while the first prince, Junius, is first in line for the throne, on the off chance that the emperor suddenly keels over unexpectedly, Petrum, the second prince, and Titania and Umbria, the third and fourth princesses, are actually third, fourth, and fifth in line for the throne, while Isaac is second in line." "See, this is why I just have you keep track of everything," Eric said with a disgusted groan. "It's still important for you to know," Matteo said, shaking his head. "After all, while our responsibility is simply to protect the fifth prince, there's a high likelihood that we're going to end up doing a lot more than that." "You mean we're going to be involved in the fight for the throne?" Rose asked. "Probably," Matteo replied with a sigh. "Unfortunately, while the other princes and princesses have armies at their disposal, it's doubtful that the Iron Wing army will want to get involved. We are their compromise. Their way to obey the directive of the Emperor without committing themselves and breaking their vow." "That's good for them," Eric said, his eyes narrowing. "But what about us? Sounds to me a lot like they're just going to throw us to the wolves. And by wolves, I mean Imperials." "We'll have to wait and see," Matteo said. "We don't yet know all of the details, though we should be finding out in the next few days." Just then there was a knock on the door, and Rose got up to open it. An agent in a black mask stood on the other side and bowed when he saw Rose. "The commanders request your presence." "Well, maybe we'll find out now," Eric said, jumping to his feet. They found the commanders in the same sitting room as before, standing in exactly the same formation. Whether it was habit or something else, Matteo didn't know, but it made him chuckle nonetheless. "I trust you've had a productive month," Commander Telrin said, looking over the group. "We have, thank you," Matteo replied, saluting the commanders. Looking rather uncomfortable for some reason, Telrin coughed and dipped his head in response.
"The three of you can stand down,"
a voice said, and in the next moment Captain Orsic stood in front of the commanders, a wide smile on his face as he stared at Matteo.
I had high hopes for all three of you, but you've far surpassed my expectations. But first, congratulations are in order. Mateo, Eric, Rose, congratulations on completing your training period and entering the Iron Wing Army.
Chapter 33.
Sir, Captain Telrin said, his expression rather strained. Annoyed at being interrupted, Captain Orsic glanced at Telrin, who stepped forward and whispered something quietly in Orsic's ear, causing Orsic to twist his lips, and Corvus, who was on Mateo's shoulder, to burst into raucous laughter. Orsic took a moment to compose himself, and then turned to face Mateo squarely.
"Ah, my apologies,"
Orsic said, dipping his head toward Mateo. "I was not informed that a new Iron Crow has been chosen. It's been some years since the last."
"It's been over 1,000 years,"
Commander Pavel said, clearly losing patience.
"And if you guys aren't going to tell him, I am. The Tiger Wing still remembers our oaths."
Remembering the strange behavior of the commanders the last time they met, Mateo realized that something was going on, likely having to do with the strange vision and the odd tattoo on his back. "Does someone want to explain to me what's going on?" he asked quietly.
"All of you shut up,"
Orsic said, silencing the other commanders, who had all begun to talk at once, with a glare before addressing Mateo.
"There is a position in the Iron Wing Army that stands above all others, the Supreme Commander, known as the Iron Crow. The Iron Crow carries a symbol unlike the rest of the Iron Wing soldiers. Each of us carry the Crimson Wings, but the Iron Crow carries the Iron Wings."
"You're talking about the black tattoo on my back?"
"I am."
"Hold on, does that mean Mateo's in charge of the entire Iron Wing army?"
Eric blurted out, his face paling slightly as everyone turned and looked at him.
"Technically, yes. Practically speaking, no." "Watch yourself, Orsic," Commander Pavel said, his voice low and dangerous.
"Wait and hear me out," Orsic said, grimacing as if he was in pain. "There is no question that if you bear the Iron Wings, then you have been chosen as the next Iron Crow. But the Iron Wing army has gone too long without a supreme commander. If that were not the case, then the other commanders would have come to witness the first baptism of blood in 100 years, and yet only 3 of you are here."
"If the others knew there was a new Iron Crow," Commander Telrin started to say, but it was cut off by a wave from Orsic.
"There's no guarantee they'd be as excited about it as you are."
The mockery in his words caused Commander Telrin to flush and step back. After all, he and the other 2 commanders hadn't mentioned anything about this to Mateo, despite a month having passed since the baptism of blood.
"I always knew I liked this Orsic guy," Corvus said with a cackle. "You should keep him around."
Orsic's expression eased, and he turned and bowed toward Mateo.
"Orsic of the Hidden Wing greets the Supreme Commander."
As Orsic spoke, Mateo felt his back heat up slightly, as if spiritual energy had just rushed through the crow pattern.
"I'm sorry to report that the current Iron Wing army is scattered, fractured, and that some of the commanders may be unwilling to return allegiance where it is due."
"Then we crush them," Commander Pavel said, taking a step forward and bowing toward Mateo. As the giant man from Tiger Wing straightened, both Commander Telrin and Commander Lissa stepped forward and bowed as well, causing Mateo to feel 3 faint waves, like wind rustling the feathers of the Iron Wing symbol. "As exciting as that might be, let's not," Mateo said. "In fact, let's just hold on a second. Give me a moment to think, please. This is all just a lot." Exchanging glances, the commanders withdrew slightly, giving Mateo space. Feeling Rose's hand on his shoulder, Mateo gave her a reassuring nod and closed his eyes as Corvus started to speak.
"As far as I can see, you've got 2 paths forward, kid. You either walk in the open, declaring yourself Supreme Commander and demanding the other Iron Wing commanders pay fealty, or you walk in the shadow, keeping yourself hidden for the moment, pretending to just be a normal member until you're strong enough that nobody can deny you your position."
Nodding, Mateo opened his eyes and looked at Commander Orsic. "Commander, you mentioned that others might not be so ready to accept me as the Iron Crow. Where does the Hidden Wing stand?"
His lips twitching, Orsic looked rather embarrassed.
There are only 3 members in the Hidden Wing, 2 of whom cannot be recalled from their posts, but I can assure you, all members of the Hidden Wing will be glad to serve you.
Got it. What about the Bloodwing and Tiger Wings? Where do you stand? With you, Commander Lissa said. Though I cannot speak for the other 4 commanders, I can only speak for myself.
The same is true for me,
Commander Pavel said, his brow furrowing as he crossed his arms over his chest.
Though I suspect that of the other 4 commanders, 3 would likely submit immediately, and the 4th would simply need to see your prowess on the battlefield in order to be willing to work under you.
Got it. Thank you. And what of Darkwing? It appeared as if Commander Telrin had been dreading the question. He gave a rather strained smile and shook his head. I'm afraid that of the 5 commanders, I'm likely the only one who would be willing to give you fealty. At least right now. Seeing Commander Pavel open his mouth, Matteo held up his hand. Hold on. You can argue amongst yourselves later. Commander Telrin, I genuinely appreciate you speaking the truth, and it also tells me what sort of path I need to take going forward. I mean, honestly, all of this is a bit ridiculous, don't you think? You dunk me in a pool, and when my head pops up, I'm all of a sudden the supreme commander of the Iron Wing Army, an army with thousands of years of history? You'll have to excuse me if it takes me a while to get my head around it. However, the 4 of you don't seem like people who would enjoy playing tricks on brand new members. So, if in fact you are telling the truth, this is what I would like to do. For the time being, nothing. Allow me to continue as a member of Hidden Wing. My feather and I will work to serve the 5th Prince as the Emperor has requested. During that time, I'll work to advance in Darkwing, hopefully coming in contact with the other commanders. Commander Telrin, maybe you could help with that. If I can win them over, then, when I'm actually strong enough to protect myself, I'll step forward as this Iron Crow or whatever. Until then, nobody outside this room can know of my position. While I dislike the need for subterfuge, I think your assessment of the situation is most apt, Commander Telrin said, nodding. If your performance is good enough, it's not out of the question to win over the other commanders.
I agree. I think this is the best plan,
Captain Orsic said.
Oh, come on, Commander Pavel grumbled. I still think we should just crush everybody who doesn't submit.
The Empire will not tolerate that level of disruption in the Iron Wing Army, Commander Telrin said, shaking his head. We're already on thin ice. The fact that we're not as unified as before has caught the Emperor's attention. In fact, I suspect that some of the reason commanders have begun to serve their own interests over the interests of the Iron Wing is due to the Emperor pulling strings in the background. For a moment, the commanders were all silent, and then Captain Orsic turned to the others.
I can instruct the Supreme Commander from here. The rest of you should return to your wings, so as not to cause any additional suspicion.
Before everybody goes, Eric said, raising his hand, if Matteo here is the Iron Crow, then what does that make us? It makes you his wings, Commander Lissa said, a smile curling at her lips. Ha! His wings, huh? That sounds pretty good. After the other commanders had gone, Captain Orsic sat down with Matteo, Eric, and Rose to explain more about their mission and answer their questions. They talked late into the night before Captain Orsic left so they could go to bed. Rather than lay down, however, Matteo went for a walk, turning down both Eric and Rose's offer to come with him. Finding a quiet balcony, Matteo activated Dulled Presence and climbed out onto the roof. He had no doubt the guards knew he was there, as most of them were at least silver rank, but he didn't care, and he assumed he was being watched by Captain Orsic anyway. The only reason he even bothered with Dulled Presence was to ensure that people looking over the wall from the city outside wouldn't see a random person on a roof and raise a hubbub. Corvus?
What's the matter, kid?
Fluttering to the roof next to him, Corvus fixed his burning red eye on Matteo, whose expression was frustrated. Why didn't you tell me? You could have at least prepared me for this. Though he tried to keep the sense of betrayal he felt out of his voice, Matteo didn't succeed. His voice cracked slightly. Currently, a complex mix of emotions rolled through him, frustration, anger, and a sense of hurt. Corvus didn't answer for a long time. When he did, his voice was softer than normal.
Sorry, kid. I figured you'd come to learn of it eventually, and until you actually made it through the baptism, there was no point in mentioning it. If you hadn't managed to last as long as you did, you would have ended up like the others, a regular member of the Iron Wing Army, which wouldn't have been a bad thing, just a missed opportunity.
But I didn't know how important it was, Matteo said. What if I had just given in? What if I had just come up for air early?
But you didn't, did you? You held on and fought through the pain, and the position of Iron Crow is your reward.
Taking a deep breath of the cool night air, Matteo turned his eyes to the countless stars that dotted the night sky, shedding their light over the city. Though they were less visible because of the many lights that still wreathed the city, there were too many of them for Matteo to count. You know, it's not even about the baptism, he said after a long pause. I mean, fine. You didn't tell me exactly what I was getting into, but you've been having me prepare for months now. No. It's about the fact that nobody ever tells me anything. As he spoke, all of the complicated feelings in Matteo's chest began to burn away, replaced with a smoldering anger. Everybody treats me like I'm a little kid, like my opinion on these things doesn't matter. Master Solomon throws me into the training camp without a single word. You insist that I train like a madman, pushing myself to the breaking point over and over again. The Iron Wing with its stupid secrets, and then this idiocy with the Iron Crow position. Though he kept his voice quiet, Matteo's tone had grown hard by the time he finished, his anger barely contained. Slowly, his gaze dropped to meet Corvus's. You know, someday one of you is going to pull something like this again, and I'll have had enough, and maybe I'll just decide to burn this whole thing to the ground. Matteo didn't know if it was a figment of his imagination or not, but he thought he saw Corvus flinch at his words. Ruffling his feathers, the spirit crow nodded his beak.
That decision will come soon enough, and whichever you make, order or chaos, I'll be here with you.
Fine, but no more secrets, Corvus. None. I've trusted you up until this point, but I'm starting to wonder if that's really the best choice. Even as he spoke the words, Matteo knew they weren't fair. They were an expression of his anger, an expression of how much he hated being left out of the loop and taken by surprise. But he found he couldn't help them. He had borne with the bird spirit's incessant demands over the last 2.5 years, and had kept his complaints to himself. Now, however, he found he simply couldn't go on.
Fine, no more secrets, and I'm sorry for treating you like a kid. You're much younger than a contractee should be, and because you never completed your training, there's a lot you don't yet know that I've just assumed you do. Information about this world, information about the Iron Wing Army and the Empire, all of these things should have been taught to you by your master, the previous Solomon. It's my mistake for not being more forthcoming.
Mollified by Corvus's words, Matteo sighed, his anger draining out of him as he looked out over the city. Can you give me a proper explanation for this? For what's going on? Why do I have this position? Orsic did a good job explaining what the Iron Crow position is and what my responsibilities will be when I take it up, but I still don't know why I suddenly have it.
That's simple enough, Corvus said, stretching his wings. Thousands of years ago, I contracted with a slave, a boy a few years older than you. Like you, he lacked Solomon's full training, but his master, who passed on the contract, didn't have a whole lot of choice. After his master died, the boy, who was named Purcell, gathered a group of slaves and staged a revolt, overthrowing those who enslaved them and freeing themselves.
Wait, they're talking about Purcell, the founding king of the Empire?
Correct, though at the time there was no empire. Purcell made friends with a young woman who turned out to be the daughter of a petty nobleman serving under a tyrant. When the tyrant heard that Purcell and his companions had thrown off their shackles, he decided to attack, assuming it would be an easy way to earn himself some slaves. Purcell and his friends had other ideas, and thus the Iron Wing was born. Purcell was the first of the Iron Crow, the supreme leader of the Iron Wing Army. I won't bore you with the details, but over the next 10 years, under my guidance, Purcell grew a ragtag group of slaves into the finest mercenary force on the continent. They faced down armies 4 times their size and emerged victorious. Though he didn't have your mind, or training, or the benefits of the baptism of blood, he still managed to win, eventually overthrowing that tyrant and establishing the Kingdom of Kell.
Chapter 34. Where does that name come from? Matteo asked. I've heard of it before, but I always wondered why he chose it.
Kell was the last name of the woman he married. Her father had died during the wars, assassinated by a rival lord, and she was the last. Since Purcell was a slave, he took her name, became the new head of the family, and then used it when he established his kingdom. When he became king, he no longer led the Iron Wing army, though he retained his position as supreme commander. Over the years, others have taken up that position, granted the authority to command all 3 branches of the Iron Wing army. Though, from what Orsic was saying, it's been hundreds of years since the last Iron Crow, likely due to the loss of the Iron Blood mantra.
And this baptism of blood, Matteo asked, what is that? Where does it come from?
It comes from the north, from over the sea, from an ancient shaman who was so impressed with Purcell that he taught him the tribe's secret skill, allowing Purcell to transform the slaves of the Iron Wing mercenary group into the deadly warriors of the Iron Wing army. It's a long and storied tradition that you've stepped into, kid, one that rivals even that of the Solomon line.
Shaking his head in frustration, Matteo leaned back on the hard slate tiles of the roof. See, this is what I'm talking about. You mentioned the Solomon line, but I know nothing about it. What's a Solomon? Who are the Solomons? Why does the order exist? What am I supposed to know? This is all so frustrating.
That I can't help you with, Corvus said. The inheritance ceremony of a Solomon is only supposed to happen at 18, after their training has been completed. Your ceremony happened 4 years too early, and for whatever reason your master sealed the knowledge inside of you. It may be that the seal breaks at 18, or there may be some other condition for it. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Matteo had no idea either, though he wondered if his master was still in Darrenfor, waiting for him to return. As much as Matteo felt bitter about being forced into such difficult situations over the last 2.5 years, he also knew that hidden in the pain of his training was a tremendous opportunity. At least, that's what he had been trying to convince himself. There was no doubt he was no longer the young man he had been in Darrenfor. While he had never been naive, thanks to his memory and his days scrabbling for survival on the street before his master found him, Matteo knew that his experiences in the training camp and then serving under Darkwing had tempered him, just like Rose and Eric, giving him a tremendous foundation from which he would be able to grow. Now, having vented his feelings, his mind began working, arranging all of the disparate pieces of his situation to try and come up with a plan. Corvus must have sensed this shift, because he rustled his feathers and looked at Matteo with something approaching a smile.
Feeling better, having gotten that all off your chest?
Quite a bit, thank you, Matteo said, his voice returning to its normal calm. But I was being serious, too. No more secrets. Given our connection, I don't think it's wise to become enemies. But I'm not going to tolerate being jerked around anymore. Standing up, Matteo brushed off his pants and climbed back down the wall to the balcony, slipping in through the doors and locking them carefully behind him. He made his way back to his room, where he found both Eric and Rose sitting on their beds waiting for him. "Feeling better?" Eric asked after Matteo closed the door. "Quite a bit," Matteo said, walking over and sitting on the edge of Eric's bed. "What did you decide?" Rose asked, her eyes searching Matteo's face. "I decided to stop whining," Matteo said, rubbing his nose. "Well, it's been hard. The last few years have clearly trained us well. How well? We'll have to see. But rather than let life dictate what we're doing from here, I think it's a better idea to take control. Tomorrow, we're going to be presented to the Emperor, who will assign us to the 5th Prince. For now, let's get some sleep. I'm sure tomorrow's going to be a big day." "You got it, boss," Eric said, giving Matteo a salute. As he crawled into his bed, Matteo found that he really did feel better. He'd been bottling up his feelings for a long time, and just laying them out on the table, even though they wouldn't necessarily change anything, had been cathartic. He lay quiet for a moment, and then his forehead furrowed and he glanced at Corvus, causing the spirit crow to cackle.
"Better start chanting, kid. You're not done with the Iron Blood mantra yet."
"I thought it was just for the baptism," Matteo muttered.
"Nope. You need to keep doing it. The baptism stored a tremendous amount of energy in your body. The mantra is how you access it, fusing it with your muscles, your bones, and your skin. If you can fuse with the power you absorbed completely, you'll find nobody at your level can stand in your way."
Suppressing his groan, Matteo closed his eyes and began to chant, feeling a familiar prickle all over his body. To his surprise, however, it barely hurt at all, and instead he could feel warm currents rushing through him. It was such a drastic shift from the excruciating pain he normally felt, Matteo nearly faltered. But he caught himself and continued, managing to chant the mantra 11 times before he drifted off to sleep. Hovering above him, Corvus clicked his beak, staring intently at Matteo's body.
11 times already. This kid's ridiculous.
Matteo didn't feel particularly ridiculous when he woke up the next morning, but he did feel refreshed, and after getting out of bed and stretching, he joined Rose and Eric for a light morning workout, as was their routine. After that, Orsic met them with 3 suits of clothing. None of them had any clothes besides the uniforms they had been assigned, but the clothing Orsic brought looked more like something a noble would wear, albeit more understated. As he examined the clothing, Matteo quickly realized that they weren't that different from the uniform he normally wore, simply dressed up a little bit, with a slightly different cut to the overcoat and in different colors as opposed to the drab gray, dark green, and black he normally wore. Eric seemed entirely used to this, and quickly changed, while Rose struggled a bit with her clothes. "I'm not used to skirts," she grumbled. "Does it restrict your legs?" Matteo asked as he slipped his arms into his sleeves. "No, the slit is long enough that it's not an issue, but still, it feels weird to have cloth around my legs like this." "Well, you look great," Matteo said, straightening his collar. Rose wasn't looking at his direction, and all he got was a grunt in response, but Matteo just grinned and turned to Eric. "How are you feeling?"
"Practically naked," Eric grumbled. "I can't bring any weapons."
"Well, of course not. We're going into the Imperial Palace to see the Emperor," Rose said, rolling her eyes as she joined them.
"The least they could do is let me take a knife in." "That is a right you have to earn," Orsic said, appearing suddenly behind Eric. "The 3 of you ready to go? If so, come with me."
Looking over Rose and Eric, Matteo nodded, and the 3 of them followed Orsic out of the temple to a waiting carriage. This one looked just like the carriage Matteo had taken from the gate to the temple, except that there was a gold mark on the coat of arms. When he asked about it, Orsic pointed ahead toward the palace.
"Only certain carriages and certain drivers are allowed in the palace itself. The others work in different districts. If you see a carriage with a royal symbol, it means it's carrying someone who has access to the palace."
"Good to know," Matteo said, glancing out the window as the carriage took off. On the way to the palace, they passed by both the Magister's Academy and the School of War, 2 sprawling campuses where the elite of the Empire were sent. The School of War was self-explanatory. That was where the officers who served in the legions trained before being recruited by one of the 4 dukes. The Magister's Academy, on the other hand, was primarily for scholars, individuals dedicated to research and the administration of the Empire. This was where those trained in the Imperial Legal Code learned their craft before spreading across the Empire to ensure that everything ran smoothly. Both schools, along with the Imperial College, where nobles and merchants were taught, held considerable influence over the affairs of the Empire. But they had little to do with the fight for the throne, and made sure to keep an actively neutral stance when it came to the various children of the imperial family. So much so that none of them would accept a student related to the emperor. Instead, each school sent a single tutor to the palace to handle the education of the emperor's children. That tutor changed every year, and they were careful to avoid getting dragged into the morass of imperial politics.
After passing by the School of War, the carriage turned into a wide boulevard, with ancient trees lining each side. Beyond them, Matteo could see massive lawns with sculptures, fountains, and a variety of beautifully manicured gardens. Though he had heard that the Imperial Palace was one of the most ornate and beautiful places in the world, the closer he approached, the clearer he realized that the story simply didn't do it justice. Everywhere he looked, he saw the signs of abundance and wealth. The work of master craftsmen lay scattered as if they were the most common pebbles, and the closer the carriage got to the palace, the more exquisite everything seemed. Entering through a large gate guarded by 20 golden-armored royal guards, the carriage stopped in a wide courtyard, and Eric and the others alighted. Rather than the normal flagstone, the courtyard was built from pure marble slabs, each one 20 feet wide and 40 feet long, making them look like tiles laid by a giant. The buildings in front of them rose gloriously into the air, with the main body of the palace behind them, soaring up into the sky like hands reaching for the sun. The palace, a clear testament to the power of the Empire, was truly breathtaking. But Matteo didn't have long to admire it, as he and the others were met by an elderly man dressed in a servant's uniform.
"Greetings. Welcome to the palace. How may I serve you?"
"We're here to meet with the Emperor in the special court," Orsic said, pulling out a small invitation and handing it to the steward. Taking it with 2 hands, the steward examined it carefully, and then nodded. He turned and gestured, and then led the way into the palace, his gait unhurried. Every motion he made was precise, too precise for a mortal, and though Matteo couldn't get a good grasp on how strong this steward was, he suspected that the man had been trained in combat techniques. Walking up a flight of stairs, they entered one of the buildings attached to the palace. After making their way through a few halls and up another flight of stairs, they entered the palace proper. Rather than head for the main throne room, the steward took them down a side passage to a smaller room filled with overstuffed chairs, and asked them to wait.
"This place is loaded," Eric whispered after the steward had left and they had found their seats. "There's got to be millions of gold worth of items. Some of these paintings probably sell for 100,000 gold easy."
"If you could sell it," Matteo replied with a shrug. "I highly doubt anybody would want to buy it, knowing you had swiped it out of the Imperial Palace."
"Are you kidding me? That would make it even more valuable, especially if you didn't get caught," Eric said with a grin. "Imagine how many nobles would love to hide one of the Emperor's paintings in their room. That way, every time they looked at it, they could think about how they got one over on the Emperor."
"Those are dangerous words," Rose cautioned.
"Well, I'm not actually going to try and steal anything. That would be idiotic. Besides, who knows if they're even real or not? I mean, I'm sure the Emperor has the originals, but these could be forgeries set out to catch prospective thieves."
"Unlikely," Matteo said, shaking his head, "but it is theoretically possible." Turning to Orsic, Matteo changed the subject. "Orsic, do you know what is going to happen from here on? I mean, what's this going to look like?" His lips twitching as he heard the casual way Matteo spoke to him, Orsic still dipped his head before responding.
"I believe you'll be meeting the Emperor first. I present you, and then he may ask you some questions. If he finds you suitable, he'll give the declaration, commanding you to serve as aides to the 5th Prince. The specifics of it, I'm genuinely not sure. After that, I believe there's going to be a chance for you to meet with Prince Isaac himself, as well as, I'm sure, the Chancellor. This evening, there's supposed to be a ball, a chance for all of the princes to get together. And though it hasn't officially been confirmed, I would assume that the Emperor will use that opportunity to give the princess and princesses their orders."
"So that tells us how we're going to be competing, right?" Eric asked, looking between Matteo and Orsic.
"It would seem."
Matteo closed his eyes for a moment, thinking through everything he knew about the coming fight for the throne. Despite the fact that the Iron Wing army tried to stay neutral, Darkwing collected intelligence on everything that happened in the Empire. That included the rumors coming out of the palace. Unfortunately, everything Matteo knew was only a rumor. "Captain, why is it that we don't have better intelligence about what's going on among the royal children?" Matteo spoke softly, but Captain Orsic still looked around as if worried someone might overhear them.
"Out of respect for the Emperor, we've tried to curtail our activities in the palace so as to not interfere with the spy master."
Chapter 35. You're saying the Emperor has a different intelligence organization? Matteo asked, his forehead furrowing.
Yes, it's organized under the adjudicators, who function as both spy masters and secret police.
Will we be in conflict with them?
Not directly, no, Orsic said. At least I don't think so. To my knowledge, they haven't yet decided on which of the royal children they'll be supporting. In many ways, this initial evaluation period is the prince's opportunity to impress the adjudicators.
Falling silent, he held up his hand, turning his attention to the door, and Matteo and the others looked over as well. A moment later, the steward walked in.
The Emperor is ready for you.
Getting to their feet, Rose straightened Matteo's collar and brushed some dust from Eric's shoulder. Smiling at the nervous gesture, Matteo followed after Captain Orsic, who was waiting at the door, and Rose and Eric trailed after him. They were led down a long hallway, passing many other waiting rooms just like theirs, until they finally arrived at a set of double doors with 2 golden armored guards standing in front of it. The steward stepped to the side, and the guards opened the doors, and Matteo got his first look at Attius Julius Kell, Emperor and one of the most powerful men in the world. He had long, lean features and a hint of stubble on his chin. Gray, curly hair fell to his shoulders, but his eyebrows were a deep black, contrasting sharply with his piercing blue eyes. A crown rested upon his head, as if placed as an afterthought, and though his body wasn't particularly big, he exuded a raw power that caused Matteo's heart to clench. Taking a few steps into the room, Matteo saw Orsic bow and quickly copied him, holding the bow for 3 seconds, as was appropriate.
Advance.
The Emperor's voice was soft, but carried hints of steel under the velvet tones. Straightening, Matteo followed the captain to get closer, stopping when they were 20 feet from the Emperor. Though such a distance was practically nothing to a duelist, Matteo was under no illusion that he or any of the others were a threat to the Emperor. Even Captain Orsic, with his gold-ranked power, would barely make it more than a few steps if he decided to rush forward. Where death would come from, Matteo couldn't quite figure out, but he knew with certainty that it would. The Emperor spent a long time looking over Matteo, Rose, and Eric, his forehead furrowing ever so slightly as he examined them. After a few minutes of silence, he waved his hand, and Captain Orsic bowed again.
Your Majesty, I am pleased to present to you a feather of the Iron Wing Army. Behind me are Matteo, Rose, and Eric, children trained to serve as guards and companions. Each of them specializes in one of the 3 branches, arts, though all have been cross-trained to provide a comprehensive, well-rounded team. All 3 are orphans, to ensure they will remain absolutely dedicated to their ruler, serving the throne faithfully.
Still lounging in his chair, the Emperor's eyes turned to Matteo, and the Emperor gestured for him to step forward.
You're the leader of the group.
Yes, Your Majesty, Matteo said, bowing.
Tell me, how confident are you that if you are assigned to one of my children, you'll be able to serve them well?
The question caught Matteo off guard, mostly because of how open-ended it was. Knowing it wasn't time for overanalyzing, however, Matteo straightened and looked directly at the Emperor. Exceptionally confident, Your Majesty. Rather amused, the Emperor straightened up in his chair, leaning forward slightly. The immense pressure he exuded shrouded Matteo, who didn't even blink.
I'm thinking about assigning you to guard my 5th son. Isaac is the youngest, little more than a child at this point, and not interested in the throne. Unfortunately, a lack of interest does not preclude any of my children from the coming competition. Such is the nature of imperial families.
As the Emperor spoke, Matteo could feel his deep gaze, but he kept his expression carefully blank, simply listening to the Emperor's words without showing any sort of reaction at all.
Tell me, the Emperor continued, would it frustrate you to follow a master who lacks ambition, who lacks the desire for power, lacks ruthlessness, and many of the other qualities necessary for ruling an empire?
It's not my place to question the qualities of my master, Matteo replied. Rather, it's the subordinate's duty to make up for any of his master's shortcomings.
Ha! That is a worthy, yet dangerous ambition, young man. After all, as a servant, how are you qualified to decide what is and isn't a weakness in your master?
I don't presume to be the judge of that, Your Majesty. My only concern is with carrying out my orders." Even as he spoke, Matteo was surprised to find that he genuinely meant what he said. He wasn't sure if it was an effect of the mark he bore, or if the stories he had recently heard about the glory of the Iron Wing army had begun planting themselves deep inside of him. But he found himself excited, eager even to demonstrate the loyalty and steadfastness the Iron Wing boasted of. Matteo knew that the Empire wasn't perfect, and the people who ruled it even less so. The Emperor was mortal, just like anyone else, bound by desires, some good and some bad. Yet when faced with the question of whether or not he would work for the betterment of the Empire, Matteo knew the answer was an unhesitating yes. Deep in his heart, he also knew that if the prince he served, or even the Emperor himself, began to work against the interests of the Empire, his blade would not stay sheathed. To Matteo, the man currently sitting on the throne was much less important than the Empire itself. He wasn't sure how the Emperor rated his answer, as there was no sign on the man's face. Corvus, able to sense Matteo's emotion through their connected souls, clearly approved.
"For the glory of the Empire," the bird whispered, causing Matteo to unconsciously straighten even further. "Servants like you are dangerous," the Emperor said after a long silence. "They're dangerous to their masters. It's clear that you have drive, though whether it's ambition yet remains to be seen. It's clear that you have confidence. Whether it becomes arrogance, we'll find out. Regardless, the qualities you show are qualities my fifth son would do well to learn from. He has been babied too long, and it is time that he took up his role as a member of the imperial family. You will be assigned as his servants, oath-bound to him until your deaths. Should he succeed in claiming the position of heir, however unlikely that may be, you will be tasked with assisting him in running the Empire. What's more likely to happen is that he will pledge himself to one of his other siblings, in which case you will continue to assist him even as he assists whoever becomes Emperor. Of course, that's not going to happen for many years, as I don't plan on dying anytime soon." The Emperor's gaze shifted to Orsic. "I appreciate the Iron Wing's willingness to break tradition for my sake. Had I any other choice, I would not have made this request of you. Tell me, is this the extent of your support for the fifth prince, or will you support him fully?" It was impossible to tell what the Emperor wanted the answer to be, and Matteo genuinely had no idea. Of course, though the Emperor didn't know it, he had just asked a trick question. While on the surface it appeared as if the Iron Wing army was only assigning a single feather to the prince, Matteo's position as Iron Crow, though yet unconfirmed, meant that should he command it, the entire Iron Wing army would be at the prince's beck and call. Though Orsic tried to control his expression, he didn't do as good a job as the Emperor, and it was clear to Matteo that the captain had no idea how to answer the question. Finally, after a long hesitation, Captain Orsic bowed. "Your Majesty, at this point, it is only our intent to have these 3 children serve the fifth prince. As for what the future holds, I do not know." "I see. They're rather disappointing, as I hoped for a larger force to give each of my children an even starting position. It would seem that such will not be the case. Very well. Let us see what the future holds." The Emperor waved his hand, and a figure stepped out from behind the throne, causing Matteo's heart to clench in his chest as he recognized the vulture-like adjudicator, Uthric Vors, the man who had brought the Emperor's ultimatum to Darrenfor. If the adjudicator recognized him, Matteo had no idea, and it was all he could do to keep his expression neutral as the adjudicator, carrying a scroll, brought it down to hand to him. Gingerly taking it, he saw Vors's piercing eyes and suppressed the urge to take a step back. "This is the Emperor's official order. You may read it at your leisure. Please, if you will follow me."
His hands steepled together in front of his body, the adjudicator waited for Matteo and the others to bow to the Emperor again, and then led them out of the room, using a different door that led them into another long hall, filled with just as many precious artifacts as the previous one. Once again they were brought to a small room, this one with a table surrounded by 8 chairs.
"If you will have a seat," Vors said, gesturing to the table, "the prince will be with you in a moment."
Noticing that Commander Orsic was a good bit more tense than normal, Matteo carefully sat down, placing the scroll on the table in front of him. Rose sat to his right and Eric to his left, and the commander chose a seat in between them and the door as Vors bowed and retreated. "Well, that guy's terrifying," Eric muttered under his breath as the door clicked shut. "Hush," Rose said, giving Eric a reproving glance that caused Matteo to chuckle, considerably lightening the mood. As he was about to break the seal on the scroll and open it, there was a light knock at the door, and then it opened, and a young man poked his head into the room, his eyes wide and his expression eager. Matteo immediately noticed the resemblance to the Emperor, the same chiseled jaw and curly hair, though much blonder. The fifth prince, Isaac Cassius Kell, was a handsome young man, his body already showing the muscle of a warrior, and as he entered the room, 2 servants trailing behind him, he flashed a grin that transformed his stern features. Quickly rising to his feet, Matteo bowed in greeting as Prince Isaac looked over the 3 of them. "Hello! You must be my new attendants. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, sit. Captain Orsic, who had also stood up to bow, remained standing, and the prince took his seat, his eyes resting appreciatively on Rose for a moment before returning to Matteo and Eric. Matteo hadn't been exactly sure what sort of feeling he'd have when he faced the prince, but he was surprised to realize that he wasn't uncomfortable at all. The prince seemed to give off a gentle, welcoming aura, quite different from the imposing and stern feeling his father possessed. There was a boyish charm to the prince, a sort of barely contained excitement, as if everything he saw delighted him. "My name is Isaac. You're Rose, obviously. Which of you 2 is Matteo?" "I am, Your Highness." "I see. So you must be Eric, then. Wonderful! You know, I've been dying to meet you 3. I heard some time ago that the Iron Wing army was considering sending guards for me, and I couldn't help but think they'd be old, just like all the rest of my guards, so I was quite excited to hear they'd be sending people my own age. It's been some time since I've interacted with anybody my own age, so you'll have to excuse me for any faux pas. But look at me, just chattering away. Why don't you tell me a little bit about yourselves?" The prince gestured to Rose as he spoke, but when her eyes flickered toward Matteo, he smoothly shifted the position of his hand so it was pointing toward Matteo, his smile never faltering. "Thank you, Your Highness. My name is Matteo. I am a full member of the Iron Wing Army, trained in intelligence gathering, infiltration, and a number of other methods of subterfuge. Intelligence analysis is my specialty, though I have been cross-trained in survival, combat techniques, and assassination. My primary weapon is a bow." When he had finished his introduction, Rose spoke up next. "My name is Rose. I am the combat specialist of our team. I'm trained in both solo and group tactics, and my primary weapon is a sword, though I've been extensively trained with every other common battlefield weapon. Like Matteo, I'm also cross-trained in intelligence gathering and assessment, infiltration, and assassination techniques." "Hello, Your Highness. My name is Eric. I handle the infiltration and assassination tasks of the group. My primary weapons are daggers, and I have also been trained in survival, direct combat, and information assessment. My favourite thing to do in my downtime are try new restaurants and listen to music." Chuckling at Eric's introduction, the prince looked at each of them in turn. "My name is Isaac Cassius Kell. As you know, I'm the 5th Prince of the Empire of Kell, second in line for the throne. Hopefully this doesn't disappoint you, but I have no interest in the throne. Instead, my primary interests are history and the arts. I'm particularly partial to painting, and spend the majority of my time looking for beautiful things to paint. I also enjoy trying new restaurants and listening to music. As befits a prince, I have been trained in administration, warfare, personal combat, riding, and a number of other subjects. While I am the youngest of the princes, I haven't been coddled my whole life, and I'm well aware of just how steep the task before us is." Pausing for a moment, his gaze settled on Matteo, and the 5th prince leaned forward. "I've long heard about just how astounding Darkwing is, and so I'm curious. Given what you already know about my situation, how would you identify the threats against me?" Chapter 36. Though the prince was smiling, Matteo had the distinct impression that this was the deciding moment, the test that would determine whether or not the prince valued him and his friends.
In reality, the prince didn't need personal bodyguards. The palace was practically crawling with experts, and it would have been simple for the emperor to assign a bunch of gold-ranked duelists to follow the prince around and ensure he survived. Additionally, there were many people far more qualified than Matteo, Rose, and Eric, who had perfected the arts the three of them were just starting to practice. So it was clear that what the emperor was hoping for was something else. Matteo guessed that the other princes and princesses were likely facing a similar situation, where the emperor was assigning individuals close in age to the royal children. If that was true, it meant that the emperor's desire was to give his children confidants, individuals who could grow with them, who they could learn to trust implicitly. Allies not mired down by existing politics or the convoluted power structures that enmeshed everyone in the imperial palace. This was why the emperor was looking for individuals from the 5 main factions, the 4 dukes and the imperial chancellor. This ensured that all of his children had at least some connection to the empire's politics, and it would be up to each child to prove they could master those relationships without becoming puppets. All of this flashed through Matteo's head in an instant as the 5th prince looked at him expectantly. "I'd be happy to, Your Highness. Though you are currently the youngest, you are second in line for the throne. However, that's only in the case of emergency succession. In reality, the likelihood of your father's sudden death is remote, and further, both your father and your eldest brother would have to pass away before it would come into play. Again, an impossibly small chance. Instead, I think it's wiser to assess the situation from your absolute position. You are not only the youngest, but the power that you have been connected to is the least visible. That is to say, the imperial chancellor, while he wields a tremendous amount of political power, does so on the merit of his relationships rather than his position's authority. The imperial chancellor has many responsibilities. None of them have the potential to shake the foundation of the empire. On the other hand, the 4 dukes, by merit of their titles alone, bear tremendous responsibility, as a single command from them could shake the empire's foundation, drastically changing the plight of the citizens under them. Further, each directly wields military power. "But isn't that what you're here to balance out?" the prince asked, interrupting Matteo. "I believe that was His Majesty's intent," Matteo replied calmly. "It remains to be seen whether the Iron Wing army is willing." Shooting a glance at Captain Orsic, who was standing impassively by the wall, the prince gestured for Matteo to continue. "In a sense, while your position is weakest, it is also the most protected. Though the only information I have is based on rumors, it is said that the 1st prince is confident, the 2nd prince is scheming, the 3rd princess is aloof, and the 4th princess is ambitious. Based on those qualities, it's clear that your father, by assigning you a political connection with no concrete power and a military connection that cannot be utilized, is honoring your desire to avoid the fight for the throne." "Hold on," the prince said, raising his hand to stop Matteo. "What do the rumors say about me?" "They say you're mysterious, Your Highness, in part due to your age, and in part because you don't often appear in public." "Mysterious, huh? That's not a bad reputation to have. All right, keep going." "Thank you, Your Highness. As I said, your father seems to be honoring your wish. However, that doesn't mean your siblings will as well. Of them, the 1st prince is likely to ignore you, unless you publicly proclaim your desire for the throne. Princess Titania is likely to try to befriend you, as her only chance of gaining the throne is through allying with her siblings. Princess Umbria will likewise attempt to draw you to her side, though she's more likely to try to use you as a distraction while she builds her military power than to actually form an alliance." "And what of my 2nd brother?" Prince Isaac asked, resting his chin in his palm as he stared across the table at Matteo. "Your 2nd brother will probably pretend to ignore you, while looking for weaknesses he can exploit in order to force you to support him. If that doesn't work, he will attempt an attack on you, framing one of the other children, and when that fails, he will try to poison your relationship with your father." "Well, that's very specific," the prince said, his eyes widening. "Those are some very serious accusations to be throwing at a prince." "Not accusations, Your Highness. Predictions," Matteo corrected. "Prince Petrum is supported by the Western Duke, Duke Icaro, and according to the reports I've read, that was exactly the set of tactics Duke Icaro used on his own siblings to gain his position as heir to the dukedom. As he is Prince Petrum's primary advisor, I would expect them to surface again."
Giving Matteo a rather amazed look, the prince gestured for one of his servants to step forward. "What do you think, Atticus? How does that line up with your own thoughts?" The servant, an elderly man with very little presence, had a troubled smile as he bowed.
"Your Highness, I'm afraid his thoughts are a step beyond mine. I missed the detail about Duke Icaro and only predicted a direct assassination. Had I only been given rumours, as opposed to direct intelligence from the adjudicator's files, I'm afraid I couldn't have been nearly as thorough."
"That's good," Isaac said, clapping his hands. "Excellent! You know, I have a feeling we're going to get along well. Now, we'll be together for some time, hopefully a long time, so there's no need to be in a rush to get to know one another. Unfortunately, I have to go change before the banquet tonight, but I'm very glad to have finally met you. I have a feeling we are going to work well together." "Thank you for your favor, Your Highness," Matteo said, pushing back his chair and standing up, Rose and Eric mirroring his movements. The three of them bowed as Prince Isaac left the room, and then, together with Orsic, they were brought to another part of the palace, where their rooms had been arranged. Atticus, the elderly servant who had spoken up earlier, met them and spent the next hour introducing them to the prince's chambers and instructing them on how the palace worked. Having done everything he came to do, Orsic said goodbye and informed Matteo he would be at the temple if he was needed. After he left, Matteo had a moment to himself to explore his new bedroom, as the other two went to check out theirs. The rooms weren't particularly large, though they were much bigger than any room Matteo had ever had before. And in addition to the bed, there was a dresser, 2 bookshelves, a desk and chair, a closet, and a small bathroom. Matteo had just finished checking over everything when he heard a light knock at the door. Walking over, his hand paused on the doorknob as Corvus reported the 2 people standing outside.
"It's that servant, Atticus. Here's a bag with a bunch of your stuff. It looks like it was sent over from the temple. Adjudicator Vors is behind him."
Calming his beating heart, Matteo opened the door and saw Atticus holding out 2 large bags. One was Matteo's, containing all of the stuff he had brought with him from Shadowkeep. The other looked to be from the temple, and Matteo wasn't quite sure what was in it. Taking both of the bags, he thanked Atticus and placed them down on the floor next to the door. The elderly servant bowed and backed away, leaving Matteo facing Uthric Vors.
"Will you invite me in?"
"Of course, sir," Matteo replied, stepping aside and gesturing for the adjudicator to enter. Stepping into the room, the adjudicator looked around, and then took a seat on the single chair in the room, crossing his legs as he looked at Matteo.
"You can sit down, you know. This is your room."
Flushing slightly, Matteo took the suggestion as an order and quickly sat on the bed.
"It took me a moment to place you. You've changed quite a bit since I saw you a few years ago. It was Darrenfor, wasn't it? You were the young man who stood by Master Solomon during the first council meeting."
Matteo knew there was no point in denying it, so he bobbed his head.
"Fascinating to see how far you've come."
The adjudicator was silent for a moment, and then, reaching into his sleeve, he pulled out a thin piece of paper.
"This is for you. From your master."
Practically bouncing from the bed, Matteo took the letter with trembling hands, resisting the urge to open it immediately. Instead, he forced himself to sit back down on the bed, carefully placing the letter next to him. The paper was thin, so thin that he could see the trace of letters bleeding through, and he forced himself to look away, lest he try decoding them. Adjudicator Vors was silent, lost in thought for a few moments before his attention snapped back to the present, and he sighed and rose to his feet.
"I don't necessarily agree with the path your master took, but his dedication to the Empire cannot be denied."
Matteo could only assume that the letter the adjudicator had given him would shed light on his cryptic words, and he could hardly wait for Vors to leave the room. Unfortunately, the adjudicator paused at the doorway, turning to look at Matteo with a strange gaze.
"There are very, very few people I admire in this world. In fact, they can be counted on 2 fingers. The first, of course, is His Imperial Majesty. The second is Master Averax Solomon. I had the opportunity to play a game of chess with him before I left Darrenfor. I've never come so close to losing in my life. I'm afraid I owe him a favor for the win." A favor he asked me to pass on to you. Once, and only once, should you need something, you may come and speak to me."
Opening the door, Adjudicator Vors left the room, his feet carrying him across the stone floor like a ghost. Matteo didn't move until the door clicked shut, his mind working as he tried to understand all of the implications of what the Adjudicator had said. He had assumed, from his very brief observation of the two men's interaction, that they were enemies. Yet now the Adjudicator had passed on a letter for Master Solomon, and had spoken as if they were on good terms, or at least shared admiration. Of course, the Adjudicator had also mentioned beating Master Solomon at chess, which Matteo was sure was an impossibility, unless, of course, Master Solomon had lost the game on purpose. Shivering slightly, his gaze dropped to the letter beside him. He was almost afraid to open it up, afraid of what he might find. But not knowing was ultimately worse than knowing, so he picked up the letter and slowly unfolded it. The letter looked to be full of scribbles, not a discernible word on the entire sheet, and with a frown, Matteo scanned over it again, wondering if there was some sort of code. It didn't look like a code at all, though, just like a bunch of random lines and dashes and dots scattered across a page. The only thing that was legible was Master Solomon's seal at the bottom of the page.
"You need blood, kid. A drop of blood on the seal. That's how you'll read it."
Snapping out of his trance at Corvus's words, Matteo dashed over to his bag to get his dagger, and then carried the letter to the desk, smoothing it out so it was completely flat. Pricking his finger, he let a single drop of blood emerge, and then pressed it down on the seal. There was a faint flash, and the entire paper suddenly burned away, transforming into nothing. Matteo was stunned and staggered backward as a wave of spiritual energy emerged from the burned paper, and the world shifted. Suddenly, Matteo's heart clenched as he found himself standing in a dim study. The scent of ink and paper filled his nostrils, and gleaming wood filled his vision as he took in the familiar bookshelves. There, seated at a desk in the middle of the room, was his master, head bent and quill moving across a piece of paper. Matteo wanted to say something, wanted to call out, but instead he just stood silently as Master Solomon finished the line. With a light sigh, Master Solomon put his quill on its stand and looked up, meeting Matteo's gaze.
"Hello, Matteo."
The words Matteo wanted to say got stuck in his throat, and he could feel the tears starting to fill his eyes. Not wanting to show his master such a pathetic display, he quickly bowed. "Hello, Master," he said, his voice barely a whisper.
"It looks as if the years have treated you well, though I'm sure they've been difficult," Master Solomon said. "Unfortunately, I was left without much choice. What you see in front of you is one of the tricks available to a Solomon. Of course, if you have received this letter, then a couple things are undoubtedly true. The first is that I am no longer in this world. The second is that you have met once again with Adjudicator Vors, likely in the Imperial City. And third and finally, it means your training is officially done. Or at least half of it. By now I suspect you have completed your Iron Wing training and have received the baptism of blood. If it's only been 2 years since you last saw me, then you'll have to wait at least 6 months more, maybe even a year. But if it's been longer than that, then my guess is that the Imperial family has begun to compete for the position of heir to the throne. I've asked Adjudicator Vors for a couple of things in exchange for giving him the title of #1 chess player in the world. The first is to deliver the letter. The second is to request you be assigned to the 5th Prince. And the third is to grant you a single favor within his power that does not put the Empire at risk. Vors is a scheming man, whose depths are genuinely terrifying, if a bit shallower than my own. Never underestimate him."
Chapter 37. Pausing, Master Solomon glanced down at the chessboard on his desk and suddenly smiled.
"But you may be sure that he has committed heart and soul to the Empire and will do whatever it takes, no matter how ruthless, in order to ensure the Empire remains stable. Use this information as you will. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to help you from here on out, and so I've sealed within you the inheritance of the Solomons. Over time, a portion of it will naturally emerge when you turn 18, after you finish unlocking your spirit's cards, and when you find the Codex. Once you have done all three, you'll have a full understanding of what I've done, and why I've done it. It would have been my wish to instruct you properly and to see you grow. Unfortunately, time waits for no one, and no power in this world can stop its relentless march. Last and finally, Matteo, my apprentice, remember this. I have set the stage, created the board, and granted you pieces with which to play. As every Solomon before you, what you do with those pieces is entirely up to you. Do not imagine this as a scheme to create a specific result, though I have a good sense of your character, and I believe I know what choices you are likely to make. That is nothing but an idle prediction. I don't know what you'll experience between when I sent you out of Darrenfor and when you receive this letter. I have no idea what sort of relationship you'll build. You are not bound by anyone or anything. Your choices are now yours to make. It is the responsibility of every Solomon to perform this task, to establish the board and set the pieces for their apprentice. Some Solomons have chosen to retreat, hiding from the world. Others have chosen to engage. Of course, your choice also depends, to an extent at least, on the spirit you bonded with.
Master Solomon paused for a moment, a strange expression flashing over his face as if remembering something.
Some spirits have a higher penchant for chaos than others, but regardless, it is vital that you remember. You are the master. With this, I leave you. Go forth, Master Solomon.
Though Matteo desperately wanted to reach out, desperately wanted to interrupt and stop his master, there was nothing he could do except watch as the scene around him faded away and he saw the last bits of ash from the letter drift to the floor. Hardly a moment had passed since he had dropped the blood on Master Solomon's mark, but already he felt as if something in his body had shaken loose, and information began to flood through him, bringing with it a splitting pain that raced down the back of his skull, making him wince. When the pain cleared, what was left behind was a treasure trove of knowledge, significantly too much for one person to have learned in a lifetime, let alone in 16 years. What was even stranger was that Matteo could tell there was even more information hidden away, locked into his soul through a complex, 3-layered seal. Trembling, he sat down as the memory of the moment when he had bound to Corbus came rushing back in full detail. But the thing that fixed itself front and center in his mind was the look in Master Solomon's eyes as he leaned over Matteo, engraving the wisdom of Solomon into Matteo's soul. It was almost half an hour later when Corbus finally spoke.
It seems the first seal has unlocked. What does it contain?
Knowledge, history of this world, details about people, geography, and secrets. The locations of ruins, ancient kingdoms, and seals, Matteo muttered.
What does it not contain?
Knowledge of how to undo the seals, knowledge of sorcery, Solomon's tricks, or the location of the Codex. Moving gingerly to avoid triggering the splitting headache that had been pounding in his head for the last half an hour, Matteo lay down on his bed and closed his eyes, still sorting through everything that had been unlocked in his mind. The first and most important thing was information about the Order of Solomon itself. While cards were the prevailing method of power in this world, as they occurred naturally and were an ever-renewing resource, they weren't the only power system. The barbarians used totems to gain power, carving arcane symbols into their very souls to grant them supernatural abilities, and tattooing their skin to strengthen their bones and muscles. Many of the other races had their own power system, esoteric means of wielding the spiritual energy that filled the world. The Order of Solomon, of which Matteo was the only living member, was an order of sorcerers,
Men and women who throughout history had gathered knowledge, obsessively studying the way spiritual energy worked and determining its very base rules. This allowed them to cast great spells, bending the world to their will. In the ancient past, there had been many in the Order, spread out around the world in towers that served as bastions of knowledge, promoting peace and advancement throughout the world. Yet the power of the Order was so strong, many grew to fear it, and over time the Solomons were suppressed, forced to withdraw and hide among the population. Eventually, the Order shattered and was forgotten, leaving only a single line of sorcerers behind. Matteo was one of these sorcerers, though the knowledge of how to actually cast spells was locked away in his body, hidden by a seal more complex than anything he had ever seen in his life, so complex that even his incredible memory failed to capture and remember all of the details of it. According to Solomon tradition, until an apprentice became an adult, wielding spiritual energy directly through spells was too dangerous and would cause their body to begin to deteriorate. Even then, prolonged use of spells would take a toll, guaranteeing the sorcerer an early death. Whether or not the next seal, which would be undone when he turned 18, would contain any of these spells, Matteo wasn't sure. What he did know was that the task his master had set out for him was to not only unlock the 3 seals in his soul, unveiling the total sum of the wisdom of Solomon, but before he died, to add to it, inscribing it in the Codex. Of course, it would be better to personally pick a disciple, train them in the ways of Solomon, and pass on the legacy much as his master had done for him. Matteo wasn't sure when he fell asleep, but one moment he was carefully sifting through his memories, and the next, someone was knocking on his door.
Matteo? Matteo, are you ready? We have to leave.
Sitting bolt upright, Matteo winced and realized that it was already evening, the sun casting its last rays over the city as darkness encroached in the sky above. Jumping to his feet, he grabbed his clothing and raced for the bathroom.
"I'll be right there. Give me 1 minute."
Thankfully, the clothing he was supposed to wear had already been laid out, and after hurrying into it, he dipped his head in the bucket of cool water, leaving it in there for a full 30 seconds. Pulling his sopping wet head out of the bucket, he quickly toweled off and raced to the door, opening it just as Rose was about to knock again.
"What were you doing? Why are you all wet?"
Trying in vain to do something with his hair, Matteo grinned sheepishly.
"I fell asleep. I was taking a nap."
"Well, come on, we don't have time. At this rate, we're going to be late."
Rose looked from side to side.
"Especially since I can't figure out how to get out of this place."
Just then, Eric jogged up.
"What are you two doing?
Matteo, why are you all wet?"
"Just don't worry about it. Let's go."
Thankfully, after turning the corner, they saw a servant hurrying toward them.
"His Majesty is waiting for you."
They joined Prince Isaac, who was alone in the hallway outside of the large ballroom where the evening's festivities were to take place. As soon as the prince saw Matteo, he opened his mouth, but Matteo hurriedly cut him off, knowing exactly what the prince was about to ask.
"Got a little bit excited with the water bucket, Your Highness. My apologies for running late."
"Oh, don't worry about it," Prince Isaac said, grinning. "The 3 of you look positively dashing."
"As do you, Your Highness," Eric replied.
"Well, let's go ahead and go in. The others are probably already in there, but no matter. Better to be fashionably late, right?" Walking up to the door, the prince nodded to the footman standing at attention, and the door was opened, revealing an ornately decorated ballroom, 200 feet long and 100 feet wide. In one corner was a stage where a band was currently playing, and in the opposite corner was an even taller stage, currently empty. Tables had been set up along one wall, and the other wall was full of glass doors that led out onto a terrace that overlooked one of the palace's gardens. Food was piled up on all of the tables, and people perused along it, picking up this and that to add to their plates. Dancing had already started, and there were dozens of couples elegantly twirling around on the dance floor. As they sauntered in, Prince Isaac glanced over at Rose. "Do you dance?"
"I'm sorry, Your Highness, I don't."
"Well, if you have a fancy learning, let me know. I'm regarded as quite a good dancer," the prince said, patting his chest. Though they hadn't been announced, Matteo could feel dozens of gazes sweeping over them as soon as they entered, and soon 4 in particular stood out. Standing on the other side of the dance floor was the first prince, Junius Kell. He was chatting with a tall blonde woman who was built like a knight and wore pants and a military coat, much like Rose. Near the food was the second prince, Petrum, holding a wine glass in his hand, surrounded by half a dozen young women, all of whom seemed to be trying to impress him. Princess Titania and Princess Umbria stood together near the doors leading out to the terrace. They had been speaking quietly when Matteo and the others entered the room. Now they paused to look at their younger brother. Titania appeared to be almost 20, while her sister Umbria was 2 years younger. Apart from a faint similarity in their jawline and the shape of their noses, the two princesses couldn't have been more different. Titania had bright red hair and an open, expressive face. Rather plump, she gave off a motherly feeling, completely different from the raven-haired Umbria, who was thin and carried a fierce intensity in the way she held herself. Cracking a smile, Prince Isaac waved toward his sisters, and then started heading in their direction, pretending he hadn't seen either of his brothers. "Come on, I'll introduce you to Titania and Umbria. We have a great relationship." Since this was the prince's opportunity to show off his new servants, Matteo restrained his suggestion that Eric be allowed to blend into the crowd. Instead, falling back a step, Matteo gave Rose and Eric the signal for moving quietly. Both nodded and shifted their body language to appear more like servants. Whether the prince noticed their change in behavior, he didn't say anything, and together they crossed the ballroom to where the two princesses stood. "Hello, brother," Titania said, stepping forward and pulling Isaac in for a hug. "It's wonderful to see you." "You've grown," Umbria said, appraising Isaac. "It looks like you've put on some muscle. You've been practicing your sword, I see." "I was too afraid not to," Isaac replied in a joking tone. "After what you threatened to do to me last time, I was scared straight." Umbria's rather severe expression transformed, and as she smiled, Matteo found himself stunned by her beauty. It was as if a cloud of fog had been lifted, revealing an incredible sunny view. She seemed to catch herself, however, and quickly returned to her dour look. "I see Father has finally assigned you companions." "He has. Allow me to introduce them. Matteo, Rose, and Eric, 3 members of the Iron Wing Army." "Iron Wing, I'm impressed. I didn't think they moved for anything less than a threat to the Empire," Titania exclaimed, holding up her fan to cover her mouth. "Maybe dear Father is trying to tell you something," Umbria said, causing Titania to look even more shocked. Chuckling, Isaac assured his older sister that Umbria was just joking, and the 3 continued to talk. Falling back a step, Matteo spoke to Eric and Rose. "Why don't the 2 of you go and check the perimeter? I'll stay here." Matteo could tell that both Eric and Rose felt rather uncomfortable. They were completely out of their element, and in truth, Matteo was as well. He had never been to a ball like this, or any ball at all. In fact, the only party he had ever been to was one of the quiet evening parties his master occasionally attended, and even then he'd spent the majority of the time either waiting in the hall until his master was done, or down with the servants in the kitchen. It was quite a bit different to be in the midst of the gaiety, especially with people who looked as if they had grown up in this environment. Matteo couldn't help but wonder if this was what fish felt like when the sharks began to circle. As Rose and Eric slipped off, Matteo made sure to pay attention to the conversation. From now on, his responsibility was to not only protect the prince, but to help him advance however he wanted to. That meant gathering information was vital, and so Matteo listened, not only to the conversation that the prince was having with the 2 princesses, but to all of the other conversations in his vicinity, cataloging each for later playback. To Matteo's surprise, despite the fact that his head ached, he found himself able to both store and retrieve information even faster than he had previously, as if the seal that had broken open inside of him had improved his thinking capability to a considerable degree. It didn't go so far as to increase his ability to problem-solve, but instead simply assisted his already absurdly good memory with storing information and then retrieving it for later. Chapter 38. After a little while, Isaac excused himself from his sisters, and he and Matteo began walking around the room. Matteo never spoke unless spoken to, and in most of the conversations he simply stood by, an interested party. He could tell that Isaac didn't like the stiffness he exhibited, so Matteo did his best to appear relaxed,
even going so far as to get a drink from one of the servants walking around. He held it in his hand, occasionally taking a light sip of his wine and pretending to listen eagerly to whatever conversation the prince was having. Isaac didn't seem to have noticed that Eric and Rose weren't with them until, having worked their way close to Prince Junius, he looked around in some confusion. Guessing what he wanted to ask, Matteo gestured toward the table of food. Eric is assessing those entering the hall, and Rose is double-checking the terrace for threats. Blinking in surprise, Prince Isaac let out a short laugh. "The three of you certainly take your job very seriously. You really don't believe there would be any threat to my life here in the palace, do you?" "I don't presume to guess, Your Highness. Our job is to keep you safe, and that requires being cautious. As this is our first time here, we thought it best to ensure that we have a good grasp of the layout." "Shame. I was hoping to introduce you all to my brother."
"We've already met," Prince Junius said, striding over. "How are you doing, Isaac? Looks like you've grown a bit."
Wincing slightly as his brother patted him a bit too hard on the shoulder, Isaac nodded. "I have, and I've been practicing my sword, too, mostly to avoid getting beaten up by Umbria."
"Keep practicing it, and soon she won't be your match. I've heard the reports. Sounds like your skill is advancing rapidly."
"I have good models to follow," Isaac replied with a shy smile.
"Indeed, and now you have another. You're Matteo. Is that correct? I saw you with Commander Telrin in Embervale. I only found out afterwards that you were a trainee serving under the team that paved the way for our conquest. Thanks to you, we were able to take the city with no fuss at all, giving us a perfect breach through Gratian's border. Fighting has halted for the moment to give the Gratian kingdom a chance to sue for peace, but we're continuing to make advancements, thanks to Commander Perel, opening a lot of doors for us."
"I'm pleased to have played a small part in service to the Empire, Your Highness," Matteo said, bowing. Prince Isaac, hearing his older brother talk casually about the ongoing war with Matteo, and hearing Matteo able to respond back, was left wide-eyed. After he had suffered another bone-shaking pat on his shoulder and Junius had walked off, Isaac grabbed Matteo's arm. "You were in Gratian? What were you doing there?" For the briefest of moments, Matteo hesitated, wondering if it was really okay for him to share sensitive mission information with someone not in Dark Wing. Then he recalled his new position and stepped a bit closer to the prince, lowering his voice. "I was deployed to Embervale as part of a team to facilitate the infiltration of Gratian. My team was the one who came to an arrangement with one of the commanders, allowing us to disable the guards and open the gates, taking over the city without a fight. I was recalled almost immediately after Prince Junius arrived and took command of the city, but I've been following some of the news from the front. The members of the team who stayed behind are continuing to work with an asset inside Gratian, allowing us to easily outmaneuver their army. As of yet, the Gratians haven't caught on that there's a high-level mole, which has allowed us to win a largely bloodless victory. As we speak, Prince Junius' forces are pushing toward Gratian's capital. I wouldn't be surprised if it's under siege within a week. If my brother can win, it'll be a tremendous victory." "Indeed it will," Matteo agreed. "We just have to hope that the King of Gratian isn't a stubborn fool." "What do you mean?" "Well," Matteo said with a rueful smile, "Gratian's king has a rather high opinion of himself, and might fancy his ability to outlast the siege. The palace will have plenty of food, and the citizens will be forced to the walls to defend, and killed if they refuse. Hopefully the king sees reason and is willing to come under the Empire. Otherwise, Prince Junius might find his efforts to take an early lead thwarted." Prince Isaac, his eyes gleaming, was about to say something when he caught sight of his second brother heading toward them, and his expression fell. "Oh, no. All right. Be calm." Patting Matteo on the shoulder, Isaac turned and smiled at Petrum, only to receive a sneer back. The second prince looked past his brother to stare at Matteo. "From the rumors, I thought you had been awarded a two-headed, four-armed, gold-ranked duelist as your guard. Who's this little child?" Though on the surface it seemed as if Petrum was just insulting Matteo, Isaac was a good 6 months younger than Matteo, and had yet to turn 16, which meant that if Matteo accepted the label of little kid, it would mean admitting the fifth prince was one too. Prince Isaac didn't reply, used to his brother's barbed tongue, and instead looked at the two men following after Prince Petrum.
Both looked to be about 25, had the build of warriors, and carried themselves with the sure ease of powerful duelists. "Well, dear brother, it looks like father arranged your companions as well." The second prince's sneer intensified, and he nodded. "Allow me to introduce you to my two new guards. This is Davis Icaro, son of Duke Icaro, and his cousin, Camus." Prince Petrum had spoken loudly, clearly intending for everyone nearby to hear, and there was a momentary lull in the conversation before it quickly picked back up, more fervent than before. The fact that a duke would be willing to send his own son to guard Petrum was a clear indication of the level of support Duke Icaro was planning on giving the second prince. Of course, Davis Icaro wasn't the duke's heir, but rather was the third in line. Furthermore, it had been mentioned in the reports that Matteo had read that Davis Icaro was considered more of a liability on the battlefield than an asset. In part, that was because Duke Icaro's primary responsibility was keeping the seas off the Empire's western shore free of pirates, and Davis was rumored to hate boats. That didn't make the appointment any less impressive, of course, and Matteo knew that Davis, like Duke Icaro's other sons, was a powerful, silver-ranked duelist. Instead of getting upset or frustrated, Prince Isaac just smiled sweetly and nodded his head as if impressed. "It sounds like the Duke really favors you, brother. That's wonderful news, isn't it?" Glancing at Prince Isaac in the corner of his eyes, Matteo found himself impressed. Prince Isaac's tone and body language were perfect, displaying so little competitiveness that it completely disarmed Prince Petrum, leaving him feeling like his calculated blows were landing on nothing but air. Seeing a flash of darkness race through Prince Petrum's eyes, Matteo stepped forward and tugged on the prince's arm. "Earl Keffer is waiting to speak with you, my lord." "I'll be there in a second," Prince Isaac said. "He can wait. I'm sorry about that, brother. You know how these things are. I'd much rather be back in my room painting, but father's been bothering me, asking me to go out and mingle more. A waste of time, if you ask me. But still, one must do their duty. Congratulations, brother. I'm genuinely pleased for you." Bowing to Prince Petrum, Isaac walked away, Matteo trailing after him, heading toward the other side of the ballroom, where a rather rotund man stood at the edge of the floor, watching the dancers as he mopped his forehead with an already wet handkerchief. They walked in silence for a moment, and then Prince Isaac glanced back at Matteo. "Matteo." "Yes, Your Highness." "How many of the people in this ballroom do you know?" "Almost none, sir. I've met very few of them." "No, but how many of them are you familiar with, or at least aware of?" Matteo didn't answer right away, instead looking around. "Almost everyone, sir," he said after double-checking. "I spent some time memorizing the names, faces, and details of the Empire's nobility." "Oh, you did you?" "Yes, sir." The prince didn't seem to know what to say, and so instead he began asking Matteo about the various people they were walking past. To his utter astonishment, Matteo was easily able to rattle off both name and position of almost everyone the prince pointed at. This caused the prince to laugh in delight, but realizing his odd behavior, he quickly toned it down. Just before they reached the Earl, the doors to the ballroom opened, and there was a clash of metal as the royal guard entered. The music ground to a halt, and a blast of a horn announced the entrance of the Emperor, bringing all other sounds in the ballroom to silence. Emperor Attius Kell strolled in, walked up onto the platform, and then scanned the room, his gaze hovering for a moment on each of his children before moving on. Matteo felt the Emperor's attention rest on him as well, though for even less time than he looked at his son. The result, however, was that the Emperor appeared to observe Prince Isaac slightly longer than he observed the other princes and princesses, causing a murmur to spread through the crowd. Lifting his hand for silence, the Emperor spoke in his soft voice. "Welcome. Thank you all for attending this banquet. In a moment dinner will be served, but before that, I thought it would be best to explain the reason I have gathered you all here tonight. It has long been my wish that the succession of the Empire would be a smooth process. We are a nation that thrives because of the strict adherence to the rule of law. Peace begets prosperity, and peace is established by the enforcement of just law. However, historically, one of the greatest challenges for any growing empire is the succession of power. And so, rather than wait until I am about to die before trying to choose an heir,
we will settle this question once and for all now, while I am still fit to hold the throne. The question of succession is an important one, however, one we cannot rush. It is with that in mind that I have called you together. My 5 children have different strengths, and yet each would make a fantastic ruler in their own way. I could make this easy by simply choosing the individual I think best suited for the throne, but this nation is made up of more than just an emperor. In fact, this nation only exists because of the people in it, the citizens who have bled and sweat to transform us from a small kingdom into the empire we are now. The glory of this empire is not in its ruler, but instead in the nobles, who have sacrificed much to ensure the peace and stability we now enjoy. And our empire continues to grow because of the blood shed by the brave warriors of our armies. While convincing me is of paramount importance, it is also vital for any future emperor to convince the people, the nobility, and the military that they are, in fact, the right candidate to rule. That is why I will set tasks before my children, showing no favoritism, asking each to carry out these tasks under their own power, guided by wise statesmen, but without any support from the imperial family. In order to be a successful candidate for the seat of the heir to the throne, my children will have to win to themselves the people, the noble houses, and the commanders who lead the armies that keep our empire safe. Additionally, they will have to do all of that while impressing me, which might genuinely be the hardest of the 4 tasks. That elicited a light laugh from the crowd, and Matteo noticed Isaac's fist clenching. Children, here are your first tasks. Junius. Yes, father. You will continue in your campaign against Gratian, resolve it quickly, and then return, and I will have a second task for you after. Petrum. Yes, father. There are pirate nests scattered through the islands off the western coast. Destroy them. I will. Turning his eyes to his daughters, the Emperor smiled. Titania, you will head to Darrenfor. Battle lines have already been drawn, and we anticipate a joint assault by at least 2 nations. Command the front there and ensure not a single enemy soldier steps foot on our soil. You have my word, father. Good. Umbria. The Elven Isles to the northwest require a firm hand. We have many interests there, including a number of free cities being threatened by dire beasts. Exterminate the dire beasts and expand our presence in the Isles. Lifting her fist to her chest, Umbria bowed. And finally, Isaac, though you are younger than your siblings, the task I am giving you is no less difficult. The barbarians of Norcia have begun encroaching on our border. Our diplomatic relationship is breaking down. Resolve the situation. I will, father, Isaac said, his eyes shining bright. Having given his orders, the Emperor took another look around the room, nodded, and left. Servants began to enter with tables and chairs, setting up the ballroom for the banquet. Eric and Rose rejoined Prince Isaac and Matteo, and not long after the 4 sat down to begin eating. Conversation was kept light, but Matteo could tell that most of the people at the banquet were already beginning to plan their next moves. They were trying to decide, based on the tasks that had been handed out, which of his children the Emperor favored. Interestingly, though, Prince Isaac had the easiest task, as all he had to do to complete it was restart diplomatic relations with the Norcia barbarians. Most of the conversation seemed to discount him entirely. After the banquet had wound down, the prince said a cheerful goodbye to his siblings and retreated, returning with Matteo and the others to his room. He seemed rather preoccupied, and when he approached the door to his chambers, it opened, and Atticus, his elderly servant, greeted him. "My lord, how was the banquet?" "Fine, it was fine. Atticus, did you know that Matteo here has memorized every single one of the nobles in the Empire?" "Not all, your highness, just most of the major ones. There are plenty of people in the noble families I'm unaware of." "Still, it was pretty incredible." Chapter 39. After the door was shut, Prince Isaac threw himself on one of the couches and let out a groan. I can't believe my father wants me to participate in this stupid competition. Can't I just say I don't want to do it? I'm sorry, Your Highness, Atticus said, shaking his head as he tugged off the prince's coat. The Emperor can't afford to have one of his sons look weak, as that reflects poorly on the Empire, and so, regardless of whether you're interested in the throne or not, he has no choice but to have you participate. Fine. Then why didn't he give me a job like Petrum's? Because you know Petrum isn't going to actually eliminate the pirates himself. He'll sit back on the shore, sending out the Duke's navies. And then, after they beat the tar out of the pirates and find the pirate bases, he'll have them destroyed and then show up pretending it was him who did it. And what about Titania? She's going to go sit in Darrenford, do nothing, as Duke Argent defends the border. And besides, what am I supposed to do? The barbarians hate our guts. They attack every year, and every year we drive them back. It's a never-ending cycle. They're not going to stop just because I go up there and say pretty please. From the way Atticus calmly hung up the prince's jacket and fetched a pot of tea he had prepared on the sideboard to pour a cup for the prince, it was clear he had listened to these sorts of rants quite a few times. Rose was standing by the couch, listening seriously, while Eric paid only half an ear, instead looking around at the impressive decorations. Matteo, on the other hand, was staring at a beautiful picture of a woman in an imperial gown, a crown on her head. She shared similar eyes with the prince, and when Prince Isaac's rant ran out of steam, Matteo asked him about it. "Your Highness, is this your mother?" "Yes," Isaac said. "She was the second empress. She passed away when I was 3. "And did you paint this?" A slow smile crossed Isaac's face, and he stood up. "I did." "It's astounding. I don't say this lightly, but you have quite a gift for painting." "Thank you," Prince Isaac said, walking over to stand next to Matteo and appreciate the painting with him. After a moment, Matteo began to speak softly, his eyes never leaving the painting. "Well, your father certainly has given you a difficult task. It may be that he's looking to break the status quo. After all, as you said, the barbarians in the Empire have repeated the same dance for years. A yearly attack that's driven off after a number of towns and villages have been pillaged. In recent years, however, citizens have been less interested in settling that border, and the result has been that the barbarians have had to push in further to our lands in order to capture the goods and slaves they need. Of course, whenever they do, the Empire has exacted retribution, sending our own forces against them. But with the Empire looking to expand on all fronts, His Majesty may be hoping for a period of peace. In the first 10 years of his rule, your father grew the Empire's landmass by double. It has taken 20 years to transform those broken and disparate kingdoms the Empire conquered into the unbroken whole the Empire is today. It appears that, before he passes away, he's interested in repeating the process once more. Even if you are not interested in the throne, if you can stabilize the Empire's relationship with the barbarians, it'll go a long way towards easing the pressure he's under." Wrinkling his nose, Isaac grimaced. "You're right, I know you're right. I'd rather stay home and paint." "But if you did, you'd just be painting the same old scenery," Matteo said. "The mountains that border Norshire are wild and wonderful, and contain beauty unlike anything you've seen here in the Imperial City." "Fine, you've convinced me," Prince Isaac said with a laugh. I'll go. Before we set off, however, there are a couple of things I want to do. We need to build a team and determine who is actually going to help us when we're on that border. I don't have access to any troops, unless, of course, the Iron Wing army is going to change their minds." Seeing that Matteo didn't reply, the prince sighed. "In which case, we're going to have to beg for troops from one of the other commanders. My relationship with Titania is pretty good, so we'll want to talk with her." "We should talk with Princess Umbria as well," Matteo said, "as both Duke Tama in the north and Duke Arjun in the east have troops on that border." "Good idea," the prince said. "We'll handle it first thing tomorrow morning. I've asked Lord Barrow to meet with us for breakfast so we can talk things over." Breakfast was a subdued affair, held in a small dining room attached to the prince's quarters. After a bit of exploration, Matteo had realized the prince's portion of the palace was, in effect, a palace in itself, containing everything necessary for the prince to live. This included an excellent training hall, where he had spent the morning with Rose and Eric doing some light exercise. This had earned them curious glances from a group of knights who were also training,
But the knights made no effort to approach, so Matteo paid them no mind. About halfway through the meal, Prince Isaac came in, a book in one hand and some splotches of paint on his sleeve. Greeting the others with a smile, he waved for them to sit back down and took his own seat, eating a hearty breakfast while he continued to read his book. When he had finished, he reluctantly closed his book and looked across the table at Matteo.
"We'll be going to meet with the Chancellor soon. Tell me, do you think it's a better idea for everybody to go, or just me and you?"
"That's up to you, Your Highness," Matteo said.
"I don't want it to be up to me," Prince Isaac replied, a slight pout to his voice. "If that's the case, then I would suggest that just you and I go.
There's no need to complicate things. What do the two of you think?"
Rose, who had paused her meal, nodded.
"If it's okay with Your Highness, I'd like to spend a little bit more time getting used to your palace and familiarizing the staff. I'm not quite as quick with that sort of thing as Matteo, and I don't know that I'll have a whole lot of value to add to your conversation. Things like politics go a bit above my head."
Eric, who was on his fourth plate, stabbed a bit of egg with a fork and nodded in agreement.
"Pretty much exactly what Rose said. I think having us there would be more of a distraction than anything else."
"In that case, why don't the two of you find a nice restaurant for us out in the city? It'd be fun to spend some time getting to know each other," the prince replied, pushing himself back from the table.
"Matteo, let's go see what benefits we can wring out of the Chancellor." After leaving the prince's palace, Prince Isaac led Matteo to a tall tower set on the western side of the palace complex. It was so far away they had to take a carriage, and it still took them 20 minutes to arrive. The carriage they took had the fifth prince's personal seal on it, so they weren't stopped by the guards. And when they got out, Matteo was rather surprised to see another carriage already there. It bore the symbol of the fourth princess, Umbria, and from the look of confusion on Isaac's face, he was just as surprised as Matteo. Entering the tower, they were brought through a long hall with a few stern-faced guards and ushered to an airy parlor, where they saw both the third and fourth princesses sitting on a couch. Across from them, an elderly man with a white beard that fell to the middle of his chest was sitting in a wing-back chair. There was another wing-back chair clearly reserved for Prince Isaac, and as he made his way toward it, Lord Raythor Barrow, Imperial Chancellor and Isaac's maternal grandfather, stood up and greeted him.
"How good to see you, Isaac."
"Grandfather? Hello, sisters. I hope you don't mind that we've intruded on your meeting," Titania said gently. "We thought it would be helpful, but if you would prefer, we can always go."
"No, it's fine," Isaac said, waving his hand. "I was going to come and find you today anyway, so this saves me a trip."
As Isaac and the Chancellor took their seats, Matteo stood behind Isaac's chair, his gaze drifting to the two guards standing behind the princesses. Princess Titania's guard was a knight, a middle-aged man with a mustache and sandy blonde hair. He wore his sword openly and was dressed in dull silver armor with a green tabard. He stood completely still, his body like a rock, though Matteo had no doubt he could burst out with explosive power at a moment's notice. Princess Umbria's guard was much more interesting, a lycanthrope woman who stood nonchalantly behind the princess, her arms crossed over her chest and a bored expression on her face. She wore leather armor with an axe slung across her back, and Matteo found it curious how her ears twitched and twisted, shifting to take in even the faintest sound. Her eyes hadn't left Matteo since he entered the room, and her gaze was bold as Matteo looked in her direction. Matteo was dressed simply in his dark uniform, and had his sword sheathed at his side. Compared to the prince, he looked rather dull, which suited him just fine, as he wasn't here to stand out. Once he had sat back down, the Chancellor stroked his beard, giving Isaac a sharp look.
"I heard that your father has given you an assignment."
"Yes," Isaac sighed. "He's sending me to Norcia, the border at least. I'm supposed to restart diplomatic relations with the barbarians."
"Or you could crush them completely,"
Princess Umbria said, clenching her fist.
"Sister, that might work for someone like you, but I doubt that's the solution Father has in mind for me,"
Isaac replied calmly. "While I have started training with the sword, I don't have your skill or strength. I don't even have any troops. I can't take any of the Imperial Guards out of the palace, which leaves me with only 3 retainers."
"I thought you were being supported by the Iron Wing army,"
Titania said, a look of concern on her face as she lightly waved her fan.
"I am. I mean, sort of.
Isaac said, glancing back at Matteo. "But the sad truth is that I'm going to have to rely on the two of you if I want to have any sort of military presence at all."
"There are also the noble families," Lord Barrow said. "Many of them would be eager to help you out if you would ask."
"But if I do that, then I'm going to owe them," Isaac replied, sighing. "They're going to expect me to actually fight for the throne. After all, they want to support the next emperor, not a prince who plans on squeaking by so as not to disappoint his father and then retiring to the countryside to paint for the rest of his life." "Is that truly what you want, brother?" Titania asked. "Because if it is, I think it's a noble goal." "Noble goal? It's a waste of time," Umbria snapped. "Isaac, you hold the blood of Kell, blood that demands a spine. It's unbecoming to hear you talk of giving up without a fight." "But why pressure him if that's not what he wants?" Titania countered. "Because it doesn't matter what he wants. We did not choose to be born into the imperial family, but we were. And it carries with it a responsibility to the family, and a responsibility to our people." "But it's okay, sisters," Isaac interrupted, not wanting the conversation to get any more heated. "I understand that it's my responsibility to try my best, and I really will, I promise. But it's also true that I'm just not interested in politics or expanding the empire. I'd rather one of you take the throne. I can support from behind."
"That's something we can speak of later," Chancellor Barrow said, smiling at the princesses as he ran his hand through his beard. "Right now, we should turn our attention to making arrangements for Prince Isaac. Titania, Umbria, both of you have been assigned a duke. As a result, you have some sway with the northern and eastern armies, both of whom have troops on the Norcia border. I wonder, would you be able to talk to the dukes to grant some of those units to Isaac? While it would be inappropriate to expect the dukes to hand over 100% of control of the various units stationed on that border, I wonder if they would be willing to grant at least a few in the vicinity of Isaac's camp. It would go a long way to helping him in his efforts to arrange a peace agreement with the barbarians." Looking rather troubled, Titania waved her fan a few times and then shook her head. "I'm afraid I don't have any authority over the Eastern Army, but I can certainly talk to Duke Arjun and ask him if it's possible." Giving her sister a rather disdainful look, Princess Umbria produced a token and tossed it directly to Isaac. It was carved into the shape of a lion's head, its mouth opened in a roar, the symbol of Duke Tama, Lion of the North. "With that, you can command any of the Northern Army's troops," Princess Umbria said. "I'll be leaving for the Elven Isles in a few days, and I won't have a chance to talk to Duke Tama himself, but I'll send him a message to inform him that I've given you the token, and ask for another for myself." She stood up, bowed to the Chancellor, and walked to the door, her guard trailing behind her. Princess Titania, rather flustered, got to her feet and bowed as well before following her sister. As she passed Isaac, she leaned over to give him a light hug. "I'll talk to Duke Arjun when I see him," she said, straightening. She suddenly stopped, as if struck with an idea. "Actually, why don't you just come with me? I'm headed to Darren IV at the end of the week. You can come and speak to Duke Arjun yourself." Chapter 40. Caught off guard by the recommendation, Isaac looked at Chancellor Barrow, who was stroking his beard, a contemplative look in his eyes. Seeing the Chancellor's slight nod, Isaac stood up and took Titania's hands. "Thank you. That would be wonderful. It would be a big help." At the door, Umbria gave a snort, and then turned and left. With an apologetic smile, Titania hurried after her, leaving Matteo, Isaac, and the Chancellor alone in the room. After the door had shut, Prince Isaac looked down at the lion-head token he held and sighed. "This is all so annoying," he muttered. "Matteo, what do you think?" Matteo, feeling the Chancellor's eyes on him, didn't answer right away as he reviewed the conversations he had just witnessed. "I think that your sister Umbria values you highly," Matteo said after a moment. "More highly than any of your other siblings." Surprised by the statement, Isaac twisted around to look at Matteo, and then gestured for him to sit on the couch where the princesses had just been sitting. "That's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that. Umbria's generally rather disdainful of my efforts and constantly berating me for not having more of a spine, just as she did today."
Taking a seat on the edge of the couch, his back perfectly straight, Matteo looked at the prince. She certainly has a sharp tongue on her, but everything she says is aimed at bettering you rather than undermining you. Even yesterday, before the banquet, she teased you, something none of your other siblings have done. Additionally, the value of the token in your hand is insurmountable. With it, you can command any member of the Northern Army, all the way up to the commanders. The Northern Army follows a classic military tradition. Seeing the seal, which is what you hold in your hand, is the same as seeing Duke Toma himself. Using it, you'll be able to rearrange the forces guarding the border at your will. On the other hand, when contrasted with Princess Titania, who only mentioned that she would ask Duke Argent about it, it's quite a difference. Lord Barrow leaned forward, still gently stroking his beard, his gaze fixed on Matteo. But what of Princess Titania's invitation to allow Isaac to come with her, travelling to Darrenford to speak with Duke Argent directly? Isn't that the same as saying she'll protect him? Lord Barrow asked. She only made the suggestion after Princess Umbria had given her support. Princess Titania undoubtedly cares for her brother, but, at least so far, she has yet to offer any actual material support. We have a saying in the Iron Wing Army, platitudes don't fill bellies or cut down the enemy. The lion's seal does both. Leaning back in his chair, Prince Isaac grinned. What do you think, grandfather? This is Matteo. He's the leader of the group my father assigned to me. I think that his insight is valuable, Lord Barrow said. I think so too, but I need more than insight. If I show up to the border by myself with only 3 attendants, the barbarians are just going to laugh at me. I need troops, my own team. I was wondering if you'd be able to help. Don't you have your own team? Soldiers you've trained, knights who have pledged themselves to you? Lord Barrow asked. I believe a couple of years ago we talked about setting up such an order. Rather embarrassed, Prince Isaac looked away, his gaze roaming the room so he wouldn't have to face his grandfather's disapproving stare. I may have procrastinated a little bit on that. While there are a few knights who have pledged themselves to me, most of them have responsibilities here in the Imperial Palace, and I won't be able to take them. Then I'm afraid your only option is accepting the assistance from a noble family or hiring mercenaries, the Chancellor said with a sigh. Mercenaries? I'll never hear the end of it from my siblings, especially Petrum. He'll mock me forever if I have to stoop to hire mercenaries. As Isaac and Lord Barrow talked back and forth, Matteo remained silent. From the subtle glances Lord Barrow kept shooting his direction, Matteo could tell that the solution the Chancellor actually wanted was for Matteo to suggest asking the Iron Wing army for more troops. Both the Emperor and the Chancellor seemed to want to draw the Iron Wing army in, and Matteo was confident that if he made the request, the commanders would ensure that it happened. However, Matteo wasn't about to drag the entire Iron Wing army into the fight for the throne. There were 2 main reasons for this. First, though he had a generally good impression of Prince Isaac, he had not yet decided whether the prince would make a good ruler. But more importantly, there were still other solutions, and if the Iron Wing army was going to support the 5th prince as the next emperor, it would be better to do so when their involvement could provide a decisive victory, potentially catching the other royal children off guard. So Matteo simply sat quietly, listening until, rather frustrated, Prince Isaac finally turned to him and asked directly, Matteo, what do you think about asking the Iron Wing army? Do you think they would send troops with us? Pretending to think about it for a minute, Matteo shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm afraid the Iron Wing army is a neutral force. We serve under the Emperor, and our code will not allow us to support any particular candidate in the test of succession. But you're here, Lord Barrow said, his eyes narrowing. Doesn't that mean the stance of the Iron Wing army has changed? With a bitter smile, Matteo shook his head again. My lord, I'm barely more than a trainee. Me and my feather only became official members of the Iron Wing army a month ago. I don't presume to know the thoughts of the Iron Wing commanders, but if I had to guess, the reason they sent us was because we have relatively light ties with the Iron Wing army as a whole, and cannot be used as a way to draw the Iron Wing army into the realm of politics. An ugly expression flashed across Lord Barrow's face, but after a moment he collected himself and nodded. Matteo had no doubt he had just ruined his value in the Chancellor's eyes.
But to his surprise, Prince Isaac seemed to be looking at him with even more appreciation than before. As the conversation continued, Lord Barrow often excluded Matteo, only to have Prince Isaac turn every question over, asking Matteo for his opinion. When they finally finished, the plan they had settled on was simple. With a lion's seal in hand, they'd be able to command half of the forces along the border, and hopefully Prince Isaac's conversation with Lord Arjun would go well, earning him the right to command, or at least cooperate with, the soldiers of the Eastern Army. As far as the unit that would travel with Prince Isaac, Lord Barrow eventually sighed and recommended a couple of mercenary groups who were known for their discretion. Though it wasn't an ideal situation, by having the mercenaries dress in uniforms that marked them as the prince's personal troops, it would at least allow the prince to pretend that he had soldiers under him, providing a layer of plausible deniability. After making the arrangements, Isaac and Matteo left the Chancellor's Tower and returned to the palace to pick up Rose and Eric. It was getting close to lunchtime, and so, bundling into the prince's carriage, they headed for the gate. "Did you pick a restaurant?" Prince Isaac asked Eric.
"Yes, Your Highness. There's a small shop that sells various kinds of filled buns. I thought it would be a good spot to eat."
"Filled buns? What are those?"
"It's cooked dough, sort of like a roll," Eric said, "but they're filled with various things. There are sweet ones with jams and others with meat and sauce. They come in all sorts of different flavors, and they're delicious."
"Well, I'm excited for this," the prince said, rubbing his hands together. "I've never eaten anything like that." It took almost 40 minutes to make their way out of the palace and past the Magister's Academy. The shop on a quiet street a few blocks from the academy was practically empty when the carriage pulled up. As the prince was about to get out, Rose held out a coat. "Your Highness, it might be better if you change into this." The coat was much simpler than the one the prince wore, lacking the detailed embroidery and sewn-in precious stones. After a moment of staring at it, the prince nodded. "Oh, right. I guess we're not in the palace anymore, are we?" Shrugging out of the coat, he put on the one Rose had offered, and they all got out of the carriage. When they entered, they were greeted by the shop owner, who looked over them with a smile and quickly bowed, taking them to be a group of young nobles who attended the Magister's Academy. Eric, having been to the restaurant before, took charge, requesting a private room on the top floor and paying a deposit with a handful of firestones he had gotten from who knows where. The prince was looking around with considerable interest, observing the other people eating at the nearby tables. After asking them to wait while the room was prepared, the owner hurried off, calling a few servers to come with him. "You know, this is my first time," Prince Isaac whispered. "First time outside of the palace?" Rose asked, her forehead furrowing. No, but my first time coming to a restaurant. I mean, we have a lot of cooks in the palace, so there really isn't a need." "What if you hear about really good food from somewhere else?" Rose asked. "Well, then we just invite the cook to the palace so we can try it."
"Ah, the life of an emperor's son," Eric said with a grin.
Matteo just listened quietly as the others chatted. The more he talked with Prince Isaac, the clearer it was becoming that the young prince desperately wanted friends, and was much more interested in Matteo and the others filling that role than in being his servants. Matteo didn't mind being a servant. He had spent most of his life taking orders, and he honestly wasn't sure whether it was a good idea to become friends with an imperial prince or not. But he was willing to wait and see how it went. After a few minutes, the restaurant owner came back downstairs and invited them up. This time Rose led the way, her hand casually resting on her sword, with Eric a few steps behind her, the prince behind him, and Matteo bringing up the rear. Though they hadn't actually talked about it, Matteo was pleased to see that neither Rose nor Eric was allowing themselves to get caught up in their new relationship with the prince and forget their responsibilities. Once they reached the third floor of the restaurant, they were escorted into a small room that had a table with 4 chairs in the center and a few side tables where wine and other drinks had already been laid out.
"Thank you once again for gracing my restaurant. Here we serve a variety of different sorts of buns and side dishes to go with them. It's a specialty from my hometown, far to the east. I wonder, do you know what you'd like to order already? I can get the kitchen started."
"Just go ahead and bring us a bit of everything on the menu," the prince said as Eric poured him some wine.
"Of course,"
the owner said, bowing. We'll bring some of everything, and if there's anything you like in particular, we can get you more of it. If that sounds good, I'll go ahead and get the kitchen started." Bowing, the owner withdrew with the 2 servers, leaving the 4 of them alone in the room. Matteo accepted the glass Eric handed to him, and once everyone had their drink, lifted it. A toast to Prince Isaac and the successful completion of the task at hand. "Here, here," the prince said, leaning across the table to clink his glass against Matteo's. After everyone drank, the prince proposed a toast of his own. "And here's to new companions. I have a good feeling about the 3 of you. A very good feeling. Here's to a long and fruitful relationship." After tapping everyone's glasses, the prince drained his cup and gestured for Eric to refill it. "You know, I have to admit I was quite surprised when my father informed me that I'd be getting new guards, especially when he mentioned they'd be my own age. Normally all my guards are much older, but the 3 of you seem quite powerful. Is it true that you're all bronze-ranked duelists?" "We are," Rose said, putting her cup on the table. "Bronze-ranked duelists at 16. Rose is only 15, Eric said, pointing across the table at her. 15! Ah! I'm barely iron-ranked. It just boggles my mind that you can be that strong so young. I hope you don't feel like getting stuck with me will harm your futures." The thought seemed to trouble Prince Isaac, and he suddenly frowned. "You know all 3 of you have incredibly high potential. I'm sure you know just how rare it is for someone to enter the bronze rank under the age of 20, so hopefully you don't feel like, by getting stuck with me, you're not going to be able to grow in the future." "None of us think that, Your Highness," Matteo said. "In fact, we are grateful for the opportunity you provide. Whether or not you decide you want to fight for the throne is immaterial. Our ambition is to fulfill our duty in guarding and assisting you." Grimacing as if he had swallowed something gross, the prince sat back and shook his head. "Everybody talks about duty. No matter who it is or where I go, I'm constantly surrounded by people who talk about duty. But what about the things we want to do? What about the ambitions and dreams we have? What about those? For example, my ambition, my true dream, is to become the greatest painter in the entire world, to paint masterpieces that transport everyone who sees them to the actual place I painted, that makes the people I paint come to life as if they're really there in the room. That's what I want. A rather pathetic dream for an imperial son, but it is my dream nonetheless. What about you 3? Do you have dreams? Ambitions?" The prince looked around eagerly, and Matteo found himself perplexed. Did he have a dream? Chapter 41. As he was thinking about the question, Eric laughed and leaned forward. "I have a dream, all right. My dream is to someday be rich, so wealthy that I can afford to walk on a road of gold coins wherever I go." "See? That's what I'm talking about. That is a dream," Prince Isaac said, his eyes lighting up. "I can just imagine it, you strolling along as someone scatters buckets of gold coins in your path." "What a waste that would be," Rose said disdainfully. "If you ever did something like that, I'd beat your head in." "Come on, Rose. I wouldn't actually do it. I just want to be rich enough to do it," Eric said, rolling his eyes. "What about you? What's your dream?" Turning to look at Rose, Matteo caught her glance his way, and then the tips of her ears grew red, and she coughed and picked up her cup. "I'd like to create my own martial arts, my own style of fighting, and teach it to other people." The prince, who had been watching her intently, took a sip of his drink and nodded. "An excellent ambition. To found a school of combat techniques is to become a legend and have your name passed down for as long as people use your methods. It's a wonderful ambition." Everybody else had spoken, and so naturally their eyes turned to Matteo. After a moment of silence, he reached out to hold the stem of his glass. "I think I'd like to open a bookstore. A small shop in some city, spend my time reading, maybe collecting old manuscripts." Half a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Maybe play chess every now and again. Though Matteo half expected the others to make fun of him, he was truly speaking from his heart. As he had thought about the question, he realized that when he imagined a perfect future, it looked almost exactly like his memories of the past. though instead of Master Solomon sitting at the desk in the wood-paneled office, Matteo saw himself there, continuing the tradition of the Order of Solomon, delving into secrets and uncovering mysteries, contributing to the wisdom of Solomon before passing it along to the next generation. Just then, the doors opened, and some waiters brought in a few dishes, placing them on the table before withdrawing. After they had left, the prince looked over the food eagerly and then sighed, a sigh of pure bliss. Another toast to our dreams, to making each and every one of them come true. 4 glasses came together in the center of the table, and then it was time to eat. There was a large variety of buns, some steamed, some baked, and some grilled, all with a wide variety of fillings. Dipping sauces were also available. As they tried different combinations, Matteo discovered new tastes he had never encountered before. The prince kept up a steady stream of conversation as they ate, and more than once had the others laughing so hard they could barely eat. It was a brand-new experience for Matteo, who had never imagined that a meal could be so fun. In fact, as he looked back through his memory, he quickly realized that this was the first time he had ever done anything like this, and was struck by just how serious his life had been to this point. Of course, he remembered as a young child watching as other kids messed around, but on the streets, even the roughhousing was dangerous, and he had learned early to be exceptionally careful with other children. His time with his master, though comfortable, had been serious, filled with study and intense thinking. Then had come his time in the training camp, where his survival had once again felt as if it balanced on a knife's edge. Even in the 2 years after the training camp, Matteo had found enjoyment, but everything had been shrouded in a solemn and serious air. Now, as laughter involuntarily bubbled up inside of him, Matteo felt as if part of his soul was being stitched together. A crack he hadn't even known existed was being healed. Unfortunately, it didn't last, and Matteo's mind was driven back into focus when he heard Corvus's gruff voice in his mind.
"Look sharp, kid."
Though his grin didn't falter, Matteo put down his fork that still had a bun on the end of it and tapped 3 times in rapid succession on the table, drawing everyone's attention. "Your Highness, do you have any plans this afternoon? Anything we need to be back for? We're having such a good time, but I do want to make sure we're not delaying your schedule too much."
"Nothing pressing," Prince Isaac said, shaking his head.
Just then there was a soft tap at the door, and it opened. A waiter entered the room carrying another bottle of wine. Rose shoved the last bit of the bun she was eating in her mouth and picked up her knife, leaning over the table to cut one of the few remaining buns in half. "I'm so full, but they're so good," she said with a groan. Across the table, Eric grinned, picked up the empty bottle of wine, and handed it to the waiter, taking the other bottle from him.
"I told you, I'm not joking when I said I know where all the good restaurants are. The Imperial City's full of them. What's nice is they have food from all over."
As he spoke, Eric reached over and grabbed the prince's cup, which was empty, pouring a full glass.
"You know, one of my favourites is spicy noodles. There's a place not too far from here,"
he said, gesturing toward the window with the end of the wine bottle he held. At the same time, he stood up from the chair and dashed the cup of wine he had just poured directly into the waiter's face. Rose, who had just stabbed her fork into the piece of bun she had cut off, flung the knife she held, catching the waiter in the throat, and Matteo gripped the table and forcefully picked it up, sending the dishes scattering across the floor. He leapt up and over the prince, who was sitting with his back to the window, using the top of the table to block the opening. A moment later there was a hiss and a loud crack as an arrow slammed into the wood, only to bounce off as it failed to penetrate through thanks to unbreakable hold. The waiter, who had started to scream and clawed his eyes as the poisoned wine hit him, fell in a gurgle of blood as Rose's knife pierced through his throat. Still holding the bottle, Eric stepped in front of the prince, hurling it at the closed door. Just before it hit, the door opened and a man dressed entirely in black, with a mask over his face, tried to rush in. Instead, with a solid thwack, the bottle nailed him in the head, splashing wine everywhere. The next assassin through the door got a sword in his gut as Rose blocked the entrance. All this had happened in a few seconds, and the prince was left stunned, unable to react to the storm of violence that had just erupted around him. "There are 2 archers on the opposite building," Matteo said calmly, relaying the information Corvus was feeding him. "Assume 25 or more assassins, and watch the walls." No sooner had he spoken than there was a crash, and 2 assassins burst through the thin wall between the rooms, lunging toward the prince. Eric took care of one, his daggers a blur as he eviscerated the man with a series of brutal slashes, while the other caught Mateo's boot to his chest, shattering his sternum and sending him tumbling back through the hole he had used to enter. All the while, Mateo maintained his grip on the table, using it to block the view of the assassins across the street as more assassins were trying to force their way through the door that Rose blocked. She moved with fluid grace, her silver blades dancing like serpents, darting out to stab hearts and cut throats whenever an assassin appeared. "Your Highness, we need to go. Eric, guard our flank. Rose, we're moving downstairs. This way, Your Highness." Still completely shocked, Prince Isaac stared at Mateo as if he was seeing him for the first time, as Mateo calmly grabbed his arm and walked him to the door. Despite the fact that they were the same age and of a similar build, the prince found himself entirely unable to resist the pressure Mateo had on his arm. Even more astonishing was the casual ease with which both Rose and Eric were dispatching the assailants. Of course, none of the assassins so far had been duelists, which gave Mateo and the others an absolute advantage, but Mateo knew better than to relax his guard. In a flash, Rose had cleared the hallway outside the room and was heading for the stairs. There were 3 other rooms on the top floor, and as he stepped out into the hall, Mateo's eyes narrowed. "Clear the rooms as we go. We don't need anybody behind us." Eric nodded and dashed past Mateo, kicking in the door on the opposite side of the hallway, terrifying the already scared man and woman who were eating there. "Apologies," Eric said with a grin, waving one of his blood-covered daggers. "Wrong room." Turning, he stepped out of the room as the frightened couple looked at one another in absolute shock. Rose, who was leading the way, opened the door to the next room and was immediately assaulted by 4 assassins who jumped toward her, hoping to tangle her up. Sliding backward, her blades hacked apart the weapons reaching for her, and then she abruptly changed direction, pushing forward into the enemy. 2 of the assassins lost their heads to a wide slash, and the other 2 collapsed as the blade tore through their hearts, ending their lives instantly. At the same time, the door to the last room before the stairs burst open, and 5 more assassins jumped out. Mateo was next to the prince, and he let out a sharp whistle as he stepped forward, his sword taking the head of the first assassin. The prince reached for his own sword, intending to help, but then sensed a presence behind him and spun, his face white, only to find Eric with a silly smile plastered across his face, guarding him from behind. "No need to get involved, Your Highness. We've got this." It only took Mateo a dozen seconds to kill the 5 assassins who had charged him, and after flicking the blood from his sword, he let Rose lead the way forward, shifting back to protect their rear. This was the first time Mateo, Rose, and Eric had been in a fight together since their training days in the gorge, but they moved with perfect coordination, using the tactics they had been trained in to clear the way. As they headed down toward the bottom floor, one of them was always by the prince's side, while the other 2 cleared the enemy from the front and back. When they made it to the bottom floor, they found the entire restaurant was empty, and saw the owner of the restaurant lying dead on the floor, his head split open. Glancing out the window, Mateo's eyes narrowed. "The carriage is still there," he said, "but the coachman is gone." "One of us will have to drive," Mateo said. "I can do that," Eric replied. Nodding, Mateo peeked out of the window to see if he could catch sight of the archers. "Rose, you're inside with the prince. I'll ride on top with Eric." "Is that going to be safe?" Rose asked. "You said there were archers." "Better that there are 2 of us than just one. It'll make us harder to target," Mateo replied. "What if they kill the horses?" Eric asked. "Then we'll have to move on foot, or pull the carriage ourselves," Mateo said, shrugging, "but let's hope they don't think of that. On my command, we'll move. Rose, take the prince." "Excuse me, Your Highness. I'll apologize in advance," Rose said, reaching out to grab Isaac's shoulder. "Wait, what's going on?" Isaac asked. "Now!" At Mateo's command, he and Eric bolted through the door toward the carriage, Rose only half a step behind them, dragging Prince Isaac along with her. As if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times, Eric opened the carriage door and used it as a ladder to scramble up on top, scooping up the reins. Mateo joined him, not sparing a glance for the dead coachman who lay on the opposite side of the carriage. The horses, already spooked by the scent of blood, needed no encouragement and took off as Rose darted into the carriage, her sword piercing through the throat of the assassin hiding inside. The assassin tried to swing his sword, but she casually dodged it by shifting her head and stabbed him twice more, once in the heart and once through his eye, all while dragging the prince into the carriage. Mateo knelt on back of the carriage, pulling out his hand crossbow as he scanned the roofline.
The distance was a bit further than he liked, but he honestly didn't have much choice, and half a second before one of the archers stood up, Matteo gently squeezed the trigger of his crossbow, sending a bolt flying up into the air. He had aimed high and to the right, but the bolt, dragged down by the forces of gravity and pushed by the wind, dropped straight into the assassin, catching him in the shoulder. Though it looked to Matteo as if he had only grazed the man, the archer jerked, letting out a shout as he slipped on the angled roof. Seeing him fall, Matteo dove to the side, jumping off of the carriage as an arrow from the other archer tore through his previous position. Seeing the archer drop off of the roof and fall 3 stories to the ground, where he landed with a sickening thud, Matteo raced toward him, scooping up the man's fallen bow and tearing the quiver of arrows from his side. Some of the arrows had fallen out of the quiver as he fell from the roof, and after shattering the archer's spine with a stomp to ensure he was dead, Matteo scooped up 2 of them and darted down the street, running as fast as he could to catch up with the carriage. Chapter 42. He had almost reached it when he heard Corvus's warning, and still holding the quiver in one hand, he turned, knocked an arrow, and loosed it toward the archer, who had shifted his position to try to get a better shot. Despite the fact that he was running full tilt and half off balance, Matteo's arrow flew true, stabbing deep into the archer's chest. The assassin fell with a cry, and Matteo, stumbling as he turned back around, leapt for the carriage, grabbing the back of it and scrambling up on top. Even as the door opened again and the dead assassin was thrown out. As the door swung back shut, Matteo, crouched on the top of the carriage, held the quiver down with one knee, drawing an arrow as he scanned the rooftops for any more archers while Eric whipped the horses, trying to speed up. "Matteo, I don't know which way we're going. Do I go right or left?" Eric asked. "Go straight," Matteo said. Bouncing over the cobblestones, the carriage raced down the street, causing pedestrians to scatter. Though there was a lane specifically for imperial carriages like the prince's, Eric wasn't a skilled enough driver to keep them inside of it, and so, as they careened wildly down the street, the citizens were forced to flee. Flashing past one of the streets, Matteo caught sight of a group of black-clothed assassins rushing toward them, and his eyes narrowed. The fact that there had been a group waiting to ambush them just in case the prince had successfully made it out of the restaurant was a bad sign. "Take the next left," Matteo said, his eyes never leaving the assassins chasing behind them. By this point, the horses were running full out, and Eric had to haul on the reins to get them to slow enough to take the corner. With a screech, the carriage swung to the side, the metal-wrapped wheels leaving a trail of sparks as they skipped off of the stone street. As they straightened out, Matteo caught sight of a blur headed their direction and turned his body, loosing the arrow he had knocked at point-blank range. "Watch out!" he yelled, shoving the bow down next to the quiver and drawing his sword. The blur turned out to be another black-clothed, masked man, who caught the arrow right before it pierced his chest and snapped it in half. A moment later, he was up on top of the carriage, his own sword, a 3-foot-long blackened blade, meeting Matteo's. As soon as they crossed blades, Matteo knew he was in trouble. The force of their clash nearly shook his weapon from his hand, putting tremendous strain on his blade, but at the last moment he tightened his grip, and his sword, which had bounced back, shot toward his opponent's throat. Surprised that Matteo's weapon hadn't simply shattered, the assassin shifted back, his feet somehow stuck firmly to the roof of the carriage as he dodged Matteo's strike and whipped his blade around in a vicious arc. Realizing he'd have to give up his position if he wanted to keep his life, Matteo was about to throw himself off the edge of the carriage when the blade racing toward his head was suddenly withdrawn. Eric had dropped the reins, letting the horses run freely, and was now trying to drive his daggers into the assassin's leg. With a growl, the assassin shifted away, his sword sweeping aside Eric's attacks. Though it bought time for Matteo to escape, he didn't. Instead, throwing himself forward, grabbing an arrow out of the quiver under his knee, and stabbing toward the assassin's leg. The clash of blades only drove the horses faster, and as they bounced over the street, Eric and Matteo fought desperately as they tried to drive back the silver-ranked assassin, who was growing more and more frustrated by the moment. Both Matteo and Eric seemed to attack with reckless abandon, sparing not a thought for their own lives. But every time the assassin wanted to capitalize and strike one of them, the other would throw a desperate attack the assassin couldn't ignore. With a loud shout, the assassin suddenly burst out with power, throwing both young men back. Eric, crossing his blades in front of him to try and lessen the force of the blow, slipped down in between the galloping horses and the carriage, barely managing to avoid falling under the hooves. Matteo slipped off the back.
Just before he fell to the cobblestones, he stabbed the arrow in his hand into the side of the carriage, holding on tightly with a tenuous grip. Though the arrow bent, it didn't snap, giving him just enough time to find a foothold and keep himself on the carriage, eyes narrowing. The assassin took a lunging step toward him, but no sooner had the assassin's foot landed on the roof of the carriage than a blade pierced up through it, the silver tip wet with blood, poking out the top of his boot. With a muffled scream, the assassin tried to lift his foot up, freeing it from the blade that had pierced into it. But as he reached down to push off of the roof, another blade stabbed through the wood, heading straight for his throat. He was forced to roll to the side, wrenching himself free as he fell from the side of the carriage. Matteo, scrambling up onto the top of the carriage, grabbed the bow, which somehow hadn't fallen, and whipped around. He reversed his grip on his sword as he drew the only remaining arrow, hoping to take a shot at the assassin, who had just rolled across the cobblestone street. As the assassin, clearly furious, rose to his feet, Matteo's arrow slammed into his shoulder, sending him stumbling back. Matteo knew full well that wouldn't stop him. A silver-ranked duelist could take an incredible amount of punishment and keep coming, but every little bit of damage they could do counted. Inside the carriage, Rose withdrew her sword from the roof and patted the pale-faced prince on the shoulder. "You're going to be fine, Your Highness. You're going to be just fine." Just when Matteo thought the assassin was going to chase after them, the man clutched his shoulder and coughed up a bit of blood, soaking the front of his mask. With a glare at Matteo, he retreated into an alleyway as Eric climbed back up onto the horses, retrieved the reins, and slowed them to a trot. They were already nearing the Magister's Academy, and they could see the palace gates beyond it. Once the carriage was pointing in the right direction, Eric had the trembling horses pick up speed once more. Just then, there was a whoosh, and a figure appeared on the roof of the carriage next to Matteo. He appeared so suddenly that Matteo nearly struck, but seeing his golden armor, he managed to hold himself back. The figure in golden armor looked to be in his early 30s, with a strong, square jaw and a piercing gaze. He noticed Matteo's twitch, and an appreciative look came into his eyes.
"Where's the prince?"
Matteo, instead of answering, lifted his sword. "Identify yourself." That caused the golden-armored man's gaze to grow fierce, but he still answered,
"Captain Furnick of the Imperial Guard, attached to the 5th Prince's detail."
"The prince is in the carriage. He's unharmed," Matteo said. "We were attacked by assassins as we finished lunch. They first attempted to poison the prince and then kill him with an arrow. Most of the assassins were mortal, death soldiers, likely on some sort of drug. We were also attacked by a silver-ranked duelist with a wall-climbing skill, an air blast, and a stealth skill." Captain Furnick, listening to Matteo calmly recount what had just happened, gave him a surprised glance before his gaze resumed sweeping the street behind them.
"Where are the prince's other guards?"
"I'm not sure," Matteo said. "In fact, that's the question I'd like to ask you. Is it common for royalty to leave the palace without a hidden escort?" With an ugly look on his face, Captain Furnick shook his head, no. By this time, the carriage had reached the gates of the palace, and the horses had dropped to a weary trot. Eric pulled them to a stop and jumped down, opening the door for Rose, who stuck her head out and looked around to make sure everything was safe before escorting the prince through the gate. By this time, there were close to 200 golden-armored guards, though none of them were in the gold rank like Captain Furnick. As he and Matteo got off the carriage, the prince was hustled away to the palace, Rose and Eric sticking close by his side while keeping the royal guard at an arm's length. Prince Isaac didn't say a word, but Matteo could feel the prince's fury and the tension in his shoulders. Watching the guards escort the prince away, Captain Furnick sighed and shook his head.
"There's going to be trouble. A lot of it."
"I doubt it," Matteo replied. "Rumors will swirl for a while, but I doubt we'll see any real fallout." Ignoring the piercing look the captain sent his direction, Matteo saluted, and then jogged after the prince, soon catching up. After being escorted to his palace, the prince dismissed the guards and invited Matteo, Eric, and Rose into his suite. Once the door was shut, the prince took a seat on the couch, his face still pale as a sheet. While Eric walked to the windows and Rose leaned up against the wall by the door, Matteo grabbed a glass of wine from the sideboard and a glass, pouring a generous helping that he set in front of the prince. "Don't worry, this one's not poisoned," Matteo said, causing the prince, who had hesitated to pick up the glass, to let out a strained laugh. As he lifted the glass to his lips, his eyes darted between Matteo, Eric, and Rose. "The three of you are so calm, as if you didn't just fight off an army of assassins. All in a day's work, Rose said with a shrug.
Honestly, they barely qualify as assassins, Eric added.
I've always been like this, Matteo replied. It's not that we don't have feelings, it's just that, over time, with enough exposure, it's astounding what humans can get used to.
Are you attacked by assassins often?
No, just used to death. You should rest, though, Your Highness.
I'll leave Eric and Rose here to guard you, but you'll feel much better after laying down for an hour or two. In the meantime, I'm going to go do some digging to see what Captain Furnick and the Royal Guard can find. I'll return tonight to give you a full report.
All right. Thank you, Matteo. Thanks to all of you. It's both our duty and a pleasure, Your Highness.
Standing, Matteo gave the prince a small bow and headed for the door, exchanging nods with Rose on his way out. Shutting the door behind him, he glanced at the royal guards, who were standing stiffly in the hallway, clearly uncomfortable with the fact that the prince had thrown them out of his room so vehemently. "Where would I find Captain Furnick?" Matteo asked. Though slightly shorter than a full-grown adult, and still rather thin, Matteo's voice carried weight, and the guards knew it was only thanks to Matteo and his friends that the prince had made it back. "He should be leading the investigation, sir," the guard said, "but you can check by the front gate." "Thanks. Please don't allow anyone into the prince's quarters until I return." Though they hesitated, the guards all acknowledged Matteo's order with salutes as he walked away. When he emerged from the palace, Matteo paused for a moment and then set off at a jog, not heading for the front gate, but instead circling around the palace toward the tall tower where Chancellor Barrows stayed. After entering the tower, he asked one of the servants to announce him, but at that moment the Chancellor walked down the stairs. He had caught the Chancellor just about to leave for the prince's palace, having heard a moment earlier about the assassination attempt. When Matteo arrived, however, the Chancellor invited him into his office and took a seat at his desk. "What happened?" the Chancellor asked, staring at Matteo with hard eyes. "There was a poisoning attempt, and when that was thwarted, the assassins attempted to shoot the prince. That didn't work either, and so they launched an all-out attack. We retreated to the carriage and brought the prince back to the palace." "I see. Do you have any idea who the assassins work for? Why they would want to assassinate the fifth prince?" "I do, sir," Matteo replied calmly, causing Chancellor Barrow to stare at him in shock. "You do you? Who do you think it was? Petrum, Junius, or maybe one of the princesses who have been hiding their true colors?" "No, my lord. I suspect they were in your employ." The room plunged into a frosty silence as the Chancellor's expression turned fierce. "You better explain yourself quickly, child." "The name's Matteo, sir. And I may be young, but I am not a child. A few points. First, you showed no reaction when I mentioned the poisoning attempt, which tracks because the poison used isn't enough to actually kill the prince. It would incapacitate him and produce a significant amount of pain. But green yarrow dew is not lethal to duelists. Though the prince is only iron-ranked, he is a duelist. Second, you also showed no surprise when I mentioned the follow-up attacks. Again, telling, considering the arrow wasn't actually aimed for the prince. And finally, the attacks launched by the assassins were targeted at us, not the prince himself. At no point during the assassination attempt was the prince in any real danger, which got me thinking. Was this a test to see just how strong the prince's guards were? After all, if the fifth prince is to be your hope, then he'll have to be able to stay alive until he becomes emperor. So it makes sense that you'd want to test his guards." "Those are nothing but suspicions," the Chancellor said, his expression returning to normal as he shook his head. "You have an active imagination, but I'm afraid you have the situation all wrong." "If that's the case, sir, then it shouldn't be any trouble if I ask Captain Furnick to look into the silver-ranked guards in your employ." Freezing, the Chancellor shot Matteo an astonished look. "The assassin who attacked us had a similar build to the guard at the door when we came earlier today, sir. And the slight squint in his left eye was telling. I imagine that when Captain Furnick comes to question him, he'll find his foot wounded, pierced through by a 2-inch blade, and an arrow wound in his shoulder." The Chancellor didn't say anything, but his eyebrows and lips twitched imperceptibly. And finally, with a sigh, he rubbed his forehead. "There's no need for that. Maybe your assessment was more accurate than I thought. Fine. Consider me satisfied.
I'm not here to ensure that you're satisfied, my lord, Matteo said, bowing slightly in an effort to soften what he was about to say next. Instead, I'm here to inform you that something like this can only be done once. Straightening, he saw the Chancellor had lost any sign of nervousness and was now staring at him with a gaze as cold as a sheet of ice.
Is that a threat, I hear, in your words?
No, my lord. My hope is to remind you of why my companions and I were assigned to the Prince. It was to ensure his safety from any and all threats. That is a charge the Iron Wing Army takes very seriously. Tasks we undertake, we carry out to completion, regardless of the cost. Thanks to your demonstration, the Prince will undoubtedly be more careful and more willing to listen to us. For that, thank you. Chapter 43. As Matteo turned and walked toward the door, the glacial look melted from the Chancellor's face, and he sighed.
I've heard your warning. Please, take good care of Isaac.
There was a note in the Chancellor's voice that reminded Matteo of his master, and it was only then that he remembered that Prince Isaac was the Imperial Chancellor's only grandchild. He had been thinking of the old politician in terms of his position in the Empire, without considering the fact that the old man had no family left in this world, save for the young prince. Matteo wasn't sure what possessed him, but at the door he paused and turned to meet Raythor Barrow's eyes. Sir, I happen to know an exceptionally skilled group of mercenaries who would be willing to take up the job of guarding the prince. I guarantee he will come back safely. Seeing the Chancellor's tense shoulders relaxing, Matteo knew that his words had been understood.
Then I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. After Matteo had left the tower, he headed for the front gate, where he found Captain Furnick and a group of other guards. They had just finished tracing the path of the fight from the restaurant all the way to the palace, and when Furnick saw Matteo jogging over, he gave him an appreciative nod.
Well done. We're compiling a report on the assassins. Unfortunately, you're right. They look like death-sworn. Only a few managed to get away, and the rest were killed cleanly. Impressive work.
Thank you, sir, Matteo replied, glancing at the other guards. I'm here on behalf of the prince, who doesn't want the situation blown up out of proportion. Considering the announcements that have just been made regarding the test of succession, the prince doesn't want undue blame to fall on any of his siblings, and so he would appreciate it if you would keep this entire thing under wraps. I understand rumors will start spreading soon, and to that end, the prince will appear tonight, and will leave the palace again tomorrow in preparation for our trip at the end of the week.
Are you saying you want us to stop chasing down the leads?
Captain Furnick asked with a frown. I think it's wise if the palace continues investigating, sir, but as much as possible we would like to keep this under wraps. My guess is that it's a third party hoping to create friction between the royal siblings. If we can avoid that, it would be best.
I understand. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll see what I can do, Captain Furnick said, shrugging and turning away.
Matteo had one more stop to make before heading back to see the prince, and after leaving the palace, he caught a carriage to the temple. After showing his token at the door, he walked into the great hall and saw Captain Orsic standing next to the massive crow statue.
I heard you had an exciting time, Captain Orsic said. Is that why you're here?
Only partially, Matteo replied, cracking a grin. It was exciting, but nothing we couldn't handle, though it did get a bit dicey at the end. Thankfully, we were able to squeak through. No, I'm here about something else. Sensing something in his words, Captain Orsic gestured for Matteo to follow him, and they passed through a side hall and up a pair of stairs to an office.
We need a space to talk,
the captain said to the 3 agents in the office, all of whom quickly bowed and then filed out of the room into the hallway. As the captain shut the door, Matteo noticed it was abnormally thick, and after it had been locked, there was a faint hiss that lingered in the air.
Nobody will be able to hear us in here, Orsic said, bowing slightly to Matteo.
I need a unit that can act like mercenaries, Matteo replied, looking around at the full bookshelves to avoid having to stare at Orsic. The prince doesn't have any troops, and I don't want the Iron Wing to suddenly come out and say they're going to protect him. At the same time, I'm starting to get the impression that this whole thing is going to be a lot more dangerous than I initially believed. I don't want a big group, maybe 40 or 50, but we need enough people to form a solid camp. I want 3 bloodwing feathers, 2 darkwing feathers, and 5 tigerwing feathers at least. When he didn't hear a response, Matteo looked at Captain Orsic, worried that the request he was making might be inappropriate. Instead, he saw Orsic had a pleased expression.
"As you command,"
Orsic said.
"Is there anything else you want?"
Weapons and gear might be nice. I'll leave the specifics up to you, but we need to be ready by tomorrow.
"We can be ready almost immediately," Orsic replied. "We even have a few mercenary companies on hand whose symbol we can use to provide cover. I assume that these mercenaries are going to dress in the prince's uniforms?"
"Correct. They're going to be Iron Wing soldiers, pretending to be mercenaries, pretending to be the prince's personal army."
"Then do you want more people? A prince should have at least 100, if not 500.
"No, we want to project weakness. And remember, nobody can know that these are Iron Wing troops." Closing his eyes, Orsic thought for a moment, and then nodded.
"Why don't you come with me, and I'll help you pick out your armor. At the same time, I'll gather the people I have in mind, and you can assess them to see if they'll serve your need."
Feeling slightly incredulous that Orsic was simply agreeing without any sort of pushback, Matteo nodded and followed Orsic down to the temple's training ground. On his shoulder, Corvus cackled.
"Now you're starting to understand what it means to be the Iron Crow. The Iron Wing army follows one leader, and only one leader, and that is the Iron Crow. You know, kid, your master's a lot smarter than I gave him credit for. Most of the Solomons disdain the power of iron, but he sure did you a favor."
Though Matteo agreed, he remained silent until they arrived at the training ground and entered a small building beside it. There they found an elderly man stitching a broken pauldron back together.
"Hello, Gareth."
Looking up from his stitching, the elderly man nodded.
"Orsic? And who's this young man?"
Gesturing for Matteo to shut the door, Orsic smiled.
"Give him a bow and you'll find out."
The words shocked Gareth into stillness, and then he jumped to his feet, quickly bowing toward Matteo. As he did, Matteo felt the familiar ripple across the wings on his back, and Gareth looked up, his eyes blazing with excitement.
"Gareth greets the Iron Crow. Gareth here is our army's chief armorer. You can tell him what you want, and he'll make it happen."
"Thank you." Matteo was still getting used to this whole Iron Crow idea, but he pushed his discomfort aside. "I need a suit of armor for a military campaign, for myself and for the other 2 members of my feather. It needs to be unmarked, or better, to hold the mark of the 5th prince. The members of my feather will arrive tomorrow. You can measure them then."
"Of course, it's no problem. I won't be able to build anything completely custom, but it should be no issue to adjust a suit for you. Do you mind if I take your measurements?"
Gareth bustled over, a measuring tape appearing in his hands, and even before Matteo responded, he began to measure Matteo's arms. After he was done, he stepped back, his forehead furrowed.
"You're probably still growing, though I guess you're close to your maximum height. How old are you? 16?
"I'm 16.
Then you could grow 4 or 5 inches. Troublesome. Well, hopefully you won't hit a growth spurt. But what I'll do is I'll make the armor slightly adjustable. Sometimes we do this for agents who are going to be undercover, to allow them to add or remove padding, change the silhouette. Regardless, I should have something that suits you. You said you'll be back tomorrow with the other members of your feather. It'd be better if you could come tonight. When do you leave the city?"
"At the end of the week."
"Okay, so 4 days, plenty of time. Do we need anything else? Custom gear, weapons?"
"We have weapons," Matteo said, "though I wouldn't mind a masterwork sword. I have a masterwork bow, which I like, but having a sword as well would be nice." Here Matteo felt as if he was going out on a limb, testing to see just how far his influence actually stretched. He was ready to be turned down. But instead, Gareth nodded, as if it was a matter of course.
"Absolutely. I'll have a bunch of different styles for you to choose from," Gareth said.
Captain Orsic watched all of this with some amusement, and then left Matteo with Gareth to finalize the details of the suit of armor while he went off to collect the troops. Half an hour later, when a rather dazed Matteo walked out of the armory, a shadow agent was waiting for him.
"If you come with me, please. Captain Orsic has requested your presence," the agent said.
In the dark hall, one of a large number of halls used for briefing entire units, Orsic met them at the door. The agent bowed and left, and Captain Orsic gestured to the doors.
As you requested, there are 3 blood-wing feathers, 2 dark-wing feathers, and 15 tiger-wing feathers, a total of 60 people, all at your command. It would be best if you addressed them directly, Orsic said.
Before that, Matteo said, holding up his hand to stop the captain from opening the door, can you explain to me what's going on with these bows?
Ah, right. I guess we didn't cover that. All official members of the Iron Wing Army have undergone the baptism of blood to establish the Iron Wing seal. The seal has the added function of allowing us to understand rank. When you pay respects to someone who ranks higher than you in the Iron Wing Army, it triggers the seal. Likewise, when someone lower ranked pays respect, it also triggers the seal. The reaction will be different depending on rank. You should feel something akin to a soft breeze when I bow to you.
Captain Orsic punctuated his words by bowing.
I feel heat. It's simply a way for us to immediately establish rank, and thereby order and responsibility.
So what you're saying is that if I ever bow to somebody, or they bow to me and I feel heat, they rank above me? Matteo asked.
That will not happen, sir. But yes, that's how it works.
And what about Gareth? Why was he so excited?
Because as the chief armorer, he's of commander status. Only one person ranks above him.
So what you're saying is that we just need to figure out how to get the other commanders to bow to me, and then they'll know that I rank above them? Matteo said with a smile.
If only it were that easy, sir.
I know, I'm just messing around, but thank you for explaining that. Let's go in, Matteo said. Orsic opened the door and strode in first, and Matteo followed behind him. The soldiers who filled the room snapped to attention as Orsic led Matteo to the front of the room, where there was a small platform.
Welcome, Orsic said, looking around. I trust that you're all in fine health. I certainly hope so, because I have a new mission for you. Whatever mission you've been on up until this point, turn over. You have 2 days. You'll leave in 4. The specific details of your mission are as follows. You are no longer members of the Iron Wing Army. Instead, you are Stone Mountain Mercenary Group, hired as the personal army of the 5th Prince of the Empire, Isaac Kell. Leading you in this mission will be Matteo.
Though the members of the Iron Wing Army were too well trained to begin talking amongst themselves, Matteo could see the sense of unease that rippled through them as the soldiers' eyes turned to him and realized how young he was. Yet Captain Orsic clearly didn't care about their feelings because he continued in a bland voice, "Salute your leader." Immediately, all of the soldiers stood to attention, placed their fists on their chest, and bowed toward Matteo. Though none of them showed it in their expressions, Matteo could read body language well enough to know that almost all of them were surprised to find their seals reacting, as it meant that he wasn't just being assigned the leader for this mission, but was genuinely higher ranked than all of them. Of course, the majority of the group were in the lower ranks of their respective branches, but there were enough crimson-ranked members who felt the same heat in their seals to let them know that something out of the ordinary was going on.
This mission is of utmost importance, Captain Orsic said, stepping back and gesturing toward the waiting soldiers. Would you like to address them?
Matteo nodded and stepped forward, his gaze sweeping the gathered soldiers. The mission we are about to undertake is, as Captain Orsic mentioned, vitally important. We will be responsible for protecting Isaac Kell, 5th Prince of the Empire, and ensuring the successful completion of his task. We will be heading to Norshire to face off against the barbarians. Peace is our primary objective, though in dealing with barbarians, peace normally involves a sword and a lot of blood. Thankfully, that is precisely what we are good at. More than a few of the soldiers cracked a grin at Matteo's words, and he smiled as well. We'll be leaving in 4 days, proceeding to Darrenfor first, and then north to the Norshire border. Tomorrow, the prince will be leaving the palace to examine the troops. I need all of you in new gear and ready to go before the inspection in the afternoon. Will that be a problem?
No, sir.
The man who replied was a grizzled member of the Tiger Wing, a powerfully built warrior with a web of scars on his cheek. What's your name, soldier?
Palmer, sir. Crimson Tiger, rank 3.
Realizing that Palmer was likely the highest-ranked soldier in attendance, Matteo nodded. Good. Halmer, you're in charge of getting everybody whipped into shape. The captain will inform you where we're going to meet, because it certainly won't be here. Once again, I cannot stress this enough. The Iron Wing army does not support the Fifth Prince's efforts for the throne, but the Stone Mountain mercenaries are more than happy to be paid to protect him. Chapter 44. Stepping back, Matteo glanced at Orsic, who gave a few more commands and sent the soldiers off. Since Matteo had completed everything he wanted to, he didn't stay long, and after taking a carriage back to the palace, he went to the prince's chambers and knocked on the door. Rose opened it and let him in. "The prince?" Matteo asked. "He's sleeping. It was a good call," Rose replied, speaking quietly. "He was pretty badly shaken up by the whole thing." "I see. Well, that gives us an opportunity to chat." Taking a seat on the couch, Matteo gestured for Eric to join them, and soon the three of them were sitting around the coffee table. "We're going to have a mercenary organization joining us. Stone Mountain." "Are you sure that's wise?" Eric asked. "Mercenaries aren't the most reliable." "They're not actually going to be mercenaries." "Oh, ooh, got it." "Then I take it you're finally accepting your position?" Rose said, leaning forward, her eyes fixed on Matteo's face. "I am," Matteo replied with a firm nod. "I decided it's just foolishness not to. I mean, it's still rather weird that I just got dropped into it, and it seems a bit odd that people would just accept me as the Iron Crow, but that's what seems to be happening." "Not that odd at all," Rose said, glancing at Eric. "I mean, we follow you." "I mean, that's different," Matteo replied. Eric shook his head. "No, I'll agree with Rose. You might be young, but your potential is off the charts, so clinging to you as you rise through the ranks is a surefire way to find success. But that's not the only thing. You know, I was doing a bit of poking around, talking to some of the old-timers about these tattoos on our backs. Apparently the formation only actually works properly with the Iron Crow leading it. So having someone in the Iron Crow position is incredibly important when the army's on the battlefield. Otherwise, we're just soldiers with a bit more training. But anyway, I'm hungry. What about you guys?" "I could eat something," Rose said. "Matteo, now that you're back, why don't I go get us some food?" "Sure, that sounds good. Make sure to bring enough for the prince in case he wakes up." After Rose left, Eric went to patrol the palace again while Matteo stayed in the prince's apartments to keep watch. As he sat on the couch, Corvus flew down to the table in front of him and looked up at him.
"I'm glad that you're starting to accept the Iron Crow position. It's one that will serve you well. But I'm also a bit disappointed. You should have killed that assassin."
"We killed plenty of assassins," Matteo replied, his eyes narrowing.
"You know who I'm talking about. The man Lord Barrows sent. Between you and Eric and Rose, he shouldn't have survived, and it would have sent a much better message had you managed to kill him."
"What do you mean?" Matteo asked. "How should we have killed him? He was both faster and stronger than us, and even when we combined our attacks, he had no problem keeping up."
"That's because you're a fool," Corvus said, rolling his eyes. "When are you going to link Eru's resonance?"
Matteo swallowed the angry retort that had risen to his lips, blushed faintly, and focused on his root card, bringing up his status. Name, Matteo. Race, human. Status, slave. Rank, iron. Root, heart of iron, iron++. Active, Eru's resonance, iron. Active, dulled presence, iron++. Passive, iron physique, iron++. Passive, nil. Links, 5. Heart of iron, iron. Increase your recovery ability for each other iron-ranked card slotted. Eru's resonance, iron. Each ally within 10 feet of you gains a marginal increase in strength and speed. Iron physique, iron. Increase your body's toughness. Dulled presence, iron. You naturally blend in with your surroundings, making yourself harder to see. Staring at him, plain in the face, were the 2 unused links he still had. Matteo had been so focused on everything else going on that he hadn't ever bothered to link up his 3rd card. It had taken a single link to go from mortal to iron-ranked, and 2 links to become bronze-ranked. Now, with 2 more links unlocked, Matteo estimated he was about halfway to silver rank. Whether or not each rank would take double the number of links remained to be seen, but Matteo was excited to keep growing, no matter how slowly. Remembering how his cards had ranked up with his overall rank, Matteo couldn't wait to see what happened when he reached the gold rank. Feeling like an idiot, Matteo closed his eyes and concentrated, choosing to create a connection between his root card and Iru's resonance. The air shimmered around him, and he saw Iru's resonance immediately spin as the black chain connected to it. The card lost its iron coloring and transformed into a bronze card with a faint gold edging. Shocked, Matteo turned his attention to his other cards and found that they were the same. With 4 cards linked together, they were no longer silver, but instead gold-ranked, though Matteo's low cultivation rank prevented them from showing power greater than that of the bronze rank. So this means, if I found a 5th card and slotted it, I'd have platinum-ranked cards. The idea left Matteo stunned. Though he had seen more than one gold-ranked duelist, he couldn't even imagine how strong someone in the platinum rank might be. But, just as Corvus had promised, so long as Matteo stayed alive, he would eventually find out.
I know that you're thinking of finding an iron-ranked card to drop in your last slot, but it's not advisable.
Why not? Matteo asked. I filled up my other slots.
Sure, but you have to be careful what kind of card you put in there. So far, you've lucked out, and all of your cards are ones that can grow exponentially. Remember, we talked about this before.
Of course I remember, Corvus. I remember everything, Matteo snapped, rolling his eyes. I'm not so stupid as to just shove any old card in there.
Well, good, Corvus said, ruffling his feathers. You have some options for your last cards, but what you really need to find, if possible, is a card like Iron Physique that comprehensively increases one of your physical traits.
Immediately, a list of cards began to filter through Matteo's mind, and with a twitch, he realized that this was information that had been contained in the seal he had unlocked. The more he recalled, however, the uglier his expression grew. There were a number of different iron-ranked cards that could increase a physical ability in the same way his Iron Physique card did. The problem was that all of them were exceptionally rare. He had assumed that Iron Physique was the name of a single card, when in reality it was more of a category of cards, used for a wide variety of cards with similar effects. In addition to Iron Physique, there was also Iron Body, Iron Form, Iron Skin, Iron Bones, and a number of other cards. Only the actual Iron Physique card comprehensively increased the toughness of its user's body. In the same way, the category of cards referred to as Bull's Strength was actually close to 20 different cards with slight variations, only one of which worked similarly to Matteo's Iron Physique card, giving a comprehensive increase in strength. The same was true for Cat's Grace, which improved speed. This meant that if Matteo wanted to hold out to find a card that could give him the comprehensive boost he was looking for, he'd have to dig through a mountain of iron-ranked cards to find them. Just then, the door to the bedroom opened up, and the prince wandered out, rubbing his eyes.
"Oh, hey, Matteo. What time is it?"
"It's evening, Your Highness," Matteo said, standing up. Yawning, the prince sat down.
"Did I miss dinner?"
"No, Rose is grabbing it. She and Eric should be back in a moment."
"Great."
The prince looked at Matteo.
"It looked like you were thinking about something when I came out. Anything on your mind?"
"Just thinking about my card set, Your Highness." Before the prince could follow up, the door opened and Rose entered with Eric, carrying plates of food. More servants entered behind them, carrying even more food, and soon a veritable feast had been set up in the prince's living room. About halfway through, there was a knock at the door, and Rose opened it. In the hallway outside, Titania stood next to Captain Furnick. It didn't seem as if they had come together, but instead had simply arrived at the same time. The prince invited both of them in, and Titania sat next to her brother after looking him over intently, searching for any sign of injury.
"I'm quite all right, sister, but thank you for your concern."
"Well, of course. I can't believe someone would be so bold as to try and assassinate a prince of the Empire. It's a good thing you weren't hurt, otherwise the situation would be dreadful." Titania's words were delivered in her normal, soft voice, and there was evident concern on her face, but Isaac just smiled and dismissed her words with a wave.
"Speaking of assassins, Captain Furnick, I assume you're here to give me the report on what happened?"
"I am, Your Highness,"
the captain said, his face impassive. "We have done a thorough search.
Unfortunately, we were unable to recover any of the assassins alive."
"I see. What of the poor man who owned the restaurant?"
"The restaurant owner was killed almost immediately, sir, and the rest of the patrons fled. We're still looking for witnesses for what happened inside the restaurant."
"And the man who owned the restaurant, did he leave any family behind?"
"Yes, a wife and 3 children, all of whom are older."
"I see. Make sure they're well compensated. I'm the one who brought trouble to them, and though gold is a poor substitute for a family member, unfortunately it's the only thing I have to offer," the prince said, glancing at the painting of his mother on the wall. "In fact, Your Highness, I think there is something else you could offer them," Matteo said suddenly. Captain Furnick, who was about to continue with his report, closed his lips as the prince turned to Matteo with a curious expression. "Oh? What do you have in mind?" "Your Highness, a painting of the owner's expression when he greeted us as we walked in the door, painted by a prince, would be a tremendous boon to their business." "But aren't they more likely to hate me, since I'm the reason he died?" "No, Your Highness, you're not the reason he died. He died because of the assassins, and the choices of whoever sent them. They won't hate you. You didn't choose to be assassinated, and I think that it would go a long way towards showing your sorrow if you were to present them with a picture like this." Closing his eyes, the prince leaned back in his seat. "You're right. I can see it. Positioned over the counter, just inside the door, bowed slightly with that welcoming smile. You're right, that would be perfect. Where are my paints?" Jumping to his feet, the prince rushed out of the room, leaving everyone in the room staring after him. Scratching his cheek sheepishly, Matteo stood and bowed toward Captain Furnick and Princess Titania. "My apologies. I didn't anticipate that sort of reaction." "You will once you've spent any time around him," Princess Titania said with a laugh. "It's not in vain that they call the 5th Prince painting mad. As for the report, Furnick, unless there's something of particular importance for the 5th Prince to know, I'm sure you can just leave it with his attendant. Matteo, was it?" "Yes, Your Highness." Getting up from her seat, she graced Matteo with a soft smile. "I have a feeling you'll be good for my 5th brother. I'm glad he has people his own age he can confide in. Growing up in the palace can be lonely. As he seems to be in good spirits, you can let him know when he emerges that I'll visit again to discuss details for our trip." After the princess had left, Captain Furnick didn't stay long, just informing Matteo that nothing of importance had been recovered, but the adjudicators had begun looking into it. Matteo thanked him and escorted him to the door. When the door was shut, Matteo, Rose, and Eric exchanged bemused glances before turning their attention to the doorway of the prince's art room. They could hear the sounds of things being moved around. Matteo had never been in the prince's art room, and, not knowing if it was a forbidden space or not, he walked to the door and knocked. When he got no response, he shrugged and went back to the couch. The next day, the prince still hadn't emerged. Matteo wasn't too worried, as he had had Corvus slip through the door to peek on the prince. He found him stretched out on a wide couch, with a pillow under his head and a blanket covering him. A canvas on an easel in the center of the large room had a faint outline of the restaurant owner sketched out on it. When morning dawned, Matteo could hear that the prince was already back at it. He sent Rose and Eric to the temple to be measured and waited patiently for the prince to emerge. Another 24 hours passed. On the morning of the second day, the prince opened his door and wandered out, looking to be in a daze. "What day is it?" he asked when he caught sight of Matteo. "We didn't miss our trip, did we?" "No, Your Highness, we leave in 2 days." "Oh, good. Sometimes time just sort of blurs together, and I get a bit lost in it." "I understand, sir. It can happen to the best of us. Come, take a look at my painting. Tell me if you think it's good enough." Stepping into the prince's art room, Matteo saw hundreds of paintings stacked here and there. All were incredible, worthy of being hung in any gallery in the empire. Yet they were just piled up with no regard. The painting on the easel was stunning. When he first caught sight of it, Matteo could have sworn he saw the innkeeper's eyes blinking. Though it wasn't perfect realism, when Matteo closed his eyes to compare the painting with the image in his memory, they seemed to line up exactly. The prince had managed to reproduce the aura of the restaurant owner in that moment as he welcomed them into his restaurant. "You have a genuine gift, Your Highness. and I don't say that lightly. You know, I am particularly pleased with this one. I think it'll do well. Let's wrap it up, take it to them, along with some gold, of course, to help them fix the restaurant. Chapter 45. Taking another glance at the painting, Matteo sighed. It was quite rare that any painter could infuse a sense of spirituality into their work, yet the prince, only 15 years old, had done it perfectly. After carefully helping the prince wrap the painting, Matteo accompanied him to a carriage. This time it was one without his seal, since his carriage was currently being repaired. This time, when they tried to leave the gate, Captain Furnick appeared, along with 50 Imperial guards. Since they seemed determined to accompany the prince, Matteo didn't say anything, and they slowly made their way through the city, accompanied by the crash of armor, until they arrived outside of the restaurant. By that time, the prince's expression was ugly. "You know, I hate that sound," he said, glancing out the window at the golden-armored guards. "Puts me in a bad mood every time I hear it. But now is not the time to be in a bad mood." As Matteo stepped out of the carriage, Prince Isaac took a deep breath and calmed himself, handing the painting out to Matteo before getting out himself. The restaurant looked to be closed, which Matteo could understand, considering what had just happened there and the considerable damage that had been done to the interior. The commotion of their arrival had drawn a crowd, and it wasn't long before a trembling woman, supported by 2 middle-aged men, emerged from the restaurant, clearly frightened by the show of imperial power. One of the men must have recognized the 5th prince, because he suddenly dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead against the ground. "Your Highness!" he cried, and hearing his cry, the old woman and her other son quickly knelt down as well. But the 5th prince stepped forward and took the old lady's arms before she could get down all the way. "There's no need to bow," he said. "Please, stand." Still looking at each other nervously, the old woman and her 2 sons hesitantly got to their feet. Stepping back, the 5th prince suddenly bowed, bringing his head down a full 90 degrees. "I'm here to apologize. It was never my intent to bring trouble to your restaurant, and your husband's death is the last thing I could have wanted." It was only now that the old woman and her children began to put together who it was that the assassins had been targeting. They knew that there had been an assassination attempt against someone, but none of those investigating had mentioned who it had been. But after hearing one of the imperial princes had nearly died in her and her husband's restaurant, the old woman grew faint, her mind spinning in fear over what might happen to them. Realizing things might get out of control quickly from the frightened reaction, Matteo coughed lightly and leaned in toward the prince. "Maybe we should go inside. She looks like she could use a seat." Nodding quickly, the prince gestured to the restaurant. "Might we come in? I'd like to discuss the issue, and this is not an appropriate place." Stammering something incomprehensible, one of the sons quickly ushered them in, while the other helped his mother to follow after them. Placing the picture down on the counter, Matteo stepped forward and gently but firmly took the old woman's elbow, guiding her to a seat with his most reassuring smile. Once she was seated, the prince bowed again, this time not as deeply. "I am genuinely sorry for the loss of your father, and I've brought with me enough funds to repair the damage the assassins have done to your restaurant. I know that gold can never fill the void left by the death of someone we love, but I hope this can count as a token of my appreciation." Reaching for the picture that Matteo had picked up again, the prince unwrapped it to reveal his painting. There was a gasp as the old woman stared in astonishment at her husband, feeling as if he might step out of the painting at any moment. Her sons were no less shaken. Pulling a brush and a vial of ink from his pocket, the prince dipped the brush and then, in bold, sweeping strokes, signed his name on the painting. "This is a painting I have done of your husband, to commemorate my memory of him. My hope is that you'll hang it here, in your restaurant, so he might be remembered by all who visit." "Your Highness, this is too valuable." Holding up his hand to stop one of the son's stammerings, the prince shook his head. "This is nothing compared to the love of a father. Please accept it." It was obvious that the 5th prince wasn't about to take no for an answer, and so the old woman stood and gave the prince a shaky bow. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will cherish it forever." The prince was quiet after they had left. though whether that was because he was lost in his thoughts or because the clash of boots on the cobblestones was too loud to carry on a conversation, Matteo wasn't quite sure. He had already informed the driver where to go, and after half an hour of driving through the city, they arrived at a large inn that boasted 10 bunkhouses. Inns like this were scattered around the imperial city, home to the various mercenary guilds who had established themselves here. Outside of one of the bunkhouses was a flag showing a simple mountain symbol. "This is the Stone Mountain Mercenary Group," Matteo said. "They're the ones we're going to be recruiting." After the royal guards had spread out, the prince got out of the carriage with Matteo, and they entered the barracks, where 60 soldiers waited for them. Stepping forward to greet the prince were 3 people. Palmer, the man with the scars on his cheek, a middle-aged woman whose eyes carried a sharp look, and a man who wore a wide-brimmed hat that hid his eyes.
"Greetings, Your Highness," Palmer said, clasping his fists together and bowing. "My name is Palmer. I'm the leader of the Stone Mountain Mercenaries. We've already been filled in on our responsibilities, and we are at your service."
"You were hired by my grandfather, the Chancellor, is that correct?" Looking rather confused, Palmer glanced at the woman next to him, who nodded.
This is my wife, and second-in-command Lucy, and our third-in-command Ghostblade, though you can call him Old Ghost."
Frowning slightly, the prince turned and looked at Matteo. "Are you sure this is going to work? Will anybody actually believe they're soldiers and not mercenaries?" "You can trust me, Your Highness. I double-checked them myself. Everyone in the Stone Mountain Mercenary Group has military experience. As soon as we get uniform armor on them, I'm sure they'll look like a professional force."
"The young man's correct," Palmer said, dipping his head with a nervous expression. "We're all veterans with at least 5 years' experience, part of a disbanded unit that stuck together."
"In that case—" "I'm reassured," the prince said. "Do we need to get you uniforms?" "I've already taken care of it, sir," Matteo interjected. "Uniforms, armor, weapons, everything has been arranged. Thanks to Lord Barrow." "Well, then I guess there isn't anything else for us to do. Captain Palmer, I appreciate your assistance." His face lighting up with a happy smile, Captain Palmer quickly bowed.
"Thank you, Your Highness. It's our honor to serve."
After they were back in the carriage and heading toward the palace, Matteo tried to reassure the prince, who had a concerned look on his face. "You don't have to worry, Your Highness. Mercenaries are typically a bit rough around the edges. There's not as much discipline as in the Imperial Army. But the Stone Mountain Mercenaries are a different breed. As Palmer said, they've all served, and most of them have served together. They only accept members who are from a similar background, and though Palmer, Lucy, and Ghostblade all look rather sloppy, just wait till you see them in uniform. I'm sure they'll look like the elite fighting force I know they are. Believe me, they cost a fortune." "I'll have to ask my grandfather how much," Prince Isaac said, his brow furrowing as he looked out the window. "I don't like it when he spends money on me." "I don't think you're going to convince him to hire a weaker mercenary group, Your Highness. His goal, above everything else, is to protect you." "You know, I wonder about that sometimes, Matteo." There was a soft, vulnerable edge to the prince's voice, and Matteo waited silently for him to continue. With a sigh, the prince closed the curtains, trying in vain to block the crashing noise from outside. "One of the things you learn quickly growing up in the imperial palace is that everyone is using you. From the lowliest maid up to the man at the top, my father, the Emperor of Kel. Everyone has their own ideas of what life should be like, and me, I'm just a tool for them to get what they want. That may be true in the imperial palace, Your Highness, but it's not true everywhere." From the way the prince grimaced and looked away, it was obvious he didn't believe Matteo for a second. "I was trained in the Iron Wing Army," Matteo said, looking down at his hand, "and one principle that is drilled into us, until we can't help but think it at all times, is that we succeed together or not at all. Meaning that if we have to abandon our companions in order to succeed, we have not succeeded. We will not abandon you, Your Highness, and you do not exist as a tool for me, Rose, or Eric to get something we want." The prince didn't respond, and Matteo didn't press the issue. But as they got out of the carriage at the prince's palace, he paused for a moment and flashed a smile at Matteo. "I'm glad. It's good to have friends." "Indeed it is, sir." Indeed it is. The next few days passed quickly and were filled with all sorts of logistics. The Stone Mountain mercenaries arrived at the palace wearing matching armor and blue tabards that had the prince's seal over top of a simple mountain. Now called the Stone Mountain Corps, they would serve as the backbone of whatever armies the prince raised in the future. Matteo couldn't help but be impressed, as even he couldn't detect any sign that the soldiers were originally from the Iron Wing army. Of course, had they taken off their armor and revealed the seals on their backs, that would have been a different matter. But as it was, everyone was fooled. Princess Titania also brought a number of administrators with long lists of supplies that needed to be gathered and support staff that needed to be arranged. Matteo spent 2 days completely buried in paperwork and other logistics as he arranged for the prince's escort. They ended up with 10 carriages carrying enough supplies to last them not only the trip to Darrenfor, but then the second leg of their journey as they headed north to the Norshire border. The goal was to take 2 weeks, using the wide, smooth roads of the Empire to travel from the capital, which sat in the center of the Empire's primary landmass, due east to Darrenfor. Then, after spending a few days in the city and hopefully coming to an agreement with Duke Arjun, they would backtrack, spending a week heading west and then 2 more weeks going north. This would allow them to avoid having to traverse the entire length of the mountain range that sat between Darrenfor and Norshire, and would speed up their overall journey by at least half a month. Of course, the Stone Mountain Corps would march with them the whole way, rotating through, resting in the carts to ensure they could keep a steady pace. Matteo wasn't worried about the Stone Mountain Corps not being able to keep up, as even the weakest of them was an iron-ranked duelist. In fact, he was quite looking forward to seeing them in combat for the first time, as he had never seen a group of soldiers that were all duelists. In comparison, Princess Titania's forces, 4 full corps of 100 soldiers, along with her personal knights, who numbered 50, were almost completely made up of mortals. Only 10 of her knights were duelists, and they formed her personal guard, led by the square-jawed knight who had been with her at the Chancellor's Tower. His name was Patrick, and he was the only silver-ranked knight in the group. On the prince's side, while the vast majority of the Stone Mountain Corps was iron-ranked, there were 20 bronze-ranked soldiers and 3 silver-ranked soldiers, Palmer, Lucy, and Ghostblade. Yet despite the strength of the Corps, they gave no sign of it, appearing no different from the mortal soldiers around them. Of course, when the Emperor himself personally arrived to see them off, Matteo caught the strange look that flashed through his eyes as he examined the 5th Prince's troops.
"I didn't realize you had nurtured your own soldiers, son," the Emperor said.
Sweating bullets under his father's rather amused gaze, Isaac bowed his head.
"It was thanks to my grandfather, and Matteo."
Rather taken aback that Isaac had passed off the achievement, Matteo caught the Emperor's gaze as it swung over to him, feeling the same suffocating pressure that he had experienced in his first meeting with the Emperor.
"I see. Thank you, Matteo."
Though the words were simple, Matteo felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he quickly bowed. "It's my honor to serve," he said rather breathlessly. He didn't feel as if the Emperor was intentionally making things difficult for him, but instead wondered if it had something to do with the Emperor's strength. Matteo had met enough gold-ranked duelists by this point that he felt like he could gauge their strength relatively well, but the Emperor was something else entirely. Looking at him was like staring into an abyss, only to discover the abyss in front of you was just a tiny part of the eye staring back at you. Even after the Emperor turned his gaze away, Matteo could feel his heart pounding in his chest, and it didn't calm down until they had left the palace and the imperial city itself. Matteo rode a horse next to the prince, riding alongside the royal carriage where Princess Titania rode. On the other side of the carriage was Knight Patrick, keeping a sharp watch out for anyone who might want to harm the princess. The main bulk of the princess's forces marched in front of them, 20 abreast, down the center of the imperial highway, which stretched in an almost perfectly straight line due east of the city. Halfway through their trip, Matteo knew the road would curve down to the south, where Darrenfor sat in the pass that marked the only easy passage between the Empire of Kel and Triora. Thinking of Darrenfor made Matteo's heart tremble. He knew he wouldn't meet his master there. The letter he had gotten had dashed all hope of that, but there was a part of him that was looking forward to going and seeing what had happened to the shop. Look through his master's old things and pay respects at his master's grave. Hearing a call, Matteo looked up and saw a dark shape swoop down from the sky above. The prince, rather startled, was about to call it out when the bird suddenly dove, flapping its wings as it came to rest on Matteo's outstretched hand. "Hello, Queen," Matteo said, a wide smile gracing his lips. "Who's this? Is this a bird you've trained?" "Yes, Your Highness. This is Queen. She's an iron-wing crow." "Oh, I've heard of iron-wing crows. They're the birds the Iron-Wing Army uses, right?" "They are. They're pretty incredible creatures, you know. I actually left her in the mountains before I came to the Imperial City. It looks like she didn't want to be on her own, so she came to find me." "All the way from the mountains?" "Seems like it." Scratching Queen's feathers under her chin, Matteo glanced over his shoulder, where Rose and Eric were riding along quietly, and then looked back further to the massive Imperial City. He could sense his connection with Hamlin, who he had elected to leave behind at the temple, growing fainter, and for a moment he wondered if the rat would chase after them too. Unable to contain his laughter, Matteo launched Queen into the air, and with a flap of her wings she rose high, letting out a caw only Matteo could hear. Corvus took to the air as well, circling overhead with Queen as the convoy marched toward Darrenfor and the adventure that waited at the northern border. To be continued. This audio edition of Crow's Fortune, a fantasy LitRPG adventure, was presented by Dreamscape Lore. Read for you by Ramon Diocampo. Produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2025 by Seth Ring. Sound recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. For information on other Dreamscape Lore titles, find us at dreamscapepublishing.com.